Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 1501. Chapter 1501, 1501. Chapter 1501, then erase the last bit of jealousy. The leader-level giant beast stood arrogantly in the mountains. Unlike previous judgments, the leader-level giant beast did not appear in the final stretch but rather in the last mountain range. The mountains were vast, and the number of leader-level giant beasts was not many. Through the eye of the undead, Lin Moya saw that a leader-level giant beast appeared every 100,000 kilometers. Given the diameter of the ring-shaped continent, it was easy to calculate that the total number of leader-level giant beasts was about 30. There were 100 seed players, and on average, every 3 people could share one. 30 leader-level giant beasts had a total value of 3 million points. If someone could take them all. Lin Moya glanced at the task points leaderboard. Even if someone took all the leader-level giant beasts, they would not surpass him. 1. Lin Moyo, 4,538,212 points. 2. Lin Mohan, 386,231 points. 3. Dongfeng Zi, 335,123 points. 4. Wei Bowen, 329,923 points. 5. Qing Fei, 328,246 points. 6. Zhuang Bai, 326,621 points. In nearly 5 months, his points had skyrocketed, clearing most of the high mountains and the giant beasts under the ocean. This included a large number of ordinary giant beasts, elite giant beasts, and thousands of leader-level giant beasts. His points had reached 4.53 million. The second place, Lin Mohan, had only 350,000 points, not even a fraction of his. Dongfeng Zi's strength was indeed beyond imagination. Although he couldn't catch up with Lin Mohan in the end, he kept a close chase. Dongfeng Zi seemed to have figured it out and stopped competing for first place, focusing entirely on second place. However, Lin Mohan was too strong, and he couldn't catch up. But it wasn't without opportunity. He was only 50,000 points behind Lin Mohan. As long as he killed one more leader-level giant beast or obtained one more purple jade token, he could instantly catch up by 50,000 points. Actually, for the 4th place Wei Bowen, the 5th place Qing Fei, the 6th place Xuan Bai, and the others behind, they all had a chance to compete for second place. The points difference between them was not large, and they all had a chance to overtake. There were only 30 leader-level giant beasts, and they were so scattered that it was not easy to kill more than 2. Lin Moya looked at the leader-level giant beast in front of him with a strange expression. He recognized the appearance of this giant beast. Just by looking at its appearance, it was not a giant beast at all but a dragon demon from the demon race. Lin Moyo had seen abyssal dragon demons before and was very familiar with them. He wouldn't mistake them. Within the demon race, there were countless factions, and the dragon demons were among the top, ranking in the top 3. They were covered in black scales, with flames emerging from beneath the scales, and had a demonic, ferocious head with a long sharp horn. Their necks were like snakes or dragons, with claws, and they bore a 7 or 8-part resemblance to dragons. Dragons could emit dragon roars and breathe dragon breath, not much different from dragons. Dragons did not acknowledge that dragon demons had dragon blood, and the proud dragons looked down on dragon demons. But dragon demons claimed to have dragon blood, though most of their bloodline belonged to demons. The two sides had argued over this before, but it eventually came to nothing. Dragons were strong, and demons were not weak. If they really fought, both would suffer. Of course, the dragon demon in front of him was just a simulation by humans using some method, not a real dragon demon. Lin Moya felt the other party's aura, which was indeed at the peak of the 5th rank of the God King. If it could simulate some characteristics of the dragon demon, it should be able to exert the combat power of the 6th rank of the God King. When everyone's realm was suppressed to the 1st rank of the God King, facing him would not be easy. Human geniuses could indeed fight across levels, but crossing 6 ranks was not something everyone could do. Looking at the changes on the points leaderboard, Lin Moya knew that those geniuses had recovered from the previous blows. Then let's hit them again and erase the last bit of luck. Lin Moya knew that some people still harbored illusions, thinking that he just had special means and was good at group killing. They didn't think he truly had top combat power. Now Lin Moya was going to show them with actions that they shouldn't harbor any illusions. Facing him, he wanted them to not even have the heart to be jealous. Since entering the great world, everything that happened made it impossible for him to keep a low profile. Since that was the case, Lin Moya decided to be high profile all the way. 10 skeleton generals appeared beside him, swinging their dazzling sword energy at the leader-level giant beast 10,000 meters away. The seemingly powerful leader-level giant beast was instantly engulfed by the sword energy, not even letting out a hum before dying on the spot. Killed leader-level giant beast, gained 100,000 points. The points directly increased by 100,000, bringing Lin Moya's points to 4.63 million. The skeleton generals, with the combat power of the 8th rank of the God King, easily killed the leader-level giant beast of the 5th rank of the God King. Then, a large number of skeleton generals ran along the mountains to kill other leader-level giant beasts. Lin Moya was the first to reach the end, and no one could stop what he was doing now. Lin Mohan also arrived at the final mountain range and saw the leader-level giant beasts on the mountains. At the same time, she saw the changes on the points leaderboard. Lin Moya's points were increasing by 100,000 units. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, turning into thin lines, and she smiled like a flower. Brother, you really know how to stir things up. Are you trying to erase the last bit of jealousy from others? There seemed to be some kind of connection between the two siblings. Lin Moya's thoughts were all guessed by her. She casually raised the long sword in her hand, and a 7-colored giant sword appeared in the sky. The 7 colors were like a rainbow, and the orchids painted on the sword flew out one by one, each turning into a sharp sword. Lin Mohan had always used one sword to destroy mountains and enemies, but this time, she used a second sword. This sword was stronger than any previous sword. Lin Mohan shouted, and the 7-colored giant sword in the sky slashed down. The countless sharp swords formed by the orchids turned into streams of light, enveloping the leader-level giant beast. The giant beast let out a wail, was riddled with holes, and finally fell to the ground with its head separated. Lin Mohan was decisive, killing the enemy with one sword. The sword's power was transmitted far away. Dongfeng Zi, far away, felt Lin Mohan's sword and was slightly startled. She attacked the leader-level giant beast. The distance was too far, and he could only feel the sword's power but couldn't see the result. Dongfeng Zi immediately opened the task points leaderboard to check the points change. From the points change, he could infer the result. At first glance, Dongfeng Zi let out a strange cry. How is this possible? Not long ago, Lin Moya's points were still 4.53 million. After a few hours, Lin Moya's points had become 4.83 million. No more, no less, exactly 300,000 points more. This meant Lin Moya had killed 3 leader-level giant beasts. Dongfeng's face turned very ugly, full of bitterness, so he also has top combat power. He always thought that Lin Moya had many means and was better at group killing than himself, but his top combat power was not as good as his own. Lin Moya was originally at the 3rd rank of the God King, and after being suppressed to the 1st rank of the God King, it was impossible for him to kill the leader-level giant beast. He originally thought that he could kill more leader-level giant beasts, and even if he couldn't catch up in total points, he could prove that he was better than Lin Moya in top combat power. But now it seemed how ridiculous his thoughts were. He was a peak small god suppressed, and Lin Moya was only at the 3rd rank of the God King, yet he could match him. What kind of monster is this? Dongfeng Zi's heart was once again devastated, full of helplessness. Chapter 1502. Chapter 1502 1502. Chapter 1502 Do you have any objections? Many people shared the same feeling as Dongfeng Zi. After discovering what Lin Moya had done, each of them had a strange expression on their face, feeling as if their fragile hearts had been thrown to the ground for the second time. Not only thrown to the ground but also stomped on a few times, hurting even more than the last time. Lin Moya, you're too ruthless. We know you're powerful, okay? Do you have to hit us this hard? What are you trying to prove? That you're powerful and we're all useless. Everyone was complaining. Chu Xiangxing said, I don't care if you're powerful or not, I'm not competing with you. As he spoke, he had already charged towards a leader-level giant beast, ready to fight it for 300 rounds. Wei Bowen from the War God Hall was severely hit but did not give up. I have the War God inheritance. Once I receive it, I will definitely surpass you in every aspect. The War God Hall gave him immense confidence, unbreakable. Outside the continent, Lin Lao smiled. This kid Lin Moya was interesting. I didn't expect him to come back for a second round. Lady Yu sighed, those geniuses must be feeling a bit desperate. Saint Hao nodded and smiled, this is good. After experiencing despair, they will become stronger. True gold fears no fire. If they can't withstand such a small setback, they will suffer greatly on the battlefield in the future. Lin Lao said, Saint Hao, have you considered taking him as a disciple? Saint Hao shook his head, indicating refusal. Lin Lao wanted to ask why, but Lady Yu signaled him with her eyes not to ask further. Saint Hao had his own thoughts, whether he didn't want to or didn't dare to, he just wouldn't take him. However, anyone could see that Saint Hao looked at Lin Moya with approval. On the Ring Mountain continent, Lin Moya killed 5 leader-level giant beasts, pushing his points past the 5 million mark, reaching 5.03 million. He then stopped, knowing that some things should not be overdone. Lin Moya retracted all his skeletons and climbed the mountain step by step like a tourist. As long as he crossed the mountain range, he would have completed the task. Under heavy suppression, a distance of less than 500,000 kilometers took them several months to traverse. When he reached the mountain peak, a beam of light shot out from the formation, landing on him. All restrictions vanished at that moment, and Lin Moya left the Ring Mountain continent, stepping back into the starry sky. Xiao. He heard his sister's voice and turned to see Lin Mohan standing not far away, as beautiful as a blooming peony. Lin Mohan had moved faster than him, reaching the mountain peak first and completing the task. Mainly because Lin Moya had taken some extra time to kill a few more leader-level giant beasts. Lin Moya stepped forward to Lin Mohan's side. Congratulations, sis, for taking the lead. Lin Mohan snorted, no need to flatter me, it won't work. Lin Moya laughed. I'm sincerely congratulating you. Who told you to be the first to complete the task? Lin Mohan whispered, you know whether you're sincere or not. The task isn't about who finishes first. Lin Moya didn't continue the topic but looked at the Ring Mountain continent. From a high vantage point, he could see many people climbing the mountain, soon to come out. Some were still fighting leader-level giant beasts, battling fiercely. Lin Moya glanced at the task points leaderboard, where everyone had their respective scores. The lowest ranked was Zhang Ziyu, with a pitiful score of just over 50,000 points, ranking last. This matched Zhang Ziya's strength level. He was able to represent the War God Hall mainly because of Lin Moya. Unfortunately, he couldn't persuade Lin Moya to join the War God Hall. Later, he realized that even Luo Qinqin's invitation was declined by Lin Moya, let alone his own. Lin Moya said softly, it seems there are no eliminations in this task. Lin Mohan nodded, these people are all rare talents. Each of them will achieve great things in the future, becoming gods is not a problem. Lin Moya agreed with his sister, 2 blows should make their will stronger. Lin Mohan looked angry, aren't you afraid of hitting your sister? What in this world can hit you? Lin Moya retorted unceremoniously. Lin Mohan thought for a moment, indeed, nothing. Lin Moya pushed his hands, then that's settled. Growing up together, Lin Moya knew his sister's character well. If she could be hit by such a small matter, she wouldn't be Lin Mohan. One by one, the cultivators reached the mountain peak, successfully completing the task. Those who came out all stared at Lin Moya with complex expressions, unable to describe their feelings. Each proud genius was ruthlessly slapped by Lin Moya, but they couldn't say anything. Lin Moya didn't break any rules, nor did he steal their beasts. Except for a few, most didn't know what methods Lin Moya used. Even if they wanted to accuse him, they couldn't. Lin Moya didn't care about their gazes. If looks could kill, he would have died countless times. Lin Mohan, on the other hand, raised her eyebrows. Do you have any objections? Her aura surged, and in an instant, the sound of swords rang out in all directions, dispersing the mist and revealing countless sharp swords. Each sword had an orchid engraved on it, beautiful yet deadly. Everyone realized that her aura was stronger than Dongfangzhe's that day. It seemed she had broken through the barrier between a small god and a god, and some even suspected she had the power to kill gods. Such things had happened in human history. A few hundred years ago, Xiao Xun, known as the star of the human race, had killed a god as a small god. At this moment, Lin Mohan demonstrated what it meant to be the #1 genius of the White Tiger Star region. The White Tiger Star region's offensive was so fierce that it would give anyone a headache. Lin Mohan wouldn't tolerate them. If they wanted to fight, she would accompany them to the end. Everyone silently withdrew their gazes. Even a few self-proclaimed small gods chose to retreat at this moment. They had no choice. Lin Mohan's aura was too strong, pressing down on them. Gradually, Lin Mohan retracted her aura, and the countless sharp swords disappeared. Lin Moya gave a thumbs up, sis, you're awesome. Lin Mohan snorted, no need to flatter me. Next time, you go. Lin Moya nodded, no problem. Until the last person left the Ring Mountain continent, the formation covering the continent burst into golden light, forming a golden path in the starry sky. Everyone stepped onto the golden path, and the scene before them changed. They were all transported away. When they came to their senses, they were standing in front of a grand palace. The palace was majestic and imposing, exuding a powerful pressure. The intense aura of time felt like an endless mountain forest, pressing heavily on everyone. Some turned pale, unable to believe that a palace could give them such a feeling, making it hard to breathe. Among the 100 people present, only a few remained calm. Chapter 1503. Chapter 1503, 1503. Chapter 1503, you really said it? Lin Moya looked at the palace with great interest. The palace, whether in terms of its architectural style, the carvings on it, or the materials used, had a familiar feel to it. Especially the materials, which were exactly the same as those used in the mysterious Manor Fortress. They were the same pitch black, incredibly sturdy materials. This indicated that the palace had a very long history and likely originated from ancient times. Lin Moya was initially surprised that a complete palace from ancient times had been preserved, but then he realized he was overreacting. Zhu Kaiwa's warship was also preserved from ancient times. Thinking this way, it wasn't that surprising. Although ancient times were far away, there were still many things left from that era. They just weren't shown to the public and were only in the hands of high-ranking individuals. An old, kind voice sounded, and an elderly man with a kind appearance appeared before them. Lin Moya immediately recognized that this old man was the same one who had issued the task on the Ring Mountain continent. The old man looked kind and amiable, with a slight smile and no imposing aura. He seemed just like an ordinary elderly man in his twilight years. Beyond the shore. Lin Moya had already guessed the old man's realm when the formation was activated. Now, he was just further confirming it. He glanced at Lin Mohan beside him, who had also guessed the old man's realm. The old man looked at everyone. The task is completed. Very good, none of you were eliminated, which is better than the last group. Now, I will announce the task rewards. First place, Lin Moya, rewarded with 100 points of Divine City Merit. Divine City Merit? Lin Moya had never heard of this term before and didn't know its use. He glanced at Lin Mohan, who also seemed unsure. However, from the name, it could be inferred that Divine City Merit was used in the Divine City, likely similar to task points or military merits. It was probably used to increase one's rank in the Divine City or to buy things. Whether his guess was correct would be clear from the reactions of the Divine City people. Lin Moya discreetly observed and indeed saw some unusual reactions. Some people from the Divine City had very strong and even exaggerated reactions. Many had looks of envy in their eyes. From their expressions, it was clear that 100 points of Divine City merit were very valuable. As for its specific use, it would become clear once they entered the Divine City. The old man continued. Second place, Lin Mohan, rewarded with 50 points of Divine City merit. Third place, Dongfeng Zi, rewarded with 20 points of Divine City merit. Fourth to 10th place, rewarded with 10 points of Divine City merit. 11th to 50th place, rewarded with 1 point of Divine City merit. Those ranked after 50th place received no reward. War God Hall participants do not receive Divine City merit but can claim their respective rewards at the War God Hall. The War God Hall had its own system and didn't need Divine City merit. However, this time, the War God Hall participants didn't even make it to the top 3, which was a clear failure. From 11th place onwards, only 1 point of Divine City merit was awarded, 100 times less than Lin Moya's. Even so, some Divine City participants were very happy with just 1 point of Divine City merit. Su Jianxing was one of them. He barely made it to 49th place and was visibly pleased with his 1 point of Divine City merit. Only Dongfeng Zi, despite receiving 20 points of Divine City merit, didn't seem very happy. Maybe he was aiming for the 100 points of Divine City merit for first place, and now he's far from it, so he can't be happy, Lin Moya speculated. There were 2 other small gods from the Divine City, one ranked 7th and the other 9th, both receiving only 10 points of Divine City merit and not looking very pleased. But there was no choice, rules were rules. The old man kindly said, "Do you have any opinions on this task? If you have any, feel free to speak up." Dongfeng Zai's eyes flickered, and he was the first to speak. "Senior, I want to ask how Lin Moya got so many points. It's very unusual." The old man glanced at Dongfeng Zi. The entire task was under our surveillance, and there were no issues. As for how Lin Moya got so many points, that's his business and not something you need to know. Dongfeng Zai's question was dismissed by the old man, who was right. How Lin Moya did it was indeed his own matter. It involved his laws, techniques, and other information, and there were rules in the human race against probing such information. If Dongfeng Zi really wanted to know, he could ask Lin Moya directly, but whether Lin Moya would tell him was another matter. However, Dongfeng Zi was not satisfied. "Senior, I think this task alone cannot distinguish everyone's strengths and weaknesses. Everyone has different areas of expertise. For example, the brothers from the Suanliu Star region excel in defense, which puts them at a disadvantage in this task. Lin Moya might excel in group combat, which gives him an advantage." Dongfeng Zi spoke at length, gaining some agreement from others. However, his words subtly targeted Lin Moya. Many people were indeed curious about how Lin Moya had achieved his results. The old man listened attentively to Dongfeng Zi's words. After Dongfeng Zi finished, the old man looked up. "Are you done?" Dongfeng Zi nodded. "Yes, please forgive my presumptuousness." The old man smiled. "It's good to voice your opinions. I like listening to young people's opinions because as I get older, my thinking becomes more rigid. But as I said earlier, you can voice your opinions, but whether I accept them is up to me. I've heard what you said, and that's that." Dongfeng Zi was left standing there, stunned. After saying so much, he only got a 4-word response, "That's that." Lin Moya had anticipated this outcome. A beyond-the-shore expert allowing you to voice your opinions was mostly out of courtesy. If you took it too seriously, you were mistaken. The old man ignored Dongfeng Zi and looked at the others. "Does anyone else have any opinions?" Everyone shook their heads. Who would dare have an opinion? Would it be useful to voice an opinion? Would he listen? The old man smiled. "Since there are no more opinions, let me talk about the next steps. The preliminary round of the 4-star regions competition is over. Including you, there are 500 participants in the finals. I will take you to the competition venue shortly. The finals will start in about 10 days. You can adjust your state, walk around, and familiarize yourself with the environment, although there's not much to familiarize yourself with. By the way, during the 4-star regions competition, no private fights are allowed. Violators will be disqualified and expelled from the Divine City. Don't think about using tricks to provoke others. The Human Emperor Network is not easily fooled. As for the specific competition rules, you'll find out when you get there." He then looked at Dongfeng Zi. "The rules are set. If you think they're unfair, stay in the Divine City and don't come out. If you're out, accept the rules." Chapter 1504. Chapter 1504, 1504. Chapter 1504. From now on, let's interact as equals. The palace broke through the void, carrying everyone to the venue of the 4-star regions competition. The starry sky outside the palace became dazzling and colorful, incredibly mesmerizing. The entire palace was being transported, taking everyone along with it. The process of teleportation was very smooth, without the dazzling light usually associated with subspace travel. No one could feel that they were being teleported. Dongfeng Zai's face turned red and then white. Lin Lao's last words were clearly telling him that if he didn't have the ability, he should keep his mouth shut. If he had any opinions, he should either treat them as farts or keep them to himself. Everyone present was smart enough to understand this. Dongfeng Zi didn't expect Lin Lao to give him such a final blow, which felt like a slap in the face, but he didn't dare to retort and couldn't say anything. It seemed like everyone around was looking at him, their eyes full of ridicule. Lin Moya transmitted his thoughts to Lin Mohan. "This old man holds grudges." Lin Mohan responded, "That guy brought it on himself. Honest people." Lin Moya sighed. The old man was just being polite, but Dongfeng Zi actually voiced his opinions. One opinion was fine, but he said so much nonsense. He didn't consider his own status compared to the old man's. In the small world, such a person would be considered a fool. Lin Moya thought that Dongfang Ziyi had lived too smoothly and needed to suffer some setbacks. The teleportation didn't last long. As soon as the palace emerged from subspace, Lin Moya felt a vast aura. It was the aura of laws, incredibly strong. The aura of the human emperor network was equally strong. Lin Moya knew they were approaching the divine city again. His eyes flashed with brilliance, and his soul at the beyond the shore level opened its eyes. Lin Moya saw countless lines of laws. Compared to the outside world, the lines of laws here were clearer, making it easier to comprehend them. The third-tier laws were almost all present. The second-tier laws were only partially present, with many missing. As for the first-tier laws, none were present. Lin Mohan's voice came over, "Xiao, what are you doing?" When the soul at the beyond the shore level opened its eyes, Lin Moya's pupils automatically turned purple, looking somewhat eerie. At the same time, a noble aura rose from Lin Moya, making it hard for people to look directly at him. Lin Moya retracted his soul power and didn't hide anything from Lin Mohan. "I'm looking at the laws." Lin Mohan didn't seem to understand Lin Moya's words. How could laws be looked at? The palace stopped, and a starry sky appeared before everyone. This starry sky had no stars, only enormous circular arenas. Each arena had a diameter of over 100,000 kilometers, larger than ordinary stars, floating in the starry sky. There were 100 such arenas. The 100 arenas formed a massive formation, with each arena being a node of the formation. The formation was already activated, enveloping all the arenas. The formation emitted an astonishing aura, crashing like waves, making it hard to breathe. What a grand setup! I've only seen the 4-star regions competition and projections before, and I could only see the situation in one arena. I didn't expect it to be like this. Compared to the 100 arenas, this formation is truly terrifying. I feel like this formation is beyond the level of a god sovereign. I think so too. This formation makes me feel terrified, like it could kill me at any moment. The one who said this was a small god sovereign. If even he said so, naturally, no one would doubt it. Lin Lao pointed to another direction of the arenas, that is the living area and also the waiting area for the competition. During the 4-star regions competition, you will stay there and are not allowed to leave. If anything happens, someone will notify you. In the direction Lin Lao pointed, there was a floating continent. This continent was equally vast, even larger than the arenas. It was filled with numerous buildings, including restaurants and various living facilities, where the contestants could move freely. The continent was at the edge of the formation but was also protected by it. Lin Lao waved his hand, "Go ahead, someone will guide you and register you when you get there." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone felt a blur before their eyes and had already left the palace. They didn't hesitate and flew towards the continent. Where is Lin Moyo? Why isn't he here? Someone suddenly noticed the anomaly. Lin Moya wasn't with them. And Lin Mohan, she's not here either. Someone else shouted. Instinctively, some people looked back at the palace, only to find it had disappeared. They didn't think much of it and flew towards the continent. Lin Moyo and Lin Mohan stood in place, watching as Lin Lao waved his hand, making everyone else disappear, leaving only the two of them. Lin Lao said, "Lin Xiao, come with me." Lin Moya was stunned, feeling a bit flattered. A beyond the shore expert actually called him Xiao, little friend. Lin Mohan also gave Lin Moya a strange look. From the beginning, things seemed to be going beyond her expectations. She found that she couldn't understand Lin Moya anymore. Following Lin Lao, they turned a corner and came to the front of the palace. In front of the palace was a small tea table, with a man and a woman sitting around it, chatting and drinking tea. A fragrant aroma wafted over. Lin Mohan took a breath and felt her soul almost transcend, her thoughts becoming incredibly clear. She blurted out, "What kind of tea is this?" The Sword Orchid God Sovereign loved tea, and Lin Mohan had drunk a lot over the years. Sometimes, the Sword Orchid God Sovereign would even venture into enemy territory just to get some tea. Lin Mohan thought she knew most teas, but she had never seen this one. Lin Moyo also smelled the tea but didn't have the same reaction as Lin Mohan. He calmly said, "This is Dao tea." Lin Lao glanced at Lin Moyo. "Indeed, it's Dao tea. You must have had it in Kaiwadi's place." Lin Moyo nodded. "Senior Zhu once gave me a cup of tea." The aroma went straight to the soul. Senior Zhu said it was Dao tea. Zhu Kaiwadi's Dao tea came from Hao Shenjun. Dao tea was very rare and beneficial for the soul. At that time, Lin Moya's soul had just reached the beyond the shore level, and Zhu Kaiwadi generously gave him a cup of Dao tea to stabilize his soul realm. Lin Moya was very grateful for this. Looking towards the tea table, Lin Moya softly said, "Lady Yu, Hao Shenjun." Lin Mohan was stunned again, surprised. It's actually Lady Yu. She had heard the Sword Orchid God Sovereign mention Lady Yu, knowing that she was a top expert at the beyond the shore level. As for Hao Shenjun, there was no need to say more. Although she hadn't heard of him, anyone who could be called Shenjun was among the top in the human race. Lin Mohan realized she had underestimated her brother. Unknowingly, Lin Moyo had grown to such a level. She felt immense pride in her heart. The stronger her little brother was, the happier she, as his sister, was. Hao Shenjun gestured to the two, "Come and sit." Lady Yu smiled, "Lin Xiao, we meet again." Lin Moyo bowed to Lady Yu and Hao Shenjun. Junior greets Hao Shenjun and Lady Yu. Hao Shenjun shook his head. "No need for that. It's only a matter of time before you reach the beyond the shore level." Lin Lao continued, "We don't like formalities. From now on, let's interact as equals. My surname is Lin, you can call me Lin Lao." Lady Yu smiled, "My name is Meng Yao. Lin Xiao can call me Lady Yu or Meng Yao." Chapter 1505. Chapter 1505, 1505. Chapter 1505, Have a Dream, Everything Will Be in the Dream. Before today, Lin Mohan felt that a beyond-the-shore expert was like an existence in the heavens, unattainable. Although her master was about to touch that realm, there was still a bit of a gap. The words of the Sword Orchid God Sovereign still echoed in her ears. Why is it called Beyond the Shore? Because beyond the shore is the end point. It is not only the end of the Lost Star River but also the end point for cultivators, the goal of all God Sovereigns. And a Saint Sovereign is someone who has gone far beyond the end point, a true powerhouse. The ambition of the Sword Orchid God Sovereign was to become a Saint Sovereign. But right in front of her, there was a Saint Sovereign, and he was addressing her brother as a fellow deist, treating him as an equal. Lin Mohan even felt like she was dreaming. At this moment, Lady Yu reached out and held Lin Mohan's small hand. The always strong and domineering Lin Mohan rarely showed a bit of nervousness. Lady Yu pulled Lin Mohan to sit beside her. So this is Fairy Han. I see that she is not only the #1 beauty in the White Tiger Star region but also worthy of being called the #1 beauty in the entire human race. Lin Mohan was flattered. Lady Yu is the real beauty. Lady Yu laughed charmingly. I don't like to lie. You are truly beautiful. I had only heard that the Sword Orchid God Sovereign had taken in a disciple with outstanding talent, and now I finally see you. Your talent is not inferior to Lin Xiaowa. Saint Sovereign Hao looked at Lin Mohan. Your talent is very strong. Stepping into the God Sovereign realm is not a problem. As he spoke, he lightly tapped his finger, and the boiling tea water automatically flew out, falling into a brand new cup. For a moment, the fragrance of the tea became even more intense. Saint Sovereign Hao said, drinking this Dao tea will help you enter the God Sovereign realm. Lady Yu said, why is the Saint Sovereign in such a hurry? Let Xiao Han enter the God Sovereign realm after the 4-star regions competition. Saint Sovereign Hao shook his head. The 4-star regions competition is useless to her. For her, entering the God Sovereign realm earlier is better than later. Lin Moya caught some information from Saint Sovereign Hao's words. Saint Sovereign, have you seen my sister's talent? Saint Sovereign Hao stared at Lin Mohan, his eyes emitting a purple light, just like when Lin Moya observed the lines of the law. However, Saint Sovereign Hao's purple light was deeper, seemingly possessing a captivating magic. After a few seconds, he shook his head and said, I can only see that your talent is very peculiar. My intuition tells me that the earlier you enter the God Sovereign realm, the better. Saint Sovereign Hao's words caught the attention of several people. Lady Yu and Lin Lao both knew that Saint Sovereign Hao's soul had reached the peak of the 5th grade Purple Jade Soul, and he was well informed. If he said so, it was likely to be correct. Lin Mohan whispered, to be honest, Saint Sovereign, I also have this feeling. It seems that the earlier I enter the God Sovereign realm, the better it is for me. Saint Sovereign Hao nodded, then let it be so. Today, you will achieve the God Sovereign realm. Lady Yu smiled. With the help of Dao Ti, after achieving the God Sovereign realm, your soul will be stable, and there will be many benefits. At this moment, Lin Lao laughed mysteriously and took out 5 tea leaves. Each tea leaf had its own characteristics. One burned like a flame, one was as white as ice, another was golden, one was as blue as the sky, and the last one sparkled like starlight. Lady Yu showed a bit of surprise, then covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Lin Lao, you are really generous. Lin Lao laughed. It's just 5 pieces of Dao tea, nothing to be stingy about. Lady Yu said, then may I ask, how many pieces do you have left? Lin Lao pushed his hand. None left. He said he had none left so generously, making him seem a bit cute. Lady Yu sighed, since you have taken out the Dao tea, I can't be stingy either. Good tea deserves good water. Dao tea naturally needs Dao water. I have some jade clear Dao water from an ancient relic, which has no special attributes, just right for brewing Lin Lao's Dao tea. Saint Sovereign Hao said in a low voice, then leave the tea brewing to me. Lin Lao laughed heartily, that would be perfect. 3 Beyond the Shore experts were working hard for Lin Mohan to achieve the God Sovereign realm. Lin Mohan was grateful in her heart. She also knew that all of this was because of Lin Moyo, especially Saint Sovereign Hao. Although he didn't say it explicitly, Lin Mohan could feel that he truly valued Lin Moyo, not herself. She was benefiting from Lin Moya's favor, but so what? Benefiting from her little brother's favor was not shameful. The previous cup of Dao tea was taken back, and the tea water and leaves were all removed. Lady Yu poured the jade clear Dao water into the air. The jade clear Dao water was like nectar, shining with a charming light. It condensed without dispersing, floating in mid-air. Saint Sovereign Hao reached out and absorbed the jade clear Dao water, then lightly shouted. Instantly, a brilliant star river appeared above the palace. Saint Sovereign Hao summoned his Lost Star River. Lin Moya was seeing a beyond the shore Lost Star River for the first time. He observed carefully, wanting to see the difference between it and a God Sovereign's Lost Star River. But as soon as he looked, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes. The Lost Star River contained Saint Sovereign Hao's personal will, which he could not spy on. It wasn't without gain. Just by looking, Lin Moya saw several laws. The Lost Star River contains more than one law. This is not a naturally formed Lost Star River. Lin Moya's heart trembled, but he could only see this much. He wasn't qualified to see more at the moment. Saint Sovereign Hao's voice slowly sounded, don't look anymore. Everyone's path is different. Looking at others' paths is not good for you. Lin Moya immediately nodded, I understand, senior. The laws poured down like a river, boiling the jade clear Dao water with the power of the laws. Under the wrapping of the laws, the jade clear Dao water gradually changed and began to soften. Lady Yu smiled, as expected of a Saint Sovereign. After I obtained the jade clear Dao water, I couldn't boil it. Lin Lao said, that's why I never sought Dao water after getting the Dao tea, because it was useless. Lady, you showed a bit of envy. When will I reach the Saint Sovereign realm? Lin Lao joked. Have a dream, everything will be in the dream. Lady, you gave Lin Lao a charming glance. You just like to joke with me. The change in the jade clear Dao water was slow, and it would take a long time to boil. Listening to their conversation, Lin Moya's heart was already in turmoil. What was the origin of this jade clear Dao water that even a beyond the shore expert couldn't boil it? Where was the ancient relic? It seemed only beyond the shore experts could go there. He felt like he had touched another secret of this world, an incredible secret. Lin Lao looked at Lin Moyo. Lin Xiaowa, you should go prepare for the 4-star regions competition. Boiling the Dao water will take some time, and then using the Dao water to brew the Dao tea will take even more time. And your sister's breakthrough to the God Sovereign realm will also take time. Lady, you smiled. With us here, Lin Xiaowa doesn't need to worry. Lin Moya naturally felt at ease. He turned to Lin Mohan. Sister, I wish you success in achieving the God Sovereign realm. Lin Mohan smiled. Do well in the competition and get first place. Don't worry. Lin Moyo bowed to the 3 seniors again. Then I will take my leave. Thank you again, seniors. Lin Lao waved his hand. Go on, no need to see you off. Chapter 1506. Chapter 1506, 1506. Chapter 1506, Simple Rules of the 4-Star Regions Competition. Lin Moya did not expect things to change so drastically. After meeting the 3 beyond the shore experts, what happened next was like a dream. Lin Mohan's realm was already at the peak of a small God Sovereign, just half a step away from becoming a God Sovereign. Her talent brought an astonishingly fast cultivation speed, and despite this speed, her foundation remained incredibly solid. Various bottlenecks, in the face of Lin Mohan's talent, were weaker than paper. Even Lin Mohan herself sometimes couldn't understand what her talent truly was. The information her talent provided was simple. It increased her cultivation speed. In fact, it was true her speed was thousands of times faster than that of ordinary people. Occasionally, while cultivating, a mysterious voice would urge her to go faster and faster. Lin Mohan gradually understood that the faster she cultivated, the better it was for her, and the sooner she broke through to higher realms, the greater the benefits. However, she didn't fully understand why this was the case. Saint Wu, standing at a high realm, also saw some clues. Lin Moyo, who was present at the time, could tell that Saint Hao made the decision on the spot. Before seeing Lin Mohan in person, he hadn't planned to help her become a God Sovereign. At his level, Lin Mohan, just a small God Sovereign, was insignificant. Even meeting Lin Mohan was because of Lin Moyo. My sister's talent is a bit strange. Lin Moyo thought as he flew into the continent where the competition participants rested. Passing through the barrier of the formation, his vision blurred slightly, and he experienced a brief and rapid teleportation. In less than half a second, the teleportation ended, and Lin Moyo found himself in a hall. At this moment, a young and beautiful woman approached, wearing a traditional robe that looked ancient. The robe had special patterns that Lin Moyo had seen on Su Jianxing, Dongfang Zi, and others' clothes, representing the Divine City. This woman was from the Divine City and was also a staff member here. The woman stopped in front of Lin Moyo and spoke in a clear voice. Hello, sir. Welcome to the city of the competition. My name is Su Xiaoxiu. I will now register your information, introduce the city of the competition, explain some rules of the 4-star regions competition, and inform you of important matters. Lin Moyo looked at Su Xiaoxiu's appearance and noticed a resemblance to Su Jianxing. Are you from the Su family of the Divine City? Lin Moyo asked. He knew that the Divine City was not a place for ordinary people. In the Divine City, there seemed to be sects and families. The Yu family was one of them, and the Su family, where Su Jianxing belonged, was another. The woman in front of him, surnamed Su, and resembling Su Jianxing, was most likely from the Su family. Su Xiaoxiu's eyes remained smiling. Sir, you are correct. Xiaoxiu is indeed from the Su family. Her tone was always polite and courteous, but Lin Moyo could sense a deep-seated pride in her. It was the pride of the Divine City and the Su family. However, she did not display her pride outwardly or look down on others. Lin Moyo casually said, Then I'll trouble Miss Xiaoxiu. Su Xiaoxiu's smile became even brighter. Sir, you are too polite. This is Xiaoxiu's job. She took out a jade token engraved with a formation, activated it, and pointed it at Lin Moyo. A weak light beam shot out from the jade token, enveloping Lin Moyo, while Su Xiaoxiu saw Lin Moyo's information. She immediately registered Lin Moyo and let him choose his residence. Similar to the situation on Fireseed Island, there were many residences in the city of the competition, distributed in various places with different environments, allowing participants to choose their preferred environment. Su Xiaoxiu said, Sir, you are one of the top 100 seed players and the first batch to arrive, so you have priority in choosing. Although there were many houses, the number of residences with beautiful environments was still limited. As a seed player, arriving earlier gave him more choices. Seed players always had some benefits that others did not. Lin Moyo chose a lakeside house, not caring much, just feeling nostalgic. After all, this was not his home, so it didn't matter much where he lived. Su Xiaoxiu led Lin Moyo to his chosen residence, explaining the situation in the city of the competition along the way. During the 4-star regions competition, both participants and some spectators would stay in the city of the competition. There were 2 ways to watch the competition. In the city of the competition, where projection formations were everywhere, allowing for individual or group viewing in restaurants or squares. If one didn't like watching projections, they could apply to watch from the audience seats outside the arena. When the competition started, many people would come here, besides the participants. The city of the competition separated the participant area from the spectator area, ensuring no accidental encounters or incidents. During the entire competition, participants could not leave the city of the competition. Even if they lost, they had to stay until the 4-star region's competition ended, after which they would be sent back together. All participants would receive a reminder an hour before the competition started to prepare. When the competition time arrived, they would be automatically teleported to the corresponding arena. After introducing the city of the competition, Suzayaxia began explaining some specific rules of the 4-star region's competition. The rules of the 4-star region's competition are very simple. After all participants arrive, there will be a unified draw, and each person will be assigned a number. This time, there are 500 participants, so the numbers will range from 1 to 500. Participants will compete according to their numbers, with specific match times arranged by the Human Emperor Network. Some participants will have a bye, also decided by the Human Emperor Network. Opinions can be voiced, but not changed. Specific details and precautions for the matches will be emphasized by the Human Emperor Network at that time. As for the competition rewards, the Human Emperor Network will also announce them then. Miss Xiaxia reminds Mr. Lin that during your stay in the city, you must not engage in any physical altercations. If you do, you will be disqualified from the competition. You are not a resident of the Divine City, so you will also lose your qualification to enter the Divine City. If you are a resident of the Divine City, you may be expelled. Lin Moya smiled. The punishment is severe. What if someone deliberately provokes me? Su Xiaxia said, if someone deliberately provokes you, you can communicate with the Human Emperor Network, and the other party will be appropriately punished. But rest assured, no one would be so foolish. Such things only happened in the very distant past during the 4-star region's competition. They arrived at the residence Lin Moyo had chosen. The house was 3-sided by the lake, a 2-story building about 10 meters high, looking very exquisite. The house was covered by a formation, indicating that it was unoccupied. Su Xiaxia used the jade token to activate the formation for Lin Moyo. Mr. Lin, from now on, this house is yours. You can freely control the formation, and if you don't want to be disturbed, no one can bother you. Lin Moya smiled, thank you, Miss Xiaxia. Su Xiaxia politely responded, then I won't disturb your rest. I wish Mr. Lin good results in the competition. Chapter 1507. Chapter 1507, 1507. Chapter 1507, I'll teach him how to behave. Outside the house, by the lake, there was a small pavilion where one could enjoy the beautiful scenery of the lake. Lin Moya did not enter the house but sat down in the pavilion. He took out a tea set and started brewing tea. Although the tea was not as good as Dao tea, it was still top-quality tea, obtained from Zhu Kaiwudi's place. Since entering the Great World, it was rare to enjoy such a peaceful time. He pondered over what Su Xiaxia had just said. From her words, he could sense the domineering nature of the Human Emperor Network. More accurately, it was the domineering nature of the rulemakers. They allowed opinions but did not permit them to be voiced. The rulemakers were undoubtedly significant figures, beings at the beyond the shore level. They were telling everyone that they were not qualified to voice their opinions. They could only follow the rules set by them, even if they were somewhat unfair. Because that was the power of strength. Lin Moya liked to analyze, magnifying details to see deeper truths. However, not everyone could understand such truths. At least, people like Dongfang Ziyi could not understand. Dongfang Ziyi was not stupid. A fool could not cultivate to the level of a small god sovereign. But he was also foolish, cutting off his future for some petty gains, not even realizing it until it was too late. When Lin Lao asked for opinions, no one else spoke, but he alone had an opinion. This also showed his narrow perspective. Lin Moya did not take him seriously at all. In Lin Moya's eyes, Su Jianqing was much stronger than Dongfang Ziyi. Su Jianqing only lacked time, and eventually, he would go further. Lin Moya believed in his judgment. Footsteps sounded, and someone approached from afar. Lin Moya sensed a familiar aura and smiled slightly. Brother Zhuang, Brother Chu. His voice floated out, reaching the ears of Zhuangbai and Chu Xiong. Chu Xiong was burly, like a bear. Zhuangbai was neither short nor thin, with an extraordinary demeanor, but standing next to Chu Xiong, he looked like a small bird beside a beast, exceptionally small. Chu Xiong's voice arrived before he did. Junior Brother Lin, you finally arrived. Lin Moya smiled. The tea is just brewed, come and have some. Zhuangbai smelled the tea and showed some surprise. Is this enlightenment tea? Lin Moya smiled. Green fire enlightenment tea. Brother Zhuang is indeed knowledgeable. Zhuangbai said in a deep voice, this is something only god sovereigns can enjoy. I didn't expect Junior Brother Lin to obtain it. Enlightenment tea was a level lower than true Dao tea. Beings at the beyond the shore level drank Dao tea, while god sovereigns drank enlightenment tea. Lin Moya said, it was a gift from a senior, I was just lucky. Chu Xiong interrupted their polite conversation, who cares what it is, as long as I get to drink it. Zhuangbai gave him a disapproving look but said nothing more. Chu Xiong sat down and asked loudly, Junior Brother Lin, where did you go just now? Where is your sister? He looked around but did not see Lin Mohan. Lin Moyo and Lin Mohan were inseparable on Fireseed Island, but now they were not together. Lin Moya said, my sister probably won't participate in the 4-star region's competition. Chu Xiong was puzzled, why not participate all of a sudden? Zhuangbai's eyes turned, and he guessed the reason. Congratulations to your sister on advancing to God Sovereign. The 4-star region's competition required participants to be at the God King level. The minimum was the first rank of God King, and the maximum was a small God Sovereign. Too low or too high was not allowed. Lin Mohan's sudden withdrawal from the competition could only mean one thing: she was advancing to God Sovereign. Lin Mohan was already at the peak of a small God Sovereign, so advancing to God Sovereign was normal. Chu Xiong slapped his thigh. Doesn't that mean my ranking can go up by 1, and I can earn more Divine City merit? The ranking and rewards of the 4-star regions competition were closely related. The higher the ranking, the better the rewards. Clearly, Zhuangbai and Chu Xiong were familiar with the competition. Given their age, they might have experienced several 4-star regions competitions and were not strangers to its details. Lin Moyo asked, Brother Zhuang, Brother Chu, do you know much about the 4-star regions competition? As he spoke, he poured tea for the two and handed them their cups. Zhuangbai smelled the tea. I know a bit. Chu Xiong patted his chest. Although this is my first time participating, I've watched many times and have a lot of experience. Lin Moyo was curious. Brother Chu, you haven't participated before? Chu Xiong said, no, participating once is enough, no need to come every time. Zhuangbai explained in detail, most people participate in the 4-star regions competition mainly to enter the Divine City. But entering the Divine City through the competition only makes you an outer member, with no rank. Moreover, the rules in the Divine City are quite restrictive, not as free as outside. So, we complete chain tasks outside to gain entry to the Divine City, then participate in the competition to earn enough Divine City merit to quickly rise in rank once inside. At least reaching the initial rank allows for free entry and exit. Through Zhuangbai's detailed explanation, Lin Moyo gradually understood the situation in the Divine City. Divine City merit was crucial for advancing ranks within the city. The Divine City had many restrictions: one could not enter or leave at will. But the Divine City was the ultimate destination for human cultivators, with many resources unavailable outside. So, the question was how and when to go. If one participated in the competition without sufficient cultivation, even if they gained entry, they would be at the bottom, worse off than outside. Therefore, both Xuanbai and Chu Xiong waited until they were small god sovereigns and had already earned entry before participating in the competition. Combining both, they could quickly rise in rank within the Divine City. Chu Xiong grinned. I asked some people from the Divine City, and most of them are at the bottom, with no rank. It's very hard to advance in the Divine City. Even Dongfang Zi is only at the initial rank. He needs a lot of Divine City merit to advance to the next rank. This time, he came to the competition to earn merit. Zhuangbai enjoyed the enlightenment tea, closing his eyes and gloating. Unfortunately, he ran into junior brother Lin and Fairy Han, getting pushed to third place. His 100 points of Divine City merit turned into 20. Lin Moyo also understood that without him and Lin Mohan, Dongfang Zi would have likely taken first place. Lin Moya smiled. It is a bit unfortunate. Chu Xiong shouted, unfortunate my foot. If I meet him in the competition, I'll teach him how to behave. Zhuangbai laughed, just don't lose too badly. Chu Xiong snorted, we'll see. The competition is not like the Human Emperor Network. I can use my special moves there. Zhuangbai looked at Lin Moyo, junior brother Lin, be careful. The competition is different from the Human Emperor Network. Many participants have unique tricks that are hard to guard against. Chapter 1508. Chapter 1508, 1508. Chapter 1508, How to Determine Strength Without Competing. The time for the 4-star regions competition was drawing closer. With only 10 days left until the competition, the selected contestants from the preliminary rounds were transported to the competition venue. They did not come on their own but were brought by warships dispatched by the Divine City. The 4-star regions competition arena was located within the Human Star region, very close to the Divine City. Unauthorized approach was forbidden and would result in severe attacks. The city of the competition began to bustle with activity, with contestants seen coming and going on the streets. In the inns, many contestants were engaging in conversations. Although they were all humans, they came from different star regions. However, it only took a meal or a drink for strangers to become familiar with each other. The people from the War God Hall remained aloof, not interacting with anyone and keeping to themselves. In contrast, the people from the Divine City, though also proud, actively reached out to others. They knew that many of these contestants would eventually enter the Divine City and become their companions or even comrades in arms. Some of them were exceptionally talented and might become significant figures in the future. Lin Moya continued to sit by the lake, unmoving for several days. He quietly drank tea, enjoying the breeze from the lake, which was the best relaxation for him. Occasionally, he would look up at the sky, wanting to know about Lin Mohan's situation. Although he knew that with 3 beyond the shore experts present, his sister would be fine, he still felt a bit worried at times. During these days, Zhuangbai and Chu Xiong visited him twice. Chu Xiong brought food and fine wine. He had become well acquainted with the people from the Divine City, obtaining wine and more information about the Divine City from them. He would come to share this information with Lin Moyo. Su Jianxing also visited Lin Moyo, chatting with him for most of the day. From Su Jianxing, Lin Moyo learned more about the Divine City. Combining information from various sources, Lin Moyo gained a general understanding of the internal situation of the Divine City. There were still some differences between the Divine City and the 4-star regions. However, the information obtained from Chu Xiong and Su Jianxing was only superficial. Ultimately, he would have to enter the Divine City himself to truly understand it. In the Divine City, rank was very important. The privileges in the 4-star regions did not apply in the Divine City. The Divine City valued rank. Lin Moyo was glad that he was already at the initial rank, having some privileges and not starting from the bottom, which gave him a significant advantage. Lin Moyo pondered whether to enter the Divine City directly after the 4-star regions competition. He had already obtained the qualification to enter the Divine City, and it was up to him when to use it. However, he couldn't make a decision due to the lack of sufficient information. Lin Moyo put down his teacup, the contemplative look in his eyes fading away, replaced by a gentle gaze. I'll ask the domain lord when the time comes. Since he couldn't get an answer, he decided not to think about it anymore. It was better to ask someone experienced than to overthink it himself. Zhu Tian, who came from the Divine City, would surely give him a more accurate answer. 5 days before the competition, the Divine City's warships transported a large number of people again. Most of these people were humans, often elders or heads of families, or even Star Lords with God Sovereign level combat power. Along with them were some special guests from other races, invited to watch the 4-star region's competition. The city of the competition became even more lively. Although the city had separated the contestants and spectators, the atmosphere seemed contagious. In recent days, one could often see warships coming and going in the sky, enhancing the atmosphere. The 4-star region's competition, held once every 100 years, was one of the grand events of the human race. Each time it was held, it attracted the attention of various races. Besides being a grand event for internal competition among humans, it was also a showcase of strength to other races, demonstrating the prowess of the new generation of humans. The new generation of any race was the seed of that race, the hope for the future. With 1 day left until the start of the competition, all the contestants were ready. They no longer drank or partied, mostly staying quietly in their residences, waiting. Today was the day for the draw, which would also determine the specific rules of the competition. Lin Moyo had already learned from Su Xiaxia that the competition involved drawing numbers from 1 to 500 to determine opponents. However, the exact process of the draw was still unknown. It couldn't be entirely random, as that would go against the purpose of the human race. If the strongest contestants met at the beginning, it would be unfair. While waiting quietly, a familiar voice sounded in his ear. In 10 minutes, you will enter the arena. Please be prepared. Everyone automatically connected to the Human Emperor network and saw the countdown. Instantly, the contestant side of the city of the competition fell silent. Meanwhile, warships continued to transport spectators and people from other races. 10 minutes later, beams of light lit up from the city, teleporting the contestants to the arena. The circular arena, with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers, hovered in the starry sky. The contestants stood scattered across the arena. The voice of the Human Emperor network echoed in the arena, now announcing the draw rules. Jade beads will appear above your heads. Each person can choose 1 jade bead. Each person can only choose 1 jade bead. The jade beads contain numbers, which will be your competition numbers. Start choosing now. You have 10 minutes. Everyone looked up and saw numerous jade beads emitting starlight, shining above their heads. There were many jade beads, tens of thousands, while there were only 500 contestants, so there was no need to rush. According to the information from the Human Emperor network, the jade beads were for selection. What does this mean? Didn't they say numbers from 1 to 500? Why do we need to choose jade beads? Are the numbers in the jade beads not fixed, and will only be determined after we get them? Are the numbers randomly generated or based on some rules? It's strange. The arena was filled with discussions, and everyone was puzzled. All the contestants had strong combat power, but not everyone was smart enough to figure it out. Lin Moyo looked at the scattered jade beads. It's not that simple. The numbers will only be determined after getting the jade beads. The key is not the numbers but the way they are determined. The higher-ups have a clear goal, to select the strongest without any accidents. So, they can't let the strongest meet at the beginning of the competition. But how to determine strength without competing? Lin Moya thought for a few seconds and had an answer. It seemed random, but it wasn't random at all. Zhuangbai came to Lin Moya's side. Junior brother Lin, have you figured it out? Lin Moya nodded. I'm not sure, but it's close. Senior brother Zhuang, when choosing the jade bead, you can fully unleash your soul power. Zhuangbai was stunned, then nodded. I understand. He wasn't stupid. After hearing one sentence, he understood the reasoning. Chapter 1509. Chapter 1509, 1509. Chapter 1509. Next time you offend, you'll be expelled from the Divine City. How to determine strength without competing. Besides past battle records, it ultimately comes down to the strength of one's soul. Battle records may not be accurate, as there could be some exaggeration, but they can still be used as a reference. However, some people don't have battle records, only their cultivation realm. Cultivation realm does not necessarily represent true strength either. So using the strength of one's soul to determine ranking would be more accurate. This was Lin Moya's guess, and he was mostly correct. Whatever, I'm not waiting anymore. At this moment, someone suddenly shot up into the sky and grabbed one of the jade beads. The moment he grabbed the jade bead, a number appeared above his head. Number 432. Lin Moya saw that this person's strength was at the 7th rank of the God King realm. Among the participants present, his ranking was not high. However, his combat strength should not be underestimated, otherwise he would not have stood out in the preliminaries. During the preliminaries, everyone's cultivation was also suppressed to the 1st rank of the God King realm. The competition was not about realm, but about the ability to fight across realms. The ability to fight across realms is a necessary skill for a genius. After someone took the lead, others quickly followed. Another participant at the 7th rank of the God King realm obtained number 408. A participant at the 9th rank of the God King realm obtained number 96. Lin Moyo quietly observed and gradually discovered a pattern. The higher one's cultivation realm, the smaller the number obtained. The lower one's cultivation realm, the larger the number obtained. Cultivation realm does not necessarily equate to combat strength, but it often represents the strength of one's soul. However, there were also some whose cultivation realm was not high, yet they obtained a relatively small number. According to Lin Moya's analysis, these people's souls must be quite strong. Lin Moya murmured to himself, "It seems my guess is mostly correct. The numbers are assigned based on the strength of one's soul. It appears random, but it's actually deliberately arranged and not random at all." Lin Moya nodded at Zhuangbai, who understood. He let out a light roar, revealing a bit of his pressure as his soul power instantly reached its peak. He shot up into the sky and grabbed a jade bead. The jade bead shattered, forming the number above his head, number 4. If it's based on soul strength, senior brother Zhuang's soul shouldn't rank in the top 4. It seems my method is somewhat useful. Naturally, the smaller the number, the better, as it means facing opponents with larger numbers. This is a rule everyone knows. Generally, the larger the number, the weaker the strength, making the fight easier. At the beginning, the difference in numbers doesn't mean much. However, as the competition progresses, the opponents will become stronger and stronger. By then, being able to face the strongest opponents later on may have some impact on the final ranking. After Zhuangbai obtained his number, Chu Xiong followed suit, also unleashing his soul power to grab a jade bead. His number was 5, one higher than Zhuangbai's. However, Chu Xiong's control was not as good as Zhuangbai's, and his actions were quickly noticed by others. There were some smart people present who immediately figured out the reason. I understand now. The numbers are determined by the strength of one's soul. The stronger the soul, the smaller the number obtained, and the weaker the opponent faced. Everyone then activated their soul power to grab the numbered beads. Lin Moya shook his head inwardly. Knowing this method now was useless. Only if everyone was unaware at the very beginning could this method be effective. Once everyone activated their soul power, the human emperor network would still rank them according to the strength of their souls. Only the first few people gained an advantage. Dongfeng Ziyi laughed loudly, "So it's the soul." His aura surged as a terrifying pressure spread out. Dongfeng Ziyi was still arrogant and unrestrained. The few days of rest had allowed him to recover to his previous state. The overwhelming pressure of a small god sovereign caused many to struggle to breathe. Some even showed disappointment in their eyes, knowing they could never be Dongfeng Zi's match. Ha, the wound has healed, how laughable. Lin Moya looked at Dongfeng Ziyi and inwardly shook his head. Watching Dongfeng Ziyi shoot up into the sky and stretch out his large hand to grab a jade bead, a number appeared above his head, number 3. Dongfeng Ziyi was stunned, standing in midair with disbelief on his face. Impossible, how can I only be number 3? I've already stepped into the Lost Star River, and my soul is at the 4th grade. How can I only be number 3? He shouted loudly in the air, his small god sovereign pressure becoming even more powerful, forcing those originally in the air back down and even affecting others from grabbing jade beads. Lin Moya watched this scene and found Dongfeng Zi's arrogance to be even more excessive than before. The lesson from last time, this fool had truly not learned at all. Silence! A majestic voice rang out in the arena, causing Dongfeng Ziyi, who was in midair, to abruptly stop, falling from the sky in an unsightly manner. Before he could react, the Human Emperor Network's voice sounded again. Contestant number 3, ignoring the rules of the competition, deducting 5 points of Divine City merit. Dongfeng Zi's eyes widened like an enraged rooster as he jumped up and shouted, "Why? Everyone is releasing pressure. Why am I the only one having Divine City merit deducted? This is unfair. My soul couldn't possibly only be ranked number 3. His voice was extremely loud, even overpowering the Human Emperor Network's voice. A thunderbolt appeared in the sky, striking Dongfeng Ziyi directly. Black smoke rose from Dongfeng Zi's body, and his voice abruptly stopped. Contestant number 3, ignoring the warning, deducting 10 points of Divine City merit. Next offense, all Divine City merit will be deducted, competition qualification revoked, and expulsion from the Divine City. The Human Emperor Network's warning sounded again, much more severe than before. This time, Dongfeng Ziyi didn't dare make another sound. Although he was trembling with anger, he could only tremble. Lin Moya sighed inwardly, what an idiot. When Su Xiaoxiu introduced the rules, she had already mentioned that opinions could be voiced but not changed. He believed Dongfeng Ziyi must have known this rule too, yet he still spoke up. He really thought too highly of himself. As a mere small god sovereign, he wasn't that great. At this moment, a crisp voice sounded, what a fool. The owner of the voice was a graceful woman, Qing Fei from the Azure Dragon Star region. On Fireseed Island, Qing Fei had once competed with Dongfeng Ziyi for 3rd place, leaving a deep impression. Cultivators from the Azure Dragon Star region had fierce offensive abilities, and their personalities were just as fierce. She didn't care about Dongfeng Zi's feelings at all, directly criticizing him. Dongfeng Ziyi gritted his teeth in anger, his body pitch black, with only his teeth still white. He wanted to retaliate but ultimately didn't open his mouth. If he offended again, not only would he lose his competition qualification, but he would also be expelled from the Divine City. If that happened, his life would be over. He had already been deducted 15 points of Divine City merit, which was heartbreaking, but at least it could still be remedied. Qing Fei transformed into an azure dragon, swiftly flying into the air and fully displaying her soul pressure, which was also at the 4th grade. She nimbly grabbed a jade bead. The jade bead shattered, and the number above her head appeared, number 2. There was no disappointment in Qing Fei's eyes. She only glanced at Dongfeng Ziyi with a slight raise of her eyebrows before descending from the air. Based on the numbers, Qing Fei's soul was slightly stronger than Dongfeng Zi's, but only by a bit. This was also the case. Lin Moya could see that Qing Fei's soul was just a little stronger than Dongfeng Zi's, only by a sliver. If the two fought, it would be hard to say who would win. By this time, most people had obtained their numbers, some happy and some disappointed. Lin Moya lightly flew up, immediately drawing the attention of many. Dongfeng Ziyi, Qing Fei, Wei Bowen. Those who had been slapped by Lin Moya on Fireseed Island were all watching him now. They wanted to see what number Lin Moya would get. Chapter 1510. Chapter 1510, 1510. Chapter 1510, Round Robin Tournament in a mild simulated battlefield. Dongfeng Ziyi focused all his attention on Lin Moya. I want to see what number you will get, Lin. No matter how impressive Lin Moya's previous performance was, his cultivation realm was still at the 4th rank of the God King. When he first arrived on Fireseed Island, he was at the 3rd rank of the God King. He used the time room to advance 1 rank, reaching only the 4th rank of the God King. Among all the participants present, Lin Moya's realm could be ranked in the bottom 10. Lin Moya flew up casually, without releasing any soul pressure. He grabbed a jade bead as casually as plucking a leaf from a tree. The jade bead shattered, and the light converged above Lin Moya's head. Under everyone's watchful gaze, the number was revealed. Number 1. Lin Moya had a matter-of-fact expression as he landed back on the ground. Throughout the entire process, he remained calm and composed, giving others a profound and unfathomable feeling. How is this possible? His soul is so strong. He's a monster, right? He's only at the 4th rank of the God King, so why is his soul so strong? His soul surpasses all the small god sovereigns, at least at the middle stage of the 4th grade. His soul far exceeds his realm. How did he cultivate like this? The pitch-black Dongfeng Ziyi stared at Lin Moya, unable to show any expression. If he could, the scene would be unimaginable. He wanted to say something but closed his mouth instead. Now he dared not say anything, for fear of being punished. That thunderbolt had sobered him up, making him realize what he had done wrong. Qing Fei's battle intent surged. I want to fight you. Lin Moya smiled slightly. If we both make it to the end of the competition, perhaps there will be an opportunity. His meaning was clear, defeat the others first, and then you might encounter me. This sentence carried an inherent dominance. Qing Fei did not question it but nodded. Okay, let's meet at the end. The conversation between Lin Moya and Qing Fei made it seem as if they had already divided the championship and runner-up positions, not giving anyone else any face. Dongfeng Ziyi clenched his fists in anger but dared not say anything. Some people's battle intent also rose, unwilling to accept this, but most would not speak. Empty words were useless. It was better to fight with real swords in the competition. 10 minutes later, everyone had obtained their respective numbers. The jade beads disappeared like bubbles. The voice of the Human Emperor Network sounded again. Next, the competition rules will be announced. 1. Everyone's realm will be suppressed to the 1st rank of the God King. 2. Only divine artifacts and puppets below the God King realm are allowed. 3. Soul attacks and causing death are prohibited. 4. Soul pressure is not allowed. 5. The loser is eliminated, and the winner advances. 6. During the competition, no one is allowed to leave the city of the competition. Violators will have their competition qualification revoked. The rules were simple, with only 6 items. They were almost the same as what they had learned before, with no significant differences. The voice of the Human Emperor Network sounded again. The competition will begin tomorrow. All participants will be automatically teleported to the arena 10 minutes before the start. The opponents will be determined by the numbers drawn. In the first round, the odd-numbered contestants will fight. Contestant number 1 will have a bye in the first round and automatically advance to the second round. After the top 16 are decided, the competition will proceed to a round-robin tournament, followed by the finals after the round-robin tournament ends. Originally, there were no buys in the first round, but Lin Mohan's sudden withdrawal from the competition caused a buy in the first round. As the number 1 seed, Lin Moya naturally had the qualification to advance, which was undoubtedly the case. No one would think that Lin Moya would be eliminated in the first round. Lin Moya guessed that if there were no accidents, he would likely have another buy later on. From 499 people to the top 16, there would be a total of 5 rounds. After 5 rounds, the top 16 would emerge, but even those eliminated would not be completely out. There were 100 spots in the Divine City, and after deducting the 99 people who already had spots, they still needed to find the top 100 from the 4-star region's contestants and grant them entry into the Divine City. However, they were not suitable for an elimination tournament, so a round-robin tournament was the most reasonable choice. Lin Moya thought about the 100 arenas in the competition venue and the timeline of previous competitions. He muttered to himself, the round-robin tournament will likely be very intense. In his prediction, to complete the round-robin tournament in a short time, the battles would have to be high intensity, with almost no rest time. The round-robin tournament seemed like a competition, but with one battle after another, even if injured, there might not be time for recovery or treatment. It leaned more towards a battlefield. No. Lin Moya instantly negated his own thoughts. On a battlefield, the intensity of the battles would only be more severe. The enemy would not give you any rest. It can only be considered a watered-down version of a battlefield, mildly simulating the situation of 2 armies clashing. Opponents one after another, endlessly fighting. In battle, no matter if injured, exhausted, or even having to switch opponents at any time. The Human Emperor Network used precise wording and did not announce the specific rules of the round-robin tournament, indicating that the rules would have many variations. Lin Moyo fell into his instinctive analysis again. In the first round of battles, he would have a bye, so he did not need to pay attention to his opponent. Unlike others who had already quickly locked onto their opponents and started analyzing them. At this moment, the voice of the Human Emperor Network sounded again. The information of all contestants has been distributed. You can review it yourselves. The formation rumbled into activation, and everyone's vision blurred as they found themselves back in the city of the competition. Lin Moyo was still sitting in the pavilion by the lake, his posture unchanged. The previous scene felt like a dream, making it hard to distinguish reality from illusion. Even Lin Moyo, at the 5th grade Purple Jade Soul Realm, was momentarily dazed. After a few seconds of contemplation, he could only say that the Human Emperor Network was too miraculous. Initially, he thought the Human Emperor Network should be at the Beyond the Shore level, but now he no longer believed that. An ordinary Beyond the Shore expert should not have this ability. As for whether a Saint Sovereign had this ability, he could not yet determine. Among the Beyond the Shore experts, why was there a special title of Saint Sovereign? It was worth pondering. The cultivation system was rigorous, and any title did not come out of nowhere. A Saint Sovereign must have surpassed other Beyond the Shore experts in some way, otherwise, there would be no such title. Is it simply because of their strength? That's unlikely. It seems that everything can only be understood after I reach that realm myself. For now, it's too far away, and overthinking is meaningless. His ears twitched, and Lin Moyo looked towards the lake. A person was walking on the water, graceful like a fairy. He opened his hands, conjuring an illusory bow. He shot an arrow towards the lake, the arrow silently piercing the water and then retracting, with 2 large fish skewered on it. Lin Moyo couldn't help but laugh. Brother Su, are you planning to eat fish? There were fish in the lake, and Lin Moyo saw them every day. But during these days, he had never thought of eating them. Su Jianxing held the 2 large fish. Tomorrow the competition begins, so I need to replenish my body today. That's a good excuse. Lin Moyo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Su Jianxing had found a good excuse for himself. Su Jianxing skillfully scaled and gutted the fish, his movements so practiced that it was heartbreaking. He clearly often roasted fish, like a professional. Flames ignited in his palms, and he used the laws to create fire, roasting the fish in mid-air. The fish rotated on their own in the air, without him needing to manage them. Soon, the aroma wafted over. Su Jianxing took out 2 jars of fine wine from the Divine City. Tomorrow is the competition, so I can't drink too much today. Just 1 jar each. Chapter 1511. Chapter 1511, 1511. Chapter 1511, the real competition is the round-robin tournament. Su Jianxing was not the first time he brought wine to drink with Lin Moyo, but this time the wine was better than the previous times. According to Su Jianxing, this was his treasured wine that he usually did not dare to take out and drink. Lin Moyo was a little curious as to why he took it out this time, and why he chose this particular timing. Tomorrow was the big competition, and the wine from the Divine City was intoxicating, even cultivators could hardly avoid getting drunk. Su Jianxing tore off a piece of fish meat, not caring about the bones, and threw it into his mouth, chewing vigorously, then gulping down a mouthful of wine. This style was different from Su Jianxing's usual refined demeanor, more like Chu Xiong's. Lin Moyo smiled as he watched him. Do you have something on your mind? Su Jianxing snorted. I'm going to lose tomorrow. Su Jianxing was only at the 2nd rank of the God King realm, the lowest true realm among all the competition participants, with no equal. Although Su Jianxing's soul was not weak, the number he obtained was only 490, ranking exactly 10th from the bottom. His opponent, on the other hand, was ranked 11th, a powerful figure. Lin Moyo remembered that the 11th ranked person was Shui Zixian from the Suanmu Star region, a small god sovereign. Those ranked within the top 40 were all small god sovereigns, either seed players or outstanding participants from the preliminaries of the 4-star regions. Shui Zixian was not weak among the small god sovereigns, especially her defensive power, which was astonishing. Against her, Su Jianxing had no hope of winning. Lin Moyo did not console Su Jianxing, as consolation was useless. Lin Moyo said softly, actually, the outcome tomorrow is not that important. Su Jianxing was slightly puzzled. Why do you say that? Lin Moyo said, as long as you don't make it into the top 16, the previous wins and losses don't matter much. The important thing is the round-robin tournament, which is where junior brother Su can show his skills. Lin Moyo explained his speculation about the round-robin tournament. Su Jianxing's eyes lit up. He had truly been on the battlefield and fought life-and-death battles. Although his realm was not as high as others, when it came to the experience and skills of battlefield combat, he would surely surpass many of the other participants. In an instant, Su Jianxing thought of many things, such as how to conserve his strength, how to unleash a deadly strike, and how to gain an advantage in sustained combat to achieve good results. The round-robin tournament was advantageous for him, at least much better than one-on-one matches. Su Jianxing's eyes shone. Thank you, senior brother Lin. Lin Moyo smiled. How about it? My wine wasn't wasted, was it? Su Jianxing laughed heartily. This jar of wine was worth it. Junior brother Su's grilled fish skills are not bad either. Lin Moyo smiled as he ate the fish, then asked, Junior brother Su, as a member of the Su family from the Divine City, why did you come to the battlefield for training? As far as I know, the great families in the Divine City have their own training grounds and don't need to come to the battlefield. If you seek the 7-colored spiritual fire, with the Su family's power, it shouldn't be difficult to obtain. Moreover, it seems a bit too early for you to participate in the 4-star region's competition. Perhaps the 7-colored spiritual fire was not easy to obtain, but the 4-colored or 5-colored spiritual fire was not difficult to acquire. And with Su Jianxing's current realm and cultivation, he would certainly not achieve good results in the 4-star region's competition. Participating might not be a good thing for him. Su Jianxing sighed. Our Su family has high demands on the younger generation, requiring them to leave the family for training at a very young age. The family will make a comprehensive evaluation based on the achievements obtained during the training. Sometimes, failure is not important, what matters is what you did and whether you tried. Lin Moyo pondered the meaning behind Su Jianxing's words and commented, your Su family's ancestors are wise. To be willing to let their own descendants go out and experience life and death situations, this kind of ancestor not only had wisdom but also a certain fortitude. Su Jianxing drank the wine in big gulps. I think so too, but there are some things I don't understand. Lin Moya said with disdain, do people at that level need others to understand their actions? That would be laughable. Senior brother Lin speaks the truth. Su Jianxing agreed with Lin Moya's words. The two of them chatted as they finished the grilled fish and drained the wine. Su Jianxing was deeply intoxicated and had already fallen asleep on the table, snoring loudly. The wine from the divine city intoxicated not the body but the soul. The soul was drunk by the wine, but the intoxication came quickly and went quickly as well. At most, 2 or 3 hours later, he would sober up, not only without any aftereffects but also with a clearer soul than usual. This wine also had a slight purifying effect on the soul. As long as one did not drink too much, it was beneficial and harmless. Lin Moya's eyes remained clear, as with his soul's quality, wine of this level could not intoxicate him. Gazing at the ripples on the lake, in this world without day and night or seasons, there was still a beautiful scenery. With a thought, his soul connected to the Human Emperor Network, opening the information sent by the Human Emperor Network. It contained information about all the competition participants, including their realms, backgrounds, and some battle records from the preliminaries. If one was smart enough and had a meticulous mind, they could analyze a lot of information from this data. They could even find their opponent's weaknesses and target them accordingly. Lin Moya could fully understand why the Human Emperor Network did this. Reading this information was equivalent to reading intelligence data during a war. From it, one could analyze the enemy's weaknesses and adopt corresponding strategies. The two had the same effect. Being able to fully grasp and understand the information in the data would be very useful in the round-robin tournament. Although it's useless for me, there's no harm in taking a look. Lin Moya brewed more tea and read the information while drinking tea. As he read the information, he gained some understanding of the younger generation of the human race. As he read on, Lin Moyo had a sudden realization. Unknowingly, he had already adopted a condescending attitude to scrutinize others. His mentality was changing imperceptibly. But the root of this change was his strength. Only with sufficient strength could he stand taller and see farther. Lin Moya would not be satisfied with his current state. He knew he would stand even higher, now looking down on God Kings, and in the future, he could look down on God Sovereigns, or even stronger beings. Time passed slowly, and after more than 2 hours, Su Jianxing woke up. He had no after effects, and his whole person seemed even more energetic and radiant. Lin Moya smiled, go and prepare, the competition will start soon. Su Jianxing smiled, actually, there's not much to prepare. What needs to be prepared has already been prepared. Lin Moya nodded, don't worry about the results of today's competition. Just do your best. Take a good look at the information provided by the Human Emperor Network, it will be helpful for the round-robin tournament. Su Jianxing was slightly shaken, I understand. After a few more hours, Lin Moya suddenly felt something and looked up at the sky. The formation in the sky silently lit up. It seemed that countless stars from all directions were attracted and transformed into billions of rays of light, shooting into the formation. The formation began to activate with a thunderous rumble. The starlight transformed into a vast energy, driving this massive formation that could envelop several star systems. The entire starry sky was glowing, and everyone in the city of the competition felt this and looked up. Immediately after, a majestic and solemn voice rang out. The 360th 4-star region's competition officially begins. Today, the first round of battles will take place. All those with the first move, be prepared. Excited shouts came from the city of the competition, and all the competition participants couldn't help but show excitement on their faces. Lin Moya frowned slightly, feeling an invisible force from the great formation affecting everyone, making them excited and their souls more active. This would allow them to perform beyond their usual level in the competition, making the competition more spectacular. Chapter 1512. Chapter 1512, 1512. Chapter 1512, I'll give you 1 minute. Feeling the power transmitted from the formation, it seemed to affect his soul. Lin Moya's soul quality was too high to be affected by the formation's power, so he remained completely calm and composed. He knew that this formation was very powerful, so powerful that he couldn't resist it. The current influence on the soul's emotions was just a trivial effect of the formation. If the formation were fully activated, even a god sovereign like Xu Tian would find it difficult to resist. One by one, lights lit up from the formation, teleporting the contestants away. At the same time, everyone received information. They could choose to watch the competition projections within the city or go to the spectator seats outside the arena for a more immersive experience. However, the latter option required a fee, and the points were not cheap. The formation continued to operate, activating one arena after another, and the contestants were teleported to their respective arenas. In the first round, except for Lin Moyo, who had a bye, there were 498 participants, resulting in 249 matches. Although there were 100 arenas in the 4-star region's competition, only 10 were activated at this time. Clearly, the competition was not conducted simultaneously. On the 10 arenas, a total of 20 people, 10 pairs of contestants, were ready to compete. The formation projected the scenes from the arenas across the entire human star region. On some life stars in the 4-star regions, people could watch the competition in real time. The aura of the Human Emperor network was unprecedentedly vast, mobilizing an astonishing amount of power for the 4-star region's competition. Lin Moya's figure flashed, appearing on his rooftop, his gaze spanning tens of thousands of meters to the distant square. The projections of the various competitions had already appeared in the square. From the projections, he saw Su Jianxing. Su Jianxing looked relaxed, his gaze calm and composed, showing no signs of nervousness. This state was very good. Lin Moya knew that Su Jianxing had adjusted his mindset and no longer cared about the outcome of the match. Unlike Su Jianxing, some other contestants appeared very nervous when facing opponents much stronger than themselves. On other arenas, Zhuang Bai, Chu Xiong, Dongfeng Ziyi, Qing Fei, and Wei Bowen, who were among the top-ranked contestants, had already appeared on the stage. The Human Emperor Network began introducing the contestants' information. There were still 10 minutes before the competition started, enough time for the Human Emperor Network to introduce all the contestants on the arenas. 10 minutes later, the competition officially began. Dongfeng Ziyi was the first to make a move. He didn't use any magical artifacts instead, he instantly expanded his law domain, turning most of the arena into a world of flames. He had comprehended the explosive fire law, a second-tier law, a variant of the fire laws with great power. As its name suggests, this law was extremely explosive, detonating upon contact. In the law domain, sparks of fire appeared and then exploded. With a roar, his opponent was blasted away, unable to get up. The match was decided in a single blow. Although everyone was at the first rank of the God King realm, their combat strength varied greatly. Those who stood out in the preliminaries were not weak. They could at least achieve invincibility at the same rank and even fight across ranks. Unfortunately, they encountered someone like Dongfeng Ziyi, whose realm was high, and even when suppressed to the first rank of the God King, he could still rival the 6th rank of the God King. Dongfeng Ziyi slightly raised his head, looking down at his opponent with arrogance. Soon, Zhuang Bai, Qing Fei, Chu Xiong, and others also defeated their opponents. However, unlike Dongfeng Ziyi, they gave their opponents some face, taking at least 2 rounds before defeating them. Su Jianxing's match was similar. He faced Shui Zixian, who had strong defensive capabilities. On Fireseed Island, Shui Zixian had also competed for the top 3 positions with Dongfeng Ziyi and others. Su Jianxing drew his longbow, and arrows rained down like a storm on Shui Zixian. Shui Zixian made no moves, only slightly expanding her law domain. Layers of solid ice rose in front of her, blocking all of Su Jianxing's attacks. After Su Jianxing had exhausted his attacks, Shui Zixian finally made her move. In just 1 second, Su Jianxing was enveloped in white light, turning into an ice sculpture, unable to move. The first 10 matches were unsurprising. The matches ended in just 2 minutes. The contestants were teleported away by the Human Emperor Network, replaced by the next batch of opponents. The numbering system based on soul strength separated the strong from the weak, allowing the weaker contestants to face the stronger ones first. The initial matches were not expected to be exciting, as the strength gap was too wide. The early matches were not thrilling, being one-sided crushes. Only when the numbers got closer would the matches become evenly matched and more exciting. After watching a few matches, Lin Moya lost interest. With his experience, these matches seemed like child's play. His gaze shifted, seeing Su Jianxing approaching, carrying a jug of wine in one hand and food in the other. It seemed he planned to get drunk again today. Although he said he didn't care, he must have felt some disappointment. Lin Moya could understand this subtle emotion. Su Jianxing called out loudly, "Brother Lin, come down and drink." "All right." Lin Moya smiled, looking at Su Jianxing. Zhuang Bai and Chu Xiong were also coming, making it a lively gathering. Under the control of the Human Emperor Network, the matches proceeded in an orderly manner. As the contestant numbers got closer, the matches became less one-sided. The matches became more competitive, and the duration of the matches gradually increased. Especially when contestants from the Suanwei Star region faced each other, the matches not only lasted longer but also became boring. The Human Emperor Network did not wait for them to finish their matches but opened new arenas to continue the subsequent matches. The 249 matches took 3 days to complete. During these 3 days, Lin Moya, Su Jianxing, Zhuang Bai, and Chu Xiong drank together for 3 days. Su Jianxing alternated between being drunk and sober, becoming more familiar with Zhuang Bai and Chu Xiong. On the 4th day, the second round of the 4-star region's competition began. The first round had eliminated half of the contestants. In the second round, Lin Moya also had to compete, with a total of 125 matches. Lin Moya's opponent was a cultivator numbered 275, named Ouxin, from the Suanwei Star region, at the 8th rank of the God King realm. In the first round, his opponent was number 226, from the Vermilion Bird Star region, at the 9th rank of the God King realm. Logically, the 226th contestant should have had a higher chance of winning, but Ouxin relied on his strong defense to withstand all of his opponent's attacks. He ultimately wore down his opponent and successfully advanced. Such upsets were not common. Lin Moya was teleported to the arena and saw his opponent. Ouxin was a slightly chubby young man who looked kind. Ouxin greeted Lin Moya nervously, "Hello." Lin Moya could see that he was very nervous, even trembling as he spoke. Lin Moya smiled, "No need to be nervous. I'll give you 1 minute, and I won't fight back." Ouxin's eyes widened, really? Lin Moya nodded, really? Ouxin seemed to know he would lose and was immediately grateful upon hearing Lin Moya's words. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 1513. Chapter 1513, 1513. Chapter 1513, killing alone is not enough, we must exterminate the entire clan. Lin Moya felt countless gazes upon him. Although he couldn't see the audience from the arena, preventing distractions for the contestants, Lin Moya's sole perception was not hindered. Lin Moya knew his fame had grown significantly, and countless people were watching him. Among them were humans and non-humans. Lin Moya didn't care, he had long been on the enemy's must-kill list, even topping it. Mere gazes meant nothing to him. In the audience, indeed, countless people were watching Lin Moya. Among them were god sovereigns from various star regions, star lords, and elders and patriarchs from major families. They were all very interested in this young man who had risen so suddenly. Besides them, there were also many non-humans. Lin Moya was not only famous among humans but also well known among other races. So this is Lin Moya. They say he's the second war god. He looks very young. He looks quite ordinary, thin and weak, not very sturdy. Do you think humans are like your race, where the bigger you are, the stronger you are? You can't judge a human's strength by their appearance. 10 minutes later, the match officially began. Ouxin roared, and his body instantly swelled up like a water balloon. His law domain unfolded, turning most of the arena into a world of water. Above his head appeared a massive beast's shadow. The beast had a dragon's head and a turtle's body, with a tail that looked like a cross between a dragon and a snake. A Suanmu projection, quite realistic. If he reaches the small god sovereign realm, his strength won't be weak. Ouxin not only conjured the Suanmu projection but also transformed himself into a Suanmu beast. With a roar, Ouxin charged at Lin Moya. Since Lin Moya had promised not to fight back for a minute, Ouxin attacked with all his might. Suanmu Star region cultivators are not known for their offensive capabilities, but that doesn't mean they can't attack. In fact, their attack power is quite decent, they are just better at defense. The Suanmu projection, accompanied by waves, engulfed Lin Moya. Lin Moya stood in the water, unmoving. The Suanmu projection attacked with slaps, bites, and tail whips. The waves transformed into giant hands or sharp weapons, raining down on Lin Moya. Lin Moya calmly endured it all, his expression unchanged. A faint golden light surrounded him, blocking all attacks. Ouxin attacked frantically, using all his strength, but he couldn't shake Lin Moya. A minute is enough for a god king to launch thousands of attacks, but for Lin Moya, the result was the same no matter how many times. He didn't even need to use any spells, his god king golden body alone could withstand all attacks unscathed. Just as I suspected, the formation suppresses realms but not physical strength. My god king golden body is not restricted. The more Ouxin attacked, the more frightened he became. Lin Moya was enveloped in a thin layer of golden light that he couldn't penetrate. What is this golden light? Is it a spell or a treasure? Why is it so tough? I can't break through it at all. Ouxin used all his strength but couldn't shake Lin Moya's defense. The seemingly thin golden light was incredibly sturdy. Suddenly, Lin Moya's voice rang in his ears, "Your minute is up." Ouxin trembled and instantly switched from offense to defense. His law domain retracted, forming layers of ice, and the Suanmu projection enveloped him as he retreated. Suanmu Star region cultivators excel at defense, and with his strong defense, he had won his first match. Lin Moya didn't attack immediately but looked at him with interest. After a couple of seconds, Lin Moya took a step forward, instantly appearing in front of Ouxin. He threw a light punch, seemingly without any force. A bit of golden light appeared on his fist, and Ouxin's seemingly strong defense collapsed upon contact with the golden light. The ice shattered, and the Suanmu projection disintegrated. In Ouxin's shocked gaze, Lin Moya's seemingly weak punch landed on him. Ouxin was sent flying, feeling as if all his bones were broken, and his entire body was in pain. But to his surprise, he found that he wasn't injured, not even a scratch. Lin Moya's control over his strength had reached a terrifying level. At that moment, Ouxin realized the insurmountable gap between him and Lin Moya. After several seconds, Ouxin struggled to his feet, cupped his fists towards Lin Moya, and said, "Thank you for showing mercy. I concede." The formation activated, and the two were instantly transported away from the arena. The audience, as well as everyone watching the match, was stunned. Almost no one understood how Lin Moya did it. In an era where physical cultivation was almost abandoned, few people trained their bodies, so naturally, they didn't understand. Several god sovereigns gathered together, having noticed some clues. A god sovereign from the Suanmu Star region said in a low voice, "That's the god king golden body. I didn't expect Lin Moya to have trained his body to the god king level. What a terrifying young man, reaching this level at just over 30 years old. I'm really curious about how he trained. There's no shortcut to physical cultivation." "Who says there are no shortcuts? Have you forgotten the special areas in the Vermilion Bird battlefield? Haha, is that really a shortcut? That's a place where lives are at stake." The god sovereigns chatted among themselves, their curiosity about Lin Moya growing. If not for the rules, they would have rushed over to ask him directly. One god sovereign said, "Why is Lin Moya's information hidden? Even we can't access it." Someone immediately replied, "It's a form of protection for him. You know our human situation, there are many hidden spies. Those damn spies, we'll catch and kill them all sooner or later. Killing them isn't enough, we need to search their souls and exterminate their entire clans." These god sovereigns were filled with killing intent. Having fought for the human race for half their lives, they hated spies the most and wished to kill everyone they encountered. Lin Moya's debut was very successful, proving his strength to everyone. Shortly after the match ended, he received a massive amount of faith power. The faith power transcended time and space, descending upon him. In just 1 hour, he received more faith power than a third of what he had before. Feeling the faith power, Lin Moya thought, what a magical power, unaffected by time and space, able to reach me instantly no matter how far away. It can even bypass formations, seemingly both real and unreal. Faith power must have even more wondrous uses. After the competition, I need to visit the White Tiger Star region. I wonder if there are any records of faith power in the Divine City. Lin Moya's eyes sparkled. Since his perfect advancement to the God King realm, he had deeply felt the wonders of faith power. He had only scratched the surface and believed there were more amazing uses worth exploring. The second round of matches was much more exciting than the first. Especially after the strongest contestants finished their matches, the remaining contestants' strengths began to converge rapidly. Evenly matched battles were always more exciting than one-sided ones. Chapter 1514. Chapter 1514, 1514. Chapter 1514, Qing Xiaoxio's magical talent. The second round of matches, compared to the first round, had half the number of matches. However, it still took nearly 3 days, not much faster than the first round. The contestants' strengths were increasingly close, making the battles more intense. Especially the matches between contestants from the Suanmu Star region, each match could last for several hours, even up to 10 hours. Lin Moya no longer paid attention to the subsequent matches. Su Jianqing became an excellent news broadcaster, always delivering the latest match results to Lin Moya. Even without watching, Lin Moya could know the results. In fact, there was no need to watch, just paying attention to the contestants' information on the Human Emperor Network would reveal the results. However, doing so lacked a sense of participation. In the second round, there were not many unexpected situations. Only 2 matches saw contestants with higher numbers achieving upsets. Everyone knew that the truly exciting matches were yet to come. The truly powerful contestants had not yet started to take things seriously. On the 7th day of the 4-star region's competition, the third round began. The number of participants had dwindled to 125, with one contestant having a bye. Originally, the bye would have gone to Lin Moya again, but one contestant used a forbidden technique in the second round. Although he defeated his opponent, he also lost the ability to continue competing due to the backlash from the forbidden technique. Thus, the number of contestants in the third round became 124, forming 62 pairs. From this round onwards, contestants with numbers over 200 were mostly eliminated. The highest number among the remaining contestants was 189. Contestant 189 naturally became Lin Moya's opponent. Contestant 189, from the Azure Dragon Star region, was named Qing Xiaoxiao, at the 9th rank of the God King realm. Qing Xiaoxiao was not tall, with a delicate appearance and sharp eyes. Her youthful aura indicated that she had not experienced much and had likely been cultivating at home. In Lin Moya's view, Qing Xiaoxiao was like a sheltered princess who had not yet faced the harsh realities of the world. On the arena, Lin Moya looked at Qing Xiaoxiao on the other side, with Qing Fei's crisp voice still ringing in his ears. Before entering the arena, Qing Fei had suddenly told him to go easy on her. Qing Xiaoxiao was Qing Fei's younger sister, and Qing Fei knew that Qing Xiaoxiao was no match for Lin Moya, so she asked him to show mercy. Lin Moya naturally agreed, as he had no intention of being heavy-handed. Qing Xiaoxiao glared at Lin Moya with a defiant look. "I've heard about you from my sister. She says you're very powerful." She was not on the list of seed players and had not been to Fireseed Island. Her understanding of Lin Moya came from Qing Fei. Lin Moya responded noncommittally, and then Qing Xiaoxiao said, "I don't believe it. I don't believe someone at the 4th rank of the God King can be so powerful. I'm at the 9th rank of the God King. I must be stronger than you." Lin Moya looked at her slightly arrogant expression. "Were you always praised as a genius at home?" Qing Xiaoxiao was taken aback. "How did you know?" Indeed. Lin Moya guessed that Qing Xiaoxiao came from a good family and was the youngest in the family. She had been pampered like a princess, with elders protecting her during tasks and cultivation. Her combat power and experience should be decent, but she was very naive. These traits were evident from her words and actions. She was somewhat arrogant but not malicious. In her sheltered world, she believed she was a genius, and others couldn't be much more talented than her. If Lin Moya were at the 8th rank of the God King, stronger than her, she might believe it. But Lin Moya was only at the 4th rank of the God King, far below her. Even if both were suppressed to the 1st rank of the God King, the gap would be reduced, but she couldn't believe he was stronger. Lin Moya said, "Do you know why my number is 1? Qing Xiaoxiao snorted, "My sister said it's because your soul is strong, but what if you have some soul-related treasure?" Lin Moya, curious and playful, said, "Your sister is right, that's indeed possible." Feeling validated, Qing Xiaoxiao put her hands on her hips, fully displaying her princess-like demeanor. "I told you, the Human Emperor Network isn't flawless." Lin Moya found this little girl amusing, straightforward, and somewhat carefree. Lin Moya asked, "So what do you plan to do?" Qing Xiaoxiao said, "Of course, I'll defeat you and prove to my sister who the real genius is." Lin Moya nodded, "That's possible." Qing Xiaoxiao added, "You mustn't go easy on me. Show your true skills." Lin Moya shook his head, "Don't worry, I won't go easy on you. This is the 4-star region's competition. Who would be foolish enough to go easy on you? At most, I'll show mercy and not injure you." Fortunately, the outside world couldn't hear their conversation otherwise. Lin Moya's tone of coaxing a little sister would indeed be amusing. Lin Moya pondered how to defeat this little girl in a way that would make her accept the loss without feeling humiliated. Should I pretend to fight her for a few rounds? How many rounds? 10 should be enough. Maybe a few more, at least to make her loss not too embarrassing. Qin Xiaoxiao suddenly shouted, "Are you looking down on me?" Lin Moya was taken aback. Before he could speak, Qin Xiaoxiao continued, "You don't need to explain. I can feel it. My talent tells me you're looking down on me. You seem to be thinking about how to make my loss not too embarrassing." This time, Lin Moya was genuinely stunned. What kind of talent was this? Could she see what he was thinking? Qin Xiaoxiao glared at Lin Moya, her eyes flashing with a blue light. Lin Moya felt a tremor in his soul, as if an invisible force was trying to peer into him. His soul slightly trembled, and the invisible force was instantly crushed. Qing Xiaoxiao's body trembled, and she closed her eyes with a cry. A few seconds later, she reopened her eyes, stomping her foot in frustration. "Really, if my power wasn't suppressed, I could definitely see what you're thinking." Lin Moya now confirmed that Qin Xiaoxiao indeed had a unique talent that allowed her to see others' thoughts. This was a soul-level talent, very peculiar. In the small world, he had heard Antares' nonsense, thinking that everyone in the great world had talents. Even after becoming a super god, most people's talents were not retained, but many strong individuals still retained their talents. After all, it was the great world, and he had endless imaginations about it at the time. Later, when he arrived in the great world, he found it wasn't like that. Although there were countless strong individuals in the great world, very few retained their talents. Among the strong individuals he had met, those who retained their talents were 1 in 10,000. Even among the seed players on Fireseed Island, including the geniuses in the Divine City and the War God Hall, not many had talents. Of course, many people did not reveal their talents, so it was impossible to know. Lin Moya smiled, "Your talent is quite magical, being able to hear what others are thinking." Qin Xiaoxiao snorted, "Don't try to get information from me. Although I can't fully hear your thoughts, I can sense them. You look down on me. Just wait and see how I deal with you." Chapter 15:15. Chapter 15:15, 1515. Chapter 15:15, Qing Xiaoxiao's Azure Dragon Thundersea, the furious little Qing. Looking at the little girl who was a head shorter than himself, angrily declaring that she would deal with him, Lin Moya found the situation quite interesting. Lin Moya smiled without saying anything, thinking to himself, "Let's see who deals with whom, you little brat, unaware of how high the heavens are." Qin Xiaoxiao glared at him and shouted loudly, "You dare insult me in your heart, I'm going to be furious." Lin Moya's earlier thought was intentional. He wanted to see if Qin Xiaoxiao could still sense his thoughts after he cut off her perception ability. Now he could basically confirm that Qin Xiaoxiao could still sense some of his thoughts, but not the details. Qin Xiaoxiao's talent was indeed very magical. Lin Moya decided to try again. He thought to himself, "You little brat, what can you do even if you know? You can't defeat me. Later, I'll hang you up and spank you until you obey." Qin Xiaoxiao's eyes seemed to spit fire as she wailed, I'm furious, how dare you insult me? What exactly are you insulting me with? I'm going to chop you up." Seeing Qin Xiaoxiao's furious appearance, Lin Moya suppressed his laughter, finding the whole process quite amusing. In his eyes, it was like teasing a child. 10 minutes passed, and Qin Xiaoxiao, like a furious little tiger, wailed as she pounced towards Lin Moya. A azure-colored long sword appeared in her hand. As soon as the sword appeared, it let out a dragon's roar, sounding very powerful. Azure Dragon Slash. Azure light swept towards Lin Moya. Legend has it that the ancestral dragon once spilled its primordial dragon blood in the Azure Dragon Star region. Nourished by the dragon blood, the Azure Dragon Star region gave birth to wondrous things. Later, when the human race occupied the Azure Dragon Star region, people discovered that those born in the Azure Dragon Star region had a chance of containing a trace of primordial dragon blood power. This trace of primordial dragon blood could enhance spells and increase strength. This also made the Azure Dragon Star region rank first among the 4-star regions in terms of offensive power. If Qin Xiaoxiao's realm was not suppressed, with her strength at the 9th rank of the God King realm, her offensive power would be comparable to a small god sovereign. Even now, her attack was still formidable, equivalent to the offensive power of the 4th or 5th rank of the God King realm. Lin Moya quickly made his judgment. The God King Golden Body automatically activated, forming a defense. However, this time, the defense of the God King Golden Body alone was not enough. Lin Moya threw a punch towards the pouncing Azure Dragon. His physical strength exploded at this moment, emitting a golden light. A giant golden fist appeared in the void, shattering the Azure Dragon with a single strike. The Azure Dragon shattered, and Qin Xiaoxiao was sent flying back. She stabilized her body in mid-air. With a defiant look on her face, she raised her sword again. Dragon roars echoed from within her body, resounding through the void. Her law domain unfolded, enveloping most of the arena with its vast law domain, completely engulfing Lin Moya. The dragon roars became more intense, and lightning was born within the law domain. Countless azure dragons reappeared, each covered in lightning. The lightning laws, coupled with the amplification of primordial dragon blood, are indeed impressive. Lin Moya carefully savored it. Each of the azure dragons in the law domain was more powerful than the previous Azure Dragon Slash. Their strength was greater, and their numbers had increased tenfold. This was Qin Xiaoxiao's true combat strength. Qin Xiaoxiao snorted coldly, I'm going to bite you to death. One azure dragon after another pounced towards Lin Moya, opening their massive mouths to bite him. The azure dragons were covered in lightning, crackling with noise. The lightning flashed, and the golden light of the God King Golden Body's defensive barrier was penetrated by the lightning. Lin Moya threw punches one after another, his golden light exploding, shattering the nearby azure dragons. Although the azure dragons shattered, a large amount of lightning still struck towards Lin Moya, weakening the golden defensive barrier. The azure dragons came from all directions, and Lin Moya kept dodging. Suddenly, he realized something was amiss. No matter which direction he dodged, there were always a large number of azure dragons waiting for him in advance. He glanced towards the distant Qin Xiaoxiao. She predicted my movements. Lin Moya realized that Qin Xiaoxiao's talent was not just about reading others' thoughts. In battle, she could also predict others' actions, always staying one step ahead. Could her talent be related to the laws of fate or time? In Lin Moya's understanding, only the laws of fate or time would have such an effect. The two laws could both achieve prediction. This was just a guess, and he couldn't be certain. Perhaps there were other forces he didn't know about. The more powerful one became, the more things one would encounter. Lin Moya became more and more humble, cautious and meticulous. In the midst of dodging, Lin Moya found that he seemed to have fallen into Qin Xiaoxiao's encirclement, with no way to dodge. Qin Xiaoxiao's crisp voice sounded at the right time. Lin Moya, you have nowhere to run. She spoke with the judgment of a victor, as if she had already seen Lin Moya's defeat. No way to run? It seemed so. Then he might as well not run. Lin Moya's expression remained calm, with a slight smile on his lips. Seeing this, Qin Xiaoxiao felt that Lin Moya was looking down on her. Qin Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and erupted with full force. Azure Dragon Thunder Sea. Countless azure dragons rushed towards Lin Moya from all directions, opening their massive mouths to bite down. At the same time, their bodies erupted with countless lightning bolts, turning the surrounding area into a sea of thunder. Dragon roars echoed throughout the heavens, roaring endlessly. In the audience seats, everyone witnessed this scene. Their expressions changed as they saw Lin Moya at the center, surrounded by a vast sea of thunder for thousands of miles. Especially at Lin Moya's location, the azure dragons and lightning were overwhelming, with a terrifying momentum. Even with her realm suppressed to the first rank of the God King, she can still unleash such combat power. The offensive power of the Azure Dragon Star region is indeed formidable. That's the young miss of the Qin family, one of the top families in the Azure Dragon Star region. Even an ordinary cultivator would be severely injured by this strike. I don't know if Lin Moya can withstand it. Lin Moya was known as the second war god, so he must have some tricks up his sleeve. The audience discussed endlessly, each expressing their own opinions. Birds of a feather flocked together. The ordinary audience and the god sovereigns were separated. Dozens of god sovereigns gathered together, also paying attention to the battle between Lin Moya and Qin Xiaoxiao. Lin Moya must have been careless. This time, he might be in trouble. I don't know what he and Qin Xiaoxiao were talking about earlier, but Qin Xiaoxiao seemed very angry. I didn't see Lin Moya say anything. I've heard that the young miss of the Qin family seems to have a special talent that allows her to sense others' thoughts. That must be it. Lin Moya must have thought something that angered this young miss of the Qin family. Let's see how Lin Moya deals with it. On the arena, the thunder raged. Lin Moya had already been swallowed up, with no movement visible. Qin Xiaoxiao kept increasing the power of the thunder, but her eyes gradually showed doubt. As the master of the Thunder Sea, Qin Xiaoxiao clearly sensed that Lin Moya was still intact within the thunder. How did he block it? This is impossible. I don't believe you can keep blocking it. Qin Xiaoxiao thought defiantly, gritting her teeth and exerting more force. The thunder became even more explosive, and the entire arena seemed to be shaking. Suddenly, the Thunder Sea began to violently fluctuate. Lin Moya calmly walked out of the Thunder Sea, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Chapter 1516. Chapter 1516, 1516. Chapter 1516. A sudden reversal. Lin Moya walked out of the lightning sea unscathed, his expression unchanged, smiling calmly at Qin Xiaoxiao. It was this expression that made Qin Xiaoxiao even angrier. She really disliked Lin Moya's look. Qin Xiaoxiao controlled the lightning sea, you can't escape. Another group of azure dragons carrying thunder pounced over. Lin Moya sighed softly, my spells are basically used to kill people, really not suitable for competition. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, and 10 skeleton god warriors suddenly appeared beside him. The skeleton god warriors raised their axes and chopped down, smashing the pouncing azure dragons into pieces in no time. Then the skeleton god warriors flew over, their hands and feet extremely nimble, smashing the surrounding azure dragons into pieces. The azure dragons were smashed like this. These skeletons were obviously not to be trifled with, and they looked very terrifying. The next second, Qin Xiaoxiao suddenly shouted, Emperor's network, he violated the rules, he used God King realm puppets. The Emperor's network had no reaction. Qin Xiaoxiao unwillingly shouted again, still the same. Lin Moya laughed dryly, he never expected Qin Xiaoxiao to pull this. Use your brain, okay? Are you stupid or is the Emperor's network stupid? His words revealed helplessness. This arrogant little princess seemed a bit dumb. Qin Xiaoxiao realized that no one could cheat under the Emperor's network's watch. This meant that Lin Moya's skeletons were not puppets, but his spells. Since the Emperor's network had no reaction, Qin Xiaoxiao could only give up. She glared at Lin Moya, her momentum not weakening at all. Your skeletons are not puppets, could they be your spells? Lin Moya said softly, what do you think? Qin Xiaoxiao said solemnly, summoners should all come from the Suanmia star domain, but you clearly come from the Zuk star domain. Could it be that you are actually from the Suanmia star domain, just grew up in the Zuk star domain? Lin Moya sighed, I have to say, you have a rich imagination. Alright, now it's my turn to make a move. Several skeleton god warriors immediately charged at Qin Xiaoxiao. The skeleton god warriors were very fast, appearing in front of Qin Xiaoxiao in the blink of an eye. Qin Xiaoxiao screamed and turned to flee, while a bracelet on her wrist emitted a hazy glow. In the light, Qin Xiaoxiao's figure instantly sped up, rushing out tens of thousands of kilometers at an astonishing speed. As the little princess of the Qin family, Qin Xiaoxiao definitely had many magic treasures on her. The emperor's network only limited the grade of magic treasures, not the quantity. Lin Moyo could see that not only the bracelet, but also the necklace, earrings, belt, even the clothes on her body and the shoes on her feet were all magic treasures. But in Lin Moya's view, no matter how many magic treasures, it was useless. The skeleton god warriors chased after her again. Qin Xiaoxiao activated the bracelet, which turned into a pair of hazy wings, greatly increasing her speed. The skeleton god warriors couldn't catch up for a while. Qin Xiaoxiao gradually calmed down. She activated her earrings, which turned into a short flying sword, stabbing towards Lin Moyo. The sharp sword was fast and had a strong attack power, but Lin Moya didn't care, not dodging or avoiding. The sharp sword stabbed into Lin Moya's body, piercing his protective golden light, but was blocked by a layer of hazy white light. The skeleton hell enveloped Lin Moyo, turning into Lin Moya's armor. Snapping his fingers again, 3 Death Knights walked out beside him. The Death Knights rode on war horses, with grey undead flames burning on the horses' hooves. They held swords and shields, looking fierce and terrifying. After the Death Knights appeared, they turned into streaks of light and rushed towards Qin Xiaoxiao. Their speed was much faster than the skeleton god warriors. Activating the charge skill, they caught up with Qin Xiaoxiao in an instant. The huge body crashed into Qin Xiaoxiao, sending her flying out of control. Her clothes flashed, blocking most of the impact for her. However, even so, Qin Xiaoxiao felt as if her whole body was about to fall apart, in incredible pain. But at this moment, the Death Knight appeared in front of her again, his sword in hand slashing down from above. Qin Xiaoxiao had a look of horror on her face, as if she was frightened, and lost her reaction for a moment. The shoes on her feet automatically activated, twisting her body to avoid this sword in an unbelievable angle. The effect of the shoes was amazing, but avoiding one sword was the limit. Before Qin Xiaoxiao could finish her movement, another Death Knight also activated the charge skill, knocking Qin Xiaoxiao flying again. The magic clothes on Qin Xiaoxiao's body protected her again, but the light was obviously much weaker this time. Qin Xiaoxiao suffered more impact than before, and it hurt even more. It hurt so much that tears involuntarily flowed out. As the little princess of the Qin family, when had she ever suffered this kind of pain? But a battle is a battle, the opponent will definitely not give you any chance. She saw the third Death Knight appear in her sight, fiercely crashing into her body. Her whole body's bones were completely broken, and she was sent flying out of control again. The light of the magic clothes completely collapsed, and this magic treasure lost its effect. Just when Qin Xiaoxiao was in despair, there was a sudden flash in front of her eyes, and Lin Moya suddenly appeared, begging for flowers 00. A big hand quickly enlarged in front of her eyes, and then Qin Xiaoxiao only felt her neck tighten, a big hand firmly grasping her neck. Admit defeat. Lin Moya's flat and ruthless voice entered her ears. The voice made her feel fear, as if she didn't agree, the next second Lin Moya would break her neck and twist off her head. Her mind went blank, the survival instinct occupied her thoughts. Qin Xiaoxiao squeezed out a voice with difficulty, I admit defeat. The moment she spoke, both of them received a reminder from the Emperor's network. The battle was over, Lin Moya won. Lin Moya let go of Qin Xiaoxiao, sorry, little girl. Qin Xiaoxiao gasped for breath, still in shock. There was unsolved horror in her eyes. Just now, at that moment, she really felt that she was going to die. Before Qin Xiaoxiao could really calm down, there was a flash in front of her eyes, and the two disappeared from the arena. The winner was decided, and it was a complete uproar outside the arena. The reversal of the entire battle was too fast, from Qin Xiaoxiao completely dominating to a rapid reversal. It only took a few seconds from start to finish. In just these few seconds, the outcome was already determined. Lin Moya directly crushed Qin Xiaoxiao with a stunningly powerful means. Wow, Lin Moya was actually so powerful. Are these skeletons all his spells? And that knight that appeared later, how could its speed be so fast? Qin Xiaoxiao didn't have any power to fight back at all. If she didn't have magic treasures protecting her, she would have lost with the first impact. Wrong, if she didn't have magic treasures, Lin Moya wouldn't need to use a second type of summon creature at all. Aren't summoning spells from the Suanwea star domain? How come Lin Moya also knows them? Are you stupid? Summoning spells are not exclusive to the Suanwea star domain, it's just that people there know more of them. What's so strange about Lin Moya knowing them? The God Lords were also looking at each other in dismay at this moment. This reversal came too quickly. Many God Lords didn't know much about Lin Moya. When Lin Moya became famous, most of his information had already been hidden. Even God Lords didn't have the qualifications to view it. When he became even more famous, almost all of Lin Moya's qualifications were hidden, and only his name and realm could be checked. So these God Lords didn't know much about Lin Moya and were also very curious. Now Lin Moya finally showed a glimpse of his abilities. Only then did they know that Lin Moya turned out to be a summoner. A God Lord from the Suanwea star domain had a glint in his eyes, deep in thought. He was also a summoner. Chapter 1517. Chapter 1517, 1517. Chapter 1517, Sis, why are you blushing? Returning to the lakeside, Lin Moya resumed his usual routine. His gaze was calm as he looked towards the sky. The direction he was looking at was where the palace of Saint Hao and others was located. Although he couldn't see anything, he just wanted to take a look. I wonder how my sister is doing. He knew very well that advancing to the God-sovereign realm was not something that could be achieved overnight. It could take months if fast, or decades to centuries if slow. The duration and success depended on the individual. However, with Saint Wu and others present, Lin Moya didn't need to worry. A fragrant breeze wafted over, and Lin Moya looked towards the source of the scent, seeing Qing Fei and Qing Xiaoxiao walking over. Qing Fei was valiant and heroic, her entire being like an unsheathed sword, exuding sharpness. Her steps were powerful, and her gaze was firm. Beside her, Qing Xiaoxiao followed closely, glaring fiercely at Lin Moya when she saw him. It was clear that she still held a grudge against Lin Moya. Lin Moya calmly said, 530, Senior Sister Qing, do you need something? Qing Fei slightly bowed towards Lin Moya. Qing Fei is here to thank you on behalf of my younger sister. Thank you, junior brother Lin, for showing mercy. Lin Moya sat down in the pavilion. The tea he had brewed earlier had already cooled, so he started brewing tea again and said, it was just a small matter, Senior Sister Qing doesn't need to mind. Qing Xiaoxiao wrinkled her little nose, still looking proud and defiant. Who needs his mercy? In the competition, he couldn't kill me anyway. At most, it would have been a loss. Qing Fei lightly tapped Qing Xiaoxiao on the forehead, not holding back. Qing Xiaoxiao yelped in pain, clutching her head with tears streaming down her face. Qing Fei sternly scolded, even if he couldn't kill you, he could have seriously injured you. Do you not want to participate in the round-robin tournament? Indeed, someone like Qing Fei could see clearly that the round-robin tournament was the most important part. Those who couldn't make it to the top 16 would ultimately focus on the round-robin tournament. Using all their strength in the first 2 rounds, even at the cost of injury, was foolish. Qing Xiaoxiao seemed very afraid of her sister, and under the pressure of their bloodline, she didn't dare to say much. Qing Fei said, regardless, we must thank junior brother Lin. This was my sister's first real fight, so her words might have been a bit thoughtless. Lin Moya understood that Qing Xiaoxiao had likely told Qing Fei about what happened earlier. Lin Moya chuckled. At that time, I was curious about her talent, so I deliberately thought a few things. Please don't take offense. Qing Fei shook her head. I never doubted junior brother Lin's character. Including the 2 lessons on Fireseed Island, I also remember them well. Lin Moya, thick-skinned, said, actually, occasionally suffering a loss isn't a bad thing. At this moment, Qing Xiaoxiao seemed to think of something, her big eyes turning. By the way, you're only at the 4th rank of the God King realm, and I'm at the 9th rank. According to human rules, shouldn't you call me senior sister? Lin Moya straightforwardly said, indeed, that's correct. What guidance does senior sister Xiaoxiao have? Qing Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment. How could he call her so straightforwardly? Shouldn't he be angry first and then refuse to call her? This reaction was different from what she had expected. Qing Fei suddenly laughed. See, your little tricks were seen through by junior brother Lin long ago. At this moment, the fragrance of tea wafted over, and Qing Xiaoxiao's nose twitched. Wow, it's enlightenment tea. Qing Fei also smelled the fragrance of enlightenment tea, and within the aroma, there was a faint hint of the laws, a characteristic of enlightenment tea. Lin Moya extended an invitation. Senior sister Qing, senior sister Xiaoxiao, would you like to join me for tea? The 2 didn't stand on ceremony and walked directly into the pavilion. Lin Moya wasn't surprised that Qing Xiaoxiao could recognize enlightenment tea. The Qing family certainly had god sovereigns, and as the little princess of the family, Qing Xiaoxiao naturally often interacted with god sovereigns. She must have had enlightenment tea before, and probably more than once. This also showed that the Qing family's rules were not as strict as some families in the Divine City. The Yu family and the Su family he had encountered had very strict rules. They imposed many restrictions on the younger generation, with clear hierarchies. After sitting down, Qing Fei didn't let Lin Moya do the work. Instead, she naturally started brewing the tea. Her movements were skilled and full of Dao charm, indicating that she often did this in her family. And she had been doing it for a long time, far longer than Lin Moya. After all, Qing Fei was at least a few hundred years old, living dozens of times longer than Lin Moya. Some things, unlike cultivation, couldn't be compared. Qing Xiaoxiao drank the tea and exaggeratedly exclaimed, this tea seems better than Grandpa's. Qing Fei was a bit surprised. She first smelled the tea, then tasted it, and her eyes lit up. Indeed, it's better than Grandpa's tea. I didn't expect junior brother Lin to have such good tea. This kind of tea either grows in dangerous places in the Great World or is a treasure in the ancestral lands of various races. Lin Moya casually said, it was a gift from a senior. Qing Fei didn't pursue the matter further and changed the topic. Junior brother Lin should know that for those who don't make it to the top 16, the round-robin tournament is the most important competition. Do you know the competition format for the top 16? Lin Moya shook his head. I don't know. Qing Fei said, the rules for the 4-star region's competition change slightly each time, but the rules will eventually be exhausted, and every few decades, they will form a cycle. I have some guesses and would like to share them with junior brother Lin as a token of gratitude for your mercy. Qing Fei wanted to repay the favor with information, showing that she didn't like to owe favors. Lin Moya smiled, I'd love to hear it. Seeing Lin Moya agree, Qing Fei smiled, I think the top 16 contestants are likely to compete in 3 formats. First, the simplest, one-on-one matches, with the winner advancing and the loser eliminated. Second, like the other contestants, a round-robin tournament. Third, a team competition, dividing the contestants into 4 or 8 groups for a team battle. However, since the other contestants are using a round-robin format, it's less likely that the top 16 will also use a round-robin format. And this time, with outsiders coming to watch, I think one-on-one matches are the most likely. Junior brother Lin, do you think this makes sense? Indeed, what she said made sense. Lin Moyo had considered this and discussed it with others, and their thoughts were similar. But Lin Moyo also had his own ideas. I've heard that in some editions of the 4-star regions competition, multiple formats were combined. And in some editions, they used secret realm exploration. Jing Fei shook her head. Multiple formats combined is possible, but unlikely. As for secret realm exploration, it has happened before, but it's very rare and probably won't be used this time. Regardless, we should be prepared for anything. As she spoke, Jing Fei poured tea for Lin Moyo, her pretty face blushing slightly. It wasn't because she was shy but because she felt a bit embarrassed. She had come to repay the favor, regardless of whether Lin Moyo wanted it or not. In fact, what she said wasn't very useful to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo still accepted it calmly, acknowledging that she had repaid the favor. This made Jing Fei feel even more embarrassed. Jing Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, didn't understand anything. She just drank tea, enjoying the wonderful taste of enlightenment tea. Suddenly, she widened her eyes and stared at Jing Fei. Sis, why are you blushing? Chapter 1518. Chapter 1518, 1518. Chapter 1518, Lin Moya's new name. Jing Xiaoxiao was dragged away by Jing Fei, who was pulling her by the ear. In the end, Jing Xiaoxiao didn't even know what she had done to offend Jing Fei, but her outcome was quite miserable. Lin Moya's ears finally got some peace, but he knew it wouldn't last long. Soon, Su Jianxing, Zhuangbai, and Chu Xiong would come over. With Chu Xiong's loud voice, the lake water could ripple without any wind. Sure enough, the three of them arrived quickly, bringing food and wine. The third round of the competition progressed faster than the previous 2 rounds. It took less than 2 days to complete. The results were not surprising. Those who were supposed to win did not lose, and those who were supposed to lose did not win. There were a few unexpected upsets, but they were rare. In the third round, 62 matches were held, and the winners advanced to the top 62. By this time, some of the 100 seed players from the Ring Mountain continent had already been eliminated. Among the 62 winners, 18 were from the 4-star regions. Without exception, these 18 were all small god sovereigns. From the matches, it was clear that in battles of the same realm, the seed players from the Ring Mountain continent often had the advantage. Even if their realm was one level lower, they were not necessarily at a disadvantage against non-seed players. Only those with a significant realm difference, like Su Jianxing and Zhang Ziyo, had no choice but to lose. However, they were just here to gain experience and accumulate some knowledge, so losing was normal. Their real time to shine would be in the next competition or the one after that. For people like Su Jianxing, once he reached the small god sovereign realm, he would likely be invincible among small god sovereigns, and might even reverse slay god sovereigns like Xiaosheng. Lin Moyo had high hopes for Su Jianxing. From the first time he met him, he felt that this person was extraordinary. The day after the third round ended, the fourth round began immediately, with no rest time in between. If anyone was injured in the previous rounds, they had to bear the consequences themselves. In this round, only 62 people remained, and all their numbers were within 100. Those with numbers above 100 had all been eliminated. It had to be said that the Human Emperor Network's method of numbering based on soul strength was almost 99% accurate. According to the rules, Lin Moyo was still matched with the contestant with the highest current number. Like him, this contestant also came from the Ring Mountain continent and was from the War God Hall. His name was Meng Qing, at the 9th rank of the God King realm, with the number 96. In the previous round, he defeated a contestant from the White Tiger Star region. The opponent was also at the 9th rank of the God King realm but was powerless against him. Meng Qing was burly, nearly 3 meters tall, standing on the stage like a small mountain. Such height was rare among humans. If it existed, it would be considered a unique talent, and if other conditions were met, they would be absorbed into the War God Hall. The War God Hall had a special inheritance that required such talent. Meng Qing was one such person. Although he was at the 9th rank of the God King realm, his combat power was not weaker than some small god sovereigns. Lin Moyo stood opposite Meng Qing, the two of them 1,000 meters apart, sizing each other up. They had seen each other before on Fire Seed Island. At that time, Meng Qing stood behind Wei Bowen and others, but due to his height, he was still very conspicuous. Meng Qing's voice boomed like thunder. I lost on the Ring Mountain continent, today I want to win it back. He was straightforward, and from his eyes, Lin Moyo could see that he was sincere. He genuinely wanted to win, not out of hatred, but purely to win. For such a person, there was no need for any modest expression. Lin Moyo was direct, you have no chance. Meng Qing was not angry. He raised his fists to his chest and clashed them together, we'll see after the fight. Lin Moyo said no more. However, Lin Moyo was also very interested in the War God Hall's inheritance. Back then, Xiao Zhantian rose to power, saving the human race from disaster, and later fought against various races, exterminating many of them. From those races, he obtained many secret techniques, which, combined with his own experience and techniques, formed several inheritances. These inheritances became the foundation of the War God Hall. Outsiders only knew that the War God Hall had many powerful inheritances, but they didn't know what those inheritances specifically were. Only those who truly joined the War God Hall could access them. After 10 minutes, Meng Qing let out a beast-like roar. His body suddenly grew larger and stronger, from 3 meters to 5 meters in an instant. His muscles swelled, looking like metal, shining with a metallic luster. Secret technique, Titan God. At this moment, Meng Qing transformed into a Titan God. There was once a race called the Titan God race. They were one of the many races that invaded the human race and were later exterminated by Xiao Zhantian. Their most powerful secret technique was obtained by Xiao Zhantian, and after modification, it became an inheritance of the War God Hall. After transforming into a Titan god, Meng Cheng's strength and speed increased significantly. Then, a pitch-black light appeared on his fists, and his entire body was covered in the same light. In an instant, he turned into a burly black giant. Star Iron Law. Lin Moya recognized this law, which was in the second tier of laws. Among the second-tier laws, it was not very powerful, ranking at the bottom. The characteristic of this law was that it could multiply the user's defense and physical strength, belonging to the physical category of laws. In the cultivation system of the Great World, few people mastered it. The Star Iron Law, combined with the Titan God secret technique, pushed Meng Cheng's physical strength and defense to the limit. Lin Moya became interested. His whole body shone with golden light, and the God King golden body was activated. It was rare to encounter a cultivator with a strong physical body, so he couldn't be satisfied without a good fight. Meng Cheng roared and transformed into starlight, instantly appearing in front of Lin Moya, throwing a punch. His immense strength also gave him incredible speed. Lin Moya was prepared and threw a punch as well. Fist against fist, neither giving an inch. Boom! A massive energy wave shook the stage, causing the entire stage to tremble under their punches. The two were evenly matched. Meng Cheng roared, his fists raining down like a storm, delivering hundreds to thousands of punches every second. This speed could still increase. Lin Moya did the same, his fists raining down like a storm. At this moment, he didn't use any other power, purely relying on his physical body to fight. Their punches were incredibly fierce, clashing madly. For a moment, it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Meng Cheng's tall figure seemed to press down on Lin Moya, but it was clear to the discerning eye that Lin Moya was not at a disadvantage at all. The more Meng Cheng fought, the more shocked he became. Even after transforming into a Titan god and using the Star Iron Law, he could only fight Lin Moya to a draw. The key point was that Lin Moya hadn't used any techniques, purely relying on his physical body. How can this guy's physical body be so strong? Meng Cheng had always been proud of his physical body, but today he lost to Lin Moya. Outside the stage, the God Sovereigns watched this scene. A God Sovereign who was also skilled in physical cultivation had eyes shining with excitement. God King Golden Body, a punch that breaks all techniques. Lin the monster truly lives up to his name. From the first match, I noticed that his physical body had reached the God King realm. Now it seems he's already at the peak of the second rank of the God King realm, not far from the third rank. It seems that cultivating the physical body is also a good path. It has always been a good path, just a difficult one. Currently, only a few old guys in the War God Hall are still researching it. Looking at Lin the monster, it seems he's planning to walk both paths together. Lin Moya had no idea that he had already gained a new name among these God Sovereigns, Lin the monster. This fist-to-fist battle was particularly satisfying for Lin Moya. On the other hand, Meng Cheng couldn't take it anymore. With a roar, his strength increased again. His body broke through the 5-meter limit, growing larger and larger, turning into a 10-meter giant. Chapter 1519. Chapter 1519, 1519. Chapter 1519, second by, Lucky again. The Great Strength secret technique was pushed to its limit, allowing Meng Cheng's strength to break through once again. He transformed into a 10-meter giant, like a small mountain, and his massive fist came crashing down on Lin Moya. Combined with the Star Iron Law, Meng Cheng's strength at this moment had already surpassed Lin Moya's. In terms of pure physical strength, Lin Moya was at a disadvantage. Lin Moya was sent flying for hundreds of miles, his protective golden light shattered, and a faint, hazy glow enveloped his body. Lin Moya waved his hand, dispersing the remaining golden light. Not bad, not bad. It's been a long time since I've had such a satisfying fight. The War God Hall's secret technique is indeed impressive. Your physical body is clearly only at the true God realm, not even at the peak, yet it allows you to exert the strength of a God King realm physical body. Unfortunately, this inheritance only forcibly enhances your strength without fundamentally changing it, so it's not very strong. You probably can't maintain this state for long either. Meng Cheng panted heavily. Pushing the secret technique beyond its limits had put immense pressure on him. Lin Moya was right, his body was warning him that this state couldn't be sustained for long. Meng Cheng didn't respond to Lin Moya. He turned into a stream of light and charged at Lin Moya. At the same time, he threw a punch, and a giant fist appeared out of thin air, smashing towards Lin Moya. Lin Moya felt himself being locked on. The wings of the undead spread out, directly severing the soul lock. The wings of the undead carried him back 1,000 miles, directly avoiding the giant fist. As a return gift, let me show you my spell. As he spoke, Lin Moya snapped his fingers. A skeleton holding a sword and shield appeared beside him. The skeleton god was 5 meters tall, standing beside Lin Moya, looking very tall. However, compared to the 10-meter tall Meng Cheng, it was much smaller. This was the third summoned creature Lin Moya had shown. At this moment, Meng Cheng had already charged over again. He had to seize the time, as he couldn't maintain this extreme state for long. Meng Cheng threw continuous punches, and a large number of phantom fist shadows appeared in the air, enveloping Lin Moya. The skeleton god's eyes flashed red, and it swung its sharp sword towards Meng Cheng. A white sword light swept across, shattering the fist shadows, and Meng Cheng was sent flying. His body shrank continuously during the flight, and in the blink of an eye, he returned to his original size. Whether it was the Star Iron Law or the Great Strength secret technique, both were broken by the skeleton god's sword. Mengqing fell heavily to the ground, a sword wound on his body, deep enough to see the bone. However, this injury was not a problem for him and would heal in no time. But now, he no longer had the strength to fight. Lin Moyu, with the skeleton god, appeared in front of him, speaking calmly. Do you want to continue fighting? Mengqing shook his head. No need, I concede. He was very decisive, admitting defeat straightforwardly. A loss was a loss, nothing more. In the audience, the crowd watched Lin Moyu disappear and then exclaimed in amazement. Another summoned creature, stronger than the previous ones. This is the third type of summoned creature. How many types of summoned creatures does he have? As far as I know, even summoners from the Suumyu Star region usually only have 2 types of summoned creatures. Those who can summon 3 types are very rare. Lin Moyu is not only strong himself but also has powerful summoning spells. He's truly a terrifying guy. Have you noticed that Lin Moyu hasn't used his laws yet? Yes, if he lets his summoned creatures carry the laws, wouldn't they be even stronger? No matter how much they discussed, their words couldn't reach Lin Moyu's ears. Today was indeed a satisfying fight. Since mastering the God King Golden Body, this was the first time he had fought so heartily. Unfortunately, Mengqing was still a bit lacking. After all, his strength wasn't purely physical, so there was still a difference. Lin Moyu thought that if he had the chance, he would have a good fight with Xiaoxing. Among the people he knew, Xiaoxing had the strongest physical body. Even other god sovereigns mostly had physical bodies only at the true god realm, not enough to withstand his punch. The feeling of a pure physical battle was something spells couldn't bring. The 4th round of the competition became extremely exciting. As the competition continued, the contestants' strengths became closer, and their combat power grew stronger. The matches became more exciting, each one surpassing the last. The battle between Lin Moyu and Mengqing, on the other hand, was not very appealing. Their physical battle, with punches landing on flesh, was satisfying for them, but to others, it didn't look like much. It wasn't as spectacular as spell clashes and law collisions. When others discussed Lin Moyu, the topic mainly focused on his summoned creatures. Summoners were a unique type of cultivator in the Suumyu Star region, but not exclusive to it. Summoners had also appeared in other star regions. Besides having special summoning spells, summoners were no different from other cultivators. They also comprehended laws and cultivated to advance. No one knew where their summoned creatures came from. They were all sorts of strange and bizarre entities. It was said that some big figures had researched this but couldn't come to a definitive conclusion. In the end, many people believed that it might be a special bloodline, like the primordial dragon blood in the Azure Dragon Star region. Perhaps some mysterious being had once shed blood in the Suumyu Star region, leaving behind this bloodline power. Lin Moyu watched the list on the Human Emperor Network, seeing contestants being eliminated one by one as the competition progressed. In the 4th round, another unexpected event occurred. The small god sovereigns from the 4-star region seemed to have activated some hidden potential, starting to counterattack one after another. They displayed far stronger power than before. People then realized that the small god sovereigns from the 4-star regions were not weak and were not much different from the cultivators from the War God Hall or the Divine City. Moreover, the small god sovereigns from the 4-star regions, having lived with danger for years and participated in numerous wars, had extremely rich combat experience. They could always turn the tide in adversity or quickly find their opponent's weaknesses. Lin Moyu was not surprised by this. Combat experience was also a part of strength. In his eyes, it was normal for those cultivators from the Divine City to be overturned here. He often felt that many cultivators from the Divine City and the War God Hall were like flowers in a greenhouse. Lack of combat experience could be fatal in many situations. If they were thrown onto the battlefield, they would die faster than the small god sovereigns from the 4-star regions. The 4th round of the competition had only 31 matches and was completed in just one day. Now, the top 31 had been determined. Lin Moyu checked the next round of the competition and found that he had another bye. The next round would determine the top 16, but there were only 31 people now. One person needed a bye, and the remaining 30 would compete in pairs, leaving 15 winners, plus him, to make the top 16. No one had any objections to Lin Moyu's second bye. Even Dongfeng Ziyi, who usually had the most opinions, kept his mouth shut this time. In the rules of the 4-star region's competition, there was a clause that said, if you have an opinion, you are not allowed to voice it. Dongfeng Ziyi had already suffered a loss. Although he was foolish, he wasn't foolish to that extent. So Lin Moyu was naturally promoted to the top 16. In many people's eyes, Lin Moyu was just lucky. But in the eyes of those who understood, this was a display of strength. Chu Xiong and Zhuang Bai gathered by the lakeside at Lin Moya's residence the day before the competition. This residence had never even opened its door. Instead, the lakeside pavilion was almost never without people. Chu Xiong shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of frustration. Tomorrow's opponent is number 45, an old turtle from the Suumyu Star region. Lin Moyu recalled the information about contestant number 45. Does senior brother Chu know him? Chapter 1520. Chapter 1520, 1520. Chapter 1520, whether it's useful, you'll know after trying. Contestant number 45, named Wang Zongju, comes from the Suumyu Star region. Wang Zongju has the realm of a small god sovereign and is skilled in defense. In the 4th round of the competition, he made a comeback and defeated contestant number 18, advancing to the 5th round. From the numbering, it seems he is quite different from Chu Xiong. Of course, Lin Moya was not clear about the specific situation. When obtaining the number, Chu Xiong and Zhuang Bai used some small tricks to gain an advantage in the numbering. It was precisely by leveraging this advantage that Chu Xiong's opponents in the first 4 rounds were not very strong. Lin Moya was not sure about Chu Xiong's true strength either. Zhuang Bai explained, he knows Wang Zongju, and their strengths are evenly matched. Chu Xiong shook his head, no, his soul is not as strong as mine. If we were outside, I would have a chance to kill him. But here, I'm not confident. This guy's defense is too abnormal. Wang Zongju comprehends the water and earth laws. The 2 laws achieve a perfect balance, and combined, his defense ranks among the top 3 among all small god sovereigns. This is also one of the reasons why the competition is held in an arena, even though all contestants can fly in the starry sky. It's to accommodate some special laws. One characteristic of the earth law is that as long as one stands on the ground, they can continuously draw power from it, without worrying about exhausting their strength. Chu Xiong said angrily, as long as Wang Zongju doesn't leave the arena, I can't do anything to him. Lin Moya tore off a piece of meat and threw it into his mouth, then just wear him down. Chu Xiong shook his head, I can't wear him down. As long as he stays in the arena, his strength won't run out. He will keep attacking, and your strength will gradually be exhausted. Lin Moya could imagine the scene, Wang Zongju transforming into a turret, standing in the center of the arena, continuously launching attacks. Even if Chu Xiong tried to wear him down, he would eventually be worn out. Su Jianxing, who was beside them, said, I watched Wang Zongju's 4th round match. That's exactly how he fought, eventually wearing his opponent to death. Lin Moya asked, is there no way to deal with him? Chu Xiong shook his head, maybe there is, but I can't think of one. Zhuang Bai said, if your strength is strong enough to break his defense, you can defeat him. Or, if you can restrict his earth law, that would work too. From what I know about these contestants, Dongfang Ziyi, Wei Bowen, and Xing Fei can all defeat him. Lin Moya thought for a moment and took out a magical artifact. It was a rope-like magical artifact, only at the true god realm. The rope was thin and long, coiled into a ball in his palm, resembling a ball of thread. This is a trophy I obtained during a mission. It's not very useful, but I found it interesting, so I kept it. Lin Moya wasn't lying. He had obtained many trophies from various missions. Most of them were sold, but he kept some interesting trinkets. The rope in his hand was one of them, called the heart-linking rope. The heart-linking rope doesn't have much use. It can forcibly bind 2 people together, making them inseparable for a certain period. If Chu Xiong uses it, he can bind himself to Wang Zongju. Then Chu Xiong can take him off the ground, breaking his earth law. However, the heart-linking rope has limitations. Since it's only a true god realm magical artifact, its effect on a god-king realm being is very short. If Wang Zongju were a small god sovereign, it wouldn't work at all. Now that he's suppressed to the 1st rank of the god-king realm, the effect won't last more than 2 minutes. This means Chu Xiong must defeat Wang Zongju within 2 minutes. Once Wang Zongju returns to the ground, Chu Xiong will lose. Chu Xiong, who was initially very frustrated, took the heart-linking rope and, after refining it, suddenly burst into laughter. Good stuff, 2 minutes is enough. Tomorrow, I'll beat him up. Zhuang Bai laughed, beat him up well, beat him hard. Lin Moya asked, Senior Brother Zhuang, is there any problem with your opponent tomorrow? Zhuang Bai shook his head, no problem, at most it'll take some effort. Hearing this, Lin Moya knew there wouldn't be any issues. Zhuang Bai, unlike Chu Xiong, was cautious and rarely made mistakes. To be selected as a seed player, one must either be extremely strong or have great potential. Both Zhuang Bai and Chu Xiong, as small god sovereigns, had considerable strength. Entering the top 16 shouldn't be a problem. Especially after obtaining lower numbers, their opponents were much weaker, making it even less of an issue. Lin Moya raised his wineglass, I wish both senior brothers victory tomorrow and advancement to the top 16. Chu Xiong raised his glass and clinked it with Lin Moya's, just watch, tomorrow I'll beat that old turtle hard. The 5th round of battles arrived as scheduled, and Lin Moya watched the matches again, wanting to see how Chu Xiong would beat his opponent. The 5th round had only 15 matches. The Human Emperor Network made some changes, with only 5 matches happening simultaneously each time. Based on the numbering, the first matches were between contestants numbered 2 to 6. Chu Xiong was teleported into the arena, and Lin Moya saw the cultivator named Wang Zongju. He looked like a middle-aged man, but there was a hint of worry in his brows. In the arena, he greeted Chu Xiong and spoke to him. The two knew each other, but Chu Xiong didn't pay much attention to him. After a few words, they seemed to have a disagreement. Lin Moya felt there might be some backstory, but it wasn't his concern. The battle began, and Wang Zongju leaped up, his body instantly covered in solid ice. He didn't charge at Chu Xiong but instead fell like a meteor, directly hitting the center of the arena. Then his law domain expanded, and he half-crouched on the ground, transforming into a turret. His law domain merged with the arena, and most of the arena glowed with a yellowish-brown light, becoming his energy source. The ice on his body thickened, and countless ice arrows formed. The dense ice arrows shot towards Chu Xiong. This was his attack method, standing in the center of the arena, using it as his energy source to continuously attack. Relying on the strong defense provided by the two laws, he could ignore his opponent's attacks. Although his attacks weren't very strong, they were enough to wear down his opponent. Without the heart-linking rope, Chu Xiong would indeed be helpless against him. But now, Chu Xiong's power erupted, and his law domain expanded. Countless battle knives appeared in Chu Xiong's law domain, flying up and cutting down all the ice arrows. Chu Xiong charged towards Wang Zongju, his law domain shattering the ice arrows along the way. This showed that in terms of pure attack power, Chu Xiong far surpassed Wang Zongju. Cultivators from the Suanliu Star region were known for their defense, ranking first, and their attack, ranking last. Chu Xiong broke through the rain of ice arrows and rushed to Wang Zongju. Wang Zongju, half-crouched on the ground, continued to control the ice arrows to attack Chu Xiong, with a disdainful look. "Chu Bear, you know my defense. You can't break it." Chu Xiong grinned, showing his white teeth. "Old turtle, I have a way to deal with you." Wang Zongju remained unmoved. "Then try it." Chu Xiong's law domain expanded, and the battle knives formed a whirlwind, breaking through Wang Zongju's ice arrows and landing on him, producing dense collision sounds. A yellowish-brown light emerged from Wang Zongju, and with the help of the Earth Law, he remained unmoved. "It's useless," Wang Zongju said calmly. Chu Xiong took out a thin rope, his smile widening. "Whether it's useful, you'll know after trying." Chapter 1521. Chapter 1521, 1521. Chapter 1521, I just want to beat you up, no reason needed. Wang Zongju saw the rope in Chu Xiong's hand and felt a sense of foreboding. He realized that things might go badly. A small god sovereign's soul is very strong, and their sixth sense is very sharp. They often have a premonition about things that are about to happen and are unfavorable to them. But it was too late. The rope in Chu Xiong's hand instantly grew larger and thicker, then flew over like a python, binding Wang Zongju. Wang Zongju frowned slightly, wondering what it meant to be tied up with a rope. His laws and strength were not affected at all. As long as he didn't move, Chu Xiong couldn't do anything to him. But in the next second, something happened that made him panic. The other end of the rope was actually connected to Chu Xiong, wrapped around his arm several times. In an instant, Wang Zongju felt an unclear connection between himself and Chu Xiong, as if they had become one and could not be separated. Wang Zongju gritted his teeth and said, "Chu Bear, what are you trying to do?" Chu Xiong laughed. "You'll find out soon enough." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xiong suddenly flew up, his whole body bursting with power, shooting straight into the sky like an arrow. Wang Zongju's whole body jerked, and an irresistible force directly pulled him off the ground. As soon as he left the ground, the Earth Law was interrupted, and his defensive power greatly weakened. Wang Zongju struggled desperately. His hands and feet were not restricted and could move freely. But he couldn't get too far from Chu Xiong. The two of them were less than a meter apart. This was the effect of the heart-linking rope, which made it impossible for the two to separate. If he were a small god sovereign now, he could easily break free from the heart-linking rope. But now he was only at the first rank of the God King realm, and the heart-linking rope could bind him for a full 2 minutes. "Old turtle, get ready to be beaten up." Chu Xiong's voice rang in his ears, followed by a fist the size of a sandbag landing on his head. With a bang, Chu Xiong's heavy punch left Wang Zongju a bit dazed. Leaving the ground and losing the protection of the Earth Law, Wang Zongju's defensive power greatly decreased and could no longer fully block Chu Xiong's heavy punches. But this was just the beginning. Countless battle knives followed. Chu Xiong dragged Wang Zongju into the whirlwind formed by the battle knives. The battle knives formed by the laws fell densely on Wang Zongju, continuously shattering his defenses. Wang Zongju roared repeatedly, his body covered in layers of ice, but they were quickly shattered by the battle knives. He fought back with all his might, but his attacks were not very effective and were all blocked by Chu Xiong's battle knives. Chu Xiong's iron fists were like the wind, and the battle knives were like rain, beating Wang Zongju until he screamed in pain. In just over 20 seconds, with a loud bang, all the ice shattered, and Wang Zongju's defenses collapsed. Chu Xiong let out a mad laugh. "Next, I'm going to beat you up hard. These 100 punches are for you being so arrogant usually." Amid Wang Zongju's continuous screams, Chu Xiong rained down over 100 punches, accompanied by his wild laughter. "These 100 punches are for you competing with me for Shaoling." Another 100 punches, beating Wang Zongju until his skin was torn and his flesh was lacerated. "These 100 punches are for you taking my mission reward." Another 100 punches, and Wang Zongju screamed, "When did I take your mission reward?" Chu Xiong shouted, "If you hadn't thickened your face and squeezed in, would that mission have included you?" Wang Zongju replied, "But I also contributed to the mission." "I don't care." Chu Xiong roared, delivering dozens more punches. Wang Zongju was unconvinced and continued to shout, "Then what's the reason now? These few 100 punches are because I just want to beat you up, no reason needed." Chu Xiong began to be unreasonable. His fists, accompanied by knives, became more and more frenzied. In just 1 minute, Wang Zongju's entire body was covered in wounds, looking as miserable as could be. Chu Xiong grabbed Wang Zongju, "Admit defeat, or I'll keep beating you." Wang Zongju's eyes opened from the blood, and the past minute was the most torturous experience he had ever had. He wanted to speak, but his throat seemed to be injured and he couldn't make a sound. Seeing this, Chu Xiong said, "You won't admit defeat, huh? Then keep getting beaten." With a flurry of punches, Wang Zongju felt wronged. It wasn't that he didn't want to admit defeat, but he couldn't make a sound. Chu Xiong was clearly doing it on purpose, deliberately injuring his throat and then finding an excuse to beat him up. Wang Zongju's injuries looked severe, but they were all superficial. For a god king, such superficial injuries were nothing. Even if his arms and legs were broken, they could regenerate. The key was that it hurt. It really hurt. Those punches and knives were no different from being flayed alive. Wang Zongju couldn't take it anymore. He really wanted to admit defeat, but he couldn't make a sound. Finally, he had a bright idea and used his soul to communicate with the human emperor network, shouting, "I admit defeat." The formation on the arena activated, and a vast force separated the two. Chu Xiong received the notification of his victory, and the two disappeared from the arena. Everyone watching the battle held their breath. It wasn't that the process was particularly exciting, but Chu Xiong was too brutal. A fellow small god sovereign, Wang Zongju, was beaten so miserably. Chu Xiong instantly became a brutal figure in many people's minds. However, Chu Xiong was in an exceptionally good mood, with a satisfied smile on his face, drinking large gulps of wine. It was so satisfying. I've wanted to beat that guy up for years. Finally got the chance this time. Lin Moyu, your heart-linking rope is really useful. Chu Xiong raised his wine glass to Lin Moyu on the rooftop. Lin Moyu was watching Zhuangbai's battle, seeing Zhuangbai steadily gaining the upper hand, suppressing his opponent without any resistance. Lin Moyu knew Zhuangbai was sure to win. Looking at the other battles, Dongfang Ziyi, Qingfei, and Wei Bowen, the top-ranked seed players, had no problems. Lin Moyu retracted his gaze and flew down from the rooftop. Senior brother Chu still showed mercy. Chu Xiong said, "We're all from the same clan. Although I dislike that guy, I wouldn't go so far as to kill him. Come, drink. Today I'm in a great mood. Let's drink until we're drunk." Lin Moyu nodded and drank with Chu Xiong. Wang Zongju's injuries were all superficial and would heal in half a day, not affecting the subsequent round-robin tournament. After the top 16 were decided today, the next step was the round-robin tournament. No one knew what format the round-robin tournament would take. The Human Emperor Network used different formats each time, making it impossible to predict. There had been individual round-robins, team round-robins, and even chaotic battles. The Human Emperor Network seemed to adjust the format based on the strength of the contestants each time. The specific rules would only be announced just before the round-robin tournament began. Moments later, Zhuangbai also returned from the arena. Zhuangbai's victory was unsurprising, and the entire process was steady and methodical. Chu Xiong shouted, "Old Zhuang, come drink with me. Today is really satisfying." Zhuangbai chuckled, "Got your revenge?" "Yes, I did, all of it." He drank large gulps of wine and soon became drunk. It's hard for a god king to get drunk. Ordinary wine won't do, only wine that can intoxicate the soul can make a god king drunk. But today was different. Chu Xiong wanted to get drunk, so any wine would do. Zhuangbai sighed, "I hope he can really let go after this." Lin Moyu smiled, "It seems there's a story to be told. Senior brother Zhuang, would you like to share?" Zhuangbai laughed, "It's actually nothing much." Chapter 1522. Chapter 1522 1522. Chapter 1522 Senior brother Lin is truly amazing. While Chu Xiong was dead drunk, Zhuangbai rarely spoke about Chu Xiong's embarrassing stories. Chu Xiong once met a female cultivator named Xiaoling during a mission. Chu Xiong fell in love with Xiaoling at first sight, but Xiaoling was not interested in Chu Xiong. However, because Chu Xiong was powerful, Xiaoling would take the initiative to invite Chu Xiong on subsequent missions. This made Chu Xiong mistakenly believe that Xiaoling was interested in him. Later, Wang Zongju appeared and joined them on their missions. For some reason, Xiaoling eventually married Wang Zongju. Since then, Chu Xiong had always held a grudge against Wang Zongju, often referring to it as a wife-stealing hatred. Zhuangbai laughed and said, "Actually, this guy was the third party." Xiaoling and Wang Zongju were childhood sweethearts and had been engaged for a long time. After this incident, his anger should have subsided. Lin Moyu looked at Chu Xiong and didn't know what to say. It turned out that the so-called wife-stealing hatred was all Chu Xiong's wishful thinking. However, based on Lin Moyu's understanding of Chu Xiong, this guy seemed carefree on the surface but was actually very thoughtful. He probably knew the truth long ago but couldn't let go of his pride. This matter would not be mentioned again in the future, it would just drift away in the wind and scatter among the stars. Chu Xiong was drunk for more than half a day and only woke up after the competition had ended. After waking up, Chu Xiong was still the same as usual. Lin Moyu and Zhuangbai tacitly did not mention anything about Wang Zongju. The fifth round of the competition did not have any major surprises. Among the 15 winners, 12 were contestants numbered 2 to 13. Including Lin Moyu, the top 16 included contestants numbered 1 to 13. Among these 13, 3 were from the Divine City, and 2 were from the War God Hall. The remaining 8 were recommended by the lords of the 4-star regions. This not only proved their absolute strength but also showed that the lords of the 4-star regions had good judgment. The remaining 3 contestants were numbered 18, 19, and 21, also low-numbered contestants. If divided by star region, the top 16 included 3 from the Vermilion Bird Star region, Lin Moyu, Zhuangbai, and Chu Xiong. The Azure Dragon Star region had 4 spots, while the White Tiger Star region and the Suanmia Star region each had 2. After the competition, Su Jianqing also came over, looking somewhat nervous. The round-robin tournament would start the next day, and although the specific format was still unknown, everything would depend on strength. Su Jianqing was relatively weak among everyone, so he would inevitably suffer. The next day, all contestants received a reminder from the Human Emperor Network. The round-robin tournament will officially start in 1 hour. Contestants, please prepare. Until the start of the round-robin tournament, no one knew the specific rules. Preparation was difficult. Lin Moyu took out several True God Realm magical artifacts and gave them to Su Jianqing. They were not weapons or similar artifacts, as Su Jianqing did not lack those. What Lin Moyu gave were some magical artifacts with unique functions. For example, one artifact was a small sword that had no offensive capabilities. Its function was to absorb the user's blood and turn the user into a blood person. In the blood person state, the user could be immune to most law damage while their own attacks remained unaffected. This was a good auxiliary artifact, but its duration was very short, only 1 minute. There were several such miscellaneous artifacts, which Lin Moyu found interesting and kept. To him, they were just toys, but in certain situations, they could be very useful. For example, the heart-linking rope, which Chu Xiong used to easily defeat Wang Zongju. Some artifacts, when used appropriately, could be extremely effective. As for how Su Jianqing would use them, that was up to him. The most useful artifact was a jade token that could hide one's aura. Although the jade token was only a true God Realm artifact, once used, even a God King would find it difficult to detect. Zhuangbai looked at the items Lin Moyo gave and had a suspicion. Junior brother Lin, do you have some guesses about the rules of the round-robin tournament? Lin Moyo said, I do have some guesses, but they may not be accurate. Su Jianxing's eyes lit up. Senior brother Lin, please share your thoughts. Lin Moyo naturally did not keep them in suspense. With so many people in the round-robin tournament, it's impossible to have one-on-one matches. I initially guessed that the round-robin tournament would likely simulate a battlefield. Since it's a battlefield simulation, it would naturally simulate various situations. So I think the round-robin tournament is very likely to be a team competition, a chaotic battle, or even a combination of multiple formats. This would test your actual combat abilities, adaptability, and teamwork skills. Based on your performance, you would receive a comprehensive score. It was for this reason that Lin Moyo gave Su Jianqing these artifacts, just in case. Su Jianqing admired Lin Moyo immensely. It seemed that as long as there was a clue, Lin Moyo could deduce many possibilities. This ability was something Su Jianqing could never match. He began to familiarize himself with the artifacts. If the round-robin tournament was as Lin Moyo predicted, these artifacts would be very useful. An hour later, he was teleported into the arena. Lin Moyo, Zhuangbai, and Xu Xiong began watching the round-robin tournament. Their top 16 matches would start after the round-robin tournament, but the rules had not yet been determined. The round-robin tournament would also provide valuable reference for them. Many arenas appeared with large forests, lakes, islands, and glaciers. Some arenas had stars in the sky, with cold ice stars and scorching suns, bringing different environmental changes. Some arenas even turned into worlds of lava. Different arenas had different terrains, but one common feature was that each arena had 4 large gates around it. No one knew where the gates led. Nearly 500 contestants were teleported into different arenas, with 5 to 10 contestants in each arena, the numbers varying. At this moment, the Human Emperor Network finally announced the rules of the round-robin tournament. The rules of the round-robin tournament are as follows. Everyone starts with 100 points. The goal is to defeat opponents. The winner gains 1 point, and the loser loses 1 point. Losers will be randomly teleported to another arena. Each arena has different environments and varying numbers of contestants. Contestants can also use the teleportation gates around the arena to enter other arenas. Contestants can form teams. Points gained will be evenly distributed among team members. If the points gained are less than 0.5, no points will be awarded. Contestants who feel they cannot win can surrender and will be randomly teleported to another arena. Other restrictions are the same as in the arena matches and must not be violated. The round-robin tournament will last for 30 days. Note, the arenas are not safe. Do not stay in one place for too long. Reading the rules, many people were confused and didn't fully understand them. However, some quick-witted individuals immediately grasped the meaning of the round-robin tournament. At this moment, Su Jianqing was truly convinced. Lin Moya's guess was not far off. Senior brother Lin is truly amazing to have guessed this. Don't rush. As junior brother Lin said, let's analyze the rules first. Only by understanding the rules can we avoid suffering. We have 30 days, so let's take our time. An hour later, he was teleported into the arena. Lin Moyo, Zhuangbai, and Xu Xiong began watching the round-robin tournament. Their top 16 matches would start after the round-robin tournament, but the rules had not yet been determined. The round-robin tournament would also provide valuable reference for them. Many arenas appeared with large forests, lakes, islands, and glaciers. Some arenas had stars in the sky, with cold ice stars and scorching suns, bringing different environmental changes. Some arenas even turned into worlds of lava. Different arenas had different terrains, but one common feature was that each arena had 4 large gates around it. No one knew where the gates led. Nearly 500 contestants were teleported into different arenas, with 5 to 10 contestants in each arena, the numbers varying. At this moment, the Human Emperor Network finally announced the rules of the round-robin tournament. The rules of the round-robin tournament are as follows. Everyone starts with 100 points. The goal is to defeat opponents. The winner gains 1 point, and the loser loses 1 point. Losers will be randomly teleported to another arena. Each arena has different environments and varying numbers of contestants. Contestants can also use the teleportation gates around the arena to enter other arenas. Contestants can form teams. Points gained will be evenly distributed among team members. If the points gained are less than 0.5, no points will be awarded. Contestants who feel they cannot win can surrender and will be randomly teleported to another arena. Other restrictions are the same as in the arena matches and must not be violated. The round-robin tournament will last for 30 days. Note, the arenas are not safe. Do not stay in one place for too long. Reading the rules, many people were confused and didn't fully understand them. However, some quick-witted individuals immediately grasped the meaning of the round-robin tournament. At this moment, Su Jianqing was truly convinced. Lin Moya's guess was not far off. Senior brother Lin is truly amazing to have guessed this. Don't rush. As junior brother Lin said, let's analyze the rules first. Only by understanding the rules can we avoid suffering. We have 30 days, so let's take our time. Chapter 1523. Chapter 1523, 1523. Chapter 1523, the rules are full of traps. The rules are very clear. but they also hide some other information. Lin Moya noticed this. One rule states that multiple people can join forces, but the points gained from a victory must be evenly split. If the points are less than 0.5, no points will be awarded. This means that at most, only 2 people can team up. If 3 people team up and defeat someone, none of the 3 will get any points. This is the key point. The rules do not clearly define what constitutes teaming up. For example, if he is fighting someone and is about to win, and someone else intervenes and attacks, even if it's just a light touch, does that count as teaming up? If it does, Su Jianxing had some peculiar thoughts. There is also the option to surrender voluntarily, which will result in being randomly teleported to another arena. This can prevent oneself from getting injured. If you know you can't win, it's better to surrender and wait for another opportunity. And the last rule, do not stay in one place for too long. Thinking of this, Su Jianxing immediately started moving. He didn't know what would happen if he stayed in one place for too long, but since the Human Emperor Network mentioned it in the rules, it's best to follow it. Su Jianxing was currently in a dense forest, with ancient trees towering above and some wild grass taller than a person, and the area was full of thorns. Moving through such a forest was very difficult. Flying was not restricted, so he could fly up to get a better view. In such an environment, having a good view is very important. However, after thinking it over, Su Jianxing decided not to fly. He continued to move cautiously through the forest. After a while, he finally saw another contestant. Su Jianxing recognized him. He was contestant number 399 from the Suanmu Star region. His strength was slightly higher than Su Jianxing's, and because of his outstanding defense, Su Jianxing was not confident in defeating him. Su Jianxing concealed his aura as much as possible to avoid being detected. Contestant 399 flew over his head, but before he could fly far, a law transformed into a sharp arrow and shot up from the ground. The arrow was incredibly fast and pierced through his body. With a scream, contestant 399 fell from the sky. Sure enough, there is danger. Su Jianxing's heart tightened. There was indeed danger, and he was glad he hadn't flown. At the same time, his eyes lit up as he stared in the direction where the contestant had fallen. There's an opportunity. He quickly sneaked over, taking out a jade token and sticking it to himself. The jade token concealed his aura and masked his movements. Su Jianxing soon found him. He was leaning against a tree, healing his wounds. The wound was severe but not fatal. However, it seemed he couldn't move for the time being and had lost his combat ability. Su Jianxing took out a longbow, drew it, and shot an arrow in one smooth motion. The contestant never expected to be ambushed. By the time he reacted, it was too late. Su Jianxing's arrow pierced his heart. With a scream, the contestant's body disappeared. Defeated one contestant, gained 1 point. Su Jianxing received a notification from the Human Emperor Network. He wasn't worried about actually killing the opponent. Since the Human Emperor Network allowed them to do this, it naturally had a way to control it. A minute later, the contestant Su Jianxing had ambushed reappeared in another arena. The Human Emperor Network had healed his wounds, and most of his injuries were already healed, though not completely. At least he could move, and it would take him at most an hour to fully recover. Damn it, who ambushed me? If I find out, I'll make you pay, he cursed as he began to heal himself. The round-robin tournament had begun, and the attention of the entire human race, across all star regions and star systems, was focused on the competition. Shortly after the competition started, contestants began encountering each other and fighting. Some were ambushed, some were assassinated, and some were defeated head-on. Points began to change, and the rankings also shifted. Everyone started with 100 points, and Su Jianxing, having gained 1 point, was now in the top 10. However, given his strength, he would eventually drop down. After all, his realm was not high enough, and his strength was somewhat lacking. Zhuangbai chuckled. Junior brother Lin's guess was quite accurate. It is indeed a combination of multiple formats. Lin Moya smiled. A guess is just a guess. Ultimately, it depends on junior brother Su's judgment and adaptability. But it seems junior brother Su is very smart and has grasped the key points of the rules. Chu Xiong scratched his head. These rules seem to have a lot of twists and turns. It's making my head hurt. Junior brother Lin, can you explain it to me? Chu Xiong wasn't stupid, he just didn't like to think too much, or you could say he was lazy. Lin Moya didn't refuse. First, the rule about defeating opponents doesn't mention killing, which means the rules have changed. But this point conflicts with the restrictions in the elimination rounds, so you need to find a balance yourself. God King Realm magical artifacts are definitely not allowed, soul attacks are also prohibited, and you can't intentionally kill someone. But the rules are somewhat relaxed. I think severely injuring an opponent is not a problem, and junior brother Su has grasped this point. Zhuangbai chuckled. Indeed, just now junior brother Su shot an arrow through the opponent's heart. If this were the elimination rounds, it would definitely not be allowed, but it seems to be fine here. Lin Moya continued. Second, the teleportation gates around the arena can lead to other arenas, giving strong contestants the opportunity to move to other arenas and gain more points, thereby widening the gap between high and low scores. Third, if a contestant feels they can't win, they can surrender and be teleported to another arena. For weaker contestants, this is a form of protection to avoid injury. For stronger contestants, it's a way to spend 1 point to save a lot of time. Chu Xiong was stunned. You mean, even if you don't encounter a strong opponent, you can use this method to switch arenas? Lin Moya nodded. It should be possible. Fourth, no more than 3 people can team up. If 3 people team up, no points will be awarded. If 2 people team up, they each get half the points. The efficiency may not be higher than going solo, but it's definitely safer. but you can have 3 or even 4 people team up, with only 2 people attacking. This way, you get both safety and points. However, this rule also gives opportunities to ambushers. You can intervene when others are almost done fighting. You can still get points without really fighting. Chu Xiong was stunned again. Isn't that very despicable? Zhuangbai answered for Lin Moyu, there's no such thing as despicable on the battlefield. Everything is done for victory, and there's nothing you can't do. The arena is a light simulation of a battlefield. In a real battlefield, there are plenty of ambushers. The last point is to keep moving. If you stay in one place for too long, you'll be attacked by the formation. Also, you can't move around randomly. The arena is not safe, and you might get attacked. I think there are many traps in the arena, and these can actually be used to your advantage. If you can make good use of the rules, even if your strength is lacking, your ranking won't be too bad. Chu Xiong felt overwhelmed. Why are there so many twists and turns? It's really giving me a headache. I hope our competition won't be this kind of round-robin tournament. Zhuangbai glanced at Lin Moyu. If our competition is similar, junior brother Lin's opponents will surely suffer. Lin Moyu is too smart, analyzing and utilizing the rules to the extreme. Being his opponent would be very painful. Lin Moyu shook his head. No, in the face of absolute strength, rules don't matter much. Chapter 1524. Chapter 1524, 1524. Chapter 1524, Smart people use the rules. Lin Moyu's words were very domineering. His tone was calm, but it made people have to admit that Lin Moyu indeed had the strength. Even though Zhuangbai had never seen Lin Moyu go all out, he knew that he was far from being Lin Moyu's match. Even if all restrictions were lifted and he went all out, the result would not change. Not only him, but Dongfang Ziyi and Qing Fei would also be the same. In fact, Lin Moyu had another thing he didn't say. Although the round-robin tournament wouldn't result in real death, it was more terrifying than actual death. Even if you received a fatal attack, you wouldn't die, but you would experience the same sensations as death. Except for the result, the entire process was the same. During the 30 days of the round-robin tournament, some people might experience many life-and-death situations. If their willpower wasn't strong enough, they might have a mental breakdown. If they could endure it, their willpower would be greatly strengthened, which would be extremely beneficial for their future cultivation. This was also one of the purposes of the round-robin tournament. It seemed very cruel, but it was also very necessary. The human race not only needed geniuses and powerful warriors but also needed warriors who were fearless of death. The round-robin tournament was still ongoing, and the Human Emperor Network controlled the formation, simulating mountains, rivers, seas, the sun, moon, and stars. There were day and night, secret realms, and star seas. Each arena had its own characteristics. The contestants moved within, and due to the rules, they couldn't stay in one place for long, so there was no rest time. The arena was large, but the Human Emperor Network made it feel small. It was as if an invisible force was constantly controlling the direction of each contestant's movement. They often met quickly and then fought. Few people noticed this, especially the contestants within, who had no sense of it at all. Only Lin Moyu vaguely felt that there was a force within the formation, invisibly affecting the judgment of their souls, causing the contestants to move closer to each other. Those involved are confused. If they could see this, they might turn from prey to hunter. Unfortunately, without a soul at the beyond the shore level, it's impossible to sense it. Su Jianqing encountered another opponent, whose number was 452, slightly higher than his but not by much. Their strengths were evenly matched, but Su Jianqing had seen the opponent's information and knew his characteristics. After a fierce battle, Su Jianqing emerged victorious. The opponent was severely injured and then teleported away by the formation. Su Jianqing didn't stay in place but immediately left. He didn't know how many people were in his arena, so he had to remain vigilant at all times. Day and night changed, and Su Jianqing walked for a day and a night without encountering any enemies. He checked the leaderboard and saw that he was ranked 57th with 102 points. Half a day ago, he was ranked around 30th with the same 102 points, but now he had dropped to 57th. Ahead, he saw flashes of white light and then a teleportation gate. Unknowingly, he had reached the edge of the battlefield. He didn't know what kind of world lay beyond the teleportation gate, but he knew what he had to do. After taking a deep breath, Su Jianqing walked into the teleportation gate. He heard the sounds of intense fighting, the roar of laws, and the clash of magical artifacts. His vision restored in 0.1 seconds, faster than any previous teleportation. Su Jianqing saw two people engaged in a fierce battle. He recognized both of them. One was number 288, and the other was number 311, both stronger than him. Su Jianqing used the jade token given by Lin Moyu to hide his aura and stayed far away. While hiding, Su Jianqing kept moving, though his movements were small, and his attention was focused on the battle. Contestant 288 gradually gained the upper hand and was about to win. At this moment, Su Jianqing carefully shot a law arrow. The arrow silently flew through the air and merged with contestant 288's attack, hitting contestant 311. The law arrow was only at the true god realm and had almost no damage. It went unnoticed from start to finish, until contestant 311 was defeated and teleported away. Su Jianqing received a notification from the Human Emperor Network. Defeated contestant 311, gained 0.5 points. Su Jianqing's tense heart suddenly relaxed, and he silently retreated, disappearing without a trace. Behind him, contestant 288 roared in anger, realizing someone had intercepted his points. He checked the leaderboard and saw the change in points, with Su Jianqing's 0.5 points standing out. Su Jianqing, I won't let you off. His angry roar echoed across half the arena, but Su Jianxing had already run far away. Outside the arena, countless spectators saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh. A god sovereign slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. The Su Jianxing is a talent, using the rules like this. Even I didn't think of it. Of course, he comes from the Su family in the Divine City. How could he be lacking? The Su family in the Divine City, no wonder. The Su family is very strict with their disciples, producing many talents. Truly impressive. These rules are full of traps. Those who can use the rules are smart people and will achieve great things in the future. Su Jianxing's actions seemed to inspire some people. The 0.5-point change sparked many thoughts. Some thought he had teamed up with someone, but it didn't seem right. Contestant 288 was from the White Tiger Star region and had no connection to Su Jianxing. Soon, some smart people figured out the reason. More people began to imitate this method, and during battles, they had to watch out for hidden ambushers. In another arena, Qing Xiaoxiao controlled a large net magical artifact, trapping someone tightly. The person was bound like a dumpling, unable to move. Qing Xiaoxiao's net was a true God Realm peak magical artifact. Although it couldn't bind someone for long, 2 or 3 minutes were no problem. Qing Xiaoxiao didn't attack but kept moving. The person trapped was a cultivator from the Suanmu Star region, at the 9th rank of the God King realm, with strong defense. Although Qing Xiaoxiao trapped him, she couldn't harm him. The person shouted, "Qing Xiaoxiao, you can't hurt me. Let me go, and I'll pretend I didn't see you." Qing Xiaoxiao shook her head. "No, I want to earn your points." "Earn what? You can't hurt me. What's the point of dragging this out?" The person continued to shout, but Qing Xiaoxiao was determined and kept doing her own thing. 2 minutes later, a law arrow suddenly shot down from the sky, piercing through the net and severely injuring the person. The person screamed as his defense collapsed. Qing Xiaoxiao easily finished him off and won. Retrieving the net, Qing Xiaoxiao laughed, "I'm smart, knowing how to use the rules. Too bad Lin Moyu isn't here. Otherwise, I'd make him look bad. One day, I'll tie him up like a dumpling and give him a good beating." As she spoke, she clenched her silver teeth and waved her small fists, looking like she wanted revenge. At this moment, the sound of a sword breaking through the air came from behind Qing Xiaoxiao. Someone was ambushing her, and their combat power was not weak. Qing Xiaoxiao reacted quickly and dodged. The attacker missed and immediately retreated, disappearing without a trace. Qing Xiaoxiao couldn't find the person and was so angry that she screamed. Chapter 1525. Chapter 1525, 1525. Chapter 1525, Luck is very important, the cycle of life and death. The contestants gradually adapted to the round-robin tournament, and all kinds of fighting methods began to appear. Ambushes, assassinations, taking advantage of opportunities, setting traps, nothing was off limits. The cultivators from the 4-star regions revealed their extraordinary strength in the round-robin tournament. Compared to the cultivators from the Divine City and the War God Hall, they had richer combat experience and stronger adaptability in the field. They often did not linger in battle. If they could fight, they fought. If they couldn't win, they fled. Even in dangerous situations, they would choose the most advantageous course of action for themselves. In contrast, the cultivators from the War God Hall and the Divine City placed more faith in their own strength and were more willing to fight to the death. While such spirit is admirable, on the battlefield, such behavior is truly seeking death. Unless there is truly no way to retreat and one must fight to the death, one needs to respond flexibly. Everyone knows this is experience. The cultivators from the 4-star regions constantly carry out various missions and often go to battlefields to fight against other races. Many of them walk on the edge of life and death, accumulating a great deal of combat experience. This cannot be obtained through secluded cultivation. Just as Lin Moya said, the round-robin tournament is not just about strength. Experience and luck are also very important. Unless you have the strength to crush everything, the scales will always tilt. The rankings are constantly changing. As the contestants adapt to the round-robin tournament, the ranking changes become more and more frequent. Lin Moya noticed another point: the Human Emperor Network seemed to intentionally arrange contestants with close numbers together. Although not all of them, in many cases it was like this. In this way, it could be determined who the true experts were. By the 10th day of the round-robin tournament, the top 10 in the rankings had basically been established. The number 1 ranked contestant was number 19, named Jiang Gang. He came from the White Tiger Star region and had a fierce offensive style, not much weaker than the cultivators from the Azure Dragon Star region. Originally, he had a chance to enter the top 16, but unfortunately, he encountered a small god sovereign from the War God Hall. His score reached 372 points. In just 10 short days, he had defeated 272 people. He seemed to have a special talent that allowed him to quickly find his targets. Every time he entered an arena, he would find his opponent in an extremely short time and quickly defeat them. Then he would go through the teleportation gate to another arena. This talent was not very useful in one-on-one battles, but on the battlefield, it was a great killer. The few ranked below him also displayed extraordinary strength. Su Jianxing's ranking gradually dropped due to his strength, but thanks to the various magical artifacts given by Lin Moyu and the intentional control of the Human Emperor Network, the opponents he encountered were never much stronger than him. His score was also slowly increasing. 10 days later, his score had reached 121 points, ranking 230th. At this point, more than half of the contestants had scores below 100. Not only did they not gain any points, but they also lost their base 100 points. The lowest ranked contestant had a score of less than 50. In these 10 days, he had been defeated more than 50 times, which was truly miserable. Lin Moya suddenly realized something, and his eyes flashed with a brilliant light. It turns out the round-robin tournament has another use. It can reveal a person's luck, good or bad. Luck is a part of strength. Sometimes, good or bad luck can decide life and death. Xiaoxing once had extremely bad luck and almost died, but it seems his luck later improved, and he encountered me, escaping death. Lin Moya pondered, as if he had gained a deeper understanding of the intangible concept of luck. Time passed day by day. On the 21st day of the competition, the first elimination occurred. It was only then that people realized the round-robin tournament would also have eliminations. The eliminated contestant was the one with the worst luck. His points had been deducted to a negative number. He became the first person to be eliminated. In the following days, more and more people were eliminated. The number of arenas seemed to be decreasing, and the area was also shrinking. The contestants' activity range became smaller and smaller, and the frequency of encounters increased, rapidly intensifying the round-robin tournament. With 5 days remaining, more than 100 contestants had been eliminated, and there were only 4 arenas left. More than 300 people were crammed into 4 arenas, greatly increasing the probability of encounters. Moreover, the rules became even stricter. If someone did not move for more than 1 minute, they would be attacked by the formation. At this time, the role of traps increased significantly. There was no need for powerful traps as long as they could trap the opponent and prevent them from moving for 1 minute, it was enough. Then, after the opponent was injured, one could easily finish them off and gain points. Properly utilizing the rules was very important. Under these circumstances, Su Jianxing's days became even more difficult. Not just him, all the weaker contestants gradually became targets. In the end, it still came down to strength. In the last few days, more and more people were eliminated. Soon, the round-robin tournament reached its final day, with only a little over 200 contestants remaining. The arenas shrank again, and everyone was teleported into the same arena. This day would determine the final rankings. Jiang Gang firmly held the first place, and no one could shake his position. Even Qin Xiaoxiao was not his match. After him, the rankings had gone crazy. They fought madly, vying for the last few points. The 30-day round-robin tournament was most exciting on the final day. This day was also the most stressful for the contestants. If one's luck was bad, they might die dozens or even hundreds of times in a single day. Facing death each time was an immense mental torment. Although they knew they would not truly die, the terror of facing a fatal attack remained unchanged. For the higher-ranked contestants, it was now about hiding and not being discovered. For the lower-ranked contestants, it was about finding and quickly defeating others. Su Jianxing's Jade Token played a huge role. He hid underground, using the Jade Token to conceal himself and avoid being discovered. Finally, the round-robin tournament reached its end amidst intense battles. The formation rumbled, teleporting everyone away, and the rankings were determined at that moment. Jiang Gang remained number 1, firmly holding the top spot with a high score of 1,200, unshakable. It was only in the last few days of the round-robin tournament that he reached his peak. Qin Xiaoxiao was second, with a score of 986. The scores of the next few contestants were very close, as everyone fought fiercely on the final day. On the last day, another third of the remaining 200 contestants were eliminated. It can be said that the points ultimately converged towards a small number of people. Su Jianxing was very lucky. Utilizing the Jade Token's properties, he was only found 3 times, all by Jiang Gang. The Jade Token could not hide from Jiang Gang's talent. In the end, Su Jianxing successfully passed the round-robin tournament with a score of 102, ranking 132nd. When Su Jianxing returned, his face was slightly pale, with a lingering look of horror. The feeling of being killed was not pleasant. It wasn't until he drank half a jug of wine that his face regained its rosy color. Chu Xiong patted Su Jianxing with his big hand. "Go to a few more battlefields, and you'll get used to it." Su Jianxing shook his head. "That feeling is different." Indeed, it was different. He had been to battlefields before, constantly facing life and death. But truly facing death was a different kind of terror. There is great terror between life and death, not just words. Lin Moyo understood him. In the Tulu realm, he had also narrowly escaped death, and even he had been terrified enough. After this experience, Su Jianxing would become more indifferent to life and death, and his will would become stronger and more resolute. His future achievements would be even greater. Chapter 1526. Chapter 1526, 1526. Chapter 1526, the finals begin, restrictions lifted. On this day, in the city of the competition, some people cried while others laughed. Some drank themselves into a stupor, while others went mad on the streets. Various emotions were being released at this moment. After experiencing 30 days of competition and life and death situations, it was not surprising that people were letting loose. For many, the 30 days of high-pressure competition was an unimaginable test. Some completely broke down during the process, while others grew stronger. Most experienced subtle changes that would accompany them for the rest of their lives. Su Jianxing was very drunk, but his face bore a satisfied smile. He was very pleased with the round-robin tournament. He had been defeated dozens of times. If this had been a real battlefield, it would have meant dying dozens of times. This was an unimaginable gain for ordinary people, extremely precious. Zhuang Bai's voice was gentle. "Tomorrow it's our turn. Do you have any thoughts, junior brother Lin?" Lin Moya shook his head. "Actually, there's no need for any thoughts, just like Jiang Gang." Zhuang Bai chuckled. "Indeed, as long as the strength is sufficient, any rules can be ignored." Lin Moya went deeper. "It's not just that. Any rules are made to serve the strong. Don't forget the original intention of the competition. The original intention of the competition. Chu Xiong said in a muffled voice, isn't the competition just to select the strongest? Lin Moya shook his head, that's right, to select the strongest. But it's not just about the strongest in terms of strength, but also the strongest in terms of luck. Zhuangbai frowned, clearly not fully understanding Lin Moya's words. Chu Xiong, who belonged to the type that asks when he doesn't understand, said, what do you mean by the strongest in terms of luck? Zhuangbai asked, luck is intangible and elusive, how can it be measured? Lin Moya smiled and said, luck may seem intangible and elusive, but there are ways to measure it. This round-robin tournament can reveal part of it. Luck is related to fate, to the future, and can also determine life and death. Chu Xiong scratched his head, junior brother Lin, you're getting more and more mysterious. Zhuangbai also seemed to understand but not fully. Although both were small god sovereigns, their level was still not enough to understand the intangible concept of luck. Lin Moya had also come into contact with the laws of fate by chance, which gave him some understanding of luck. Lin Moya said, senior brother Chu, senior brother Zhuang, you don't need to worry too much about luck. These are just some of my guesses and may not be accurate. Even if it does exist, it is already predestined and cannot be changed by human effort. We should just go with the flow. In the round-robin tournament, everyone's performance was seen by others. Names were remembered by people. These were all geniuses of the human race, future great figures. A large amount of faith power flew in from all directions, and everyone gained their own fans. But what was more worth looking forward to was the top 16 competition the next day. No one knew what format the top 16 would adopt, or if it would also be a round-robin tournament. Lin Moya didn't want to guess anymore, he would know soon enough. A loud noise woke up the city of the competition, and everyone looked up to see a huge projection. In the projection, the arena was moving. Hundreds of arenas intertwined and combined to form a three-dimensional world. This inverted triangular three-dimensional world had 3 layers. The bottom layer was composed of 10 arenas. The second layer was composed of 30 arenas, much larger than the bottom layer. The topmost third layer was composed of 60 arenas, even larger. What is this? Is this the new arena? Is today's final going to be held in such an arena? This has never happened before. Is it a new competition rule? Countless people were discussing. Not only had the arena changed, but even the audience seats had changed. The audience seats also combined, forming a large circular ring around the arena. Several god sovereigns looked at the three-dimensional world in front of them. How are they planning to compete? It should be a new rule. No one knows the specifics. The 4 domain lords should know, but they haven't shown up yet. No need to worry. According to tradition, they will definitely appear before the final. Look, there's another change in the arena. Indeed, new changes appeared in the three-dimensional arena. Golden light flashed, and golden eagles appeared. Flames burned, and many demons walked out. Silver light jumped, and the Silver Clan swarmed out. With the eyesight of the god sovereigns, they couldn't tell if these beings were real or created by the laws. The top 16 contestants, the protagonists of this event, also watched this scene unfold. Then, an invisible force fell on the 16 of them, and the scene before their eyes rippled like water. The scene became clear, and the 16 were transported to the arena. They stood on a huge white square, and in front of them were 5 high platforms. 4 of the high platforms were carved with different images: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, representing the 4-star regions of the human race. The central high platform was the most majestic, towering above the other 4, and was carved with a huge city, the Divine City. On the high platforms of the 4-star regions stood 1 person each, the domain lords of the 4-star regions. On the central Divine City high platform also stood 1 person, but this person's appearance was blurred and unclear. Beyond the shore. Lin Moyo thought to himself. In the finals of the 4-star regions competition, not only did the domain lords of the 4-star regions appear, but even a beyond the shore expert came. Lin Lao's gaze swept over everyone. Except for Lin Moyo, everyone felt as if their bodies were being cut by countless swords, their whole bodies in pain. Everyone was in awe. This expert was incredibly terrifying. If he wanted to kill them, he wouldn't need to lift a finger, a single glance would be enough. A deep voice slowly sounded. Now I will announce the rules for the first stage of the finals. In this triangular world, there are 3 layers. You are currently on the 3rd layer. Each layer has 16 stone tablets and 16 tokens. You need to find the tokens and then find the corresponding stone tablets. Use the tokens to activate the stone tablets, and you can move to the next layer. The second and first layers are the same. Only those who pass the first layer are eligible to participate in the second stage of the competition. One more thing, all restrictions from previous battles are now lifted. You can use any magical artifacts and spells. You can search for the tokens yourself or snatch them from others. The first stage is limited to 10 days. This world is very dangerous. Please take care. As the voice fell, the beyond the shore expert waved his hand. The formation rumbled, and everyone felt a blur before their eyes and found themselves in the wilderness. Lin Moyo did not act immediately. He looked up at the formation in the sky, feeling the subtle movements of the formation in space. This world seemed to be composed of 70 arenas, each with a diameter of only 100,000 kilometers. Even combined, it wouldn't be very large. For small god sovereigns, a few million kilometers is nothing, but in reality, it wasn't like that. Under the influence of the formation, the space had changed. The arenas were just the exterior, the real size couldn't be measured by the arena's size. In Lin Moya's perception, this world was very, very large, far exceeding a life star system. Finding the stone tablets and the corresponding tokens in such a large area would not be easy. Chapter 1527. Chapter 1527, 1527. Chapter 1527, Saint Sovereign treats him as an equal. Without restrictions, the excitement of the competition will soar. Among the top 16, except for Lin Moyo, all are small god sovereigns. The methods of small god sovereigns are incomparable to before. One by one, skeleton god warriors appeared beside Lin Moyo, transforming into streams of light and rushing in all directions. A light speed lich appeared on Lin Moyo's shoulder, bringing a light transformation effect to the skeletons. The first step was to let the skeletons explore the path. At the same time, he could use the undead vision to check the specific situation of this world. Lin Moyo himself did not move but was contemplating the rules he had just learned. There weren't many pitfalls in this rule, but there were some hidden information. The rules did not specify how many tokens each person could obtain. If someone obtained 2 tokens on the third layer and proceeded to the second layer, then someone on the third layer would inevitably be eliminated. Moreover, with only 10 days, some people might not find the tokens and corresponding stone tablets in time. Based on this calculation, someone will inevitably be eliminated in this stage. Luck and strength are both indispensable. Lin Moyo had already realized the essence of the first stage of the competition. It was not only a test of strength but also a test of luck. Lin Moyo even thought of something deeper. He wondered if the higher-ups of the human race were doing something that required people with extremely strong luck to complete. Lin Moyo released tens of thousands of skeleton god warriors just for exploration. To him, tens of thousands of skeleton god warriors were nothing, just a drop in the ocean. But in the eyes of others, tens of thousands of skeleton god warriors were already very astonishing. Wow, Lin Moyo's summoned creatures are also astonishing in number. Tens of thousands, that's already an army. I wonder how strong they are. Now that his strength has been restored, the summoned creatures should be stronger than before. He's only at the 4th rank of the God King realm. No matter how strong the summoned creatures are, they can't be that strong. Now Lin Moyo is in trouble. His opponents are all small god sovereigns, and he's the only one at the 4th rank of the God King realm. Yes, with everyone's strength no longer suppressed, Lin Moyo doesn't need to fear them. But now, I think he's in big trouble. Everyone had their own opinions, but most of them thought that Lin Moyo was in trouble. After all, with the restrictions lifted, how could someone at the 4th rank of the God King realm deal with small god sovereigns? Qin Xiaoxiao was also watching the finals, waving her little fists and shouting loudly, "Sister, go for it! Defeat Lin Moyo, defeat Dongfang Ziyi, and win the championship!" In the arena, the 4 domain lords stood on the high platform, smiling at each other. The domain lord of the Azure Dragonstar region, named Yi Qingxian, was at the peak of the god sovereign realm like Zhu Tian. He looked at Zhu Tian with a smile. "Old Zhu, do you think Lin Moyo from your star region can win the championship this time?" Zhu Tian was full of confidence and said firmly, "He's the only one who can." The domain lord of the Suanmu star region, named Wu De, was the most burly of the 4. He said in a low voice, "That's not necessarily true. Shui Zilan from my Suanmu star region is not easy to deal with either." The domain lord of the White Tiger star region was the only woman among the 4. She was somewhat glamorous and came from the Bai family of the Divine City, named Bai Binger. Bai Binger laughed coquettishly. "If it weren't for Lin Mohan just breaking through to the god sovereign realm, the first place wouldn't be yours." Wu De said in a deep voice, "Previously, due to the suppression of the realm, Zilan couldn't even display 1/10 of her strength. Now that the restrictions are lifted, hee." Zhu Tian snorted, "Who isn't?" Yi Qingxian also snorted coldly, not convinced by their words. The 4 of them glared at each other, none willing to back down. Bai Binger laughed twice and suddenly looked at the beyond the shore expert on the central high platform. "Lord Su, what do you think?" Lord Su's voice was low. "The Saint Sovereign treats Lin Moyo as an equal." The faces of the 4 changed simultaneously. Zhu Tian instinctively felt it was impossible. What kind of status did the Saint Sovereign have? How could he treat Lin Moyo as an equal? Could there be some hidden truth he didn't know? Bai Binger's glamorous face stiffened. "Lord Su, you must be joking." Lord Su glanced at her. "I never joke." As a beyond the shore expert, how could he joke? Even if he wanted to joke, he wouldn't joke with a god sovereign. Bai Binger felt awkward but didn't dare to get angry. She began to reassess Lin Moyo's true identity. How could a mere god king be treated as an equal by the Saint Sovereign? There must be some hidden truth. Wu De tried to smooth things over. "We'll see as we watch. But for now, it seems Lin Moyo is indeed impressive." Yi Qingxian nodded. "Indeed, he's a talent." In the Suanmu star region, cultivators have 3 main characteristics. First, strong defense. Second, they are skilled in refining magical artifacts, with puppets being one type of magical artifact. Third, they have some special summoners. Shui Zilan possesses all 3 characteristics. Not only does she have strong defense, but she is also skilled in refining artifacts and has created many puppets for herself. At the same time, she is also a summoner. On the Ring Mountain continent, due to restrictions, she could only use true God Realm puppets. Initially, she gained a lot of points with the advantage of her puppets and was once ranked 3rd, but later, due to the heavy loss of her puppets, her ranking gradually fell. Now, with the restrictions lifted, she can use more powerful puppets. She released thousands of 6th-rank God King puppets, just like Lin Moyo, for exploration. This competition is very advantageous for her. Among the top 16, there is another cultivator from the Suanmu star region, but he is not a summoner and is not skilled in puppets. The situation of the others is similar. They can only rely on their own strength and luck to search For now, this final is most advantageous for Lin Moyu and Shui Zilan. The skeleton god warriors sent out by Lin Moyu quickly gathered a lot of information. This world has all kinds of terrains. It is an extremely realistic world. From the scenes just seen, there aren't many aliens on the third layer. The aliens are mainly concentrated on the second and first layers. Our main goal on the third layer is to find the tokens and stone tablets. The tokens and stone tablets must have some clues and won't be randomly placed. Lin Moyu analyzed as the skeletons sent back new information. The skeletons found a tribe belonging to the Silver Clan. The tribe was not small, with at least tens of thousands of Silver Clan members living inside. The tribe was divided into 3 parts, with the Silver Snakes, Silver Dogs, and Silver Herons living in their respective parts. The undead vision did not see their souls. These aliens are simulated by the laws and do not truly exist. In this way, the role of the undead vision in checking souls is greatly reduced. But it doesn't matter. The tribe was covered by a formation, shining with silver light, a formation belonging to the Silver Clan, very different from human formations. In the tribe, Silver Clan soldiers stood guard, and the entire tribe was under tight security. Several skeleton gods flew high in the sky, thousands of kilometers away from the tribe, to observe. Lin Moyu connected to the skeleton's vision. Although the undead vision couldn't check souls, it still had unparalleled advantages. The formation had little effect on the undead vision. Through the formation, Lin Moyu saw the situation inside the tribe. In the gray and white world, a gray stone tablet stood out. Found it. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the skeleton god warriors quickly advanced. Chapter 1528. Chapter 1528, 1528. Chapter 1528. If you want to know, ask Julieta. Unable to see the souls and with the formation in the way, it was impossible to judge the opponent's strength. Lin Moyu didn't mind, he would know after the fight. With the realm no longer suppressed, Lin Moyu's realm returned to the 4th rank of the God King. The combat power of the skeleton god warriors also soared, reaching the 7th rank of the God King. As the vanguard, they were more than sufficient. The friction between bones produced a creepy cracking sound, echoing in this quiet world. Thousands of skeleton god warriors rushed to the formation like streams of light, raising their axes to chop. The formation twisted under the axes but was unexpectedly sturdy and didn't break immediately. The 3 Silver Clan members inside the formation quickly reacted to the attack. The formation glowed, and attacks shot out from within, landing on the skeleton god warriors. The formation allowed attacks to pass from the inside out but not from the outside in. Lin Moyu, with his rich experience in group combat, was not surprised by this. The attacks from the Silver Clan were not very strong, only at the 7th rank of the God King. When they hit the skeleton god warriors, they could at most cause some injuries. With a thought, over 100 skeleton god generals flew out, turning into streams of light and heading to the battlefield. Even from thousands of kilometers away, powerful sword energy swept over. The sword energy struck the formation, shattering it instantly. The sword energy not only broke the formation but also killed many Silver Clan members. The skeleton god warriors charged in, chopping down anyone they saw. The Silver Clan tribe fought back frantically. The Silver Dogs emitted waves of sound, and beams of silver light descended from the sky, dazzling and beautiful. The Silver Snakes coiled, their long tails whipping like crazy, sending many skeleton god warriors flying. The attacks of the Silver Herons focused on their beaks, which were sharper than God King realm magical artifacts and could pierce through the bones of the skeleton god warriors. The human formation not only simulated the Silver Clan but also their attack methods. The Silver Clan tribe had a large number of members and surrounded the skeleton god warriors. The skeleton god generals arrived shortly after, their sharp swords emitting dazzling sword light, killing many Silver Clan members in no time. The Silver Clan members left no corpses after death. They were virtual entities simulated by the formation, and their bodies turned into light and disappeared upon death. With the addition of the skeleton god generals, the battle became one-sided. The 100 skeleton god generals, comparable to small god sovereigns, swept through the entire tribe effortlessly. By the time Lin Moyu arrived leisurely, the entire tribe had been completely cleared. The place was empty, with only a 10-meter-high stone tablet standing in the center of the tribe. The stone tablet looked unremarkable, with a large character carved on it in ancient script. Lin Moyu recognized the character 5, meaning it was the 5th stone tablet. To activate this stone tablet, a token with the same number was needed. Leaving 10 skeleton god generals to guard the place, Lin Moyu released more skeletons to continue exploring this world. Previously, I saw many alien tribes. It seems they have formed various tribes. The stone tablets appear in the tribes, so where will the tokens appear? Besides the aliens, there seem to be some giant beasts. Could the giant beasts be related to the tokens? Lin Moyu thought it was possible but hadn't found any yet. On the other side, Shui Zilan had just cleared a Golden Eagle tribe. The Golden Eagle tribe had fewer members, about 1,000, each with combat power around the 6th rank of the God King, comparable to her puppets. However, with her as a small god sovereign and her puppets, clearing the tribe wasn't too difficult. Shui Zilan also found a stone tablet, numbered 10. She didn't recognize the character but remembered it, knowing she needed to find the corresponding symbol. Dongfeng Zi had just finished a battle, standing amidst ruins. He had just destroyed a small fortress belonging to the demon clan, killing all the demons inside. In the fortress stood a stone tablet numbered 6. Among the top 16, almost everyone had found the corresponding tribes and fortresses and discovered the stone tablets. Except for Lin Moyu and Shui Zilan, others had to put in more effort. After all, they were fighting alone, unlike Lin Moyu and Shui Zilan, who had it easier. Lin Moya hadn't even fought personally. The spectators seemed to have a new understanding of Lin Moya's skeletons. The strength of the skeleton god generals exceeded everyone's expectations. From the battles of other small god sovereigns, it could be inferred that the enemies simulated by the formation were generally between the 6th and 7th ranks of the god king. By this calculation, the strength of Lin Moya's skeletons was astonishing, with the skeleton god generals possessing combat power comparable to small god sovereigns. 100 small god sovereign level summons, and this might not even be Lin Moya's limit. He might be able to summon more and stronger ones. This discovery shocked everyone. How can anyone fight this? Each one is a small god sovereign. 100 small god sovereigns, isn't that overwhelming? I feel like Lin Moya alone could take on the other 15. That's not necessarily true. There's still a big difference between small god sovereigns. Especially Qing Fei and Dongfang Ziyi, their strength is close to that of god sovereigns. The 4 domain lords also saw this scene and were extremely curious about Lin Moya's combat power. They all looked at Zhu Tian, who shook his head and said, "Don't look at me. Lin Moya has been in the Vermilion Bird battlefield for the past few years." "I don't know either." "If you want to know, ask Zhu Leyeta. He knows." Zhu Tian immediately shifted all the responsibility to Zhu Kaiwudi, as it had nothing to do with him. Bai Binger snorted, "Ask Zhu Kaiwudi? Forget it. I don't want to make things difficult for myself." Wu De and Yi Qingxian had similar expressions, seemingly a bit afraid of Zhu Kaiwudi. Zhu Tian chuckled, "Just keep watching. You'll find out." In fact, he was also very curious about Lin Moya's strength. He had asked Zhu Kaiwudi, but Zhu Kaiwudi didn't give a clear answer. Lin Moya had mentioned it himself but didn't explain in detail. Anyway, Lin Moya had no pressure facing small god sovereigns. As the skeleton god warriors explored more areas, new discoveries were made. At the top of a high mountain, a golden giant beast was coiled. It had the body of a snake and the head of a lion, with golden scales reflecting dazzling light. From a distance, its blood-red tongue, covered in barbs, was visible. Its teeth were sharper than magical artifacts, extremely ferocious. It was 10,000 meters long, and the gas it exhaled turned into black clouds, corroding the ground into large holes. The aliens simulated by the formation had no life aura or souls but did have a presence. Lin Moya felt its presence, unique to small god sovereigns. A giant beast at the small god sovereign level. Lin Moya didn't mind. With a thought, 100 skeleton god generals turned into streams of light and flew over. Including the 10 skeleton god generals guarding the stone tablet, Lin Moya had already summoned 110 skeleton god generals. Although this was just a small fraction, Lin Moya felt it was enough and didn't need to expose too much information to the public. The giant beast noticed the skeleton god generals from afar and roared. Black clouds flew over, carrying corrosive raindrops that fell on the skeleton god generals. The raindrops sizzled on the skeleton god generals, emitting yellow gas. The skeleton god generals ignored the raindrops. The damage was shared by the undead legion, and the actual harm was minimal. White and majestic sword energy crossed thousands of miles, engulfing the land. Chapter 1529. Chapter 1529, 1529. Chapter 1529, eager for someone to come to him. The sword energy was incredibly dazzling, illuminating the land. Lin Moya's skeleton god generals, each like a small god sovereign, unleashed their power. Although they didn't have the diverse methods of a small god sovereign or earth-shattering spells, their attack power was not weak at all. 100 skeleton god generals simultaneously unleashed sword energy, creating a powerful destructive force that even small god sovereigns would find hard to resist. Amidst the overwhelming sword energy, mountains collapsed, and the giant beast howled in agony. The giant beast was torn apart by the sword energy, its golden scales shattered, and blood flowed profusely. The formation simulation is very realistic. The giant beast's various behaviors were no different from those in the real world. A small god sovereign level giant beast had incredibly strong vitality. It flew out against the sword energy, pouncing towards the skeleton god generals. The giant beast was incredibly fast, crossing thousands of miles in an instant and appearing in front of the skeleton god generals. Its body was tattered, covered in blood, and most of its golden scales were shattered. Its massive body became its most powerful weapon, crashing into the skeleton god generals. With a loud bang, the ground shook, and the entire world trembled. A dozen skeleton god generals were sent flying. The giant beast opened its massive mouth and sprayed corrosive mist, enveloping a group of skeleton god generals. At the same time, it swung its head and bit down, trying to crush several skeleton god generals. Its teeth exerted force, trying to bite the skeleton god generals into pieces. However, the skeleton god generals were incredibly sturdy and not easily crushed. The skeleton god generals that were sent flying quickly flew back, wielding their sharp bone swords and slashing at the giant beast. Each slash cut off a large chunk of flesh from the giant beast. The skeleton god generals enveloped in the corrosive mist also charged out, appearing unscathed. They too raised their swords and slashed, cutting off large chunks of flesh from the giant beast. In the blink of an eye, the giant beast's body was covered in wounds, its bones exposed, and blood poured like a waterfall, staining the ground red, creating a gruesome scene. The formation seemed to have even simulated the smell of blood, which Lin Moya could smell from a distance. Lin Moya frowned. This smell of blood seems too real. The smell of blood was not a real scent but a sensation from the soul. A small god sovereign level giant beast's blood contained vast laws, and the smell of blood would spread along the omnipresent lines of the laws to all corners of the great world. The giant beast continued to howl, and the smell of blood grew stronger. Lin Moya sensed something was wrong. It was too realistic. Even if the formation simulation was very realistic, there would still be some differences from reality. Apart from lacking a soul, other differences could be noticed upon closer inspection. However, the small god sovereign level giant beast before him seemed no different from a real giant beast. Lin Moya's heart stirred, and he switched to undead vision. A massive soul fire was burning fiercely. No wonder it feels so real. Lin Moya finally understood that the giant beast before him was not simulated by the formation but was a real giant beast. The 4-star region's competition used a combination of reality and simulation, with both simulated and real giant beasts. Seeing this, Lin Moya realized that undead vision had regained its usefulness. He could use undead vision to find those giant beasts and then kill them. If my guess is correct, the tokens should be obtained by defeating the giant beasts. In that case, I might be able to obtain multiple tokens. Eliminating a few people shouldn't be too difficult. If he could obtain multiple tokens, Lin Moya felt he would have the initiative in this competition. With this in mind, Lin Moya no longer wanted to tangle with this giant beast. With a thought, another 100 skeleton god generals appeared and joined the battle. Sword energy crisscrossed the land, and the giant beast howled in pain. It had already been at a disadvantage, and now it was completely overwhelmed. In just 1 minute, the giant beast was killed. When it died, its body was already in pieces, with flesh scattered all over the ground, looking extremely miserable. After its death, a light descended from the sky, enveloping the ground. The giant beast's body turned into light particles and disappeared, and the ground was restored to its original state in an instant. At the same time, a golden token appeared. Sure enough, the tokens can be obtained by killing the giant beasts. Lin Moya picked up the token, which had the character 3 engraved on it. This corresponded to the 3rd stone tablet. Before he could put the token away, a strong light shot into the sky, illuminating a large part of the sky. Invisible waves spread out, and a large area of light appeared in the sky. Lin Moya looked up and saw a beam of light above his head, reaching the sky and connecting with the formation. This is a guiding beacon. Lin Moya immediately understood what was happening. It was similar to the situation in the ancient battlefield of the small world when he obtained the primordial rune. He could imagine that everyone in the competition now knew he had obtained a token and could find his exact location through the guiding beacon. Lin Moya didn't mind, he was eager for someone to come to him so he could eliminate them himself. He released another 1,000 skeleton god warriors and began searching for more giant beasts in the competition arena. As he obtained the token, the other 15 contestants received a notification from the Human Emperor Network. Contestant number 1 has obtained a token. The formation has activated the guiding beacon. You can find contestant number 1 by following the beacon. Everyone saw the beacon in the formation and could find Lin Moya by following it. Dongfeng Zi looked up at the sky. Lin Moya, you're fast. Enjoy your moment of glory. It's not time for our battle yet. Sooner or later, I'll have a proper fight with you and show you who's number 1. Dongfeng Zi's eyes were filled with anger and defiance. Qin Fei received the notification, glanced at the sky, and then ignored it. Her attention was focused on a giant beast 10,000 meters away, and she raised her azure sword. Shui Zilan arrived at a lakeside, her gaze fixed on the calm water. Xiaohan, you said there's a big guy in here, right? On her shoulder sat a small, fiery red spirit, the size of a fist. The spirit spoke in a language only Shui Zilan could understand. Yes, it's a very big guy. Shui Zilan smiled sweetly. How big? The red spirit stretched out its hands to show, as big as the master. Shui Zilan understood that there was a small god sovereign level giant beast in the lake. She murmured to herself, the stone tablets are in the tribes, so the tokens should be on the giant beasts. Lin Moya has already obtained a token. Just now, Xiaohong sensed the aura of battle, which should have been between Lin Moya and a giant beast. Lin Moya's combat power is indeed strong, easily killing a small god sovereign level giant beast. But I'm not weak either. Her eyes sparkled, and she formed runes with her hands. 3 puppets appeared beside her, each resembling a swordsman, carrying long swords, and standing about 5 meters tall, exuding a formidable aura. Shui Zilan activated the 3 puppets, and their eyes glowed red. Shui Zilan frowned slightly, seemingly under some pressure. Controlling puppets also had its requirements. With her strength, controlling 3 small god sovereign level puppets was already her limit. Let's begin. With a soft shout, Shui Zilan pointed her finger, and the laws erupted. The lake surface exploded, and a massive creature emerged from the water. Chapter 1530. Chapter 1530, 1530. Chapter 1530, I advise you not to mess with her. The skeleton god warriors swiftly moved across the battlefield. With the presence of the Lightspeed Lich, their speed was incredibly fast. Lin Moya quickly found the second giant beast. Even from thousands of miles away, the soul flame of a small god sovereign was still eye-catching. Upon finding the giant beast, the skeleton god generals quickly surrounded and attacked it. With the combat power of 200 skeleton god generals, they easily crushed the giant beast. By the time Lin Moya arrived, the small god sovereign level giant beast had already been torn to pieces. The light of the formation enveloped the ground, and the corpse had already turned into light particles. Lin Moya didn't even see the true form of the giant beast. Under the power of the formation, the ground was restored, erasing the traces of the battle, leaving only a token. Lin Moya picked up the token, which had the character 5 on it, corresponding to the 5th stone tablet. Not bad luck. With both the 5th stone tablet and the token found, he could proceed to the second layer at any time. But he didn't plan to leave just yet. Now that he had found the second token, it meant at least one person would be eliminated. If he could get more tokens, more people would be eliminated, and he could even control who gets eliminated. Having the initiative, why not? As Lin Moyo obtained the second token, everyone received a notification from the Human Emperor Network. Contestant number 1 has obtained the second token. The formation has activated the guiding beacon. You can find contestant number 1 by following the beacon. Everyone was stunned. Dongfeng Ziyi stopped in his tracks, incredulous. How is this possible? How can he be so fast? No, I must find a token quickly, I can't be outdone by him. Qing Fei, who was fighting a small god sovereign level giant beast, felt a jolt in her heart, the second token, which means someone is about to be eliminated. Her sword strikes became even more fierce, unleashing earth-shattering attacks. Shui Zilan looked at the nearly dead giant beast not far away. Lin Moyo was really fast. Am I really going to lose? All the small god sovereigns realized that Lin Moyo was truly powerful. They also knew that someone would inevitably be eliminated on this layer. Trying to snatch a token from Lin Moyo was almost impossible. Now, 2,000 skeleton god warriors were searching for tribes and tokens, and 200 skeleton god generals were ready to respond wherever needed. Soon, Lin Moyo obtained the third token, which was numbered 1. He also found more stone tablets in the tribal fortresses. The aliens in the tribes had been completely cleared out. Unlike Lin Moyo, others couldn't leave people to guard the stone tablets. Outside the arena, countless eyes watched the competition. Lin Moyo's performance was in their eyes, and many people showed excited expressions. Lin Moyo has obtained 3 tokens. He's too strong, he's definitely going to win this competition. He's still looking for new tokens. Each additional token means one more person will be eliminated. Lin Moyo is completely dominating this competition. Lin Moyo seems to be going too far. Will those who haven't found tokens team up against him? Very likely. I think Lin Moyo should stop while he's ahead. Stop? No way. He should take all the tokens and solve the problem once and for all. Even if they team up, Lin Moyo has 200 small god sovereign level summons. They might not be able to beat him even if they join forces. Everyone had different opinions and thoughts. The 4 domain lords also watched the competition. Zhu Tian didn't say anything, but his expression betrayed his good mood. Lin Moyo's performance was outstanding, far surpassing the others. Bai Binger saw that none of her star region's contestants had found a token yet and felt anxious. These guys, why are they so slow? Wuda was in a much better mood. Shui Zilan was about to get a token, and as long as she got one, entering the second layer wouldn't be a problem. Wuda laughed. No need to worry, what will come will come. Bai Binger glared at him. You turtle, are you itching for a fight? Wuda smiled at Bai Binger. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Yi Qingxian, the domain lord of the Azure Dragon Star region, also looked displeased. Although Qin Fei was about to get a token, the other contestants hadn't even seen a token. At this rate, only one person from the Azure Dragon Star region might enter the second layer. It's embarrassing, considering the Azure Dragon Star region had 4 contestants in the top 16. If 3 were eliminated on the third layer, it would be a disgrace. But he said nothing, just watched quietly. At least he had a bottom line, which was better than Bai Binger. Unconsciously, he glanced at Bai Binger, whose expression made her feel extremely uncomfortable. For a god sovereign, faces everything. Bai Binger gritted her teeth. It's all Lin Mohan's fault. She had to break through to god sovereign now. Couldn't she wait until after the competition? I'll have a good talk with her after this. The usually silent ancestor of the Su family suddenly spoke. I advise you not to mess with her. Her breakthrough to god sovereign was facilitated by Saint Hao, Lin Lao, and Lady Yu together. Bai Binger was stunned. Not only her, but the other 3 were also stunned. What kind of situation is this? When did beings at the Beyond the Shore level start caring about a small god sovereign? And it was 3 Beyond the Shore beings working together to help Lin Mohan become a god sovereign. What is Lin Mohan's true identity? The Su family ancestor continued. The Sword Orchid god sovereign is about to step into the Beyond the Shore. This was another heavy blow. Lin Mohan not only had 3 Beyond the Shore beings supporting her but also had a master about to become a Beyond the Shore being. Her status seemed even more noble than Bai Binger's. Bai Binger forced a smile. When I said talk, I really meant talk. I'll invite her for a drink. The Su family ancestor snorted. That's for the best. Among the 4 domain lords, Zhu Tian knew the most. He knew that Lin Moyo and Lin Mohan were siblings. The Su family ancestor had just said that the Saint Sovereign and Lin Moyo were equals. Now hearing about Lin Mohan, Zhu Tian couldn't help but speculate. It's not because of Lin Mohan's status or the Sword Orchid God Sovereign's impending breakthrough. It's more likely because of Lin Moyo. It's because of Lin Moyo that Saint Hao and the others helped Lin Mohan break through to God Sovereign. What is so special about Lin Moyo? Why is this happening? He had asked Zhu Kaiwudi about it before, but Zhu Kaiwudi didn't reveal anything, so Zhu Tian had to give up. In the arena, 2 more beacons appeared. The 2 beacons appeared almost simultaneously, with no difference in timing. One beacon pointed to Qing Fei, and the other to Shui Zilan. Both had obtained tokens. This made others even more anxious, and the sense of urgency increased. 5 of the 16 tokens had already appeared. Lin Moyo had 3, Qing Fei and Shui Zilan each had 1, leaving 11 tokens for 13 contestants. The competition became even fiercer. Dongfeng Ziyi crossed tens of millions of kilometers and finally saw a giant beast. Upon seeing the giant beast, Dongfeng Ziyi understood how to obtain the tokens. Wei Bowen also finally found a giant beast. Zhuang Bai and Xu Xiong teamed up, locked onto a target, and quickly advanced. Chapter 1531. Chapter 1531, 1531. Chapter 1531, no need for words, just take action. The prompt from the Human Emperor Network appeared repeatedly, each time accompanied by a guiding marker, indicating the location of the token. Lin Mou had already found the location of the last token, and the skeleton general was on its way there. In just one day, 15 out of 16 tokens had already appeared. The last token was about to appear, and Lin Mou had already found its location. With 6 tokens in his possession, he was about to obtain the 7th one. Once he had 7 tokens, he only needed to find the corresponding stone tablet to be transported to the second level, where 6 contestants would be eliminated and unable to enter. However, Lin Mou found it strange that Zhuangbai and Chu Xiong had not obtained any tokens. With their strength, dealing with minor divine beasts should not have been a problem. Moreover, with Zhuangbai's intelligence, it was unlikely that he couldn't figure out the correct way to obtain the tokens. Suddenly, a guiding marker disappeared. At the same time, the prompt from the Human Emperor Network sounded in everyone's ears. Contestant number 2 has entered the second level. Qin Fei had entered the second level. Lin Mou was not surprised entering the second level first could provide an advantage. He could have left earlier, but he had some matters to attend to. 10 minutes after Qin Fei entered the second level, another guiding marker disappeared. Contestant number 11 has entered the second level. Shui Zilan had also entered the second level. Shui Zilan, ranked 11th among the top 16, did not have a particularly strong soul, but her special abilities allowed her to excel in this competition. Dongfeng Ziyi watched this scene, like a meteor streaking across the sky. He quickly found the corresponding stone tablet, muttering to himself, Lin Mou, it's not time for us to face off yet. Leaving a message only he could hear, Dongfeng Ziyi activated the stone tablet and entered the second level. Contestant number 3 has entered the second level. Contestant number 8 has entered the second level. More and more contestants found the stone tablets and entered the second level, leaving fewer people in the third level. But Lin Mou remained still. The 4 domain lords found it strange. Wu De murmured, what is he trying to do? He should enter the second level as soon as possible to gain an advantage. As she spoke, she glanced at Zhu Tian. At this moment, his mood had improved. A contestant from the White Tiger Star had obtained a token and entered the second level. Among the top 16, the White Tiger Star had only 2 contestants, so having one enter the second level met the basic requirement. In contrast, the Azure Dragon Star had 4 contestants in the top 16, but only Qin Fei had entered the second level. Proportionally, it was not as good as the White Tiger Star. Zhu Tian said, he's looking for someone. Looking for someone? Indeed, Lin Mou's released skeletons seemed to be searching for someone. Over 2,000 skeletons were flying around the arena. Yi Qingxian whispered, he's looking for Zhuangbai and Chu Xiong, contestants number 4 and number 5. Zhu Tian said, he and Zhuangbai and Chu Xiong are friends. Wu De chuckled, someone's in trouble. Wu De was in a particularly good mood. The 2 contestants from the Black Tortoise Star had already entered the second level. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Yi Qingxian. Not only him, but Zhu Tian and Bai Binger also looked at Yi Qingxian. Among the 7 people remaining in the third level, 3 were from the Azure Dragon Star, 3 from the Vermilion Bird Star, and 1 from the White Tiger Star. However, all 7 tokens were in Lin Mou's possession. If they wanted to enter the second level, they had to get the tokens from Lin Mou. Zhuangbai and Chu Xiong followed the guiding markers, flying towards Lin Mou's location. Behind them, 3 contestants from the Azure Dragon Star were chasing them. Lin Mou finally found Zhuangbai and Chu Xiong and understood their situation. He transformed into a stream of light and rushed towards them. Soon, they met. Chu Xiong shouted, Junior brother Lin, we finally found you. Lin Mou glanced at them, why are you so badly injured? At this moment, Zhuangbai and Chu Xiong were in bad shape, severely injured, especially Chu Xiong, who had 4 fist-sized holes in his abdomen, front and back. Blood was still flowing, and his internal organs were shattered. The wounds were imbued with sharp laws, preventing the body from healing. Although the physical body was not crucial for a god king, severe injuries would significantly reduce combat power. Zhuangbai was also injured but looked better than Chu Xiong. As Lin Mou spoke, he released 2 laws. The law of immortality, carrying a powerful life force, fell on them. The life force quickly expelled the foreign laws from Chu Xiong's body and began healing the wounds. Zhuangbai said, we were ambushed. Chu Xiong looked at the 3 people chasing them, 3 bastards ambushed us while we were dealing with a giant beast. But they didn't get away unscathed. In the end, they didn't get the token either. Zhuangbai quickly explained the situation. They had found a giant beast and, after a fierce battle, were about to kill it when 3 people from the Azure Dragon Star ambushed them. The Azure Dragon Star's attack power was the highest among the 4 star domains. In the sudden attack, Chu Xiong was severely injured, and Zhuangbai was also hurt. However, they did not give up and fought back, preventing the Azure Dragon Star from taking advantage. Unexpectedly, a contestant from the Divine City appeared, quickly killed the giant beast, and took the token. The person was so fast that the Azure Dragon Star contestants couldn't catch up and turned their anger on Zhuangbai and Chu Xiong. Injured and outnumbered, Zhuangbai and Chu Xiong retreated. As more contestants entered the second level, only Lin Mou remained. Zhuangbai knew Lin Mou was looking for them, so he and Chu Xiong came to find him. They trusted Lin Mou's abilities. The 3 contestants from the Azure Dragon Star arrived quickly. Before they could stabilize, they shouted, Lin Mou, hand over the tokens. If you don't hand over the tokens, you won't leave today. Before they could finish speaking, their expressions changed dramatically. Not good. Defend. A large number of skeletons appeared around Lin Mou, surrounding them almost instantly. Then, dazzling sword energy engulfed them, attacking fiercely. Hundreds of skeleton generals, each as strong as a minor god, attacked simultaneously, and the sword energy swallowed them. Lin Mou moved too quickly, not asking for explanations or giving them a chance to speak. With Zhuangbai and Xu Xiong's words, there was no need for further discussion. Amid the sword energy, screams echoed. 3 azure dragons flew out, breaking through the sword energy and fleeing quickly. The 3 were severely injured in an instant, covered in wounds. If they stayed, they would die. Lin Mou's mind moved, and the skeleton generals quickly pursued. In the 3rd level, 200 more skeleton generals were roaming, and they joined the chase. Zhuangbai and Xu Xiong watched in amazement. After a few seconds, Xu Xiong gave a thumbs up. Junior brother Lin, you're amazing. Zhuangbai smiled. Junior brother Lin always surprises us. A small effort. Senior brothers, follow me. Lin Mou released the law of immortality again, healing them as he led them to the nearest stone tablet. Chapter 1532. Chapter 1532 1532. Chapter 1532 Junior brother Lin, are you selling the token? At this moment, the expressions of the 4 domain lords were varied and colorful. The one with the worst expression was Yi Qingxian. His mouth twitched involuntarily, wanting to get angry but having nowhere to vent. Lin Moya's actions had essentially sealed the fate of the 3 contestants from the Azure Dragon Star domain. They had no chance of entering the 2nd level. Binger coughed lightly. Actually, I think Lin Moya is a decent person. If we negotiate properly, it's not impossible for him to give away 2 tokens. Seeing Yi Qingxuan's grim face, Binger changed her tone. But it's not a big deal now. At least Qing Fei succeeded. My White Tiger Star domain also only has 1 contestant. Everyone is about the same. Wuda echoed Binger's words. Exactly, having Qing Fei alone is enough. More people wouldn't make much difference. Hearing this, Yi Qingxuan's expression improved slightly. At least Qing Fei was still in the game, and Qing Fei was strong enough to represent the strength of 3 contestants. Thinking this way made things seem a lot better. Zhu Tian added, having more people doesn't help. The result would be the same if they encountered Lin Moya. Yi Qingxuan's face turned grim again. Zhu Lao-san, if you can't speak properly, just shut up. Zhu Tian was in a great mood and didn't argue with Yi Qingxian. He felt truly vindicated now. With Lin Moya in the competition, the 4-star domains tournament was in the bag. Binger suddenly frowned. What is that guy doing? Wuda also noticed something unusual. They saw a cultivator from the White Tiger Star domain following Lin Moya's group. He used a special artifact to hide his presence, and Lin Moya and the others hadn't noticed him. In just over a day since the competition started, Lin Moya had already explored most of the 3rd level. At least 4 of the 7 tokens he held, he knew the exact locations of the corresponding stone tablets. He brought Zhuangbai and Xu Xiong to the nearest stone tablet. By this time, Zhuangbai's injuries were fully healed, and Xu Xiong's injuries were mostly healed. Lin Moya handed a corresponding token to Zhuangbai. Senior brother Zhuang, see you in the 2nd level. Zhuangbai nodded, see you in the 2nd level. Zhuangbai activated the token and was transported to the 2nd level. Lin Moya immediately took Xu Xiong to another stone tablet. Earlier, he had learned that Zhuangbai and Xu Xiong had a Divine King level artifact that allowed them to communicate. Once they entered the 2nd level, they could quickly reunite. Acting together would be much safer. Being ambushed once was enough, it wouldn't happen a 2nd time. By the time they reached the 2nd stone tablet, Xu Xiong's injuries were also fully healed. As Xu Xiong was being transported to the 2nd level, Lin Moya suddenly said to the side, Senior brother, you've been following us for a while. Why not come out and speak directly? A few seconds later, 1,000 meters away, the space seemed to be pulled open like a curtain. A person appeared. Hello, Junior brother Lin. My name is Hu Tian, number 18. Lin Moya, who had memorized the resources of each contestant, naturally knew Hu Tian. Hu Tian was from the White Tiger Star domain and was also a minor god king with considerable combat power. In the top 16 competition, he had defeated contestants with lower numbers to make it into the top 16. In fact, he had been there all along, following them without showing any malice. Even now, he was very polite and courteous. Lin Moya asked, Senior brother Hu, if you have something to say, just say it. Hu Tian scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Junior brother Lin, I'm thick-skinned enough to ask if you would sell me a token. He was tall and burly, somewhat resembling Xu Xiong, and seemed quite honest. He used the word buy, implying he was willing to pay a price. Lin Moya smiled. What price is senior brother Hu willing to offer? Seeing that Lin Moya didn't refuse outright, Hu Tian knew there was a chance. I have a Divine King level defensive artifact. Although it's only mid-tier, it's quite effective. Lin Moya shook his head. I don't need artifacts. Lin Moya's standards were high. Divine King level artifacts didn't interest him. At the very least, he needed Divine Sovereign level artifacts. Seeing that Lin Moya didn't want artifacts, Hu Tian looked disappointed. To him, the most valuable thing he had was this Divine King level artifact. If it weren't for the competition, he would be reluctant to part with it. Just as he was feeling disappointed, Lin Moya said, Senior brother Hu, you should be quite knowledgeable about the power of faith, right? Hu Tian nodded instinctively. I have some research on it. Lin Moya said, in that case, I want a detailed document on the power of faith, including your understanding and insights. The more detailed, the better. Just that. Hu Tian couldn't believe it. Lin Moya smiled and confirmed, just that. Hu Tian seemed even more embarrassed. Junior brother Lin, you're getting the short end of the stick. The information you want can be easily found in the White Tiger Star domain. I know, but I want it now, Lin Moya said with a smile. Alright, I'm getting a great deal. Hu Tian took out a jade tablet and used his soul power to inscribe all his understanding of the power of faith into it. He also took out 2 more jade tablets, making a total of 3, and handed them to Lin Moyo. One contains my personal insights, and the other 2 contain information on the power of faith at the Divine King level. Lin Moya didn't doubt him. He accepted the jade tablets without checking them on the spot and handed a token to Hu Tian, pointing in a direction. In that direction, 2 million kilometers away, there's a stone tablet. Hu Tian took the token and thanked Lin Moyo excitedly. Thank you, junior brother Lin. With the token, he could enter the second level and avoid being eliminated here. Lin Moya waved his hand. It's a fair trade, no need to thank me. Hu Tian said, I understand. I owe you one, junior brother Lin. If you ever visit the White Tiger Star domain, come find me. I live in the Tiger family of the second star system. Hu Tian left with gratitude, and Lin Moyo also flew towards another stone tablet. The 3 Azure Dragon Star domain contestants, who were being chased by the skeleton generals, suddenly received a prompt. Contestant number 1 has entered the second level. Immediately, the skeleton generals disappeared. Finally, they're gone. I thought I was going to die here. How can Lin Moyo be so terrifying? Is he really only at the 4th stage of the Divine King level? We're all minor god kings, yet we were chased to this extent. The 3 sighed in relief. Fortunately, Lin Moyo had left. Contestant number 19 laughed bitterly. Are we the only 3 to be eliminated? No, there's also a guy from the White Tiger Star domain, number 18. He didn't get a token either. At this moment, the Human Emperor Network's prompt sounded again. Contestant number 18 has entered the second level. The 3 were stunned, looking at each other in disbelief. Then their surroundings changed, and they found themselves back in the competition city. For them, the competition was over. Although they made it to the top 16, they were the last 3 among the top 16. The issue wasn't just their ranking but the embarrassment. They knew that their chase by Lin Moyo had been witnessed by the entire human race. Their reputation was ruined, and they wouldn't dare show their faces for decades when they returned to the White Tiger Star domain. They also had to face Domain Lord Yi Qingxian, who would undoubtedly reprimand them. The 3, with their heads hung low, retreated to their quarters to heal their injuries. As Hu Tian entered the second level, the arena of the third level disintegrated with a loud rumble. It transformed into layers of high walls, enclosing the last 2 levels. At the same time, everyone noticed that the competition's live feed had disappeared. No one could see the ongoing competition. For a moment, everyone was puzzled, not knowing what had happened. Chapter 1533. Chapter 1533, 1533. Chapter 1533, Projection closed, new rules for the second layer. For a moment, the entire human race star domain was full of questions, wanting to know what had happened. Lin Moyo wondered why the competition projection had suddenly disappeared. Soon, the Human Emperor Network provided an answer to everyone. Due to the involvement of human race secrets in the upcoming battles, the projection will be temporarily closed. The projection will resume once the next stage of the competition begins. No one expected such a turn of events. However, the human race is very united and tolerant. No one doubted the explanation given by the Human Emperor Network. Almost everyone stood by the Human Emperor Network, supporting its decision. Indeed, with so many guests from other races, some secrets cannot be revealed to them, someone commented. Not just that, there are many spies within the human race itself. Some secrets cannot be disclosed, another added. I support the Human Emperor Network's decision. Anyway, we can see it again in the next stage. No rush, someone else said. I can only silently wish all the contestants the best, hoping they perform at their best, another person added. On the competition field, the 4 domain lords were still there. They could still see the entire competition process, which was their privilege. Apart from them, other observing gods could not see the specific situation of the competition at this moment. The voice of the Su family ancestor, majestic and deep, rang out, You 4, keep your mouths shut. The 4 domain lords felt a chill in their hearts, knowing that the upcoming competition might indeed involve human race secrets, not just empty words. Although they were domain lords, the real secrets of the human race were not in the 4-star domains but in the Divine City. Some things were unknown even to them. The 4 opened their eyes, intending to see what secrets were involved. Yi Qingxuan's previous frustration disappeared, replaced by curiosity. After Hu Tian finally entered the second layer, the 13 people in the second layer simultaneously received a message from the Human Emperor Network. Attention all contestants. The projection has been paused. Anything you do next will not be known to anyone. You can fully unleash your strength without worrying about your information being leaked. Below are the new rules for the second layer. Please listen carefully. A powerful enemy leader will appear in the center of the second layer. The one who kills the enemy leader can directly enter the first layer and obtain a very powerful magical treasure. This powerful magical treasure can play a significant role in the next stage of the competition. There is only one enemy leader, and it is very powerful. Please be cautious. In the second layer, if you die or lose the ability to continue fighting for any reason, you will be directly eliminated. Everyone listened to the new rules, feeling a chill in their hearts. There was now another way to advance to the next layer. Not only could they advance to the next layer, but they could also obtain a powerful magical treasure. This rule became very attractive, making defeating the enemy leader in the center a priority for many. The rules stated that the enemy leader would appear in the center of the second layer, but where exactly was the center? They were in the second layer and couldn't determine the exact direction. Almost no one knew whether they were near the edge or the center. Obviously, the first person to reach the center would have an advantage. Dongfeng Zi looked around, unable to discern the direction, and cursed, "What a lousy rule. This rule favors Lin Moyo again." Wei Bowen also thought to himself, "Why do I feel that the Human Emperor Network is biased towards Lin Moyo?" However, he could only think this and didn't dare to say it out loud. Qin Fei took out a bird-shaped jade magical treasure. With a thought, she commanded, "Go." The jade magical treasure shattered, turning into thousands of bird shadows flying in all directions. Shui Zilan touched the red little spirit on her shoulder. "Little Red, help me find the center, okay?" Little Red chirped twice, then flew into the air and disappeared in a flash, its speed comparable to a god. Zhuangbai and Xu Xiong were lucky this time, quickly meeting up as they were close to each other. Zhuangbai took out a jade-eye magical treasure, placed it on his forehead, and scanned the area, determining the direction. Xu Xiong asked, "Old Zhuang, are we going to kill the enemy leader?" Zhuangbai shook his head. "No, we'll just find the stone tablets and tokens." He knew his strength. Although not weak, compared to Dongfeng Zi and Qin Fei, he was still lacking. Competing to kill the enemy leader was not their forte. Instead, while others were looking for the enemy leader, they could find the tokens and stone tablets to enter the first layer as soon as possible. Lin Moyo had already sent out skeleton warriors to scout, and the initial feedback indicated that the number and density of simulated enemies here far exceeded those in the third layer. Moreover, their combat power had also increased, with the strength of the simulated enemies reaching the 8th stage of the God King level. Another difference was that they had built small cities and formed armies. Lin Moyo even felt that they would use battle formations. Ordinary skeleton warriors were already difficult to deal with, so Lin Moyo had to send out a large number of skeleton generals for the attack. The Human Emperor Network had explained that the projection had ended, and anything they did here would not be seen by the outside world. With this assurance, Lin Moyo had no scruples. Thousands of skeleton generals were dispatched, sweeping through and destroying everything in their path, killing and demolishing cities. Tokens, stone tablets, enemy leaders. Lin Moyo planned to take them all. This layer would see more eliminations. The rules state that the one who kills the enemy leader can directly enter the next layer and obtain a powerful magical treasure. But how is it determined who kills the enemy leader? What level is the enemy leader? Is it at the peak of the minor god level or a true god? Lin Moyo pondered the rules. If 5 people attacked the enemy leader together, who would get the credit? Would it be the first person to attack, the last person to land the killing blow, or the one who dealt the most damage? The rules didn't specify, so all possibilities existed. To be safe, Lin Moyo thought of a foolproof method, not letting anyone else touch the enemy leader. He would handle it alone, eliminating any ambiguity. Additionally, the right to enter the next layer, whether it took effect immediately or could be controlled, made a big difference. He wanted to eliminate a few more people in this layer. To do that, he needed to get more tokens. He also thought of Zhuangbai and Xu Xiong. If he left, they might be in trouble. After some thought, Lin Moyo decided to pursue both goals. He would fight for the tokens and the enemy leader. As for Zhuangbai and Xu Xiong, it would depend on their luck. He would help if he could, but if not, there was nothing he could do. After all, this was just a competition, not a life-and-death battle. A small city was captured by the skeleton generals, and all the enemies inside were killed. However, there was no stone tablet inside. This was another change. Unlike the third layer, where the presence of a stone tablet could be seen from outside the tribe, now they had to capture the city to determine if a stone tablet was present. Moreover, the density of cities had greatly increased, making it much harder to find the stone tablets. The third layer took just over a day, but the second layer, though smaller in scope, would take much longer, at least 3 to 4 days. Chapter 1534. Chapter 1534, 1534. Chapter 1534, Simulated Spirit Array, Real and Illusory. Shui Zilan was fighting alongside 3 minor god-level puppets, having just breached a city. Lin Moyo's minor god-level skeleton generals had already charged in, unstoppable. At this moment, a red line appeared in the sky, and Little Red returned to Shui Zilan's shoulder, chirping a few times. Shui Zilan's face turned grim. He has so many minor god-level summons. Little Red had found the central location and also discovered Lin Moyo's summons. Tens of thousands of minor god-level skeleton generals, incredibly terrifying. Shui Zilan felt a sense of despair amidst her shock. How could she fight such an opponent? Looking at her own puppets, she had only 3 minor god-level ones. There was no comparison. Qin Fei was in a similar situation. The birds released by her magical treasure acted as her eyes. Then she saw Lin Moyo's army of skeleton generals. Watching the skeleton generals effortlessly breach the city, Qin Fei was stunned. She had the same thought as Shui Zilan. This was impossible to fight. Suddenly, she somewhat understood why the Human Emperor Network had stopped the broadcast. Was it to protect Lin Moyo? It wasn't impossible. Qin Fei thought for a moment and decided not to compete for the central enemy leader. She would focus on finding tokens and stone tablets, aiming for second place. She didn't expect to get first place anyway. After breaching 3 cities in a row, Lin Moyo finally saw the first stone tablet. The stone tablet appeared only after all the enemies in the city were completely killed, confirming his suspicion that finding stone tablets and tokens here was significantly more difficult. The time required would also increase exponentially. The first stage had a total of 10 days, and they had to reach the first layer and complete the first token and stone tablet task within those 10 days. This meant that they couldn't waste too much time in the second layer. Even if they wanted to kill the central enemy leader, they had to find the stone tablets and tokens first to leave themselves a way out. But these rules were most advantageous to Lin Moyo. Because he had enough undead troops, he could pursue both goals without any impact. Looking at the 9 characters engraved on the stone tablet, the number was 9, corresponding to the token number 9. In the end, it's all about strength. As long as you're strong enough, even the rules will favor you. Or rather, the rules made by the strong always favor the strong. Lin Moyo patted the stone tablet and turned to leave. As usual, he left 10 skeleton generals to guard and mark the location. The skeleton generals discovered a giant beast 1,000,000 kilometers away from the stone tablet. A large number of skeleton generals swarmed over, and the battle quickly ended. Lin Moyo arrived late to collect the spoils. It was a token numbered 6. Most of the rules in the second layer hadn't changed, only slightly adjusted. The monsters simulated by the array were stronger, and the giant beasts were still real, not simulated by the array. Compared to the third layer, the combat power of the giant beasts in the second layer had increased but was still within the minor god level. Lin Moyo felt that the combat power of the giant beasts in the second layer was comparable to Zhuangbai and Shuxiong but not as strong as Qingfei and Dongfang Zi. Based on this estimate, the combat power of the giant beasts in the first layer should reach the peak of the minor god level, comparable to Qingfei and others. The simulated enemies in the first layer might reach the 9th stage of the god king level. Finally, the skeletons found the central point. The central point had a huge city, larger than any other city. Just seeing this city, one could immediately determine it was the central point. In the center of the city, there was a tall tower. At the top of the tower, an abyssal dragon demon was coiled. Enemy leader, abyssal dragon demon. An old friend. Among the demon race, Lin Moyo was most familiar with the abyssal dragon demon. One had to admit, the abyssal dragon demon, as a royal among the demon race, indeed had an extraordinary aura. Just coiling there was enough to make one's heart tremble. When Lin Moyo thought that the abyssal dragon demon, like the giant beasts, was real, he suddenly realized that the abyssal dragon demon was not real. The abyssal dragon demon had no soul. When he discovered that the abyssal dragon demon had no soul, Lin Moyo couldn't believe it and looked again. After repeatedly confirming that the abyssal dragon demon had no soul, Lin Moyo was stunned. He suddenly understood why the Human Emperor Network had stopped the broadcast. The scene before him indeed couldn't be shown to outsiders. Not only to other races but even to his own people, it wasn't suitable to show. Some might not see anything, but there were always smart people in the world. Because the abyssal dragon demon before him was a god. The 4 domain lords were stunned, their eyes filled with shock. Wuda murmured, "No way, the simulated spirit array has reached this level, it can even create gods." Zhu Tian whispered, "Indeed, this can't be known to outsiders, it would trigger a racial war." Yi Qingxuan's voice was excited, "If we can mass-produce gods, our human race will stand above all races." Bai Binger's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. How did they do it, without any prior information? I seem to feel the power of faith in the array. The voice of the Su family ancestor was majestic and deep. What you see must not be disclosed. Understood. The 4 said in unison, knowing the gravity of the situation. If other races knew that the human race's simulated spirit array had reached this level, it would definitely trigger a war among all races. Although the human race was not afraid, it was not yet the right time. The Su family ancestor said, "Actually, the simulated spirit array is not yet fully successful. This time, it's also an experiment using these young ones." The 4 nodded lightly. If it could be experimented with, it meant it was more than halfway successful. With further improvements, it would soon be ready for practical use. Thinking about the simulated spirit array being used in actual combat, just the thought made the 4 extremely excited. Lin Moyo was also somewhat shocked at this moment. The array had actually created a god out of thin air. Previously, when he saw the array simulating God King level enemies, he wasn't shocked. Even if the array could simulate minor gods, he wouldn't be shocked. Later, he found that the minor god level giant beasts were real. At that time, he instinctively felt that the array's limit was the God King level. But now, his thoughts were completely shattered. Simulating God Kings and simulating gods were completely different concepts. The creatures simulated by the array, except for lacking a soul, were no different from ordinary creatures. Their combat power was almost the same. If they could mass-produce gods, once the array was used in actual combat, it would be terrifying. The combat power of the human race would increase exponentially. There was no doubt about the human race's ability to create arrays. Creating an array that covered a star system was not difficult. Imagine, in a battle between 2 armies, the human race suddenly throws out an array. The enemy's opponents would directly become simulated creatures of the array, fearless of death and injury, endless in number. How could they fight? They might as well commit suicide. However, Lin Moyo also noticed that the human race probably didn't yet have the ability to simulate god-level creatures at will. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such secrecy. Lin Moyo thought a lot in that moment and finally said softly, "Let me test how strong you, a god, are." He quickly headed towards the center of the second layer, no longer caring about the fortresses and cities. At this moment, the abyssal dragon demon in the central city slowly awakened, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Guiding markers appeared in the sky, and the Human Emperor Network's reminder sounded. Chapter 1535. Chapter 1535, 1535. Chapter 1535, go ahead, but bear the consequences. The alien leader in the second center has awakened, and the contestants can go to kill it. Lin Moyo looked at the large array in the sky and thought to himself, this is forcing me to offend people. Originally, he could have gone alone to kill the abyssal dragon demon without anyone noticing, but now, his plan to secretly kill the monster was disrupted. It seemed like the Human Emperor Network had discovered his plan and deliberately created trouble for him. Lin Moya steeled his heart. Then let's stick to the original plan. A large number of skeleton generals flew out, 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 100,000, 200,000. A million skeleton generals, each turning into a stream of light, surrounded the central city. From this moment on, the central city became a forbidden area, and Lin Moya did not allow anyone to approach. Anyone who got close would face the ruthless attacks of the skeleton generals. When a million minor god-level skeleton generals appeared, the 4 domain lords were completely unsettled. Even Zhu Tian was bewildered, not knowing what was happening. He knew Lin Moya had many summons, an astonishing number. But normally, the higher the level of the summons, the fewer their numbers. This was common knowledge among summoners in the Black Tortoise Star domain, but this common knowledge was broken by Lin Moya. The other 3 looked at him, and Zhu Tian said without hesitation, "Don't look at me, go ask old Zhu." The 3 snorted, clearly not believing him. At this moment, the Su family ancestor said, "This is also one of the reasons for closing the projection. You must keep Lin Moya's situation confidential." The 4 understood the gravity of the situation. Lin Moya's potential had already been elevated to the same level as the simulated spirit array, becoming an absolute secret of the human race. They were smart enough to realize that if Lin Moya continued to grow and his summons became stronger, one day, if his summons reached the God Sovereign level, a million God Sovereigns on the battlefield would be an unimaginable sight. It seemed that even the simulated spirit array would become less important. The million skeleton generals, densely packed, surrounded the entire central city from the sky to the ground. Their long swords pointed outward, not to fight the abyssal dragon demon in the city, but to prevent anyone from disturbing Lin Moya. Dongfeng Zi arrived and stopped abruptly in midair, 1,000 meters away from the skeleton generals. The skeleton generals in front of him had already raised their long swords, pointing at him. Dongfeng Zi felt a strong sense of being locked onto by killing intent, making him very uncomfortable. He saw Lin Moya among the skeletons from a distance and was greatly shocked. Are all these skeletons Lin Moya's summons? No wonder he could collect points so quickly on the Huanshan continent. Summons comparable to minor god sovereigns are indeed terrifying. Although the number of skeleton generals was large, Dongfeng Zi was not afraid. He shouted at Lin Moya, "Lin Moya, what do you mean by this?" Lin Moya seemed to be waiting for him. "It means don't come near." Dongfeng Zi said in a deep voice, "What if I insist on coming closer?" "Then you can try. I don't mind eliminating you now." Lin Moya's tone was calm, without a hint of emotion, but it sounded completely different to Dongfeng Zi. Dongfeng Zi said coldly, "Do you know that doing this will anger everyone?" As he spoke, Wei Bowen, Qing Fei, and Shui Zilan also arrived, each keeping a considerable distance and not approaching. Dongfeng Zi deliberately raised his voice so everyone could hear. It was clear that Dongfeng Zi was trying to provoke. Whether it was Qing Fei or Wei Bowen, both were very powerful. Although they were still minor god sovereigns, they far surpassed the skeleton generals. If they really wanted to rush in, the skeleton generals, despite their numbers, might not be able to stop them. Soon, others also arrived. Besides Dongfeng Zi, there were 2 other minor god sovereigns from the Divine City, though not as strong as Dongfeng Zi, they were close. They stood by Dongfeng Zi's side, naturally on the same side as him. Another person from the War God Hall also arrived, standing with Wei Bowen. Bai Xiao and Hu Tian from the White Tiger Star domain arrived one after another. A stream of water fell from the sky, forming a human figure beside Shui Zilan. "Senior sister Shui, I'm here." Soon, everyone who had entered the second layer, except for Zhuangbai and Chu Xiong, had arrived. Dongfeng Zi smiled smugly. "Lin Moya, do you intend to offend all of us? Although your skeletons are many, I admit, if it were a life-and-death battle, we wouldn't be your match. But can they alone stop us?" Dongfeng Zi was leveraging the situation, but he was also speaking the truth. Everyone's here. Lin Moya had not acted immediately because he was waiting for them. He glanced at everyone. "Are you planning to stop me?" His voice became powerful, creating an invisible pressure. Dongfeng Zi and Wei Bowen's faces changed slightly, feeling something was off. At that moment, they felt as if they were facing a powerful god sovereign. It was a soul-level pressure. Lin Moya had killed god sovereigns, and not just one. He had faced the netherworld realm and endured powerful ancient curses. Even without considering his soul quality, his spirit and energy were unmatched by these people. Qing Fei was the first to shake her head. "Junior brother Lin, don't misunderstand. I just want to see how you kill the abyssal dragon demon." Qing Fei was the first to express that she would not interfere with Lin Moya. Dongfeng Zi's expression turned ugly. In his view, he, Wei Bowen, and Qing Fei were the strongest 3. If Qing Fei stood by, the threat to Lin Moya would be greatly reduced. Dongfeng Zi looked at Qing Fei and said in a low voice, "Are you willing to watch him kill the alien leader and get the treasure?" When did people from the Azure Dragon Star domain become so timid? Qing Fei's voice turned cold, and she lightly waved her green sword, emitting dragon roars. "How I decide is none of your business. If you say one more word, I'll fight you right now." "You." Dongfeng Zi was speechless. He didn't want to fight Qing Fei now. At this moment, Shui Zilan also expressed her stance. "Junior brother Lin, I have no intention of competing with you. I'm just watching and won't interfere." The figure beside Shui Zilan said in a low voice, "I have no objections to senior sister Shui's decision." Clearly, they had a good relationship, and this person followed Shui Zilan's lead. The burly Hu Tian said loudly, "I won't compete with junior brother Lin either. I just want to see junior brother Lin's methods. The other contestant from the White Tiger Star domain didn't speak but stepped back, showing his stance. The cultivators from the 4-star domains, for various reasons, decided not to compete with Lin Moyo. Now, only Dongfang Zi and the two from the Divine City, along with Wei Bowen and another from the War God Hall, were left. Both had conflicts with Lin Moyo and clearly didn't want to give up easily. Lin Moyo looked at them. Go ahead, but bear the consequences. His tone was still calm, not a threat, but more than a threat. Dongfang Zi felt conflicted, unsure whether to act or not. He was very unwilling, but looking at the dense skeleton generals, he wasn't confident. Rushing in was one thing, but what next? Lin Moyo ignored them and flew towards the city. As he entered the city, the abyssal dragon demon fully awakened, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Chapter 1536. Chapter 1536, 1536. Chapter 1536, The Skeleton King at the God-Sovereign level. The terrifying pressure belonging to a God-Sovereign instantly swept across the heavens and earth. Lin Moyo felt all the clouds being blown away, revealing the enormous array in the sky, clearly visible. The ground cracked, countless stones fractured, and the city almost collapsed. Dongfang Zi and others' expressions changed simultaneously. God Sovereign. It's actually a God Sovereign. The abyssal dragon demon at the God Sovereign level. Exclamations of disbelief echoed. No one had expected that the alien leader would be a God Sovereign. They had thought that the abyssal dragon demon, like other giant beasts, was just a minor God Sovereign, at most at the peak of the minor God Sovereign level. Dongfang Zi believed that as long as it was still a minor God Sovereign, he could kill it with some effort. But facing a God Sovereign, he had no other way except to protect himself. Even if everyone present joined forces, they might not be able to defeat a God Sovereign. Originally, Dongfang Zi was still hesitating whether to make a move, but now he had no intention of doing so. Facing a God Sovereign, no matter how many skeletons you have, it's useless. The power of a God Sovereign is far beyond that of a minor God Sovereign. Dongfang Zi thought to himself as he began to retreat quickly to avoid being affected. Not only him, but Wei Bowen and others also retreated, both sides showing great tacit understanding. In contrast, Qing Fei and others did not retreat, seemingly having great confidence in Lin Moyo. Qing Fei didn't know why, but her intuition told her that the abyssal dragon demon at the God Sovereign level was not Lin Moyo's match. Shui Zilan had a similar intuition, so she didn't retreat either. Lin Moyo felt the God Sovereign aura emanating from the abyssal dragon demon and shook his head slightly. Compared to a true God Sovereign, it's still a bit lacking. He had fought against several God Sovereigns and was very clear about their strengths and weaknesses. The abyssal dragon demon in front of him, although it had an aura similar to a God Sovereign, was still somewhat lacking. Lin Moyo thought it might be due to the array. After all, it was something simulated by the array, and there was a significant difference from a true God Sovereign. Another point was the signature ability of a God Sovereign, the power to mobilize the Lost Star River. He wondered if the abyssal dragon demon in front of him could do that. Lin Moyo sighed, showing a hint of disdain. Let's try it. I hope it won't disappoint me. His subtle expression was noticed by Dongfang Zi, who felt a surge of anger. What kind of expression is that? He's actually disdainful. Facing a God Sovereign, he's disdainful. Does he look down on God Sovereigns? Wei Bowen also noticed Lin Moyo's expression. His expression is strange, as if he doesn't take the God Sovereign seriously. Qing Fei and Shui Zilan had different feelings. To them, Lin Moyo seemed somewhat disappointed in the God Sovereign. They didn't understand, but instinctively felt that there might be something wrong with the abyssal dragon demon. Unfortunately, with their eyesight, they couldn't see what the problem was. Not only Dongfang Zi and others, but the 4 domain lords also noticed Lin Moyo's expression. Knowing the inside story, they read other information from Lin Moyo's subtle expression. Yi Qingxian whispered, "This kid seems to have noticed something." Bai Binger was skeptical. Is that possible? He's just a god king. He can't possibly see through the array. Yi Qingxian shook his head. It's hard to say. I've always felt he's unusual. Wuda suddenly said to Zhu Tian, "Old Zhu, this is your man. What do you think his expression means?" Zhu Tian chuckled. "Just keep watching, and you'll know." Keep watching. Lin Moyo raised his hand and pointed to the sky. Boom! The heavens and earth shook violently, and the array was impacted. Gray flames appeared in the sky, instantly enveloping the entire city. The flames shot up to the sky, burning fiercely, yet strangely without any temperature. A pressure no less than that of the abyssal dragon demon slowly emanated from the flames. The 4 domain lords were also shocked, and even the Su family ancestor at the Beyond Realm looked at Lin Moyo. Outside the city, everyone was stunned. Dongfang Zi exclaimed, "What kind of spell is this? How can it have the pressure of a God Sovereign?" Wei Bowen also roared, "How can a mere God King cast such a spell? Even our War God Hall doesn't have such a spell." Qing Fei sighed lightly. Junior brother Lin indeed has a trump card. Shui Zilan and the little red spirit on her shoulder both widened their eyes. "I feel the gray flames are very dangerous, enough to burn me to death." From the gray flames, a huge skeleton throne emerged. The skeleton throne was exquisitely crafted, exuding an ancient aura. Just the throne alone seemed like an artifact from a distant era, radiating majestic power. It's different. Lin Moyo noticed some differences. He knew that after reaching the 4th stage of the God King level, the Skeleton King could potentially reach God Sovereign combat power. And it was true, but he didn't expect that the transformation would occur in the Skeleton Throne, not the Skeleton King. The Skeleton Throne didn't get bigger, instead, it became smaller. Lin Moya knew that the size of the skeleton throne generally represented the size of the skeleton king. A minor god-sovereign skeleton king was as tall as 100,000 meters. At that time, the skeleton throne could be described as covering the sky. But now, the skeleton throne was only about 10,000 meters, indicating that the skeleton king was also about 10,000 meters tall. The skeleton throne flew out of the gray flames, like a supreme throne, floating in midair, confronting the abyssal dragon demon. A powerful pressure emanated from the skeleton throne. Then, a huge gem on the throne lit up, and the skeleton king appeared on the throne. As Lin Moyo had expected, the skeleton king had indeed become smaller, from 100,000 meters to 10,000 meters. But the skeleton king had also become stronger. The original skeleton king was bare, although large and mighty. It always felt like something was missing. Now, the skeleton king was wearing exquisite armor. The armor was as white as jade, yet reflected a metallic luster. The combination of two different types of luster made it look extraordinary. The skeleton king's head was also covered with a heavy helmet, revealing only a pair of terrifying eyes glowing red. The skeleton king stood up from the throne, and the bone cloak behind it instantly ignited, covered in flames. The skeleton king struck the skeleton throne with force, and the throne exploded, transforming into an equally exquisite bone sword. The skeleton king held the bone sword with both hands and walked out of the flames. At this moment, it became a terrifying flame warrior. The abyssal dragon demon seemed to sense the skeleton king's power and roared, flying towards it. The skeleton king's eyes glowed red, and suddenly, a Lost Star River appeared above its head. In the Lost Star River, countless bones floated, as if countless skeletons were drifting within. Lin Moya was awestruck. This was the skeleton king's law, the law of bones. The skeleton king had become different, completely different from before. The skeleton king at the god-sovereign level actually possessed its own law. This meant that other skeletons, upon reaching the god-sovereign level, might also possess their own laws. Among god-sovereigns, the presence or absence of a Lost Star River and the ability to mobilize its power made a huge difference. The Lost Star River poured down, countless bones transforming into the power of law, converging on the skeleton king. The bone sword slashed, emitting a sharp sword light. Spell, God Slaying. The sword light exploded, and Lin Moya clearly felt the terrifying power of this strike. The sword not only contained the skeleton king's own law of bones but also his own law of immortality. The two laws fused almost perfectly, further enhancing the power. Before the abyssal dragon demon could reach the skeleton king, its body suddenly exploded with dazzling sword light, shattering into pieces. Chapter 1537. Chapter 1537, 1537. Chapter 1537, Team Spirit, but not much. The abyssal dragon demon didn't even have a chance to scream before it was torn apart by the sword light and then turned into dust. Lin Moya didn't even need to use the array to retrieve it. It had already disappeared from the world. One sword strike annihilated the abyssal dragon demon. The skeleton king, also a god-sovereign, had combat power far surpassing the array-simulated abyssal dragon demon. At this moment, Dongfeng Ziyi and the others were completely shocked and speechless. With their understanding, they couldn't even imagine what level of power this was. A god king reversing a god sovereign? Was this something a human could do? Even in the historical records of the human race, Xiao Zhantian was the only one who achieved the feat of a god king slaying a god sovereign, and that was at the 9th stage of the god king level. He was the only one in human history to have done so. After Xiao Zhantian, many geniuses emerged, but none could achieve this feat. For example, Xiao Sheng, known as the star of the human race, only accomplished this feat at the minor god sovereign level. But Lin Moyu, at just the 4th stage of the god king level, had achieved this feat. He could no longer be compared to the war god. Lin Moya's actions had completely surpassed the legendary Xiao Zhantian. Dongfeng Ziyi kept repeating, "This is impossible, this is impossible." Wei Bowen also stared wide-eyed in disbelief. The 4 domain lords were equally shocked, unable to speak, no better than anyone else. They knew Lin Moya was powerful, but they didn't expect him to be this powerful. The voice of the Su family ancestor slowly echoed, "The future is promising." The future is promising was already a very high evaluation. This was an evaluation given by someone at the Beyond Realm, something ordinary people could never receive. Even the 4 domain lords, at the peak of the god sovereign level, only received a comment of having a chance from the Su family ancestor. Yes, they had a chance to step into the Beyond Realm, but it was far less promising than Lin Moya's future. The 4 realized that in the eyes of the Su family ancestor, their status was already far inferior to Lin Moya's. It was highly likely that in the future, Lin Moya would surpass them and leave them far behind. When they thought about Lin Moya's age, they felt this possibility was infinitely large. With the death of the abyssal dragon demon, the array began to operate, and the entire city turned into points of light. The points of light gathered in the air, forming a long sword that fell directly into Lin Moya's hand. The sword was very ornate, with a gem embedded in the hilt that looked like a dragon's eye, crystal clear. This is not a real object. As soon as Lin Moya held the sword, he knew it was also simulated by the array. It felt like a real object, but it wasn't. Lin Moya was filled with curiosity about the array, which could simulate various creatures to the point of being indistinguishable from the real thing. It could also simulate magical treasures that had some special effects within the array. Truly a magical array. However, the sword did not display any attributes. It was just ornate and had no other features. Lin Moya thought for a moment and used a detection spell on the sword, just like in the real world. The Human Emperor Network immediately responded. Violent Sword can amplify the user's attack tenfold, up to 10 uses. A simple attribute, capable of amplifying attacks tenfold. A tenfold amplification was a huge temptation for anyone. If it fell into the hands of Dongfang Zi or Qing Fei, they could use this sword to unleash their strongest attack, potentially reaching the level of a god sovereign. Very useful for others, but for me, it seems not very useful. This sword might be useful for senior brother Zhuang and senior brother Chu. The rules don't say it can't be given to others. This way, senior brother Zhuang and senior brother Chu might achieve good rankings in the next stage. Lin Moya thought, but the premise was that Zhuangbai and Chu Xiong could pass this stage and enter the next one. Now that they were not here, Lin Moya knew what they were doing. Not coming to the central area was the right choice. It was better to take this opportunity to find tokens and stone tablets. Perhaps they already had results. Lin Moya put away the violent sword, flew onto the Skeleton King, and simultaneously recalled the million skeleton generals. His sharp gaze swept over Dongfang Zi and the others. Do you still want to make a move? Lin Moya looked down from above, like a king overlooking his subjects, making Dongfang Zi extremely uncomfortable. But discomfort was useless. He had to admit he was no match for Lin Moya. The 10,000-meter Skeleton King summoned by Lin Moya had the power to crush him. Barring any accidents, this time's champion would undoubtedly be Lin Moya. He had no ability to compete with him. Under Lin Moya's gaze, Dongfang Zi snorted heavily and left without looking back. Wei Bowen also turned and left. Hu Tian cupped his fists towards Lin Moya. Junior brother Lin, I admire you. Lin Moya accepted calmly, nodding slightly. Senior brother Hu, no need to see you off. Hu Tian turned and left, leaving only Qing Fei, Shui Zilan, and the figure standing beside Shui Zilan. This figure was shrouded in a layer of water vapor, making it impossible to see his true appearance. In the contestant information, he was called Shui Xing and seemed to know Shui Zilan. Qing Fei asked, Junior brother Lin, why not directly eliminate Dongfang Zi and Wei Bowen? Lin Moya replied, if I wanted to eliminate them, I could have done so in the third layer. But there's no need otherwise, the game would be meaningless. Lin Moya wasn't boasting. He indeed had the ability to eliminate everyone in the third layer. But doing so would make the entire competition meaningless. He could certainly win the championship, but he wouldn't see what happened in the second layer or witness the magical array. With the experience of the second layer, Lin Moya also wanted to see what the first layer looked like, so he wouldn't eliminate Dongfang Zi now. Keeping them around had its uses. Qing Fei didn't know Lin Moya's true thoughts but followed his words. Junior brother Lin is truly extraordinary, treating the competition as a game. Perhaps it has been so from the beginning. Lin Moya smiled but didn't answer. Qing Fei didn't press further and said, I no longer aspire to first place, but I will still strive for second place. As she spoke, she looked at Shui Zilan not far away. Shui Zilan said softly, I aim for the top 5. Both were determined and had their own goals. Lin Moya smiled, I wish you both success. Qing Fei and Shui Zilan also left to find tokens and stone tablets. Lin Moya didn't act immediately. After killing the abyssal dragon demon, he knew he could go to the first layer at any time. This was a right granted by the rules. He could go whenever he wanted, just with a thought. Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry. After obtaining the violent sword, he had other ideas. When he first heard about the 4-star domains competition in the Vermilion Bird battlefield, someone mentioned that the Vermilion Bird star domain always ranked last. Only a few times did it not rank last, and even then, it was third from last. This time, he wanted to see if he could raise the overall score of the Vermilion Bird star domain to first or second place. Relying on him alone to take first place was not enough. It was a comprehensive ranking. If Zhuangbai and Chu Xiong could take second and third place, they might be able to achieve this. Originally, this was impossible, but now with the violent sword, he saw a glimmer of hope. As a contestant from the Vermilion Bird star domain, he had some team spirit, though not much. Chapter 1538. Chapter 1538, 1538. Chapter 1538, Working Together, Sharing Resources. The skeleton generals began to roam the arena again, not searching for cities but directly looking for giant beasts. Lin Moya knew that as long as he had the tokens, he could take the initiative. Shortly after the alien leader was killed, a beam of light shot straight into the sky. Contestant number 4 has obtained a token. The array has started guiding markers, and you can follow the markers to find contestant number 4. The array displayed guiding markers, allowing others to find contestant number 4. Senior brother Zhuang got a token. Lin Moya thought for a moment and summoned 100 skeleton generals. He handed the token he had obtained to one of the skeleton generals. Go, take this to senior brother Zhuang. The 100 skeleton generals immediately followed the guiding markers, flying towards Zhuangbai's location. Lin Moya knew that Zhuangbai must be with Chu Xiong. He had already obtained one token, and now he was sending another one over. They just needed to find the corresponding stone tablets. The 100 skeleton generals were also there to protect them. If Wei Bowen or Dongfang Zi tried to snatch their tokens, the 100 skeleton generals would be enough to ensure their safety. Of course, Zhuangbai and Chu Xiong were not weak either, at least not weaker than the two from the White Tiger Star domain. Lin Moya was just being cautious, a habit he had developed over many years. The 4 domain lords were now staring intently at Lin Moya. Bai Binger asked curiously, why doesn't he go to the first layer? Wuta murmured, it seems they want to find more tokens and eliminate others. Yi Qingxian shook his head. He let Dongfang Zi and Wei Bowen go earlier, which seems contradictory to what he's doing now. Bai Binger frowned, I don't understand what he's trying to do. Zhu Tian laughed, what's so hard to understand? With his ability, he could have eliminated everyone in the third layer if he wanted to. He didn't do it in the third layer, and he won't do it now. The others looked at Zhu Tian, knowing he understood Lin Moyo better than they did. Bai Binger huffed, "Stop being mysterious, just tell us." Zhu Tian said, "This kid has a strong curiosity. He wants to get to the bottom of everything. Once he discovers the characteristics of the simulated spirit array, he will definitely explore further, so he won't eliminate these people." Bai Binger's eyes widened. "You mean he's using these people as his exploration tools?" Zhu Tian shook his head. "That's too harsh. Let's call them game partners." Wu De interrupted, "It's the same thing. This kid is clever, I like him." Yi Qingxian pondered, "Curiosity can be both good and bad. Many geniuses in human history have died because of their curiosity. There are many dangerous places in the world. That's why the human race has strict permission systems. Without strength, wandering around can lead to death. Even god sovereigns, even we, find some places dangerous. Actually, the places god kings can go are very limited." Yi Qingxian looked at Zhu Tian. "Old Zhu, if you get a chance, advise him not to be too curious. He once had a disciple with great potential who died exploring an unknown place due to excessive curiosity." Bai Binger frowned. "If you can't say it, I will. As a domain lord, he should give me some face." The Su family ancestor spoke at this moment. "Everyone has their own path. Do not interfere." The words of the Beyond Realm ancestor were absolute. The 4 domain lords dared not disobey and put away their thoughts. The competition continued. The 100 skeleton generals, flying at an astonishing speed of 150,000 kilometers per second, quickly found Zhuangbai and Xu Xiong. Receiving the token brought by the skeleton generals and seeing that they had no intention of leaving, Zhuangbai understood Lin Moya's intention. He immediately began searching for the corresponding stone tablets. As they searched, a stream of light approached rapidly. Dongfeng Ziyi arrived, his expression extremely unfriendly. But seeing the 100 skeleton generals, he snorted angrily and turned away without hesitation. Soon after, Wei Bowen also arrived and reacted the same way as Dongfeng Ziyi. They were not afraid of the 100 skeleton generals, but they knew Lin Moyo had far more than 100 skeleton generals. If they got entangled, more skeleton generals would come, and even the god sovereign skeleton might appear. Wei Bowen and Dongfeng Ziyi were not fools, they wouldn't do something so reckless. Lin Moyo was too strong now, and they had no choice but to retreat. Not long after they left, Qing Fei arrived. She didn't leave or retreat. Seeing the skeleton generals, Qing Fei showed a knowing expression. Lin Moya's actions made her realize that he was not only powerful but also meticulous in his thinking. Qing Fei showed no malice, so Zhuangbai and Xu Xiong didn't attack. The skeleton generals just watched without making any moves. Qing Fei cupped her fists towards Zhuangbai and Xu Xiong. "Senior brothers, may I ask what symbols are on your tokens?" Zhuangbai was slightly taken aback, pondering Qing Fei's intention. Xu Xiong was more direct. "Sister, just say what you want. I'm straightforward and don't like beating around the bush." Qing Fei said, "I found 2 stone tablets. If your tokens match, it will save a lot of effort. If they don't match, I can still contact you if I find anything, and we can share information." Zhuangbai understood her intention. Having tokens was not enough, they also needed the stone tablets. But nothing comes for free. Zhuangbai knew Qing Fei must have a request. Zhuangbai said, "State your request." Qing Fei smiled and got straight to the point. "I found a giant beast. Although I can kill it, it will take considerable effort. Given the current situation, apart from junior brother Lin, we are in chaos. I can protect myself, but after a big fight, I will be weakened." Zhuangbai understood. "All right, we'll help you kill the giant beast, and you help us find the stone tablets." He took out the tokens and showed the symbols on them. One token had the symbol for 7, and the other had the symbol for 6. These symbols were in ancient script, which none of them recognized, but they could remember them. Qing Fei pointed to the token with the symbol for 6. "What a coincidence, I know where the stone tablet for this token is." Zhuangbai was delighted. "Great, let's kill the giant beast first, and then you can take us to the stone tablet." Suddenly, 2 figures formed from water descended from the sky. Shui Zilan and her companion arrived, making Zhuangbai and Xu Xiong wary. Shui Zilan spoke softly, "Senior brothers, senior sister Qing Fei, may I join you?" She pointed to the token with the symbol for 7. "I know where the stone tablet for this token is." Chapter 1539. Chapter 1539, 1539. Chapter 1539. If we must be awkward, let's all be awkward together. Due to Lin Moya's influence, Zhuangbai and Xu Xiong unknowingly benefited. Although Qing Fei and Shui Zilan didn't try to curry favor with Lin Moyo, they also didn't want to offend him. A woman's intuition told them that maintaining a good relationship with Lin Moyo would only bring benefits, not harm. However, directly approaching Lin Moyo was difficult, so they instinctively chose to befriend Zhuangbai and Xu Xiong. Qing Fei had interacted with Lin Moyo before and could roughly gauge his character from their brief conversations. Seeing the skeleton generals, she knew she had made the right choice. Lin Moyo sending the skeleton generals over proved that Zhuangbai and Xu Xiong held some significance in his eyes. Moreover, during the competition, they seemed to be always together with Lin Moyo, at least as good friends. Shui Zilan had her own thoughts. She knew her strength was slightly inferior to Qing Fei and Dongfeng Ziyi. Much of her combat power relied on her 3 minor god-level puppets. If she faced a giant beast alone, her puppets could easily get damaged, affecting her combat power and putting her at a disadvantage in the next stage of the competition. Therefore, choosing to cooperate was a very good strategy. Besides, Shui Zilan had further plans, which she hadn't revealed yet. Zhuangbai and Xu Xiong naturally had no reason to refuse the cooperation request from Qing Fei and Shui Zilan. After all, it was beneficial to them. After some discussion, the four decided to first deal with the known giant beasts and then search for the corresponding stone tablets. As long as they had the tokens, they would have the initiative. Lin Moyu, through the skeleton generals, knew that the four had started cooperating. He smiled. Smart people, this win-win approach is not bad. He could guess Qing Fei and Shui Zilan's intentions. With their help, Zhuangbai and Chu Xiong would have no problem entering the first layer. Qing Fei and Shui Zilan might even escort Zhuangbai and Chu Xiong to the first layer first, as a gesture of goodwill. A day later, Zhuangbai, Chu Xiong, Qing Fei, Shui Zilan, and Shui Zilan's followers successfully killed 3 giant beasts and obtained 3 tokens. Including the tokens Zhuangbai and Chu Xiong already had, they now had 5 tokens, just enough for each of them. However, only 3 of the tokens had corresponding stone tablets. They still needed to find the other 2. Suddenly, they all received a message simultaneously. Contestant number 3 has entered the first layer. Chu Xiong exclaimed, that guy is lucky. Qing Fei said, I didn't expect him to be the first. Zhuangbai shook his head, if it weren't for us, junior brother Lin should have been the first. Shui Zilan shook her head, it doesn't really matter who is first. Just like when we entered the second layer, new rules will only be announced once everyone is in. Chu Xiong agreed, Sister Zilan is right. We don't need to rush, we should proceed steadily. Qing Fei said, I think we can start looking for the stone tablets now. They had the tokens, now they just needed the stone tablets. They already knew the locations of 3 stone tablets, but 2 were still missing. Shui Zilan suggested, according to our previous agreement, should we escort the 2 senior brothers to the first layer first? Chu Xiong immediately shook his head, no need, no need. Let's find the other 2 stone tablets first, then enter the first layer. Qing Fei looked at Zhuangbai, who said, I have no objections. Qing Fei nodded, all right then. Zhuangbai glanced at Chu Xiong, sensing a hint of flattery in his words. Not just now, but throughout the day, Chu Xiong had been echoing Shui Zilan's words. Zhuangbai knew Chu Xiong well, his intentions were obvious. Despite his rough appearance, Chu Xiong was quite shrewd. Shui Zilan didn't seem to mind Chu Xiong's behavior, in fact, she seemed quite happy. The group began searching for the stone tablets. They leveled city after city, quickly eliminating the simulated enemies within. Another day passed, and they finally found all the stone tablets. The Human Emperor Network's reminder appeared again. Contestant number 6 has entered the first layer. Wei Bowen had also entered. Qing Fei took a deep breath, let's go in too. Now, they just needed to reach the stone tablets to enter the first layer. As they were about to part ways, Shui Zilan suddenly took out 5 fist-sized dolls. These are my heartfelt puppets. They have no other function but to locate each other. When we enter the first layer, we can use these puppets to find each other and continue cooperating. Everyone agreed to Shui Zilan's proposal. They had realized the benefits of cooperation. It was not only easy but also safe. Although it might be slightly less efficient, this competition wasn't a race against time, so there was no need to rush for first place. The difference between finishing first and last wasn't significant. Qing Fei took a heartfelt puppet, see you in the first layer. Chu Xiong and Zhuangbai also took a heartfelt puppet each. The 5 then parted ways, each heading towards their respective stone tablets. Chu Xiong kept his eyes on Shui Zilan's departing figure, reluctant to look away. Zhuangbai patted his shoulder, all right, you'll see her again soon. Chu Xiong scratched his head, old Zhuang, what do you think of Sister Zilan? Zhuangbai pondered for a moment, she's beautiful and thoughtful, very nice. Chu Xiong asked, do you think I have a chance? Zhuangbai looked him up and down, making Chu Xiong feel uneasy. Chu Xiong couldn't help but shout, old Zhuang, what do you mean? Zhuangbai laughed, just kidding. Shui Zilan doesn't seem to dislike you, so keep trying, you have a good chance. Encouraged by Zhuangbai, Chu Xiong felt confident. Chu Xiong declared, all right, I'll definitely marry Sister Zilan. Zhuangbai chuckled, good luck, I'm rooting for you. Chu Xiong suddenly said, old Zhuang, I think Sister Qing Fei is also nice and suits you well. Zhuangbai glared at him, are you full? You haven't even settled your own matters and you're worrying about mine. Chu Xiong retorted, we're brothers, it's natural for me to be concerned. I'm serious, you and Sister Qing Fei really suit each other. Zhuangbai remained silent, not saying anything. Chu Xiong persisted, I can tell you like her. If you don't mind, I can. Shut up. Zhuangbai interrupted him and flew towards another stone tablet. Chu Xiong scratched his head, muttering, if you like her, just say so. Why be so secretive? I don't think Sister Qing Fei dislikes you either. Suddenly, Zhuangbai stopped. From his heartfelt puppet, Chu Xiong's voice came through, including his muttering. Zhuangbai's expression became complicated. The heartfelt puppets could transmit sound. So, Qing Fei and Shui Zilan must have heard it too. Zhuangbai sighed inwardly, deciding not to say anything. At this moment, Qing Fei and Shui Zilan also had complicated expressions. They didn't know what to say, so they remained silent. Lin Moyu, far away, also heard the conversation through the skeleton generals and couldn't help but laugh. The cooperation among the 4 had led to such an interesting situation. But thinking about it, they did seem well matched. Chapter 1540. Chapter 1540, 1540. Chapter 1540, he knows exactly what he wants. Contestant number 2 has entered the first layer. Contestant number 4 has entered the first layer. Contestant number 5 has entered the first layer. Contestant number 11 has entered the first layer. Contestant number 13 has entered the first layer. One prompt after another appeared, and all 5 of Zhuangbai's group had entered the first layer. Now, in the second layer, besides Lin Moyo, there were 5 people left. They were contestant number 7 and number 12 from Divine City, contestant number 14 from the War God Hall, and contestants number 17 and number 18 from the White Tiger Star domain. Lin Moyo had seen these people before, and the one who left the deepest impression was contestant number 18, Hu Tian. Hu Tian was somewhat similar to Chu Xiong, straightforward, and left a good impression on Lin Moyo. Another one was contestant number 17, Bai Xiao. Lin Moyo hadn't interacted with him, but judging by his ranking, his strength was not inferior to Hu Tian's. Both of them were dark horses who had fought their way up from the preliminaries, defeating seeded players and forcefully entering the top 16. Contestant number 7 and number 12 from Divine City had their brilliance overshadowed by Dongfang Ziyi, but they were still very strong, at least stronger than the two from the White Tiger Star domain. The contestant from the War God Hall was also not weak. Although ranked 14th, with the secret techniques of the War God Hall, the outcome of a fight would be hard to predict. In terms of strength, the second layer couldn't hold them back. If they followed the rules, they could all enter the first layer. But now, Lin Moyo had become an unexpected factor. Lin Moyo held the remaining 6 tokens. With the advantage of his undead army, he had gathered all the remaining tokens. Now, if the 5 wanted to get tokens to enter the next layer, they had to find Lin Moyo. Hu Tian was the first to come, bringing Bai Xiao with him. He had some experience from a previous transaction with Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo had obtained the tokens but hadn't eliminated them, so his purpose was clear. When Hu Tian arrived, he lowered his stance slightly and got straight to the point. "Junior brother Lin, name your price." Bai Xiao was a bit unaccustomed at first, but since Hu Tian had already spoken, he didn't say much. Now, he had only 2 choices: either buy the token from Lin Moyo or be eliminated. Being eliminated this way was something he couldn't accept, but buying the token also felt unsatisfactory. Lin Moyo tossed a token to Hu Tian. "You don't need to buy it. This one is for you. As for him, the conditions are the same as yours." Hu Tian's eyes lit up, and he whispered a few words to Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao's expression was complex, clearly not expecting that what Lin Moyo needed was this. Following Hu Tian's example, Bai Xiao recorded all his insights on the power of faith onto a jade tablet. He also handed over all the information he had collected on the power of faith to Lin Moyo in exchange for a token to enter the next layer. The two thanked Lin Moyo and left happily with their tokens. The 4 domain lords watched this scene, and Bai Binger, the master of the White Tiger Star domain, breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought this kid would ask for an exorbitant price." Zhu Tian chuckled. "He knows his limits." Wuda disagreed. "I don't think it's about knowing his limits, he knows exactly what he needs." Thinking about it, it seemed true. Lin Moyo had been very purposeful from the beginning, probably having thought it through at the start of the transaction. Yi Qingxian said, he needs insights on the power of faith, which the White Tiger Star domain excels at. So, what will he ask from Divine City and the War God Hall? Zhu Tian laughed. "What do you think Divine City and the War God Hall have?" The 3 domain lords were startled, roughly guessing what Lin Moyo would want. Lin Moyo indeed knew exactly what he needed. During these days, while chatting with Su Jianqing, Su had mentioned some characteristics of Divine City. There were some special areas in Divine City where one could obtain special materials. These materials were numerous, and their properties couldn't be detected even with detection techniques. Their levels were also unclear, similar to a mysterious iron block Su Jianqing had once obtained. Lin Moyo now wanted these materials. Whether they were useful or not, having them was good. Su Jianqing had said that although these materials were rare, they weren't considered precious due to their unknown uses. Generally, cultivators from Divine City would have a few pieces. When the 2 from Divine City came to him, Lin Moyo straightforwardly stated his request. They readily agreed to the exchange. To Lin Moyo's surprise, he received 2 more iron blocks identical to the one Su Jianqing had given him. It seemed these iron blocks were not uncommon. As for the War God Hall, Lin Moyo asked for a secret technique. The War God Hall had many legacies, most of which were obtained after exterminating other races. Among these legacies were many secret techniques. These secret techniques had been modified and could be used by the human race, such as the great strength secret technique seen in previous battles. Some secret techniques were very precious and not shared, while others could be shared and were often used as rewards. Lin Moyo asked for a secret technique called the Purple Gold Body, a body refining technique from the now extinct Purple Gold race. The Purple Gold Body was naturally unsuitable for human cultivation. Later, human predecessors had studied it and tried to modify it. However, the modification results were not satisfactory, and the human race had no intention of pursuing physical sanctification. Ultimately, the Purple Gold Body became one of the less precious secret techniques in the War God Hall, accessible to almost all members. Trading it now wouldn't cause any issues. After completing the transactions, Lin Moyo finally used his privilege to enter the first layer. The atmosphere in the first layer was somewhat gloomy and oppressive. Dongfeng Ziyi was the first to enter the first layer and was currently healing his injuries. After a fierce battle, although he had defeated his enemies, he was also injured. His eyes were filled with ferocity, mixed with shock and panic. The enemies in the first layer are so strong. Shortly after entering the first layer, he encountered the first wave of enemies. To be precise, he didn't encounter them, they came directly to him. It was a 100-member team of the Golden Eagle race. Among them, 99 were at the 9th stage of the God King level, and the leader was a minor God Sovereign. Dongfeng Ziyi didn't take such a team seriously because the minor God Sovereign was much weaker than him. However, as soon as the battle started, he realized something was wrong. The Golden Eagle race had formed a battle formation, combining everyone's strength into one. Moreover, the Golden Eagle race was extremely fast, making it impossible for him to dodge. After a fierce battle, although he defeated his opponents, he was also injured. Dongfang Zi gritted his teeth. If this continues, the giant beasts here might reach the peak of the minor god sovereign level, making them difficult to deal with. I might win using secret techniques, but it would come at a cost. After thinking for a while, Dongfang Zi made a decision. An hour later, his injuries were mostly healed. In the dim world, a golden light appeared, making Dongfang Zi tense up. Someone was coming again. His injuries had just healed, and now someone else was coming. Without thinking, Dongfang Zi immediately retreated. But the Golden Eagle race was faster than him, catching up in an instant, and another fierce battle erupted. Chapter 1541. Chapter 1541, 1541. Chapter 1541, Endless Battles in the First Layer. One battle after another, continuous and unending battles. Lin Moyu and Dongfang Zi gradually gained experience. After each battle, they had about an hour to rest and recover. An hour later, the enemies would come again. No matter how they tried to avoid it, the enemies always knew where they were. This left them with no opportunity to search for stone tablets and tokens, as time was consumed by fighting and recovering. Dongfang Zi thought of Lin Moyu. This situation seemed particularly advantageous for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's army of skeletons was not afraid of being outnumbered. This made Dongfang Zi feel it was unfair, as if the rules were biased towards Lin Moyu. He felt a surge of anger but had no outlet for it. Remembering the rule that complaints were not allowed, he swallowed his frustration. He gritted his teeth and accepted one battle after another, feeling increasingly depressed, thinking, why haven't those two guys arrived yet? The second person to enter the first layer was Wei Bowen. He entered an area controlled by the Silver Tribe. Like Dongfang Zi, he was attacked by the Silver Tribe. Unlike the previous two layers, the aliens in the first layer actively sought out enemies. It was as if they had become invaders. Wei Bowen had similar thoughts to Dongfang Zi but understood that no matter how the rules changed, they always favored the strong. Lin Moyu was strong enough that no rule changes would alter that fact. Afterward, Zhuang Bai and others also entered the first layer. Upon entering, they quickly used the heartfelt puppets to locate each other and regroup. The five met again, and although Qing Fei, Shui Zilan, and Zhuangbai didn't mention that the heartfelt puppets could transmit sound, everyone seemed to understand. Their faces showed slight awkwardness, losing some of their natural demeanor. Chu Xiong, not understanding the situation, wanted to ask for clarification. Suddenly, Qing Fei looked into the distance. A dark mass of demons was flying towards them. Prepare for battle. Qing Fei called out softly. The sound of a sword rang out as she gripped her long sword. They faced the same kind of intense battles as Dongfang Zi and Wei Bowen. The difference was that they were 5 people together, but the number of enemies was the same as for a single person. With 5 people working together, the battle was not difficult. The battle formation of 100 demons was quickly broken. Watching the demons turn into points of light and disappear, the 5 finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qing Fei said softly, "Don't you think something is off?" Zhuangbai remained silent, while Chu Xiong asked curiously, "What's off?" Shui Zilan said, "Indeed, something is off. When we regrouped, we didn't see any demon tribes or cities along the way. Where did these demons come from? Moreover, these demons seem to have their own thoughts, like a real army capable of forming battle formations." Chu Xiong shook his head, "Not quite the same. I've fought real demon battle formations, and they are stronger than these." Zhuangbai added, "If it were a real demon battle formation, it would indeed be much stronger." Qing Fei said, "That's not what I mean. I feel these demons seem to have their own thoughts." They all knew that the aliens in the third and second layers were simulated by the array. Although very realistic, there were always some differences. But now, these differences seemed to be diminishing. Qing Fei's senses were very sharp, and she felt this change. However, she couldn't explain it more concretely. Besides her, Zhuangbai and the others didn't have this feeling, not even Shui Zilan. Qing Fei couldn't figure out why and had to temporarily set aside her thoughts. Qing Fei suggested, "Let's try to find the stone tablets or giant beasts first." Everyone agreed with her proposal and quickly began searching. An hour later, another army of demons found them, and the battle resumed. The fighting was relentless. When Lin Moyu entered, he encountered the same situation. However, for Lin Moyu, a mere 100-member battle formation was nothing. He had experienced battle formations of millions, and countless demon enemies had turned to dust under his hands. The skeleton generals, his best fighters, quickly dealt with them. Lin Moyu never feared being outnumbered. There's another change. During the battle, Lin Moyu sensed the differences in the first layer. Like before, these aliens were still simulated by the array. That wasn't the issue, the problem lay in the individuals. The simulated beings in the first layer were less rigid and more agile. It seemed the array not only simulated their appearance but also gave them some intelligence. Puppets without intelligence and those with intelligence were entirely different concepts, like magical treasures with and without spirits, not on the same level. Lin Moyu thought deeply, if they can simulate intelligent god sovereigns and find a way to mobilize the power of the Lost Star River, that would be powerful. He felt the array was developing in this direction, but the difficulty was high. A large number of skeleton generals spread out, also searching for stone tablets and giant beasts. Here, Lin Moyu's advantage became more apparent. Dongfang Zi and Wei Bowen were trapped by endless enemies, struggling to move. Although Zhuangbai's group of 5 could still move, their efficiency was greatly reduced. Only Lin Moyu was unaffected. However, Lin Moyu searched for a long time without finding any stone tablets or giant beasts. Finally, when all 5 had entered the first layer, the array in the sky activated with a roar. Countless runes appeared in the sky, and a massive pressure descended, forcing everyone except Lin Moya to the ground. Lin Moya felt a soul pressure close to the beyond realm. In his undead vision, he saw countless soul flames burning behind the array. These soul flames varied in strength, from the 9th stage of the God King level to the God Sovereign level. These soul flames were integrated with the array, arranged in a unique way to form a beautiful pattern. The pattern seemed to be a giant rune, containing mysterious laws and wonders. In that moment, Lin Moya suddenly understood something. Are they trying to simulate intelligence through the souls of living beings? Whoever thought of this array is incredibly powerful. If successful, who could compete with the human race? The loud voice of the Human Emperor Network interrupted Lin Moya's thoughts. Attention all contestants. The rules for the first layer will now be explained. Enemies will attack contestants at regular intervals. With each attack, the number of enemies will increase. The interval between attacks will shorten. After the attack begins, stone tablets will randomly appear in the arena. Activating a stone tablet will summon a guardian beast. Defeating the guardian beast will yield a corresponding token. Be aware that fighting the guardian beast may attract enemies. Each contestant will attract the same number of monsters, which will not change. Guardian beasts are very powerful, so be cautious. The Human Emperor Network announced all the rules. The overall objective remained the same: find the stone tablets and tokens. However, the method had changed. This time, there was no need to search for giant beasts. Instead, they needed to find the stone tablets, activate them, and kill the guardian beasts to obtain the tokens. It seemed more convenient, but on closer inspection, the difficulty had significantly increased. Chapter 1542. Chapter 1542, 1542. Chapter 1542, The Soul Rune That Grants Wisdom. Everyone was contemplating the rules. Lin Moya noticed that the rules had changed compared to when they first entered. Previously, each wave of enemies had the same number, the same level, and came at the same intervals. From now on, each wave of enemies would vary in number, with each wave having more enemies than the last. The intervals between waves would also shorten, meaning the longer they dragged on, the more dangerous it would become. Moreover, they needed to quickly find the stone tablets after eliminating the enemies before the next wave arrived. The time each person took to finish the battle varied, some faster, some slower. Those who were slower would be at a disadvantage, as they would have less time to find the stone tablets. After finding the stone tablets, they still had to deal with the guardian beasts, which were very strong and would attract more enemies. Whether the enemies attracted by the guardian beasts would overlap with the regularly timed enemies was unknown. The most crucial factor was time. The longer it dragged on, the higher the difficulty. Qin Fei's expression was somewhat serious, and so were the others. Xuanbai tried to remain calm. It seems the number of enemies in our next wave will be beyond our imagination. Previously, when the 5 of them were together, they faced exactly 100 enemies. They didn't know how many enemies they would face individually. The 100 enemies might have been the number for the 5 of them together, but everything was unknown. However, they couldn't be too optimistic. The current number of 100 enemies was manageable for any of them, just a matter of speed. Shui Zilan said, "We have to prepare for the worst. What if the number of enemies increases 5-fold? How will we cope?" Qin Fei thought for a moment. "I think we should adopt a multi-pronged approach. If possible, 3 people should handle the enemies while 2 search for the stone tablets." Shui Zilan disagreed. "That's not necessary. I can find the stone tablets. As long as they appear, I can locate them." A small red spirit appeared on her shoulder, looking very cute. Chu Xiong's eyes lit up. "What's that? It looks fun." The red spirit seemed a bit scared of Chu Xiong, quickly hiding behind Shui Zilan but then peeking out to make a face at him. Shui Zilan said, "This is my summoned creature, Little Red. She can find the stone tablets." Qin Fei didn't doubt Shui Zilan's words and said, "In that case, let's deal with the first wave of enemies first, and then let Little Red find the stone tablets. But we have another problem. We need 5 stone tablets, and we need to activate them together after obtaining 5 tokens to leave." Chu Xiong said softly, "Isn't that how it should be? We're a team, we live or die together." Shui Zilan gave him a look. "That's not a very appropriate way to put it." Chu Xiong scratched his head. "My bad, I meant we win together." That was their problem. They needed to act together. Win or lose, they were in it together. If someone left first, the remaining 4 would be in big trouble. Fortunately, they had established basic trust in the second layer, so this wouldn't be an issue. After discussing, they began to prepare. On the other side, Dongfeng Ziyi found his 2 teammates, and Wei Bowen did the same. The 2 from the White Tiger Star domain also joined forces, their faces serious. Among the various groups, their combat power was the weakest, making this layer particularly challenging. Only Lin Moyo had no concerns. A large number of skeleton generals spread out, ensuring that any stone tablet that appeared would be found. However, Lin Moya's real focus was not on this. For him, advancing to the next stage was not a problem. He was more interested in the array. He wanted to know how far the human race had researched this array. At this moment, the Human Emperor Network's prompt appeared again. "The first wave of attacks will begin in 1 minute. Please prepare." The warning before the attack seemed considerate, not a sudden ambush. But the more considerate it seemed, the more complicated it felt. Soon, everyone saw their enemies. Dongfeng Ziyi encountered the Golden Eagle race again. Since he was now with 2 others, 300 Golden Eagles came. The 300 Golden Eagles formed 3 small teams, advancing side by side. Each team consisted of 1 minor god and 99 9th-stage god kings. Dongfeng Ziyi said in a low voice, "I'll handle them, you 2 find the stone tablets." The 2 nodded, as this was pre-arranged. Dongfang Zi was the strongest among them, capable of handling 3 small teams simultaneously. Wei Bowen faced a similar situation, taking on 2 small teams of the Silver Race alone, while his companions searched for the stone tablets. The 2 from the White Tiger Star domain couldn't handle it alone, they needed to work together and then search for the stone tablets afterward. Qing Fei's group faced 500 demons. The demons formed a battle formation, turning into 5 battle blades, charging at the 5 of them. Shui Zilan said to Little Red, find the stone tablets. Little Red chirped and shot into the sky, turning into countless red lines and disappearing. Qing Fei said, this is even better than my 10,000 spirit birds. Her 10,000 spirit birds could also find stone tablets, but she couldn't fight while they searched. Shui Zilan said softly, Little Red is indeed very useful. As she spoke, 3 minor god-level puppets appeared beside her. They aimed to finish the battle as quickly as possible. While everyone was starting to fight, Lin Moya's battle was already over. With only 100 enemies, his thousands of skeleton generals quickly wiped them out. What was a difficult battle for others was child's play for Lin Moya. The skeletons had already begun searching for stone tablets. Lin Moya's attention was on the array. In his eyes, the array had 2 layers, one that simulated nearly real enemies, and another composed of soul flames that granted wisdom to the creations. When the enemies appeared, the soul flame runes indeed trembled and released some power, but not much. Perhaps the guardian beasts will have more wisdom. I'll see then. This array is getting more interesting. If I could apply this to my undead army. Lin Moya was very interested and wanted to thoroughly understand the array. He wondered if he could apply it to his undead army. If his skeletons gained wisdom, it would be fascinating. Lin Moya knew he wasn't being unrealistic. After experiencing many ancient events, he had seen ancient armies. Those skeletons had many similarities with his undead army. If they could have wisdom, why couldn't his undead army? Soon, a stone tablet was found, and Lin Moya activated it. As he did, he kept his eyes on the array in the sky. The surface array roared to life, first locking onto the activated stone tablet, then gathering immense power to form the guardian beast. Simultaneously, the inner soul flame runes began to tremble. The soul flames burned brightly, projecting a large amount of soul power that merged with the array's power. Lin Moya seemed to hear whispers in the void, countless soul consciousnesses intertwining. A massive guardian beast, tiger-like in appearance, formed before him. The soul power became orderly from chaos. The guardian beast's eyes flashed with intelligence, a light only intelligent beings possessed. Chapter 1543. Chapter 1543, 1543. Chapter 1543, haven't even started, how did it die? The guardian beast's eyes showed a glimmer of intelligence, which grew stronger and transformed into wisdom. At this moment, the guardian beast possessed basic intelligence. It could think and no longer relied solely on instinct. With wisdom, its combat power might not increase significantly, but it would understand strategy and become more difficult to deal with. Overall, it would become more challenging to handle. Lin Moya didn't care about the guardian beast, he focused on the runes formed by the soul flames. His eyes observed the soul flames, and his soul sensed them. He could clearly feel the mysterious power continuously emanating from the soul flames. This mysterious power was what granted the guardian beast its wisdom. The source of this power was the soul flames, but the most crucial element was the mysterious runes formed by the soul flames. Visually, the rune was vague, only showing a rough outline. To see the true form of the rune, one had to observe it with their soul. With his soul at the Beyond Realm, Lin Moya saw the internal structure of the rune. Countless lines connected the soul flames, forming a mysterious and intricate rune. This rune fused the power of the soul flames, ultimately granting the guardian beast wisdom. The rune was incredibly complex. Just observing it for a while made Lin Moya feel soul-deep fatigue. His soul power was rapidly depleting. The giant tree of talent swayed violently, replenishing Lin Moya's soul power, but it was still insufficient. Leave. With a sudden jolt, Lin Moya exited this special state. His consciousness returned to reality, and he exhaled deeply. The rune's level was too high, his soul could barely observe it, let alone understand it. This rune is almost on par with the Great World Rune. What a terrifying thing. All the pride Lin Moya had felt since reaching the Beyond Realm was extinguished by this rune. This rune made him realize how far he still had to go. The sound of battle reached his ears, and the guardian beast's roars were deafening. The skeleton generals were already engaged in a fierce battle with the guardian beast. In the short time he had been observing the rune, the two sides had already clashed. Thousands of skeleton generals surrounded the guardian beast, unleashing powerful sword energy. The sword energy cut through the guardian beast's fur, leaving wounds on its body. The guardian beast charged through the sword energy, its defense incredibly strong. These wounds were merely superficial. Many skeleton generals were sent flying by the guardian beast's immense power, nearly shattering their hard bones. The guardian beast spat out beams of light, which seemed to dissolve everything, even the skeleton generals. In an instant, several skeleton generals were half destroyed. Lin Moya could clearly feel the guardian beast's strength. It had reached the peak of a minor god, almost a god. In terms of defense alone, it was nearly on par with a god. To Lin Moya, the guardian beast was comparable to Dongfang Zi. Killing it with just the skeleton generals would take a lot of time, slowly wearing it down. If he used the skeleton king, it would be effortless, possibly even a one-hit kill. Let's try the Legion Commander. With a thought, a Legion Commander appeared in the air. Dragon roars echoed as 100,000 skeletal dragons roared in the sky, creating a thunderous sound. Each skeletal dragon was 1,000 meters long, flying like layers of gray-white clouds. The skeletal dragons emitted the power of a 7-stage god king, insufficient to deal with the guardian beast, not even enough to scratch it. However, they were not the main fighters. The true protagonist was the Legion Commander. The Legion Commander stood in mid-air, activating its command ability. The power of 100,000 skeletal dragons converged on it. Its aura quickly reached its peak, surpassing the skeleton generals and matching the guardian beast. The Legion Commander's appearance caught the guardian beast's attention. The guardian beast's eyes, now filled with wisdom, showed a wary expression. It hadn't been this cautious even when fighting the skeleton generals. It sensed that the Legion Commander could threaten it. The Legion Commander, like a powerful general, turned into a stream of light and charged at the guardian beast, its war blade slashing down. A bright light exploded in the air, gathering the entire Legion's power for a fatal strike. The guardian beast screamed as blood spurted from its body, a massive hole appearing. This was no superficial wound but a serious injury. The guardian beast screamed continuously, its voice seemingly communicating with the array. Black dots appeared in the sky as a demon squad flew in. The guardian beast had summoned reinforcements, just as the rules had stated. For others, reinforcements would be a big problem, but for Lin Moyu, it was nothing. The skeleton generals turned and intercepted the reinforcements mid-air. The Legion Commander continued to battle the guardian beast. Although smaller in size, the Legion Commander was equally powerful. Each slash inflicted significant damage on the guardian beast. As the battle raged, Lin Moya watched like a spectator, almost as if he were eating watermelon. The guardian beast's flesh flew, its injuries worsening, while the Legion Commander could heal itself, remaining unscathed. Even when occasionally hit by the guardian beast's light beams, it quickly recovered. The guardian beast's eyes flashed with intelligence. It suddenly headbutted the Legion Commander and quickly retreated. Is it trying to escape? Lin Moya was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the guardian beast to try to flee, but on second thought, it made sense. This was the logical choice for an intelligent being. If it couldn't win, it should escape rather than wait to die. The Legion Commander quickly pursued, but the guardian beast was fast, temporarily evading capture. Lin Moya realized the guardian beast wasn't truly fleeing but choosing to engage in a hit-and-run strategy, avoiding direct confrontation. As it fought, its wounds gradually healed. If this continued, it would soon recover fully. The skeleton generals tried to pin it down, but the guardian beast's strength sent them flying, unable to restrain it. Lin Moya grew impatient. He had seen enough of the guardian beast's capabilities. With a flick of his finger, 9 more Legion commanders and their legions appeared. The sky filled with the roars of millions of skeletal dragons, shaking the earth. The skeletal dragons almost covered the sky, turning the area gray-white. Seeing the 10 Legion commanders, the guardian beast let out a strange cry and turned to flee. This time, it truly wanted to escape, knowing it would die if it stayed. Lin Moya didn't give it a chance. With a light touch, he cast the spell, Skeletal Hell. Gray-white light flashed, and the guardian beast was trapped in a gray-white world. Bones covered the ground, and gray flames fell from all directions. The guardian beast was trapped in the world of skeletal hell. It roared uneasily, its limited intelligence telling it was in big trouble. Before Lin Moya could act, the skeletal hell hadn't even launched a real attack when the guardian beast suddenly trembled. Its body quickly disintegrated, collapsing in an instant. Lin Moya was puzzled. He hadn't even started, so how did it die? Chapter 1544. Chapter 1544, 1544. Chapter 1544, did he really discover something? Lin Moya was initially puzzled as to why the guardian beast collapsed on its own before he even made a move. Looking at the skeletal hell he had summoned in the still operating array in the sky, Lin Moya suddenly understood why this happened. The 4 domain lords were also baffled, unable to comprehend the situation. With their vast knowledge, they couldn't make sense of it. Yi Qingxian, with a puzzled expression, asked, "Did any of you understand what happened?" Shui Binger shook her head. "I don't understand. It's too strange. Could there be a problem with the simulated spirit array?" Zhu Tian said in a low voice, "The simulated spirit array wouldn't malfunction. If it did, it wouldn't just happen here." Wu De was equally confused. "This is truly bizarre. In all my years, I've never seen anything like this." Suddenly, a powerful aura surged, making the 4 domain lords feel a sudden pressure. Sulazu's gaze was fixed on Lin Moyo, his voice deep. "So that's how it is." The 4 domain lords knew Sulazu must have figured something out. Shui Binger couldn't help but ask, "Sir, did you see something?" Sulazu's voice carried a heavy authority. "You don't need to know." With that, their curiosity was stifled, and they knew better than to ask further. Shui Binger closed her mouth, and the 4 exchanged glances, realizing it was beyond their understanding and strength. Lin Moyo had figured out the reason. The guardian beast wasn't born out of thin air, it was a product of the array, which gathered a large amount of laws and energy to simulate its existence. In other words, without the support of the array, the guardian beast couldn't exist. When he used the skeletal hell, the guardian beast was essentially transported to another world, severing its connection with the array. Without the array's support and its source of power, the guardian beast collapsed without Lin Moya needing to lift a finger. This revealed a flaw in the array. As long as another dimension was used to isolate it, any entity simulated by the array, no matter how strong, would collapse on its own. This is a significant issue. If not addressed, the array will have substantial limitations. The current array is far from perfect and has many problems that need fixing. It seems we are being used as test subjects to evaluate the array's combat capabilities. Lin Moya not only understood why the guardian beast disappeared but also saw through the intentions of the higher-ups. Using the 4-star domains competition to test the array was indeed a clever method. Now, one problem had been identified, and it wasn't a minor one. If this issue wasn't resolved, the array couldn't be used in real combat. There were too many ways to isolate space. As the skeletal hell dissipated, the array seemed to sense the guardian beast's destruction, and a beam of light descended from the sky, illuminating the stone tablet. A token fell from the light, and Lin Moya caught it. With the token in hand, he could now leave the arena and advance to the next stage. However, he wasn't in a hurry to move on. He wanted to observe the array and the soul flames further, conducting more experiments to verify his hypotheses. Lin Moya stayed put, waiting for the next enemy to appear. Meanwhile, the skeleton generals continued searching for stone tablets. Lin Moya needed to battle more guardian beasts to further test his theories. His actions caught the attention of the domain lords. Compared to the sudden death of the guardian beast, they were even more puzzled by Lin Moya's behavior. Wuda asked, "He has the token, so why hasn't he left?" Yi Qingxian speculated, "Is he planning to sell his token again like before?" Shui Binger disagreed, "No, it doesn't look like that. It seems he's waiting for something." The three looked at Zhu Tian, who remained silent, revealing nothing. Sulazu's eyes sparkled with insight. This kid, could he have really discovered something? Meanwhile, Zhuang Bai and his group of 5 worked together to defeat their enemies. Shui Zilan's little red spirit successfully found 3 stone tablets. They chose the nearest stone tablet and rushed over as soon as the battle ended. During the fight, Shui Xing played a crucial role. Like Shui Zilan's shadow, she remained silent and almost invisible. If she didn't speak, even Zhuang Bai and the others might overlook her presence. However, in battle, Shui Xing displayed astonishing healing abilities. Her mastery of the spring water law allowed her to rejuvenate everything, providing powerful healing and defense. Any minor injuries they sustained were easily healed by Shui Xing, ensuring their combat readiness without needing rest. After the battle, they headed straight for the stone tablet. Upon reaching the stone tablet, they made some adjustments. Chu Xiong patted Shui Xing's shoulder. "Brother Shui Xing, your healing skills are amazing. If we had someone like you on the battlefield back then, we would have been much safer." Shui Xing seemed uncomfortable with Chu Xiong's touch, stepping back without saying a word. Chu Xiong, puzzled, said, "Brother Shui Xing, don't be so shy. Why don't you speak?" Shui Zilan's clear voice chimed in, "Shui Xing is my junior sister. She doesn't like to talk much." Chu Xiong's raised hand froze mid-air. Xuanbai couldn't help but laugh, and Qing Fei's face turned red, trying to suppress her laughter. Shui Xing was always shrouded in a layer of water mist, obscuring her figure and features. She spoke so rarely that her voice, altered by the water mist, made it hard to discern her gender. Chu Xiong, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head. Sister Shui Xing, I'm really sorry. I'm a bit rough around the edges, please don't mind." Shui Xing remained silent, standing behind Shui Zilan. After making some adjustments, Xuanbai activated the stone tablet. The array activated, and a massive energy descended from the sky, causing their faces to change. They realized the guardian beast was very strong and could summon other enemies, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Qing Fei gripped her sword tightly. "Let's stick to our plan. If the guardian beast summons enemies, I'll hold them off while you eliminate them as quickly as possible." They had discussed various scenarios and were prepared for most situations, minimizing the chances of unexpected events. A lion-tiger-like guardian beast formed in the air, exuding the aura of a peak minor god, accompanied by a powerful pressure that shook the heavens and earth. The battle was about to begin. On the other side, Lin Moya closely observed the array. He saw the previously calm array suddenly accelerate its operation. The mysterious runes behind the array also began to tremble. With his soul power fully restored, Lin Moya's soul eyes opened again, observing the changes in the runes. Understanding these runes required repeated observation. Although the process was challenging, Lin Moya was undeterred. He had faced many challenges before and always persevered. Chapter 1545. Chapter 1545, 1545. Chapter 1545. Until his soul power was almost depleted, Lin Moya's consciousness returned to reality. Through this observation, he gained some insights, not much, but better than nothing. Lin Moya was well aware that some gains occur gradually and imperceptibly. What he needed was accumulation, not haste. He had already realized that when others activated the stone tablets, he could also observe the changes in the runes. He was no longer in a hurry to leave. Compared to the soul runes, advancing to the next stage was not urgent. Soon, the array began operating again. Dongfang Zi activated a stone tablet, summoning a guardian beast. Lin Moya continued observing the changes in the runes. With each observation, he gained new insights, and a vague understanding began to form in his heart. However, this understanding was still elusive and needed more accumulation to potentially bear fruit. After Dongfang Zi, Wei Bowen also found a stone tablet and summoned a guardian beast. Qing Fei and her group were embroiled in a bitter battle. The guardian beast's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. At the peak of the minor god level, with a defense comparable to a god, they struggled to defeat it. Water Zilan's offensive power was not outstanding, and even her 3 minor god level puppets could not inflict enough damage on the guardian beast. As for Shui Xing, she was even more skilled in defense than Water Zilan, with her offensive power being among the weakest at the minor god level. The only ones capable of inflicting sufficient damage on the guardian beast were Qing Fei, Xuanbai, and Chu Xiong, with Qing Fei being the main force. Qing Fei transformed into an azure dragon, engaging in a fierce battle with the guardian beast. Xuanbai fully supported Qing Fei, and after several major battles, their coordination had become quite seamless. Chu Xiong fought alone, wielding a battle blade larger than anyone else's, drawing the guardian beast's attention. The battle lasted a long time, and finally, the guardian beast let out a roar, summoning reinforcements. Water Zilan and Shui Xing were already prepared, intercepting the reinforcements halfway. The reinforcements, like the regularly appearing enemies, came in numbers based on the number of people, a total of 500. The enemies formed battle formations, and Water Zilan and Shui Xing struggled to fight them off. Qin Fei shouted, "You two go help Zilan, I'll hold them off here." Chu Xiong went to help Water Zilan without hesitation, but Zhuanbai did not move. Qin Fei asked, "Why aren't you going?" Zhuanbai had his reasons. The guardian beast's recovery speed is fast, and you alone won't be enough. Chu Xiong has already gone to help Zilan, so don't worry. Qin Fei naturally knew this as well. Alright, let's quickly kill the guardian beast. The guardian beast was the root of all problems. Once they dealt with it, the battle would end. They needed to hurry. If they dragged on, the next wave of enemies would arrive when the time came, making the difficulty even greater. They were also worried about one thing: they had no idea how many times the guardian beast could summon reinforcements. If it could summon reinforcements repeatedly, and those reinforcements might overlap with the regularly timed enemies, then there was no point in fighting. It would be better to give up. On the other side, Dongfang Ziyi was also embroiled in a bitter battle. Dongfang Ziyi didn't expect the guardian beast to be so strong, especially when the reinforcements appeared, making him more passive. Fortunately, he had two others from Divine City who could fend off the reinforcements for him. Otherwise, he would have given up long ago. Similarly, Wei Bowen's situation was not much better, facing immense pressure. The challenge in the first layer was something they had never experienced before. Even with their full efforts, they risked being eliminated. Lin Moya waited patiently for the second wave of enemies to arrive. After 59 minutes, the second wave finally arrived. This time, Lin Moya didn't let the skeleton generals act. He pointed at the incoming enemies. The skeletal hell instantly unfolded, enveloping half of the enemies. The enemies engulfed by the skeletal hell instantly turned to dust and disappeared without a trace. Their way of dying was the same as the guardian beasts, their bodies collapsing and disintegrating into powder before completely dispersing, leaving no trace. This was because they were originally composed of pure energy, without any real substance, so naturally, they wouldn't leave anything behind. The remaining enemies were still intact. Without wisdom, they could only follow the will given by the array, charging towards Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo pointed again, and the skeletal hell shifted to another location, enveloping them. After being engulfed by the skeletal hell, they remained motionless for half a second before collapsing. The two instances were identical. Lin Moyo was now completely certain that it was because the skeletal hell isolated the space, severing their connection with the array, leading to their collapse. He had found a flaw in the array. Based on the current situation, the array was far from perfect and had many issues that needed to be addressed. It seemed they were being used as test subjects to evaluate the array's combat capabilities. As the skeletal hell dissipated, the array seemed to sense the guardian beast's destruction and sent down a beam of light, illuminating the stone tablet. A token fell from the light, and Lin Moya caught it. With the token in hand, he could now leave the arena and advance to the next stage. However, he was in no hurry to move on. He wanted to continue observing the array and the soul flames, conducting more experiments to verify his hypotheses. Lin Moya stayed put, waiting for the next enemy to appear. Meanwhile, the skeleton generals continued searching for stone tablets. Lin Moya needed to battle more guardian beasts to further test his theories. His actions caught the attention of the domain lords. Compared to the sudden death of the guardian beast, they were even more puzzled by Lin Moya's behavior. Wuda asked, "He has the token, so why hasn't he left?" Yi Qingxian speculated, "Is he planning to sell his token again like before?" Shui Binger disagreed, "No, it doesn't look like that. It seems he's waiting for something." The three looked at Zhu Tian, who remained silent, revealing nothing. Sulazu's eyes sparkled with insight. This kid, could he have really discovered something? Meanwhile, Zhuan Bai and his group of 5 worked together to defeat their enemies. Shui Zilan's little red spirit successfully found 3 stone tablets. They chose the nearest stone tablet and rushed over as soon as the battle ended. During the fight, Shui Xing played a crucial role. Like Shui Zilan's shadow, she remained silent and almost invisible. If she didn't speak, even Zhuan Bai and the others might overlook her presence. However, in battle, Shui Xing displayed astonishing healing abilities. Her mastery of the spring water law allowed her to rejuvenate everything, providing powerful healing and defense. Any minor injuries they sustained were easily healed by Shui Xing, ensuring their combat readiness without needing rest. After the battle, they headed straight for the stone tablet. Upon reaching the stone tablet, they made some adjustments. Chu Xiong patted Shui Xing's shoulder. "Brother Shui Xing, your healing skills are amazing. If we had someone like you on the battlefield back then, we would have been much safer." Shui Xing seemed uncomfortable with Chu Xiong's touch, stepping back without saying a word. Chu Xiong, puzzled, said, "Brother Shui Xing, don't be so shy. Why don't you speak?" Shui Zilan's clear voice chimed in, "Shui Xing is my junior sister. She doesn't like to talk much." Chu Xiong's raised hand froze mid-air. Xuanbai couldn't help but laugh, and Qin Fei's face turned red, trying to suppress her laughter. Shui Xing was always shrouded in a layer of water mist, obscuring her figure and features. She spoke so rarely that her voice, altered by the water mist, made it hard to discern her gender. Chu Xiong, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head. Sister Shui Xing, I'm really sorry. I'm a bit rough around the edges, please don't mind." Shui Xing remained silent, standing behind Shui Zilan. After making some adjustments, Chuanbai activated the stone tablet. The array activated, and a massive energy descended from the sky, causing their faces to change. They realized the guardian beast was very strong and could summon other enemies, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Qin Fei gripped her sword tightly. Let's stick to our plan. If the guardian beast summons enemies, I'll hold them off while you eliminate them as quickly as possible. They had discussed various scenarios and were prepared for most situations, minimizing the chances of unexpected events. A lion tiger-like guardian beast formed in the air, exuding the aura of a peak minor god, accompanied by a powerful pressure that shook the heavens and earth. The battle was about to begin. On the other side, Lin Moya closely observed the array. He saw the previously calm array suddenly accelerate its operation. The mysterious runes behind the array also began to tremble. With his soul power fully restored, Lin Moya's soul eyes opened again, observing the changes in the runes. Understanding these runes required repeated observation. Although the process was challenging, Lin Moya was undeterred. He had faced many challenges before and always persevered. Chapter 1546. Chapter 1546, 1546. Chapter 1546. You actually used the Grand Formation as a test subject. While Lin Moya tirelessly teased the Stone Steel and the Guardian Beast, several other groups were engaged in fierce battles. Lin Qingfei and Zhuangbai tried their best to surround and kill the Guardian Beast, but their progress was very slow. Shuai Zilan and Shixing, along with Shui Xing, were dealing with the incoming reinforcements. The battle had been going on for a long time, during which another fixed group of enemies appeared, also intercepted by the trio. The fighting was intense on all sides, with no respite. Though the process was arduous, at least they still held the upper hand. The situation for Dongfang Ziyi and Wei Bowen was no better, even more strenuous than Qingfei and the others. Relying on their formidable strength, the two barely managed to hold an advantage against the Guardian Beast. The two from the White Tiger Star domain had already basically given up. They found a stone steel, activated it, and then discovered they were no match for the Guardian Beast. They knew they should have been eliminated in the second layer even though they bought tokens from Lin Moyu to barely reach the first layer. They were still destined to be eliminated due to their lack of strength. Ultimately, it was due to insufficient strength. Even using opportunistic methods to reach the first layer was futile. Except for Lin Moyo, all parties fought extremely hard to advance to the first layer. The four domain masters kept rolling their eyes. Bai Binger looked at her side being on the verge of elimination and then at Lin Moya repeatedly teasing the Stone Steel and the Guardian Beast, almost grinding her teeth. What is this kid doing? Yi Qingxian shook his head. I can't understand, can't understand. Wu De imitated Yi Qingxian, can't understand, can't understand. The three of them simultaneously focused on Zhu Tian, who shook his head and said, don't look at me, I don't know what he's doing either. Maybe he finds it fun. Finds it fun. Isn't this explanation too far-fetched? Among the five, only Elder Su understood what Lin Moya was doing. At this moment, his face remained calm, but inside he was incredibly shocked, mixed with a bit of amusement. This was a very peculiar emotion. Elder Su couldn't remember the last time he felt this way. He really understands. This guy is a genius to be able to understand. Obviously, he wanted to use them to experiment with the imitation spirit formation, but he turned it around and used the imitation spirit formation as a test subject. For a moment, Elder Su didn't know how to describe Lin Moyo, finally summing it up with two words, weirdo. In the first layer arena, another batch of enemies appeared. This batch of enemies came 50 minutes after the last one. This was the 10th batch, with each batch appearing 1 minute sooner than the previous one. Calculating this, a total of 60 batches of enemies would appear in the first layer arena. The further it went, the shorter the intervals, and the higher the difficulty. Qingfei and the others had already begun fighting the second Guardian Beast. They had 5 people and needed to kill 5 Guardian Beasts to obtain 5 tokens. This was their agreement, either they all won together, or they all lost together. No one would advance alone. While attacking the Guardian Beast, Qingfei said, we don't have much time. I've calculated that with our strength, if the enemies reach the last 20 batches, we'll only be able to cope with difficulty. Zhuangbai said in a deep voice, that's about what I calculated too. We still have a chance. In the worst case scenario, we can get 4 tokens. I'll stay behind, and you go to the next stage. Qingfei was stunned for half a second, looking at Zhuangbai. Zhuangbai smiled, showing his white teeth, looking very handsome. Qingfei withdrew her gaze, saying nothing, but her attacks became even fiercer. At this moment, they suddenly received a message. Contestant number 3 has advanced. Chuxing shouted, Dongfang Ziyi advanced. Shuai Zilan, who was right beside him, frowned and said, lower your voice, my ears hurt. A minor deity saying her ears hurt was hard to believe. However, Chuxing instinctively replied, alright, I'll be quieter. Shuai Zilan's crisp voice came through, Dongfang Ziyi and the others have 3 people, now only Dongfang Ziyi advanced, he might have abandoned the other 2. Previously, Shuai Zilan used a small red sprite to find the stone steel and also scouted the movements of the others. Chuxing snorted disdainfully, abandoning teammates, what a jerk. Shuai Zilan rebutted, it might not necessarily be abandoning teammates, maybe it was a mutual decision, but that's their internal matter, we don't need to interfere. Chuxing agreed, Shuai Zilan is right, we just need to take care of ourselves. Chuxing, with his thick-skinned personality, basically agreed with whatever Shuai Zilan said. However, Shuai Zilan was indeed right. Dongfang Ziyi had discussed it with the others. The 3 of them came from Shenxing, with Dongfang Ziyi being the strongest, but the other two did not necessarily follow his lead. They naturally formed a group since they came from the same place. The three were in a cooperative relationship. Clearly, the three of them were running out of time, so Dongfang Zi made a suggestion, requesting flowers. He promised to give each of them 50 Shensheng merits, allowing him to use the token to advance. In this way, the two had actually given up the competition. They thought it through, realizing there wasn't enough time, and they could at most get one more token. Dongfang Zi would definitely take one slot, so who would get the other? The two were not much different in strength, so there was unlikely to be a clear winner. Faced with the temptation of 50 Shensheng merits, they chose to accept. King Fei and the others continued to hunt the guardian beasts, becoming more coordinated and efficient. With Xu Weixing's healing arts as support, their sustained combat ability was very strong, without diminishing their fighting power. When the 30th batch of fixed enemies appeared, they had just finished killing the 4th guardian beast, only one token short of the required 5. At this moment, the Renhuang network sent another reminder. Contestant number 6 has advanced. The group paused for a moment, and Zhuangbai said, Wei Bowen also advanced. A red light flashed in the air, and the small red sprite returned with the latest information. Shuai Zilan said, Wei Bowen abandoned the other one and advanced directly. Bai Xiao and Hu Tian from the White Tiger Star domain have given up. Chuxing asked, what about junior brother Lin? They hadn't heard from Lin Moyo for a long time, and Lin Moyo hadn't advanced yet, which made Chuxing a bit worried, fearing something unexpected had happened. Actually, everyone knew that with Lin Moyo's strength, there was almost no chance of an accident. Shuai Zilan shook her head, junior brother Lin should be fine, but the little red sprite is afraid of his skeletons and didn't dare get close. However, the little red sprite said junior brother Lin seemed to be in the same place for a long time without moving. Chuxing scratched his head, not knowing what Lin Moyo was doing. Zhuangbai said, maybe junior brother Lin has something of his own to do. Let's find the last token first. Don't worry about junior brother Lin, he won't have any problems. Shuai Zilan nodded, follow me. They had already located the last stone steel and rushed over immediately. This stone steel was quite far, and by the time they arrived, the 33rd batch of enemies had appeared. At this point, the interval between each batch of enemies had shortened to 26 minutes, with increasing frequency. Given their speed in killing the guardian beasts, they had to face over 6 batches of fixed enemies, plus the reinforcements summoned by the guardian beasts. The pressure was immense. King Fei took a deep breath, let's start. Zhuangbai nodded and activated the stone steel, beginning the battle. End of translation. Chapter 1547. Chapter 1547, 1547. Chapter 1547, today, you must listen to me. This battle was extremely intense. Lin King Fei and Zhuangbai gave it their all, using every desperate measure they had. With the experience from previous battles, the guardian beast was gradually being pushed back. The guardian beast summoned reinforcements, but they were all blocked by Chu Xiong and the other two. The 5 of them split into 2 groups, working together seamlessly. Seeing victory in sight, Lin King Fei's tense expression began to relax. Zhuangbai smiled and said, we should be able to make it in time. Lin King Fei nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a muffled sound was heard, followed by Shuai Zilan's angry shout, despicable. Lin King Fei and Zhuangbai immediately realized something was wrong, someone had ambushed them. Contestants number 7 and number 12 from Divine City had arrived unnoticed and launched a surprise attack on Chu Xiong. Although they didn't seriously injure Chu Xiong, they did weaken his combat power. Originally, the 3 of them were already under significant pressure blocking the reinforcements. Now, with the ambush, the pressure increased dramatically. Shuai Zilan reacted quickly, and she and Xu Weixing filled the gap left by Chu Xiong. Xu Weixing also quickly cast a spell to heal Chu Xiong. Chu Xiong stabilized himself and angrily shouted at the two, what are you two trying to do? The two didn't say anything. Shuai Zilan said, they're here to drag us down. Chu Xiong wasn't stupid and grinned, you two want to drag us down with you. One of them said softly, sorry, fellow disciples, we mean no offense. They had no hope left. Once eliminated, their ranking wouldn't be great, so they decided to drag others down with them, hoping to improve their own ranking slightly. After all, the rules didn't prohibit such actions. Lin King Fei and Zhuangbai exchanged glances and quickly understood each other's thoughts. The situation was already difficult, and with these two causing trouble, getting the last token was impossible. Lin King Fei and Zhuangbai were not indecisive people and made a decision immediately. Zhuangbai shouted, attack! Lin King Fei turned and, with a sword, transformed into a dragon, charging at the two from Divine City. Zhuangbai also ignored the guardian beast and attacked the two. Lin King Fei's domain instantly enveloped the two, and a green dragon descended from the sky, roaring angrily and biting at them. Following the dragon was Lin King Fei's fierce sword energy, filled with killing intent. The two were shocked and quickly retreated, not daring to confront Lin King Fei. Zhuangbai was even faster, blocking their retreat with his sword. Spell, Infinite Sword Rain. Flying swords rained down, enveloping the two. The sharp swords shattered their defenses, and Lin King Fei's killing intent followed. The two were terrified, realizing they had stirred up a hornet's nest. One of them took out a shield and activated it. 8 shields appeared out of thin air, blocking Lin King Fei's attack. The green dragon collided with the shields, causing a loud explosion, and the shields shattered. The two were sent flying, screaming in pain. Despicable scoundrels, die! Chu Xiong roared, charging at them with his giant battle blade. The blade grew to 10,000 meters, slashing down like a mountain. The two, already injured by Lin King Fei, were too scared to face Chu Xiong's attack. One of them took out a wooden plank, which transformed into a coffin, enclosing them. The coffin turned into a stream of light, flying away. Don't think you can escape. Chu Xiong's blade changed direction, slashing at the coffin. The coffin cracked but managed to escape, disappearing in an instant. A red light flashed in the sky, and Shui Zilan commanded her little red spirit to chase after them, asking, should we pursue? Lin Qingfei shook her head, it's pointless. As she spoke, she waved her sword, and a green dragon emerged, forming a protective barrier around them. The barrier wasn't strong but could hold for a few seconds. Zhuangbai said, no need to chase. Let's return to the previous stone tablet. Chu Xiong asked, what about here? We still need one more token. Zhuangbai replied, it's too late here. We have to give up. The earlier disturbance, though only 2 or 3 minutes, allowed the guardian beast to heal significantly. This meant they would waste at least another half hour. In that time, at least 2 more waves of regular enemies would appear, and the guardian beast would summon another batch of reinforcements. Their speed in eliminating enemies couldn't keep up with the rate of their appearance, making it futile. Zhuangbai decisively said, let's stick to our plan. Lin Qingfei knew what Zhuangbai meant and protested, I didn't agree. Zhuangbai shook his head, today, you must listen to me. Let's go. With that, Zhuangbai flew out of the barrier, heading into the distance. Chu Xiong, still confused about their conversation, trusted Zhuangbai and followed, urging the others, hurry up. Lin Qingfei hesitated but eventually followed. Shui Zilan and Shui Xing also quickly followed. The guardian beast chased for a while but eventually returned to its stone tablet and disappeared after 10 minutes. Zhuangbai led the group back to the previous stone tablet and handed a token to Chu Xiong, you go first. Chu Xiong instinctively took the token but didn't activate it immediately, asking, what are you planning? Zhuangbai didn't explain, don't waste time, hurry. Chu Xiong trusted Zhuangbai and activated the token and stone tablet. In the next second, he was transported away. Contestant number 5 has advanced. Seeing Chu Xiong advance, Zhuangbai handed another token to Shui Xing, you're next. Without further explanation, he flew to another stone tablet. The others realized what Zhuangbai was doing. They had 5 people but only 4 tokens, meaning one had to stay behind and be eliminated. Zhuangbai chose to sacrifice himself for the others. Lin Qingfei chased after him, why not try again? Zhuangbai smiled, no need. There's no chance. If we try, we'll all be eliminated. Without the interference from the 2 from Divine City, they could have gotten the 5th token, but the ambush cost them at least half an hour, deciding their fate. Lin Qingfei knew Zhuangbai was right and didn't know what to say. Zhuangbai was calm, do well in the next stage and aim for 2nd place. The 1st place was Lin Moi as no one could compete with him. Getting 2nd would be the best result. Lin Qingfei looked deeply at Zhuangbai but said nothing. More enemies appeared as they rushed to the stone tablet, with the frequency and speed of their appearance increasing. Lin Qingfei, filled with anger, transformed into a green dragon and charged, creating a path. Zhuangbai followed, letting her vent her frustration. They returned to the stone tablet and sent Shui Xing and Shui Zilan away. Finally, Zhuangbai and Lin Qingfei reached the last stone tablet, with thousands of enemies behind them. Time was running out. Zhuangbai quickly said, good luck. Lin Qingfei hesitated for a second before saying, let's have a drink after the competition. Zhuangbai's smile was as bright as the sun, sure, I'll find you then. Chapter 1548. Chapter 1548, 1548. Chapter 1548, if I make a move, I lose. As stated at the beginning, Zhuangbai fulfilled his promise. If there were only 4 tokens, he would stay behind. Seeing the approaching enemies, Zhuangbai knew his fate was to be eliminated next. However, even in elimination, there are levels. Being eliminated early and being eliminated late are different. Zhuangbai continued to evade, determined to hold out until the end. The frequency of enemy appearances increased, one wave after another. After several hours, enemies appeared every 10 minutes. The 2 from the White Tiger Star domain were finally eliminated, followed by the contestant from the War God Hall. The remaining 2 from Divine City also got eliminated after a brief struggle. Now, only Lin Moyu, who remained motionless, and Zhuangbai, who was flying around, were left in the arena. Behind Zhuangbai was a dense mass of enemies, all from the Demon race and the Silver race. He was lucky not to have encountered the Golden Eagle race. If he had, there would be no escape, as the array would simulate the Golden Eagle race's speed, making it impossible for Zhuangbai to outrun them. While fleeing, Zhuangbai suddenly saw a white light and then a pure white skeleton general. It's junior brother Lin. He remembered that Lin Moyo hadn't left yet. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon Lin Moyo. Zhuangbai immediately flew towards the skeleton general. The skeleton generals formed a protective circle in the air. When Zhuangbai arrived, the skeleton generals did not block him but instead opened a path, signaling him to enter. Seeing this as a lifeline, Zhuangbai sped up and flew through the path. Behind him, white light shone, and powerful sword energy swept through the heavens and earth as the skeleton generals attacked his pursuers. With Lin Moya's skeleton generals, the numerous enemies seemed insignificant. Zhuangbai breathed a sigh of relief and, a few seconds later, saw Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo was looking up at the sky, seemingly observing something. Zhuangbai approached and asked, "Junior brother Lin, what are you doing?" Lin Moyo, without changing his posture, softly replied, "Observing a rune." "A rune?" Zhuangbai also looked up but saw nothing but the glowing array. There were indeed many runes in the array, appearing and disappearing, but Zhuangbai couldn't tell which one Lin Moyo was observing. After a while, Lin Moyo looked away and turned to Zhuangbai, "Senior brother Zhuang, why are you alone?" Zhuangbai smiled bitterly. Time ran out, and we were one token short, so I let them go first. Lin Moya nodded. Senior brother Zhuang, you have a broad mind. Sacrificing his chance to let others advance was a rare quality. Lin Moya tossed a token to Zhuangbai. I'll have the skeleton generals guide you. Zhuangbai was stunned. What about you? Lin Moya smiled. I can get one whenever I want. I still need to observe the runes. We'll talk later. With that, Lin Moya turned into a stream of light and flew away, heading to experiment with another stone tablet. Zhuangbai didn't understand what Lin Moya was doing, finding his actions profound. A squad of over 100 skeleton generals formed and led Zhuangbai to the stone tablet. This token was from the first guardian beast Lin Moya had killed. Since entering the first layer, Lin Moya had only killed one guardian beast. In other words, Lin Moya now had no tokens left. Contestant number 3 has advanced. With the announcement of Zhuangbai's advancement, Lin Moya was the only one left in the first layer. He continued experimenting with the guardian beasts, repeatedly observing the soul runes. The 4 domain lords were speechless, unable to understand Lin Moya's actions. Only Su Lezu understood Lin Moya's intentions. Su Lezu murmured, he really plans to drag this out to the last moment, not wasting a single second. In another space within the arena, strong life energy fluctuated. Here, all injuries were rapidly healed, and all energy was replenished. This place had magical powers, allowing even the most exhausted to recover to their peak in just a few minutes. This was the world for those who had advanced, a place for them to rest. Dongfeng Ziyi was the first to arrive, followed by Wei Bowen. Later, Chu Xiong and others appeared one by one. Chu Xiong and Qin Fei looked displeased because Zhuangbai had been eliminated. Shui Zilan sighed softly, senior brother Zhuang is truly a good person. Qin Fei added, senior brother Zhuang's broad mind is unmatched. Chu Xiong asked, did old Zhuang say anything afterward? Qin Fei shook her head, nothing much. She silently vowed, I must get second place, for myself and for Zhuangbai. Time passed slowly. Chu Xiong found it odd, by now, junior brother Lin should have arrived. Dongfeng Ziyi chuckled, maybe he won't make it. Chu Xiong glared at him, if you can't speak properly, shut up. Dongfeng Zi's face darkened, how dare you insult me? He clenched his fists, emitting a rumbling sound. Chu Xiong puffed out his chest, looking down at Dongfeng Ziyi, want to fight? Come on, if I make a move, I lose. Fighting here would result in disqualification. Dongfeng Ziyi knew this but found Chu Xiong's attitude infuriating. Dongfeng Ziyi gritted his teeth, you think I don't dare? Chu Xiong laughed, I bet you don't. People from Divine City are just cowardly and despicable, only good at sneaky tricks. If you want to fight, do it. If not, go clean your teeth and stop barking. Dongfeng Ziyi was furious, his hair standing on end, his chest heaving. Chu Xiong stood tall, looking down at him. Shui Zilan turned away, finding Chu Xiong's behavior too irritating, even wanting to punch him herself. But she knew Chu Xiong was deliberately provoking Dongfeng Ziyi, hoping he would make a move and get disqualified. After a standoff, Dongfeng Ziyi didn't take the bait and stepped back. Chu Xiong sneered, coward. Returning, Chu Xiong whispered, he didn't fall for it. Shui Zilan rolled her eyes, he's not stupid. He's a minor god, not easily fooled. Chu Xiong sighed, what a pity. At that moment, the space fluctuated, and a figure appeared. They turned to see Zhuangbai, their faces lighting up with joy. Qin Fei's smile was radiant. Zhuangbai advanced. Chu Xiong laughed, old Zhuang, you had a trick up your sleeve. Qin Fei curiously asked, senior brother Zhuang, how did you advance? Zhuangbai explained, I stumbled upon junior brother Lin, and he gave me a token. That made sense. Chu Xiong asked, where's junior brother Lin? Zhuangbai replied, he said he'd come later. He seems to be observing a rune. A rune. They were puzzled but didn't dwell on it. The important thing was that Zhuangbai had advanced. Chu Xiong was happy, and Qin Fei's smile was brighter than usual, in a great mood. Chapter 1549. Chapter 1549, 1549. Chapter 1549, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. The last batch of enemies appeared. At the same time, Lin Moya received the final reminder. The first stage arena will close in 10 minutes. Those who have not activated the stone tablet within 10 minutes will be eliminated. This reminder was actually meant for Lin Moya alone, as he was the only one left in the first layer. Upon receiving the message, Lin Moya muttered to himself, it's about time to leave. He had observed the soul fire rune over and over again and had gained a fair understanding of it. Although it wasn't systematic, he had made some progress. To gain further insights, he would need to match it with his own strength and realm. The level of the soul fire rune was extremely high. Among all the runes Lin Moya had seen, only a few could compare. Lin Moya's knowledge wasn't shallow, he had seen many high-level runes throughout his cultivation journey. One was the Origin rune, which had now become his 2 origin spells. The level of the Origin rune was undoubtedly very high, originating from the primordial bird. Another was the Great World rune, seen through a mysterious black hole during the sublimation of his spells. Outside the Great World rune, there were some special runes, which were also of very high levels. According to Lin Moya's understanding, these runes likely represented the first tier of laws. Below them, Lin Moya had seen many runes, all of which represented some kind of law without exception. Finally, there was the Great World rune, the supreme existence of the entire Great World, pursued by countless supreme beings. To reach the true peak of the Great World, one must come into contact with, understand, and master the Great World rune. There was even a legend that whoever could master the Great World rune could become the master of the Great World. However, no one had ever achieved this in billions of years. The soul fire rune before him, although its exact level couldn't be determined, gave Lin Moyo a feeling that it might be second only to the Great World rune. It wouldn't be weaker than the Origin rune or the first tier law runes. To thoroughly understand it would require years, not something that could be achieved overnight. While studying the soul fire rune, what surprised Lin Moyo the most was a strange sense of familiarity. It was as if he had seen the soul fire rune somewhere before. But this familiarity was so vague and elusive that he couldn't grasp its source. Lin Moyo could only suppress this thought deep in his heart. With 10 minutes left, Lin Moyo decided not to delay any longer. For the last time, he teased the stone tablet and summoned the guardian beast. He observed the soul fire rune one last time. After a few minutes, the guardian beast was already fighting fiercely with the skeleton generals. Lin Moyo casually pointed, and the skeletal hell appeared, enveloping the guardian beast. The guardian beast collapsed in an instant, and then a light fell from the array, and a token floated out of the light. Lin Moyo activated the token and disappeared instantly. Contestant number 1 has advanced. Everyone in the resting space suddenly received this message. The voice of the human emperor network was still clear, reaching their souls. Dongfeng's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He still came. Wei Bowen snorted, what a pity. Only he knew what he was pitying. Both of them wished for Lin Moyo to fail, but reality was always harsher than imagination. Lin Moyo's arrival also meant that the first place no longer belonged to them. I knew it, the mere first layer couldn't stop junior brother Lin. Chu Xion's loud voice echoed nonstop. Lin Moyo looked around and realized he was in a unique space filled with rich life laws. He wasn't surprised the array could create living beings, so a separate space containing life laws was nothing. Lin Moyo nodded slightly to Qing Fei and the others and tossed the violent sword to Zhuang Bai. Qing Fei and Shui Zilan's eyes widened. They recognized the sword as the magical treasure Lin Moyo had obtained after killing the alien leader in the second layer. It was said to be very useful in the second stage of the competition. Lin Moyo giving the sword to Zhuang Bai indicated their good relationship and his confidence in his own strength, as he didn't need the sword's help. Zhuang Bai was stunned. Junior brother Lin, what is this for? Lin Moyo smiled. This is the magical treasure obtained from the second layer. Senior brother Zhuang, you can use a detection spell to see its properties. Zhuang Bai immediately understood what the sword was. Using a detection spell, he learned its function. It could unleash 10 attacks with tenfold power, making it a powerful treasure in the competition. Especially when everyone's strength was similar, tenfold attacks were almost like cheating. Zhuang Bai instinctively wanted to return the sword to Lin Moyo, but before he could speak, Lin Moyo said, this thing is useless to me. Senior brother Zhuang, take it and aim for a good ranking. With 10 opportunities, if used well, Zhuang Bai had a good chance of securing second place. Zhuang Bai understood this but looked at Qing Fei. Earlier, he had said Qing Fei should aim for second place. Qing Fei knew the sword's significance and smiled. Senior brother Zhuang, take second place. Her eyes were full of encouragement, and Zhuang Bai understood her meaning. I'll do my best. Qing Fei smiled brightly. Not far away, Dongfeng Ziyi and Wei Bowen stared at Zhuang Bai and the violent sword. They couldn't believe Lin Moyo had given the treasure to Zhuang Bai. They had given up competing with Lin Moyo for first place and were now aiming for second. If Zhuang Bai had the sword, even second place would be hard to secure, as they didn't know the sword's exact function. Dongfeng Ziyi gritted his teeth. Lin Moyo, what you're doing is inappropriate. Lin Moyo turned to Dongfeng Ziyi. Do you have a problem? Dongfeng Ziyi snorted. I think what you're doing violates the rules. Before Lin Moyo could respond, Chu Xiong shouted, none of your business. Want to fight? I'll accompany you to the end. Chu Xiong puffed out his chest, looking down at Dongfeng Ziyi. Everyone knew Chu Xiong was provoking Dongfeng Ziyi, betting he wouldn't dare to fight. Dongfeng Ziyi was furious but didn't dare to act, only snorting heavily and saying no more. As they rested, the arena changed again. The overlapping arenas separated, returning to their original form. In the center of all the arenas, only one remained. The space where Lin Moyo and the others were shattered like a bubble. The space rippled like water, and the scene became blurry. Everyone felt themselves being transported. After a few seconds, the scene became clear again. 5 high platforms, 4 domain lords, and 1 beyond realm expert stood as before, unchanged. The domain lords' expressions were curious, all eyes on Lin Moyo, wondering what he had seen in the first layer. The first stage of the competition is over. Now, the rules for the second stage will be announced. Chapter 1550. Chapter 1550, 1550. Chapter 1550, is the final round just for fun? The old man standing on the central high platform spoke with a heavy and solemn voice. Lin Moyo felt an immense pressure, like an invisible giant hand pressing down, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. Dongfeng Ziyi had wanted to say something, but now he couldn't utter a word. The other party was too strong. Just a glance and a breath of aura made his soul tremble incessantly. He could only prick up his ears and listen carefully to the old man's words, as if receiving teachings. Su Lizhu spoke slowly, each word clear, resonant, and powerful. Based on the results of the first stage, you have established a preliminary ranking. In the second stage, the matches will be one-on-one based on your rankings from the first stage. The winner advances, the loser is eliminated. Since your realms are similar, the second stage will not limit realms or magical treasures. Except for not using soul attacks or intentionally harming lives, all other restrictions are lifted. The rules for the second stage were surprisingly simple, with no restrictions at all. This would make the matches even more exciting. Among the remaining 10, only Lin Moyo was not a minor god sovereign. With such rules, it could be considered fair. After all, Lin Moya's strength was evident, and his realm was secondary. He was a freak who couldn't be judged by his realm. Su Lizhu continued, next, the match order will be announced. Number 1 Lin Moya vs Number 13 Xue Xing. Number 2 Qing Fei vs Number 5 Chu Xiong. Number 3 Dongfang Ziyi vs Number 11 Xue Zilan. Number 4 Zhuan Bai vs Number 6 Wei Bowen. Su Lizhu announced the match order, then said, if you have any opinions, you can voice them. I like to hear from the younger generation. These words made Dongfang Zi's heart skip a beat. It sounded familiar, like something the Lin Lao who sent them here had said before. At that time, he had voiced his opinion without understanding the depth and was scolded by Lin Lao, gaining no benefits. Later, he realized it was just a polite remark. They could voice opinions, but they would never be accepted. Such opinions were better left unsaid. Moreover, the old man before them didn't mention Lin Moya giving Zhuan Bai the sword, indicating that Lin Moya's actions were permitted. Dongfang Ziyi had already suffered a loss once and didn't want to suffer another. The water mist around Xue Xing, who was matched against Lin Moya, rippled. Su Lizhu's gaze swept over everyone. Since no one has any objections, it's settled. The matches will begin in half an hour, with all 4 matches happening simultaneously. Also, take note that these 4 matches will be projected across the entire star domain. As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Moya, as if this sentence was meant for him. Lin Moya realized that the Beyond Realm expert meant for him to take it easy and not reveal all his cards. Only Lin Moya knew that his cards were all killing techniques, which couldn't be revealed in the competition. In the human race star domain, countless people simultaneously received information from the Human Emperor Network. The final round of the 4-star domains competition will begin in half an hour and will be broadcast live across the entire star domain. Everyone can go to the city squares or enter the Human Emperor Network to watch. After a few days of suspended broadcasts, the final round of the 4-star domains competition would resume broadcasting. Countless people rushed into the Human Emperor Network, while those who hadn't reached the God Sovereign realm and couldn't connect to the Human Emperor Network flocked to the city squares. In an instant, countless star systems and life stars, large and small squares, were overcrowded, packed with people. People were everywhere, above and below, almost a 360-degree panoramic view. Outside the actual competition venue, the spectator seats were also full, especially the guests from other races who were given the best seats. The previous matches had shown them the talents of the human race. They realized that the human race was brimming with talents and geniuses. The human race had displayed the prosperity and growth befitting a strong race. The younger generation had not experienced a gap, which was most important. Lin Moya, in particular, had left a deep impression on everyone. Some were also wondering why the previous matches had suspended the broadcast. What methods did the human race use for the competition? Were there any secrets involved? Now that the final round had resumed, their attention was drawn back. No matter how they guessed, they couldn't possibly guess the true intentions of the human race. That was an experiment on the simulated spirit array. The result was that Lin Moya turned the tables and used the simulated spirit array as his own experiment subject. The simulated spirit array was one of the most important secrets of the human race, unknown even to the 4 domain lords, let alone outsiders. Half an hour later, the final round officially began, with the 4 matches happening simultaneously. Lin Moya was transported to a platform, facing Xue Xing from a distance. Lin Moya politely cupped his fists. Senior sister Xue, my apologies. Xue Xing's voice came from behind the water mist. Being able to reach the top 8 is already fortunate. She rarely spoke, especially in crowded situations. The more people there were, the less she talked. When facing Lin Moya alone, she could still say a few words. Lin Moya smiled. Luck is also a part of strength. Xue Xing didn't say anything further, silently waiting. A minute later, the match officially began. Lin Moya said please, waiting for Xue Xing to make the first move. Not only him, but countless people outside were also waiting. This was already the top 4, and those who could make it this far were all experts. A battle between experts would undoubtedly be exciting. Everyone was especially curious about Lin Moya's match, wondering if he would display any new spells or summons. The water mist around Xue Xing surged violently, as if she was taking a deep breath. A few seconds later, a voice came out, I concede. Everyone was stunned. Xue Xing had actually conceded. Only those who had experienced the second layer wouldn't find it surprising. Against Lin Moya's strength, there was no need to seek humiliation. Conceding was the right choice. Congratulations to contestant number 1 for winning. The Human Emperor Network announced the result and simultaneously controlled the array to transport the 2 to another platform, waiting for the next round. Once the final round began, the matches would happen one after another without much pause. Xue Xing had conceded this time, but she still had more matches to come. She would compete with the other losers of this round for 5th to 8th place. Lin Moya's match with Xue Xing ended the fastest, taking less than 5 seconds. Everyone's attention shifted to the other 3 matches. Qing Fei and Chu Xiong clashed with great force, but it was only a show of force. They didn't go all out. Qing Fei clearly sensed that Chu Xiong was somewhat distracted. Qing Fei smiled. Is senior brother Chu worried about junior sister Zilan? Chu Xiong didn't hide it. Yes, I'm afraid Zilan will be at a disadvantage against Dongfang Ziyi. Chu Xiong was well aware of Dongfang Zi's strength, and Xue Zilan might not be a match for him. Qing Fei laughed lightly. Senior brother Chu worries too much. Junior sister Zilan is quite formidable. Even if she can't defeat Dongfang Ziyi, she won't suffer any losses. Chu Xiong was still worried. That's what you say, but I'm still not at ease. As he spoke, he turned to look at the other platforms, wanting to see the situation, but couldn't see anything. Chu Xiong was completely distracted, shouting loudly, "I concede." Everyone was stunned again. Another one had conceded on their own. Was the final round just for fun? Chapter 1551. Chapter 1551, 1551. Chapter 1551, Violent Sword, God Sovereign Strike. After Chu Xiong returned, he kept his eyes fixed on the arena where Dongfang Ziyi and Shui Zilan were fighting. At this moment, the battle between the two had already begun. Shui Zilan was completely enveloped in a thick layer of ice, creating a world of ice within 100 meters around her. Numerous puppets surrounded Dongfang Ziyi from all directions. The puppets were not very powerful. Some were at the 9th stage of the God King level, and 3 were at the minor God Sovereign level. Shui Zilan, like a commander, directed her puppet army, engaging in a back-and-forth battle with Dongfang Ziyi. Lacking individual strength, she compensated with numbers, and this was her strategy. Dongfang Ziyi knew that the best way to win was to deal with Shui Zilan herself. However, Shui Zilan was surrounded by a thick layer of ice, and even with his great strength, it wasn't something he could break through in just a few moves. Shui Zilan was not weak. Being a minor God Sovereign, she was formidable. Seeing Shui Zilan's orderly advance and retreat, Chu Xiong finally felt at ease. On another arena, Zhuangbai was also engaged in a fierce battle with Wei Bowen. Wei Bowen used a secret technique from the War God Hall, expanding his law domain. Within his domain, numerous warriors appeared. These warriors seemed to come from ancient times, wearing old armor and exuding immense power. Wei Bowen said in a low voice, "This is a secret technique of the War God Hall. You should surrender early." Zhuangbai smiled and replied, "Whether I win or lose, I need to fight to find out." Wei Bowen shook his head, "Don't be fooled by your higher ranking. That's because you took advantage of the situation. In terms of pure strength, you're still lacking. You talk too much." Zhuangbai shouted, and his law domain also expanded. His law domain was filled with swords, countless sharp swords, numbering in the millions. The swords glowed with a golden light, appearing extremely sharp. Wei Bowen looked at Zhuangbai's law domain and frowned. "Your law domain looks familiar." Zhuangbai smiled, "My ancestor once joined the War God Hall and obtained a legacy from it." Wei Bowen immediately understood. "I see, you have the Golden Sword legacy." Zhuangbai nodded, "Then you should know the power of the Golden Sword legacy, based on the metal edge law of the 5 elements." Wei Bowen's expression changed as he realized the implications. At that moment, Zhuangbai pointed, and countless golden swords shot out like raindrops towards Wei Bowen. The rain of swords was dense and uncountable. Wei Bowen's law domain was immediately riddled with holes by the golden swords. The warriors in Wei Bowen's law domain raised their battle blades to clash with Zhuangbai's golden sword rain. The laws clashed, and the arena trembled, the ground shattering. Both were minor god sovereigns at their peak, and their clash nearly overwhelmed the arena. Of course, the arena was designed to withstand such battles, even those of true god sovereigns. The strength of the array was beyond everyone's imagination. The current state was just to enhance the battle's effect. The arena simulated the hardness of a real star, which couldn't withstand the aftermath of a minor god sovereign battle. Wei Bowen's law domain retreated under Zhuangbai's golden sword attacks. He roared in anger, waving his hands to cast a new spell. Spell, War God Iron Armor. The ancient warriors in his law domain grew in size, their armor thickening and becoming heavier, shining with an iron-like luster. Their defense became incredibly strong, blocking Zhuangbai's attacks. Zhuangbai's eyes changed, and he also cast a spell. His law domain glowed with golden light, and a giant golden sword slowly flew out. Lin Moyo immediately recognized it as a soul treasure of high level, reaching the god sovereign level. The golden sword legacy likely referred to this soul treasure. Soul treasures come in many forms, not just those that attack the soul. Any treasure that requires a soul to wield is considered a soul treasure. This golden sword was such a treasure, a god sovereign level soul treasure, requiring a soul to wield and capable of merging with the law domain to unleash incredible power. However, Zhuangbai was not yet a true god sovereign, making it difficult to wield this soul treasure, and he couldn't sustain it for long. Using this sword would come at a significant cost. That's why Zhuangbai hadn't used it in the first layer. Lin Moyo could see this, and so could Wei Bowen. Wei Bowen said loudly, "You can only use this sword once. After that, you won't be my match." Zhuangbai was under great pressure, sweating profusely. For a god king to sweat, it was rare, indicating he was giving his all. Zhuangbai gritted his teeth, using all his soul power to control the golden sword while also taking out the violent sword given by Lin Moyo. Wei Bowen's pupils contracted sharply, recognizing the violent sword. It was Lin Moyo's spoils, now in Zhuangbai's hands. Though he didn't know its exact function, he knew it was powerful. Zhuangbai gripped the violent sword tightly and swung it with a roar. The violent sword erupted with a unique power, resonating with the array, instantly enhancing Zhuangbai's law domain tenfold. Millions of sharp swords rained down again, and the giant golden sword, with a deafening roar, transformed into a golden dragon and charged at Wei Bowen. Wei Bowen's eyes widened, and he crushed 2 jade tokens in his hands. The tokens, one black and one white, created a black and white light sphere that enveloped him. Wei Bowen quickly cast several spells, shouting, "War God's Chain." Invisible chains flew out, entering his law domain and connecting all the ancient warriors. In an instant, all the ancient warriors roared in unison, also enveloped in black and white light spheres. The ancient warriors formed a human shield, protecting Wei Bowen. Wei Bowen knew that if he could block this attack, he would win. Zhuangbai could only strike once, he couldn't launch a second attack. A minor god sovereign wielding a god sovereign level treasure was too difficult. Without the violent sword, Wei Bowen's plan might have worked. Zhuangbai's power alone might not have broken his defense, but with the violent sword's tenfold enhancement, Zhuangbai unleashed the full power of the golden sword. As the golden dragon collided with Wei Bowen's defense, his face changed drastically. He realized he had underestimated Zhuangbai's attack. The golden dragon's power surpassed a minor god sovereign, reaching the god sovereign level. Though it lacked the support of the Lost Star River, it was still beyond Wei Bowen's ability to withstand. Wei Bowen knew he was doomed. His law domain collapsed, and the black and white light sphere lasted only half a second before being devoured by the golden dragon. The powerful ancient warriors couldn't withstand the sword rain. Wei Bowen didn't give up, using a secret technique to enhance his physical strength, his body turning iron-like. He refused to surrender, trying to block the attack. The golden dragon crashed through him and disappeared. Wei Bowen, now 10 meters tall, stood still, covered in wounds. After several seconds, he collapsed, his body shrinking rapidly. He was covered in blood, unable to fight any longer. Zhuangbai panted heavily, having used all his strength in that strike. It would take him days to recover. Chapter 1552. Chapter 1552, 1552. Chapter 1552, Are you blind or have a bad memory? The two were transported away, returning to the waiting area. Lin Moyu and Zhuangbai were bathed in beams of light, and their conditions quickly improved. The severely injured Wei Bowen's wounds healed in an instant, and he leaped up, full of energy. Zhuangbai also regained his spirits, with all after-effects disappearing. Bathed in the light, they returned to their peak state. This way, they didn't have to worry about injuries from battles, and they could maintain their best condition for each fight. Lin Moya smiled, How do you feel? Zhuangbai laughed heartily, Great. At this moment, he couldn't describe his feelings with any other word but great. The feeling of wielding God-sovereign level power was something only those who experienced it could understand. Zhuangbai had won and successfully advanced to the top 4. Lin Moya smiled, It depends on your luck. If you're lucky, you might get second place. By now, the top 4 were almost determined. Lin Moyo, Qingfei, and Zhuangbai were confirmed. The last one was Dongfang Ziyi. He had the upper hand, and Shui Zilan's puppet army was heavily damaged. Shui Zilan had to withdraw 3 minor god-sovereign level puppets. Her defense was gradually being breached by Dongfang Ziyi, and she was already on the defensive. Losing was just a matter of time. There was almost no chance of a comeback. Qingfei walked over, also watching the match between Dongfang Ziyi and Shui Zilan. Qingfei said, Dongfang Ziyi isn't using his full strength. Lin Moya nodded, If he used the power of the Lost Star River, he could have ended the fight long ago. Zhuangbai said, He must be holding back to deal with you. If he gets matched with you, I'll return the violent sword to you. Lin Moya laughed, No need, dealing with him is no big deal. Qingfei also smiled slightly. Zhuangbai was puzzled, What's so funny? Qingfei explained what had happened in the second layer, and Zhuangbai finally understood the extent of Lin Moya's summoned creatures. No wonder Lin Moya didn't need the violent sword, he really didn't need it. With God-sovereign level summoned creatures, no matter how much Dongfang Ziyi struggled, it was useless. I concede. Shui Zilan's clear voice rang out, and she was then transported away from the arena. Her ice defense was on the verge of collapsing, and she surrendered at the last moment. After returning, Shui Zilan joined the group. Chu Xiong asked with concern, Are you okay? Shui Zilan shook her head, I'm fine. I wanted to force out his trump card, but I failed. Lin Moya smiled, It's not important. With the 4 matches over, the Human Emperor Network announced that the next round would begin in 5 minutes. The semifinals and the matches for 5th to 8th place would take place simultaneously, without distinction. This rule dashed Zhuangbai's plan to lend the violent sword to Chu Xiong. The matchups were announced. Semifinals. Number 1 Lin Moyo versus number 3 Dongfang Ziyi. Number 2 Qingfei versus number 4 Zhuangbai. Matches for 5th to 8th place. Number 5 Chu Xiong versus number 13 Shui Xing. Number 6 Wei Bowen versus number 11 Shui Zilan. The winner would advance. In the semifinals, the winners would compete for 1st and 2nd place, while the losers would compete for 3rd and 4th place. The audience's attention was once again focused on Lin Moyo. As the biggest dark horse of this competition, Lin Moyo had been surprising everyone since his appearance. Before the competition, he was already quite famous, and now he was a household name. People from all star domains were discussing Lin Moyo. This time, Lin Moya's opponent is Dongfang Ziyi from Divine City. Dongfang Ziyi shouldn't concede, right? Of course not. Lin Moya was the seed player recommended by the Vermilion Bird Star Domain's Domain Lord, while Dongfang Ziyi is the seed player from Divine City. They are from different factions. After the competition, Lin Moya will likely enter Divine City as per tradition. Dongfang Ziyi might be his senior. Lin Moya wouldn't go easy on him, right? Are you kidding? Lin Moya isn't that kind of person. In this kind of competition, going easy would be foolish. In the audience, even the guests from other races were paying attention to Lin Moyo. They were here not only to watch the competition but also to gather information on the new human geniuses. Lin Moyo, as a dark horse, was especially noteworthy. Several god sovereigns discussed, Lin Moyo versus Dongfang Ziyi, Vermilion Bird Star Domain versus Divine City. Who will win? Dongfang Ziyi is quite famous in Divine City. He has been honing his skills at the minor god sovereign level for years, not advancing to god sovereign just for this competition. Although Lin Moyo can summon minor god sovereign level creatures, the gap within the minor god sovereign level is vast. These summoned creatures alone aren't enough to deal with Dongfang Ziyi. I also think Dongfang Ziyi has a better chance. Besides his raw strength, I've heard Divine City has a treasure specifically for dealing with summoners. Do you think Dongfang Zi will use it? Who knows? If he does, Lin Moyo might have no chance. Look at Dongfang Zi's confident smile. He seems well prepared to deal with summoners. Most god sovereigns believed Dongfang Zi had the upper hand. They thought Lin Moyo was strong but still inferior to Dongfang Zi. They hadn't seen what happened in the second layer, otherwise, they wouldn't say that. In the arena, Dongfang Zi looked at Lin Moyo with a confident smile, as if victory was assured. Lin Moyo found it strange. Does this guy really think he can beat me? Dongfang Zi said loudly, Lin Moyo, you're indeed strong. As a summoner, your advantages in previous matches were too obvious. I even suspected the rules were tailored for you, as every rule seemed to favor you. Fortunately, this final round uses the traditional one-on-one format, so your advantage is gone. Lin Moyo tilted his head, puzzled by Dongfang Zi's words. Is this guy crazy? He asked, what are you trying to say? Dongfang Zi sneered, you'll find out soon enough. This match is mine to win. As the match began, Dongfang Zi took out a disc-like object. With a shout, his law domain expanded, and the disc shattered. The shattered disc turned into countless light spots, merging into his law domain. Dongfang Zi's law domain transformed, becoming intangible and vast, covering the entire arena and beyond. Lin Moyo felt a slight pressure, as if something was sealed. Dongfang Zi sneered, this is the forbidden law disc. Merged with my law domain, it can prohibit all spells. The forbidden law disc prohibited all spells. Lin Moyo remained calm, testing and finding his spells indeed unusable. He noticed Dongfang Zi was also affected. Lin Moyo smirked, using a method that harms both sides. Impressive. Dongfang Zi laughed, unlike you, I can still fight without spells. Lin Moyo suddenly said, are you blind or have a bad memory? Dongfang Zi was puzzled, not understanding Lin Moyo's words. The next second, he understood. Lin Moyo appeared before him like lightning, a golden fist growing larger in his vision. Chapter 1553. Chapter 1553, 1553. Chapter 1553, shock after shock. The golden light filled his vision, and the rapidly enlarging fist left Dongfang Zi stunned. By the time he reacted, Lin Moyo's fist had already landed squarely on his face. His head throbbed with pain, and his entire body was sent flying uncontrollably. Lin Moyo caught up to Dongfang Zi with even greater speed, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks, showing no mercy. Dongfang Zi screamed in agony, trying to fight back, but he found himself unable to use any spells. The forbidden law disc was a double-edged sword, sealing not only Lin Moyo's spells but also his own. Dongfang Zi realized he had overlooked Lin Moyo's physical prowess. Lin Moyo possessed a powerful body, comparable to the mysterious physical form of the war god Hall's great strength, far surpassing his own. Faced with Lin Moyo's relentless storm of punches and kicks, Dongfang Zi had no chance to retaliate. Dongfang Zi roared, and a hazy, mystical Law Star River appeared above his head. The Law Star River was far less clear than that of a true god sovereign. Dongfang Zi had only undergone a partial baptism, so his ability to harness the power of the Law Star River was limited. However, the Law Star River was still a power of the god sovereign realm. Even a portion of it was enough to dominate all minor god sovereigns. The Law Star River poured down, its immense power crashing into Lin Moyo, sending him flying. At this point, Dongfang Zi's face was bruised and swollen, and his bones were mostly cracked. Fortunately, he was a minor god sovereign and could withstand it. Had it been half a minute later, his body would have been completely destroyed by Lin Moyo. Dongfang Zi, feeling a lingering fear, thought, I miscalculated this time, forgetting about your powerful body. I must admit, you are a formidable opponent, stronger than any minor god sovereign I've encountered. As he spoke, the Law Star River flowed down, enveloping Dongfang Zi and protecting him. Lin Moyo waved his arm, your body is too weak, fighting you is no fun. Dongfang Zi snorted, who cultivates their body these days? No matter how strong your body is, what's the use? Now that spells are sealed, I can still harness the power of the Law Star River. What do you have left? The Law Star River was not a spell but an ability. With spells sealed, Lin Moyo couldn't possibly withstand the Law Star River. The Law Star River rapidly expanded, its waves surging with immense power. The Law Star River had many uses and was one of the primary means of combat for god sovereigns. Although Dongfang Zi was not a god sovereign, his ability to manipulate the Law Star River was limited, but it was enough to deal with Lin Moyo. Unfortunately, he saw no panic in Lin Moyo's eyes. Lin Moyo's calm demeanor made Dongfang Zi feel uneasy. He decided not to delay any longer and directed the immense power of the Law Star River towards Lin Moyo. In an instant, the entire Law domain was filled with surging waves, and the attack swept towards Lin Moyo from all directions. Lin Moyo remained unflustered, with no reason to panic. The forbidden law disc had indeed sealed his spells, but not all of them. At least the skeletal hell could still be used. This spell, led by infinite fusion, and based on the chaos law, combined multiple stellar-level spells, making it high-level and unaffected by the seal. Additionally, his two origin spells were also unaffected by the seal. Strong soldiers, and, gathering power, the two origin spells, were of such high level that the seal had no effect on them. Although he couldn't summon the undead army, it could still provide power for, gathering power. A sword appeared in Lin Moyo's hand, a low-level true god realm magical treasure. Dongfang Zi sneered, a low-level true god realm magical treasure, what's the use? The next second, his eyes widened in shock. Lin Moyo's aura suddenly intensified, reaching the minor god sovereign realm almost instantly. What kind of spell is this? How did you suddenly become stronger? Why wasn't this spell sealed? Dongfang Zi couldn't believe it. There were indeed spells that could instantly boost strength, and quite a few of them. However, these spells typically only boosted 1 or 2 levels, with the best boosting 4 levels. But Lin Moyo had directly jumped from the 4th stage of the God King realm to the minor God Sovereign realm, crossing 6 levels in an instant. Dongfeng Zi felt a moment of panic but quickly regained his composure. So what if you reach the minor God Sovereign realm? You still can't withstand the Lost Star River's attack. It must be a talent, not a spell. His talent allows him to instantly boost his realm, that must be it. Dongfeng Zi seemed to find an explanation, regaining his confidence. At this moment, the Lost Star River's attack reached Lin Moyo. Dongfeng Zi roared, and the Lost Star River enveloped Lin Moyo, its powerful attack crashing down on him. Die! Dongfeng Zi roared in his heart, fully controlling the Lost Star River to attack Lin Moyo. Suddenly, a massive pressure surged, and the waves of the Lost Star River were repelled, flowing backward. Dongfeng Zi let out a muffled groan, his body also being sent flying for nearly 1,000 miles. He stood high in the sky, looking at Lin Moyo in shock and disbelief. Not only him, but all the God Sovereigns in the audience stood up, their eyes wide, staring at Lin Moyo in astonishment. The guests from other races, also God Sovereigns, were equally shocked, unable to speak. Lin Moyo's aura was like a dragon, spiraling into the sky. Above his head, a grey-white Lost Star River shone brightly. Lin Moyo's Lost Star River was different from Dongfeng Zi's. His was incredibly solid, indistinguishable from that of a true God Sovereign. Compared to Dongfeng Zi's illusory Lost Star River, Lin Moyo's was far superior. The Lost Star River roared with waves, emitting a thunderous sound. Dongfeng Zi muttered in disbelief, how is this possible? How could you reach the God Sovereign realm? From the God King realm to the God Sovereign realm in one step. What kind of talent was this? How could such a talent exist in the world? He couldn't believe it, not even in death. Not only him, but even Sulazu in the Beyond realm found it hard to believe. Lin Moyo had shocked everyone time and again, each time more terrifying than the last. With spells sealed, facing Dongfeng Zi's Lost Star River, Lin Moyo could only counter with his own Lost Star River. Using his origin spells and the power of billions of undead, he directly pushed himself to the God Sovereign realm. His soul had already undergone the baptism of the Lost Star River, allowing him to fully harness its power. At this moment, his combat power was no different from that of a newly ascended God Sovereign. In fact, if he continued to push without restraint, he could be even stronger than a newly ascended God Sovereign. However, his current state was more than enough to deal with Dongfeng Zi. Upon reaching the God Sovereign realm, the seal of the Forbidden Law Disc lost its effect. The Forbidden Law Disc could only seal spells below the God Sovereign realm. Once he reached the God Sovereign realm, the seal was nullified. Lin Moyo didn't bother explaining further. To someone like Dongfeng Zi, explanations were a waste of breath. With a light swing of the low-level True God Realm sword in his hand, Lin Moyo didn't use his full strength or the power of the Lost Star River. As for spells, although the seal was broken, he didn't use them. He couldn't use too much power, or he might accidentally kill Dongfeng Zi. He only used the most basic God Sovereign power, sending out a sword energy. The low-level True God Realm sword in his hand shattered into powder with the swing. Dongfeng Zi had no way to dodge Lin Moyo's attack and was instantly engulfed by the sword energy. Chapter 1554. Chapter 1554, 1554. Chapter 1554, the highlight moment of the Vermilion Bird Star domain. Dongfeng Zi was filled with terror, feeling like he was about to die, truly about to die. When he came to his senses, he found himself back on the resting platform. The Human Emperor Network was announcing Lin Moyo's victory and advancement to the finals. Dongfeng Zi's consciousness finally cleared completely. He knew he had lost, and he had lost fair and square. He had his trump cards, but so did Lin Moyo. In the second layer, Lin Moyo hadn't even revealed his trump cards. Now he understood that Lin Moyo's greatest strength wasn't summoning the skeleton army but his own power. Thinking of Lin Moyo's final transformation into a God Sovereign, with the Lost Star River above his head, Dongfeng Zi felt a chill in his heart. He felt a sense of despair, realizing that living in the same era as someone like Lin Moyo was a kind of sorrow. He looked to the side and saw Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo also noticed Dongfeng Zi's gaze and turned to look at him. Their eyes met in the air, and Dongfeng Zi bowed to Lin Moyo. Thank you, junior brother Lin, for showing mercy. If Lin Moyo hadn't held back with that last sword strike, he would have been injured. But now, he wasn't hurt at all, and he was aware of this. Lin Moyo calmly said, Senior brother Dongfeng, there's no need to be polite. We are just competing, not life and death enemies. Dongfeng Zi smiled and said no more. Previously, he had many opinions and much dissatisfaction with Lin Moyo, but now, he was completely convinced. The gap between them was too vast, they were not on the same level at all. The battle between Lin Moyo and Dongfeng Zi ended, causing a huge stir outside the arena. Wow, Lin Moyo actually summoned the Lost Star River at the end. How did he do that? Isn't he at the God King realm? How could he summon the Lost Star River? What's impossible about it? Maybe he has some secret technique. I don't think it's a secret technique, it could be an extremely powerful talent. No matter what, Lin Moyo had shown the entire human race that he could elevate his combat power to the God Sovereign realm at any time. There were quite a few spies from other races within the human race, many of whom were controlled by various secret techniques. They would inevitably pass on this information. By then, there would be many who would try to kill him. Lin Moyo was well aware of this. He knew that even if he only displayed the combat power of a minor God Sovereign, those people would still come to kill him. Since that was the case, he might as well show even more strength. He was telling others that if they wanted to kill him, they would need to send stronger people. In a situation where those at the Beyond Realm couldn't make a move, only God Sovereigns could target him. However, those peak god sovereigns, like Zhu Tian, were also monitored by the human race. Even high-level god sovereigns were under surveillance. Both sides restricted each other, making it difficult for anyone to act easily. So, those who would come to kill him would only be low or mid-level god sovereigns. Lin Moya wasn't afraid of these people. Against low-level god sovereigns, he could completely counter-kill them. Against mid-level god sovereigns, even if he couldn't counter-kill, he could still protect himself. Similarly, those who wanted to kill him had to be prepared to be killed themselves. The wealth of a god sovereign was far greater than that of a god king. As his combat power continued to increase, his elemental liches were falling behind and needed better materials for upgrades. Better materials required more points. Lin Moya realized that he was still very poor, extremely poor. His eyes sparkled as he thought to himself, killing god sovereigns should be quite profitable. Su Lizhou had been observing Lin Moya and noticed the look in his eyes, muttering to himself, this kid seems to be up to something. He's deliberately exposing his strength. What is he planning? The battle between Qing Fei and Zhuang Bai also concluded after a while. The result was somewhat unexpected but within Lin Moya's expectations. The two exchanged a few symbolic moves, and then Qing Fei conceded. She directly gave the second place to Zhuang Bai. Qing Fei chose Zhuang Bai over the ranking. After the match, Zhuang Bai looked a bit conflicted. Lin Moya patted Zhuang Bai's shoulder, congratulations. Zhuang Bai was puzzled, congratulations for what? Lin Moya smiled, senior brother Zhuang and senior sister Qing Fei make a good match. Zhuang Bai whispered, junior sister Qing Fei is very outstanding. Lin Moya nodded, no need to whisper, senior sister Qing Fei can hear you. He gestured with his eyes, and Zhuang Bai realized that Qing Fei had already appeared beside him. He immediately thanked her, junior sister, thank you. Qing Fei smiled but said nothing. Lin Moya said, senior brother Zhuang, give the violent sword to senior sister Qing Fei. The implication was clear, since she gave you the second place, you should give her the third place. Zhuang Bai quickly handed the violent sword to Qing Fei. After all, he had no use for it now. Competing with Lin Moya for first place was out of the question. Even with the violent sword, he would still lose to Lin Moya. Qing Fei accepted the violent sword without hesitation. After using a detection spell, she understood its purpose. With it, she was confident she could defeat Dongfang Ziyi. Previously, she wasn't sure, but now she had no doubts. The matches for 5th to 8th place also concluded. Chu Xiong and Wei Bowen won their matches and would compete for 5th and 6th place, while Shui Xing and Shui Zilan would compete for 7th and 8th place. The 4-star domains competition had reached this point, and the rankings were almost set. First place undoubtedly belonged to Lin Moya, as Zhuang Bai wouldn't compete with him. The 3rd and 4th places would be decided between Qing Fei and Dongfang Ziyi. Chu Xiong and Wei Bowen would compete for 5th place. Lin Moya knew that Chu Xiong wasn't Wei Bowen's match, so 5th place should go to Wei Bowen. As for Shui Zilan and Shui Xing had always been Shui Zilan's follower and wouldn't compete with her. Most likely, Shui Xing would concede, giving Shui Zilan 7th place. Although they didn't make it to the top 3, it was still a very good result for the Black Tortoise Star domain. Many observers had already analyzed the likely outcomes. The most anticipated match in the final round was between Qing Fei and Dongfang Ziyi. The other matches were less interesting. Soon, the final round began. At the start of the battle, Zhuang Bai immediately conceded, giving Lin Moya the first place and taking the second place himself. The top 2 spots were taken by contestants from the Vermilion Bird Star domain, marking a highlight moment for the domain. Zhu Tian's face beamed with pride, the happiest he had been since becoming the domain lord. At his level, aside from the unattainable beyond realm, reputation was the most important thing. This time, the Vermilion Bird Star domain taking the top 2 spots in the 4-star domains competition was a true highlight. In contrast, Bai Binger's face was the most sullen, as the 2 contestants from the White Tiger Star domain had been eliminated early, not even making it to the top 8. Wuda chuckled, satisfied that the Black Tortoise Star domain had 2 contestants in the top 8, even if they were the last 2. Yi Qingxian was also in a good mood. Qing Fei has great potential and is worth nurturing. Zhu Tian laughed, it's hard to say if Qing Fei will remain in the White Tiger Star domain. Seeing the interactions between Qing Fei and Zhuang Bai, the 4 domain lords knew what was going on. Yi Qingxian snorted, Qing Fei doesn't have to marry out, our Azure Dragon Star domain allows for matrilocal residence. Zhu Tian shook his head, Zhuang Bai is from the Zhuang family, whose ancestor was a hall master of the War God Hall. Such a person wouldn't marry into another family. Yi Qingxian retorted, Qing Fei is also from the Qing family, not much inferior to the Zhuang family. The 2 old men argued, neither willing to back down. Bai Binger and Wuda were used to this and didn't pay much attention. Chapter 1555. Chapter 1555, 1555. Chapter 1555, Alcohol Disrupts Situation in Divine City. In the final round of the competition, the most exciting match was indeed between Qing Fei and Dongfang Ziyi. They fought fiercely, with Qing Fei initially not using the violent sword, relying solely on her own strength to clash with Dongfang Ziyi. Both unleashed their spells, resulting in an incredibly intense battle. Their strengths were evenly matched, making it difficult to determine a winner for a while. Qing Fei, hailing from the Azure Dragon Star domain, showcased the characteristics of its cultivators. Her aggressive attacks made countless spectators feel as if they were being cut by her sword energy just by watching the match. Even Dongfang Ziyi found it challenging to fully unleash his power against Qing Fei's relentless assault. However, his strength was undeniable. Despite being suppressed, he managed to maintain a balanced state. The situation reversed when Dongfang Ziyi summoned the Lost Star River, overwhelming Qing Fei. The Lost Star River's power exceeded the minor god sovereign level, and Xing Fei, despite her best efforts, couldn't withstand it. Just when everyone thought Dongfang Ziyi would secure the final victory, Xing Fei used the violent sword. With the tenfold amplification from the violent sword, Xing Fei's combat power barely touched the threshold of the god sovereign realm. Relying on the violent sword in her fierce attacks, Xing Fei ultimately won and secured third place. The battle between Wei Bowen and Chu Xiong had no surprises. Chu Xiong was indeed slightly inferior to Wei Bowen. After a fierce battle, Wei Bowen emerged victorious, taking 5th place. The rankings for the top 8 were finalized, marking the official end of the 4-star domains competition. Next, they awaited the Human Emperor Network to announce the final overall rankings, which would determine the rewards. However, the overall rankings wouldn't be announced immediately, they would be revealed the next day. Everyone returned to the competition city and gathered by the lake in front of Lin Moya's house. Su Jianqing took the initiative to catch fish and started grilling them. With the competition over, everyone visibly relaxed. Shui Zilan and Xing Fei brought out fine wines from different star domains for everyone to taste. Among the group, Su Jianqing's ranking was still uncertain, and he was visibly anxious. For those outside the top 16, the final ranking would be determined by the Human Emperor Network based on their overall performance. Different rankings would affect the rewards they received. As they ate grilled fish and drank wine, they discussed the possible rewards. According to the standards of previous 4-star domains competitions, the most important reward was the qualification to enter Divine City. This qualification did not include seed players, who either already had the qualification, were from Divine City, or were from the War God Hall. They didn't need this entry qualification. Excluding the seed players, the top 100 would receive the qualification to enter Divine City. If someone in the top 100 already had the qualification, they would receive additional Divine City merits. Seed players would also receive Divine City merits based on their rankings. Su Jianqing, being from Divine City, was most knowledgeable about Divine City merits. Having drunk too much, his handsome face flushed, he explained, in Divine City, the most important thing is rank. Starting from the unranked outer personnel, there are primary, intermediate, and advanced ranks. To advance in rank, you need Divine City merits and to complete certain promotion tasks. Promotion tasks are very difficult and dangerous. Failure can result in death. Many people have enough merits but don't dare to take on the tasks. But if you don't advance, even with merits, you can't buy many good things. So many people prefer to train outside Divine City to earn points and buy supplies. Zhuangbai was puzzled. If the promotion tasks are so difficult, can't you wait until your cultivation level is higher to do them? Tasks that a god king couldn't complete might become easier for a minor god sovereign. If even a minor god sovereign couldn't do it, surely a god sovereign could. Su Jianqing, drinking more wine, replied, it's useless. Promotion tasks are linked to your cultivation level. The higher your level, the harder the tasks. Like Dongfeng Ziyi, he wants to complete his rank promotion before becoming a god sovereign. If he waits until after, the tasks will only get harder. Chu Xiong remarked, promotion tasks that scale with your level. This setup really leaves no room for survival. Lin Moya quietly said, it's a selection process. Zhuangbai added, survival of the fittest. Xing Fei slowly uttered, natural selection, survival of the fittest. Although Su Jianqing only shared a bit of information, everyone could sense that the rules in Divine City were even more brutal. There was no protection from the Human Emperor Network. In fact, outside Divine City, once you reach level 5 permissions, the Human Emperor Network no longer provides deliberate protection. With level 5 permissions, you can freely move in any area outside Divine City and take on many tasks, some of which are not within the human star domain. The danger level is equally high. The difference is that level 5 tasks can be freely chosen, while promotion tasks are assigned by Divine City. Naturally, promotion tasks are more dangerous. But in Divine City, if you don't advance in rank, you might be better off outside. According to Su Jianqing, the primary and intermediate ranks are a dividing line. Starting from the intermediate rank, you can truly enjoy the various resources of Divine City, which are incomparable to the outside world. Overall, if you have no rank in Divine City and are just an outer personnel, you might be better off outside. If you reach the primary rank, it's comparable to the outside world. Starting from the intermediate rank, you surpass the outside world. However, advancing in rank is very difficult and dangerous, leading many to give up. Su Jianqing, drinking more, said, you all should have heard of the human race divine path. Chu Xiong, also a bit drunk, mumbled, of course, who hasn't heard of it? The human race divine path is the highest existence in the human race. If everyone aspires to enter Divine City, the ultimate goal is to step onto the human race divine path. Zhuangbai said, it's said that no one has stepped onto the human race divine path for tens of thousands of years. Su Jianqing, holding a wine jug, said, no, that's not accurate. In fact, every time the human race divine path opens, many people attempt it. Everyone. Su Jianqing paused, burped, and exhaled a lot of alcohol. Everyone has failed. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat. Everyone? Including Xiao Zhantian. Su Jianqing nodded, and everyone felt a chill. What kind of path was the human race divine path that even Xiao Zhantian couldn't succeed? Su Jianqing then shook his head, I don't know. I'm talking about everyone in the past 10,000 years. I'm just a primary rank, I can only access limited information. To know more, you need to advance in rank. I'm just a primary rank. When I advanced from outer personnel to primary rank, I almost lost my life. The task was too difficult. I think I was just lucky to be born in Divine City. If I were outside, I probably wouldn't have made it into Divine City. Su Jianqing, drunk, shared a lot about Divine City. These were things they would learn after entering Divine City. Su Jianxing was only a primary rank, so his knowledge was limited, but knowing earlier would help them prepare mentally. For example, they learned that to leave Divine City, you need to take a special worship, which requires Divine City merits. Without enough merits, you can't leave. Many outer personnel can't leave and have to stay in Divine City to earn merits. In previous years, many people chose to delay entering Divine City after learning this. After all, the qualification to enter Divine City doesn't expire. Chapter 1556. Chapter 1556, 1556. Chapter 1556, come over, let's chat. The next day, the Human Emperor Network announced the rankings and rewards for this 4-star domains competition as scheduled. First place, Lin Moyo, reward of 200 Divine City merits. Second place, Zhuang Bai, reward of 150 Divine City merits. Third place, Jing Fei, reward of 100 Divine City merits. Fourth place, Dongfeng Ziyi, reward of 50 Divine City merits. Fifth place, Wei Bowen, reward of 30 Divine City merits. Starting from 5th place to 8th place, the reward was 30 Divine City merits. From 9th to 16th place, each received 20 Divine City merits. After the top 16, up to the 100th place, if they were seed players, they would be rewarded 10 Divine City merits. Among these people, about half were not seed players but came from the 4-star domains. For those who already had the qualification to enter Divine City, they received 10 Divine City merits like the seed players. If they did not originally have the qualification to enter Divine City, then the Divine City merit reward was reduced to 5, with the additional qualification to enter Divine City. In other words, the qualification to enter Divine City was worth 5 Divine City merits. This also indirectly showed how precious Divine City merits were. Next were the rewards after the 100th place. From 100th to 199th place, the reward became 5 Divine City merits. If they did not have the qualification to enter Divine City, they were directly given the qualification, without even receiving the 5 Divine City merits. In the top 199 places, after excluding the 99 seed players, it was exactly 100 people. Su Jianxing was fortunate to rank 198th. Although he was eliminated in the first round, due to his decent performance in the subsequent matches, his ranking changed. The Human Emperor Network would consider each person's cultivation realm, and Su Jianxing was almost the lowest among all the contestants, which became a bonus for him. Seeing his ranking, Su Jianxing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least I didn't embarrass Divine City. Lin Moya smiled. Good, you've completed your Divine City mission and earned an extra 10 merits. Su Jianxing was stunned, then exclaimed, Lin Shixing, how did you know I took a mission? Chu Xiong laughed loudly. Not just him, we all know. Ah. Lin Moya said, you told us yourself when you were drunk yesterday. Su Jianxing immediately made a bitter face. Alas, how embarrassing. Actually, I shouldn't have taken this mission. Zhuangbai came over and patted his shoulder. The reason you took this mission, you explained it yesterday. In my opinion, being able to take this mission is a kind of courage. Chu Xiong said, you said yesterday when you were drunk that you shouldn't have come to participate in the 4-star domains competition, and the reason you did was twofold. One was a trial from your family, as the 4-star domains competition is on your family's trial list. 2 was that you took a mission. In Divine City, there's a peculiar notion that the simpler a mission is, the fewer people want to do it. The safer a mission is, the more it's looked down upon. If someone does it, they're even looked down upon. The competition in Divine City is much fiercer than outside. The safer the mission, the fewer Divine City merits it rewards, and the less respected it is. Many people feel that if you take an extremely safe mission, you're a coward. But Su Jianxing still took it, for the sake of 10 merits. He convinced himself using the family trial at the time. But after taking the mission, the pressure on him became even greater. He suddenly realized that if he took the mission but failed to complete it, that would be even more embarrassing. In the eyes of others, it's a trash mission that no one wants to take. You not only took it but also failed to complete it, that's truly embarrassing to the core. Fortunately, he completed the mission this time. The requirement of the mission was to obtain Divine City merits in the 4-star domains competition. In other words, Su Jianxing needed to rank in the top 200. However, with Su Jianxing's cultivation realm, ranking in the top 200 was not easy. Throughout the competition, Su Jianxing never mentioned it, only saying it was a family trial. But the mental pressure he was under was not small. After Su Jianxing's explanation, everyone understood the whole story. But Lin Moya still had doubts in his heart. He felt that Su Jianxing didn't seem like the kind of person who would take this mission for just 10 Divine City merits. Didn't Su Jianxing care about face? There might be deeper reasons behind it, but Lin Moya didn't ask further. It might involve Su Jianxing's secrets. Zhuangbai said in a low voice, regardless, you've completed the mission and earned 10 merits. Chu Xiong also spoke up, don't mind what others say, Divine City merits are real and solid. If anyone dares to talk nonsense, just slap them and shut them up. Wait until I enter Divine City, I'll see who dares to bully you, I'll beat them up one by one. Chu Xiong puffed out his chest, boasting arrogantly. Su Jianxing was also infected by Chu Xiong's arrogance, regaining his smile. Lin Moya laughed lightly, if you have any difficulties, just tell me, there are many things I should be able to help with. Su Jianxing nodded forcefully. He knew Lin Moya's promise was not a joke. Now, even before entering Divine City, Lin Moya already had 300 Divine City merits. That was more than many elders in Divine City. Add to that Lin Moya's strength, and he would undoubtedly become a great figure in Divine City in the future. Su Jianqing felt that the luckiest thing for him in recent years was meeting Lin Moyo. If it weren't for Lin Moyo giving him a large number of magical treasures, he wouldn't have been able to achieve a good enough ranking in the preliminary rounds. Su Jianqing sincerely thanked Lin Moyo. Lin Shixing, I really owe you a lot this time. Lin Moyo smiled and accepted his gratitude. After the 199th place, those without the qualification to enter Divine City didn't receive Divine City merits. Their rewards became points instead. The points gradually decreased from 10 million to only 1 million at the end. The rewards for all participants formed a huge list, and everyone could check the specific information. The Human Emperor Network tried its best to be fair and just. If anyone had any opinions, they had to swallow them and not voice them. After the 4-star domains competition ended, one warship after another arrived at the competition city to pick up the spectators. After transporting the spectators away, more warships arrived, this time to pick up the contestants. The competition was over, and everyone returned to their respective places and families. All the contestants who obtained the qualification to enter Divine City received information from the Human Emperor Network. They could choose to enter Divine City immediately or wait for some time before entering Divine City. According to Su Jianqing, Divine City was not always open. Every 30 days, Divine City would open once. If they wanted to go, they could go to any of the number 1 stars in the 4-star domains, where there was a transmission formation. Those with the qualification to enter Divine City could activate the transmission formation and enter Divine City. Of course, the process was not as simple as Su Jianqing described. It was just a rough outline. Su Jianqing was going to return to Divine City. He said in a low voice, Shixings and Shixies, what have you all decided? After some discussion, none of them wanted to enter Divine City immediately. Whether it was Qingfei or Zhuangbai, everyone had their own families. They still had some matters to handle in their families. Only Lin Moyo was alone without a family. Whether to enter Divine City or not didn't matter much to Lin Moyo. He could always leave even after entering, as he had 300 Divine City merits, enough to enter and exit several times. Thinking about it, it seemed like there was no problem with going to Divine City to take a look. However, Lin Moyo also wanted to visit the other few star domains and the outside world. He also wondered where Lin Mokshan had gone and whether she had successfully ascended to the God-Sovereign realm. Suddenly, space distorted, and a black shadow appeared beside them. The shadow's appearance was unclear, but everyone recognized him. It was the Beyond Realm existence who had been with the 4 domain lords. Everyone simultaneously paid their respects. Greetings, senior. Su Jianxing's expression changed drastically, and he immediately knelt down. This unfilial disciple pays respects to the ancestor. The Su family ancestor glanced at Su Jianxing. Not bad. After speaking, he beckoned to Lin Moyo. Come over, let's chat. Chapter 1557. Chapter 1557, 1557. Chapter 1557, Our era is not inferior. Lin Moyo, I will take you away. Follow the rules, said Sulazu, leaving a message. Black light enveloped Lin Moyo, and the two disappeared. Several people exchanged glances. Zhuangbai looked at Su Jianqing, who had just gotten up from the ground, and asked, Is that your family's ancestor? Yes. Su Jianqing nodded, his eyes filled with excitement. He had just been praised by his family's ancestor, which made him very excited. He knew his family's situation well. Sulazu was extremely strict and rarely praised anyone. Receiving his praise was a significant affirmation. Sulazu was a legend in the Su family. Su Jianqing had grown up hearing stories about him. The tall and majestic image of Sulazu had long been rooted in his heart. Chu Xiong asked, Sushidi, what realm is your ancestor in? Could it be? Su Jianqing nodded vigorously. The ancestor reached the Beyond Realm a long time ago. Chu Xiong showed a surprised expression. The Beyond Realm? Huh? I wonder if I will ever reach it in my lifetime. Then he noticed that neither Zhuangbai, Qingfei, nor Shui Zilan showed any surprise. Chu Xiong asked curiously, Old Zhuang, aren't you surprised? Zhuangbai said, when Sulazu appeared with the 4 domain lords, I guessed he was in the Beyond Realm. Zhuangbai came from the Zhuang family, which had its own heritage. Although his family had never produced a Beyond Realm expert, they knew something about realms above the God-Sovereign level. Chu Xiong looked at Qingfei and Shui Zilan. Did you two guess it too? Qingfei nodded, and Shui Zilan said softly, There are records in my sect. The 4 domain lords were clearly very respectful to Sulazu, so I guessed his identity. Chu Xiong scratched his head, so I was the only one who didn't guess. Zhuangbai laughed, that's because you don't like to use your brain. I wonder what Sulazu wants to talk to Lin Shidi about. Qingfei said, Do you remember the senior who sent us here? Zhuangbai nodded, he was also in the Beyond Realm. His aura was very similar to Sulazu's. Qingfei continued, When we first arrived in the competition city, Lin Shidi and Han Xianzi arrived a bit later than us. They were probably held back by that senior. According to Qingfei, Lin Moyo had already had contact with a Beyond Realm expert. So this time, there was no need to worry about Sulazu meeting Lin Moyo. Chu Xiong tilted his head. Do you think Sulazu might want to take Lin Shidi as a disciple? The others thought about it and realized it wasn't impossible. Lin Moyo's performance was outstanding enough to impress even a Beyond Realm expert. A familiar aura greeted Lin Moyo as he once again saw the ancient and majestic palace. The faint aroma of tea wafted over, entering his nostrils and reaching his soul, making his entire being feel relaxed. Dao tea. This was a top-grade tea, even higher than Enlightenment tea. The same simple tea table was there, with Lin Lao and Hao Shenzhen sitting beside it, seemingly chatting. Lady Yu had already left. His sister was also not present. Come and sit. Sulazu led Lin Moyo over. Lin Lao chuckled, "Old Su, did you find any good seedlings this time?" The black aura around Su Lizu gradually dissipated, revealing his true appearance, an elderly man with white hair and a serious expression. His appearance bore a 5 or 6 point resemblance to Su Qingyang. Combined with Su Jiangxing's earlier reaction, Lin Moyo already knew his identity. Su Qinjiang's grandfather, the Su family ancestor. Lin Moyo had once accepted a private mission from him, successfully rescuing Su Qingyang, who had been trapped in the nether swamp for 1,000 years. Although they had never interacted directly, they had some connection. At that time, Lin Moyo was still very weak. Even now, his strength was still inferior, but purely on a soul level, they were on the same level. 2 more teacups appeared on the tea table, and the teapot automatically flew up, pouring new tea into the cups. Lin Moyo then noticed that the teapot was actually a magical treasure, at least at the God Sovereign level, and it had developed intelligence. A God Sovereign level magical treasure with a spirit, just used for making tea. If this got out, it would be enough to make many God Sovereigns feel disoriented. Last time, he hadn't noticed this detail, which was a real oversight. After Su Lizu sat down, he directly said, "I brought the champion." Hao Shenjun smiled. Lin Xiao winning the championship was expected. He wasn't surprised at all. He knew Lin Moya's combat power very well. Not to mention that the strongest opponents were only minor God Sovereigns. Even if God Sovereigns participated, they might not be able to defeat Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo asked, "Shenjun, where is my sister?" Hao Shenjun replied, "There was a little accident." Lin Moyo frowned slightly. "Please explain, Shenjun." Han Xian's talent is too strong. Combined with Dao Ti, it produced incredible effects. Your sister not only advanced to God Sovereign but might continue to break through, reaching above the 3rd tier of God Sovereign. Lady Yu has already taken your sister to the Divine City for seclusion. It might take some time. Advancing to God Sovereign and directly reaching above the 3rd tier, such a thing was hard to believe. Cultivation breakthroughs have always been methodical and traceable. Lin Muhan's leapfrog advancement was unprecedented. Su Lizu, who had just arrived, was also surprised. He didn't know the follow-up events. Lin Lao sighed, a 36-year-old God Sovereign. Saying it out loud might scare a few people to death. Hao Shenjun smiled. Even in ancient times, there was never a 36-year-old God Sovereign. Su Lizu's eyes flickered. As far as I know, the fastest person to advance to God Sovereign in ancient times was over 100 years old. Hao Shenjun provided a more accurate number, 108 years old. Su Lizu nodded. Generally speaking, ancient God Sovereigns were mostly between 300 and 500 years old. A God Sovereign under 100 years old was already considered a top genius. Lin Moyo listened in shock. Were ancient cultivators really that strong? Most God Sovereigns were between 300 and 500 years old. Looking at the current era, most 300-year-old cultivators were still at the true God realm, far from reaching God Sovereign. Lin Lao laughed. Now Han Xianze has broken the ancient record, and there's also Lin Xiao, showing that our era is not inferior. Su Lizu snorted, far from it. That era was so glorious and splendid. Compared to them, we are just a pile of garbage. He then turned to Hao Shenjun. Shenjun, have you made any progress in exploring ancient times? Hao Shenjun shook his head. So far, not much progress. Su Lizu sighed. Is there really no way? Hao Shenjun shook his head. It's hard to say if there's a way. We can only say we still have hope. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Moyo, and Lin Lao also looked at Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo suddenly realized something. The conversation among these Beyond Realm experts was not random, it had deeper meaning, possibly related to him. Lin Moyo said, Shenjun, if you have any instructions, please feel free to tell me. Hao Shenjun finally shook his head. Your current strength is still not enough. When you reach God Sovereign, or even the Beyond Realm, you can then deal with those matters. But we can inform you in advance about some things. There are some things you will have to face in the future. Chapter 1558. Chapter 1558, 1558. Chapter 1558, Strength that can determine fate. The magnificent and ancient palace was flying rapidly towards Divine City. The space around the palace was completely distorted, and time and space felt chaotic. Their speed far exceeded the speed of light by an unknown number of times. This was a mode of travel Lin Moyo had never seen before. It didn't seem like teleportation, nor did it resemble space jumping. It seemed to have something to do with space laws, but at the same time, it didn't. One could say that this mode of travel was too advanced for him to understand. Lin Moyo stood on the palace square, feeling this incomprehensible mode of travel, his mind churning with the words Hao Shenjun had said earlier. Hao Shenjun had shared some ancient secrets with him, giving Lin Moyo a deeper understanding of ancient times. The outline of the ancient era became more vivid and detailed in his mind. According to Hao Shenjun, the ancient era was a time of extremely prosperous cultivation, far more prosperous than the present. In that era, God Sovereigns were very common, and there were many beings who had reached the Beyond Realm. There were also many terrifying existences that surpassed the Beyond Realm. Cultivation was like a pyramid. The higher you went, the harder it became, and the fewer people there were. Just from the number of God Sovereigns, one could infer how strong the ancient era was. At that time, if someone broke through to God Sovereign after the age of 1000, they were considered mediocre. Most people typically broke through to God Sovereign before the age of 700. Breaking through at the age of 500 was considered a genius. Breaking through at the age of 300 was considered a top-tier genius. In the present day, breaking through to God Sovereign before the age of 3000 was considered quite good. Later, an unprecedented war broke out in the ancient era, ending that period. Since then, the number of cultivators drastically decreased, the speed of cultivation significantly slowed, and countless secret techniques were lost. It was as if the entire world had changed. The post-ancient era and the current era were both like this. Moreover, they faced an even more severe problem. Hao Shenzhen didn't elaborate on this problem because they couldn't fully confirm it yet. Hao Shenzhen's exact words were, "I can't mislead you with uncertain information." He hoped Lin Moyu would find the answer himself in the future. Lin Moyu understood this. He also asked about the levels beyond the Beyond Realm. Hao Shenzhen's expression became extremely complex, and he said, "That is a level that cannot be described in words. Only by reaching that level can one understand it." In other words, even he didn't know. During their conversation, Lin Moyu also learned that there were such existences among the human race. However, due to some special reasons, these beings had all disappeared. Where they went, whether they were hiding somewhere, or for some other reason, Hao Shenzhen didn't know. Not only the human race, but other powerful races also had similar beings. They too had disappeared. In the current Great World, the strongest beings openly known were those at the Beyond Realm. However, there were significant differences even among those at the Beyond Realm. Hao Shenzhen was a strong figure among them, earning the title of Shenzhen. Meanwhile, Lady Yu, Lin Lao, and Su Lizu were at the initial stage of the Beyond Realm. This made Lin Moya realize that cultivation within the Beyond Realm was even more challenging. Each step forward could bring about earth-shattering changes. The differences between each level within the Beyond Realm were even greater than the differences between God Sovereigns and God Kings. The path of cultivation is endless. It's like rowing a boat upstream, you must forge ahead. Since I have come here, I must keep moving forward, reaching the end, possessing the strength to determine fate. The end he envisioned was different from what others imagined. For almost everyone in the Great World, the end was mastering the Great World Rune. But the Great World Rune had already been broken. Since the Great World Rune could be broken, it meant it wasn't the true end. Lin Moya wanted to see what level the being who broke the Great World Rune had reached. Perhaps that is the true end. I must reach it. Lin Moya felt a surge of ambition. His soul extended a hand, gently touching the sleeping coffin, as if he could feel the warmth of his 4 beloved wives from it. After flying a long distance, the palace finally slowed down. The distorted space gradually returned to normal, and the sense of chaos disappeared. Layers of mist peeled away, revealing a vast and prosperous star domain. Divine City was not just a city, it was a gigantic and incredibly prosperous star domain, just like the 4 major star domains. It contained countless stars and billions of suns. Countless points of light flickered within, and Lin Moya could sense its extraordinary nature. Here, the laws were extremely clear, making cultivation much easier. Faintly, it seemed as if countless powerful auras were surging. At some point, Hao Shenzhen appeared beside him, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Moyo. "What is your first impression?" Lin Moyo expressed his true thoughts. "Very powerful." Powerful. Hao Shenzhen chuckled. Using that word isn't wrong, but most people would say it's very prosperous. Lin Moya thought for a moment and, relying on his own feelings, shook his head. "No, I still think powerful is more fitting." He indeed had this feeling. The entire Divine City gave him a sense of immense power. This feeling was indescribable but very real. Hao Shenzhen didn't dwell on the issue. Divine City used to have other names, such as the Human Race Divine Domain and the Human Race Holy Land, but later, the War God renamed it Divine City. Divine City is a star domain, larger than the 4 major star domains combined. Especially the proportion of cultivators within, far surpassing the 4 major star domains. For countless years, countless cultivators who entered Divine City, except those who have died, have been cultivating and living within it. They improve their strength in Divine City, give birth to descendants, establish families, or create sections. Every star system in Divine City has a large family. Perhaps in the future, you will also establish your own family or force in Divine City. With your military honor title, forming a force will be extremely easy. Hao Shenzhen treated Lin Moyo as a peer and had high hopes for him, so he was very patient with him. If it were someone else, Hao Shenzhen wouldn't bother to say much, given his status. Lin Moyo asked, "Outside of Divine City, it seems no one talks about what happens inside." Hao Shenzhen explained, "That's restricted. The Human Emperor Network doesn't allow it. Even if someone mentions it, the Human Emperor Network will erase the traces." Lin Moya thought for a moment, for the sake of mystery. Hao Shenzhen laughed, "You're very smart. Mystery is indeed one reason, but there are other reasons too. You'll naturally understand these things in the future. For now, we're still far from Divine City. Let me introduce you to the surroundings." Hao Shenzhen spoke about the surroundings of Divine City, not the city itself, which surprised Lin Moyo. Hao Shenzhen pointed to a location outside Divine City, where there was a brilliant columnar nebula. The nebula emitted a hazy light, with countless colors intertwined, making it extremely dazzling. Compared to Divine City, the nebula was very small. If Divine City were an adult, the nebula would be no larger than half a finger of that adult, perhaps even smaller. But Lin Moya knew that the nebula was actually very large. Hao Shenzhen pointed to the nebula and said solemnly, "That is an ancient relic. We call it the Finger Relic." Chapter 1559. Chapter 1559, 1559. Chapter 1559, that is the little finger of an ancient strongman. The Finger Relic. An ancient site. Lin Moya's heart trembled slightly. Any place related to ancient times was never simple. The mysterious manor in the battlefield, the ancient tomb, the nether swamp, and the Tulu world, none of them were simple, each one was deadly. And next to Divine City, there was actually an ancient site of such a large scale. The palace changed its flight direction, and gradually, Lin Moya saw the side of the nebula. From the side, the columnar nebula looked more like a finger. Hao Shenzhen said, when you were in the Vermilion Bird battlefield, you visited several places related to ancient times. Although those places were related to ancient times, they were not very dangerous. But the ancient site is different. The ancient site is extremely dangerous. Even if we go in, we might not come out. Lin Moya was once again shocked. It was actually that dangerous. The places he had visited, although related to ancient times, were not very dangerous for those at the Beyond Realm. Perhaps the Tulu world was dangerous, but those at the Beyond Realm couldn't enter, so the danger was nullified. But the ancient site next to Divine City was actually so dangerous? Originally, he had wanted to take a look, but now he immediately extinguished his curiosity. Hao Shenzhen knew what Lin Moya was thinking. You will definitely go to the ancient site in the future, but not now. What I want to tell you is that the reason Divine City is located here is partly related to the ancient site. What do you think the ancient site looks like? What does the ancient site look like? Lin Moya instinctively said, a finger. Hao Shenzhen laughed out loud, very satisfied with Lin Moya's answer. Yes, it's a finger, and it's a little finger. Following Hao Shenzhen's words, the more he looked, the more it looked like a little finger, and it was indeed a human little finger. Then Lin Moya was suddenly shocked. How big must a person be to have such a large little finger? If the little finger was this big, how big would the person be? Hao Shenzhen continued to explain, this ancient site is about 10 light-years wide and 70 light-years long. We tried to calculate that if we use the normal human ratio, with a little finger this big, the person's height would be over 1,500 light-years. Isn't it hard to imagine that a person could grow to 1,500 light-years? Lin Moya was indeed a bit shocked. This was beyond his imagination. How could a person be so big? 1,500 light-years, how many star systems could that contain? Such a person wouldn't just crush stars. Ordinary stars would be like a strand of hair to them. A casual brush could destroy a star, or even a star system. With a bit of shock, Lin Moya asked, is this an ancient strongman? Hao Shenzhen became serious. This should be a terrifying existence that has surpassed the Beyond Realm. Such an existence is beyond our understanding. Lin Moya said, so you said before that it is an indescribable, incredible existence. Hao Shenzhen nodded seriously. Such an existence can be very large, very small, real, or illusory. What it is exactly, only when you reach that level can you know. Lin Moya nodded, now fully understanding Hao Shenzhen's words. Hao Shenzhen continued, as for this ancient site, we have been exploring it for the past hundreds of thousands of years and have gathered a lot of information. We can basically confirm that the powerful existence died in battle, and a severed finger was left here. Originally, such an existence could regenerate from a drop of blood. Even a severed finger would be enough for them to resurrect. But their enemy was very strong and completely annihilated them from the root. The severed finger left behind is just a shape. The flesh and blood inside have long since collapsed. However, the power within the severed finger has not dissipated. After countless years of evolution, it has become what it is now. The powerful force, intertwined with various laws, produced changes, evolving into all sorts of strange things. Lin Moya was not unfamiliar with such things. He had seen many similar occurrences on the battlefield. The stronger the force, the stranger the things it evolved into, making them incomprehensible. One could imagine how terrifying the things in this ancient site would be. It was left behind by an existence that surpassed the Beyond Realm. Even a single hair from such an existence could kill him. Hao Shenzhen reminded him again, at least wait until you reach the peak of the God-Sovereign realm before you consider exploring it. Lin Moya nodded, indicating he understood. He was curious, very curious, but he wasn't stupid. He wouldn't do something that was clearly suicidal. The palace continued to approach Divine City, which was rapidly enlarging in his vision, and the finger relic was also enlarging. Although the palace had slowed down, it was still faster than a teleportation array. The powerful aura of Divine City became more and more apparent, and Lin Moya finally understood where this sense of power came from. There were extremely powerful formations enveloping Divine City. The formations were not just one but countless, numbering in the billions, surrounding the entire Divine City and the entire star domain, so any enemy trying to approach would be ruthlessly attacked by the formations. Moreover, the formations were interconnected, extremely powerful. Behind the formations was an extremely prosperous star domain, with the light of the stars becoming increasingly bright. At the current speed, it would still take some time for the palace to truly enter Divine City. There was no teleportation array that could directly enter Divine City. One could only fly in. Hao Shenzhen continued, you will naturally learn the specific information about Divine City when you get there. Whether you ask people or check the information on the Human Emperor Network, you can understand. In Divine City, there are also some special places. If you want to take on tasks in Divine City, remember to act within your means. Lin Moya responded with a sound, indicating he understood. For the sake of his life, he wouldn't act recklessly. Hao Shenzhen suddenly changed the topic. I have a question, and I hope you can answer it honestly. His tone suddenly became serious, and Lin Moya knew it must be something important. Please go ahead. Hao Shenzhen looked at Lin Moya and asked seriously, during the competition, did you see something? Lin Moya directly admitted, I saw a rune formed by soul fire. Hao Shenzhen's eyes flashed with a sharp light, as Sulazu said, you indeed discovered it. Tell me your thoughts. Lin Moya shook his head, I don't have enough knowledge to have any profound thoughts. No problem, just speak your mind. The formation creates living beings, and the rune provides wisdom. The rune is formed by soul fire, and the soul fire comes from the souls of strong beings from various races. Although it succeeded, I think this is not the right path. This rune formed by soul fire seems incomplete, it shouldn't be used this way. Hao Shenjun listened to Lin Moya's analysis, his eyes flashing with brilliance. It seems you have quite a bit of research on runes. Lin Moya shook his head. I don't understand runes, it's just a feeling. Hao Shenjun laughed. Not understanding but having a feeling was even better than understanding runes. It showed that Lin Moya truly had a talent in this area. Your intuition is very sharp, which is a good thing. If you have the opportunity in the future, you can try to study runes. There is a lot of information about runes in Divine City that you might find interesting. Chapter 1560. Chapter 1560, 1560. Chapter 1560, don't teach him, let him learn on his own. The palace wasn't flying directly towards Divine City, it seemed to have a fixed route, circling around Divine City and gradually approaching. Lin Moya's speed was still very fast, but the spacetime distortion wasn't severe, and he could roughly see the full view of Divine City. This star domain had obvious signs of human activity. On the outermost edge, tens of billions of stars were densely arranged, forming the first line of defense for Divine City. Behind the stars, Lin Moya saw a large number of warships, all at the God Sovereign level. Each warship, although not as powerful as a God Sovereign, could still contend with one when combined with an army. If hundreds of warships surrounded a God Sovereign, it wasn't impossible to kill one. Of course, this assumed the God Sovereign fought to the death and wasn't too strong. For a peak God Sovereign like Zhu Tian, sheer numbers wouldn't be enough to kill him. The warships formed the second line of defense. After that were the War God fortresses. These fortresses were mostly replicas, stronger than the warships but fewer in number. Even so, there were still millions of them, enough to make one's scalp tingle. The true strength of the human race was finally revealed, and Lin Moya was amazed. He realized that the wars he had experienced before were child's play. At least 90% of the human race's strength was hidden within Divine City, never shown to the outside world. However, Lin Moya also realized a possibility. If the human race could hide their strength like this, what about other races? The powerful races that once invaded the human race's territory and attacked Divine City, could their strength be any less? It seemed that no race was simple, and in the face of Beyond Realm experts, all the strength seemed insignificant. At the Beyond Realm level, numbers lost their meaning. If they were even stronger, a giant over 1,000 light-years tall could crush an entire star domain with a single slap. What meaning would numbers have then? Supreme power. We still need supreme power. On the other side of the palace, Sulazu asked, what did he say? Sulazu was asking about the soul fire rune. He had shared his findings with Hao Shenjun. Hao Shenjun said, he doesn't understand runes, but he is very sensitive to them. What do you mean? Sulazu asked. He said there's something wrong with the soul fire rune. Using soul fire to drive it might not be the correct method. Hao Shenjun conveyed Lin Moya's feelings. Sulazu trembled, he actually saw through it. Does he really not understand runes? Hao Shenjun shook his head, he didn't lie, he truly doesn't understand. Sulazu murmured, he doesn't understand runes, yet he can see the problem within them. He has a natural sensitivity to runes. His eyes shone brightly, he's a genius in runes. I want to take him as a disciple and teach him ancient runes. Hao Shenjun waved his hand to stop Sulazu. No. Sulazu was puzzled, why not? Hao Shenjun said, I told him that if he's interested in runes, he can study them on his own. You must not teach him. Sulazu's eyes widened, even though you are Shenjun, you should be reasonable. Don't be anxious, Hao Shenjun said with a smile. A teacup flew into Sulazu's hand, and the teapot automatically poured tea for him. Hao Shenjun said slowly, do you think your research on ancient runes is absolutely correct? Sulazu snorted, of course. Oh. Hao Shenjun smiled, looking at him. Sulazu showed a hint of guilt, 90% of it is correct. A miss by a millimeter is as good as a mile. Hao Shenjun's voice softened, but Sulazu couldn't refute it. Indeed, he had deep research into ancient runes. The soul fire rune was his creation, but his research might not be entirely correct. If he taught Lin Moya and passed on incorrect ideas, it wouldn't be good. Hao Shenjun said, so let him study on his own and understand by himself. That's the best method. Sulazu was still a bit unwilling, but this will waste a lot of time. Hao Shenjun smiled, if there's a problem, more time will be wasted. If you want, you can give him your collection of ancient rune materials, but don't mix in your own thoughts. Sulazu knew he couldn't argue with Hao Shenjun. After thinking for a long time, he finally sighed heavily, alright, I understand. When he reaches the peak of the God Sovereign realm, I'll let him see those rune materials. Ancient runes couldn't be studied casually, they required a certain realm. Without sufficient realm, even if one had some understanding, it would be vague and without foundation. In the field of ancient runes, Sulazu had gone far. Although not entirely correct, his words were still authoritative. The realm was equivalent to the foundation of ancient runes. Without sufficient realm, it was useless to have a high-level understanding. Just like Lin Moya, who, with his incredible sensitivity, discovered that the soul fire rune wasn't quite right. But he couldn't pinpoint the exact problem, and there were many things he couldn't understand. This was the gap in realm. Sulazu thought for a moment, although I can't teach him runes, there are some things I need to tell him. Don't stop me. Hao Shenjun gestured, as you wish. Sulazu drank the Dao tea in one gulp and walked towards Lin Moya. With something on his mind, even the Dao tea didn't taste good. Sulazu took 2 or 3 steps to reach Lin Moya. Lin Xiao, I heard you're very interested in runes. Lin Moya nodded, Senior, if I'm not mistaken, the soul fire rune in the competition was arranged by you, right? Sulazu was a bit surprised, how did you know? I sensed your aura in the rune, Lin Moya replied honestly. Sulazu couldn't help but marvel, "You're really sensitive to this," being able to sense that. The rune was indeed his creation, so he was most familiar with it. Lin Moya's soul had reached the Beyond Realm, but not all Beyond Realm souls could sense his aura. Sulazu continued, "Runes are a profound subject. You should know about the Great World Rune, right?" Lin Moya nodded. Any cultivator would know about the Great World Rune, it was common knowledge. Mentioning the Great World Rune, Sulazu's voice became low. "The Great World Rune is the foundation of our world, its root. No matter what spell or law, they all evolve from the Great World Rune. So studying runes is essentially studying the foundation of this world. If one day you can fully understand the Great World Rune, you might be able to control it and become the master of this world." His low voice carried a hint of temptation, as if trying to spark Lin Moya's interest in runes. Unfortunately, Lin Moya wasn't tempted at all. His will was firm, not swayed by external influences. His interest in runes was purely self-motivated. In fact, Lin Moya wanted to tell Sulazu, "You don't need to say all this, just get to the point." After a few seconds of pause, Sulazu continued, "Runes are divided into two types. One is the common runes we use now, which are relatively simple and easy to understand. The other is ancient runes, which are much higher in level but very difficult to understand. If you want to learn ancient runes, the best way is to first master common runes and then move on to ancient runes. I have a collection of common rune materials here, which I'll give to you as a gift. When you reach the peak of the God-Sovereign realm, I'll let you see the ancient rune materials." Chapter 1561. Chapter 1561, 1561. Chapter 1561, Lin Moya's True Talent? Lin Moya received a jade book, with a cover inscribed with large, flamboyant characters, Fuyo. The book Fuyo has about 100 pages, each made of extremely thin jade sheets. The jade sheets are specially treated, incredibly sturdy, and even a deity would find it difficult to destroy them. In terms of material alone, it surpasses the realm of deity-level materials. At least it is of the Bien realm material, extremely precious. A thought suddenly popped into Lin Moya's mind. If he used it to summon an elemental lich, what level of elemental lich could he summon? This absurd thought flashed by and was immediately extinguished. If Lin Moya dared to do this, Elder Su would surely kill him. He could see that this book Fuyo was very valuable. Elder Su stood by and advised, "Many of the runes in the book require a deity to learn and comprehend, especially those related to laws. Before you reach the deity realm, you should mainly understand the runes and have a clear understanding of them. As for some basic information about runes, you can check it yourself when you reach the Divine City." Lin Moya understood what he meant. The runes given to him were quite advanced. As for the basic knowledge, he had to learn and comprehend it himself. Lin Moya bowed to Elder Su. "Thank you, Senior." Elder Su nodded. "Take your time to study. Runes are a profound subject, and mastering them is more difficult than comprehending laws. Do not be impatient." After saying this, he turned and left. Lin Moya did not immediately check Fuyo. Since he started his career in cultivation, he had not formally come into contact with runes. At the beginning, the runes he saw came from Meng Anwen, but that was because of Meng Anwen's profession. Meng Anwen was a formation master, and the runes he used were various formation symbols. Those runes were equivalent to his spells, not requiring deliberate comprehension and learning, and could not be taught to others. After arriving in the Great World, he did see some runes, but they were scattered and not systematic. If he wanted to learn runes, the best way was to start from the basics and learn systematically. Lin Moya did not know why, but he seemed to have a great interest in runes. After seeing the Soul Fire rune, he even felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it somewhere before. From that moment, his curiosity about runes was ignited. He calmed his mind, emptied his thoughts, and unified his spirit and soul. Then he opened the jade book. On the first page of Fuyo, a rune was inscribed. The rune was not complicated, with only about 10 strokes, initially looking crooked and lacking beauty. The various runes he had seen before, even the lowest level ones, were far more beautiful. Not only beautiful but also far more complex. But after looking at it a few more times, he found that this rune had a peculiar charm. Although simple, it contained extremely profound principles. And the more he looked at it, the more obvious this feeling became. The rune no longer seemed ugly, becoming more and more beautiful. Lin Moya's attention was unconsciously drawn to the rune. Then his soul power naturally moved, touching the rune. At that moment, the entire rune seemed to come alive, and Lin Moya understood the true meaning of this rune. If described in the language of the great world, this rune had the meaning of explanation. It explained various information about runes, not basic knowledge, but told Lin Moya how runes were classified and what their functions were. It was equivalent to the instruction manual for the entire book Fuyo. The rune continued to resonate with his soul, transmitting a large amount of information. The first page of Fuyo began to glow. Not far away, at the tea table, Elder Lin smiled. "You were really willing to give him Fuyo. This is your hard work, and you just gave it to him." Elder Su nodded. "This thing is indeed my hard work, but it is useless to me now. The young ones in the family are not promising and cannot understand the records inside." Elder Lin was not surprised. "You know how difficult it is to resonate with ancient jade. Even you took a month to resonate with it before." Elder Su nodded. "Indeed, I wonder how long it will take Lin Moya to resonate with it." Elder Lin was also shocked. How could it be so fast? Saint Hao, in his shock, showed a meaningful smile. He had high hopes for Lin Moya, and Lin Moya did not disappoint him. Fuyo is not a simple book, it is more like a magical treasure. To view its contents, one must resonate with it. This resonance is peculiar. It is not just about having a strong soul. Even Elder Su, with his Bien Realm soul, took a full month to resonate with it. The shorter the resonance time, the stronger the talent in runes. Conversely, it indicates a lack of talent. Elder Su took a month, while Lin Moya took less than 10 minutes. The gap between them is immeasurable. After a while, Elder Su murmured, "I am not qualified to teach him." Saint Wu laughed, "You don't have to belittle yourself. In the great world, your research on ancient runes is undoubtedly the best." Elder Su shook his head and smiled bitterly, "That is only temporary. He will soon surpass me." Saint Hao said, "I have a way to keep you always first." "What way?" Elder Su immediately asked. "Kill him." Saint Wu pointed at Lin Moyo. Elder Su knew Saint Wu was joking and said angrily, "Even though you are a saint, if you joke like this, I will still turn against you." Saint Hao laughed heartily, "You are too serious, it's good to joke occasionally." Elder Su ignored him and looked at Lin Moyo in amazement, "He is simply born for runes." Elder Lin suddenly thought of something and whispered, "If he can understand those ancient runes, can he unlock some secrets of ancient times?" Saint Wu, with a thoughtful look, said, "Maybe, maybe not. But it's still early, all this has to wait until he reaches the Bien realm." Elder Lin laughed, "But no matter what, there is hope, right?" "Yes, at least there is hope." At this moment, Lin Moya resonated with Fuyu, and a huge rune appeared before him, transmitting a large amount of information. This information seemed to open a new world for Lin Moyo. He learned the functions of runes and their general classification. Runes are the foundation of the Great World. All runes have a common source, the Great World runes. In this world, laws, power, realms, spells, and the operation of the entire world can be explained with runes. Learning and mastering runes is equivalent to mastering this world, and the ultimate goal is to control the Great World runes. Chapter 1562. Chapter 1562, 1562. Chapter 1562, Rune Classification, Power of the Other Shore. Lin Moya quickly digested the knowledge brought by Fuyu. In the book Fuyu, runes are divided into 5 categories. The first is the most common basic type, which is the foundation of all runes and the most numerous. For example, using runes to outline a certain spell and casting it with the help of runes. The spell here does not necessarily have to be one you master. As long as you understand the principle of the spell, you can cast someone else's spell. However, without the corresponding laws, the power of the spell will be greatly reduced or have form without spirit. The second type is the law runes, which are a level higher than the spell runes. They represent a certain law, and when cultivated deeply, they can even manifest the law. Manifesting the law is useless to those at the other shore realm, but it is very useful to cultivators below the god sovereign. If there is a manifested law as a reference, the speed of comprehending the law can be multiplied. The third type is the rule runes, which can be used to cast rules. Lin Moyo encountered the term rule for the first time and had never heard of it before. What is a rule? In Fuyu, the level defined by rule runes is very high, even higher than law runes, indicating that rules are very powerful. The fourth type is the combination runes. The previous 3 types of runes are all single runes. Combination runes combine various runes for use, either to enhance the power of runes or to form rune arrays. Once combination runes are mastered, the role of runes is infinitely expanded. The fifth type is the creation runes. Among the 5 types of runes, this type is the highest level and the most difficult. Fuyu does not provide a detailed explanation, only a definition. Lin Moya guessed that the soul fire rune should belong to the creation runes. By using a large amount of soul fire, it grants wisdom to living beings. Isn't this a form of creation? But this is not true creation. In Lin Moya's understanding, a true soul fire rune does not need external soul fire to directly grant wisdom to living beings. Elder Su's soul fire rune should have taken the wrong path. After a moment, Lin Moya slowly opened his eyes. The information on the first page had been completely digested, and Lin Moyo had a systematic understanding of runes. The runes recorded in Fuyu are actually all low-level runes. The truly high-level runes are not recorded inside. Combining Elder Su's words, Lin Moya knew that high-level runes could only be accessed at the peak of the God Sovereign realm. At this time, the palace was getting closer to the Divine City, flying around it. It was estimated that in a moment, they would truly reach the Divine City. Lin Moya calculated that it would take about a day from their departure to reach the Divine City. This was because the palace was fast enough. If it were an ordinary battleship, the time would be even longer. Not setting up a direct teleportation array to the Divine City had its own considerations. This way, if enemies wanted to attack the Divine City, they would have to fly over honestly. It was absolutely impossible to launch a surprise attack through teleportation. After digesting the knowledge of runes, Lin Moya couldn't help but have a few questions. Just as he was about to ask, Saint Hao spoke first. "Lin Xiaowa, now that you have some understanding of runes, tell us your thoughts." Lin Moya responded, "The way of runes is profound and vast. I have only scratched the surface and have no real insights." Elder Su looked at Lin Moya as if he were a rare treasure but pretended to be deep. "You have a strong understanding of runes and are very suitable for this path. In your future cultivation, you should devote some energy to runes." Understood. Lin Moya naturally understood this principle. Saint Hao said, "If you have any questions about runes, you can ask now." Lin Moyo had been waiting for this and immediately asked, "Seniors, I want to ask, in Fuyu, runes are divided into 5 categories, one of which is rules. I don't understand what rules are." Saint Wu smiled and said to Elder Su, "You answer this question." Elder Su did not refuse. "To understand rules, you must first understand what laws and spells are. Spells follow laws, and spells have varying strengths and different effects, but they cannot surpass the limits of laws. However, rules transcend the limits of laws. they are a higher level of existence. They can ignore laws, change laws, and even destroy laws. From Elder Sue's words, Lin Moya felt the terror of rules. Ignoring laws, changing laws, and even destroying laws. What a terrifying power. At the same time, he thought, if such power exists, what is the point of comprehending and cultivating laws? Saint Hao smiled and said, don't overthink it. Rules are powerful, but they are not omnipotent. They require realm and one's own strength. To put it simply, rules are higher than laws and based on laws. If you haven't comprehended your own laws to the extreme, you can't evolve rules from them. Saint Wu and Elder Su patiently explained to Lin Moya what rules are. Simply put, rules are a higher form of laws and spells. The power of rules is something that only those at the other shore realm can control. They did not explain the specific process because Lin Moya was far from that level. Even if his soul had reached it, it was useless. Saint Hao pointed to a distant galaxy and said, that is an uninhabited galaxy. It operates according to established rules, with countless laws intertwined, maintaining the galaxy in an orderly manner. Now, I will make some changes to it. Saint Hao raised his hand and casually grabbed at the uninhabited galaxy. The galaxy trembled, and all the stars began to rotate in reverse. The entire galaxy's trajectory changed. Lin Moya was shocked. Destroying a galaxy is not difficult, even he could easily do it. But to reverse the operation of an entire galaxy without harming any stars is as difficult as climbing to the sky. This is not something that can be done with sheer power, it requires truly changing the internal rules. Lin Moya felt the changes in the galaxy and murmured, using the power of rules to forcibly change the established rules of the great world, changing part of the laws. Saint Hao smiled slightly and withdrew his power. The galaxy trembled again, and the stars that were rotating in reverse slowly stopped and then began to return to their original operation. Saint Hao said, the great world has established rules. On a large scale, I can only change a part of it, and it cannot last long. This is just the simplest application of rules. Using the power of rules can accomplish some incredible things. Elder Lin said, it is said that in ancient times, powerful beings could combine hundreds of galaxies and use them as weapons. They could also reverse refine laws, instantly refining thousands of stars into magical treasures. Rules are really a good thing, but they are too difficult. Chapter 1563. Chapter 1563, 1563. Chapter 1563, the first stop in the Divine City, Port Star. Lin Moya witnessed the power of the other shore for the first time. His worldview was completely refreshed. His previous pride was nothing in the face of the power of the other shore. The power of the other shore is also known as the power of rules, which can redefine rules. Of course, it is not about defining rules at will but within one's own capabilities. If the power of rules collides, it depends on whose rules are stronger. However, the power of rules is still based on the power of laws. In the end, laws are still very important. Lin Moya clearly realized the rigor of the cultivation system. One wrong step could lead to a series of mistakes. If one wants to go far, each step must be solid and steady. Any mistake could mean never reaching the peak. This is a rigorous world, and also a cruel one, allowing no room for error. The palace finally stopped. Time and space completely returned to normal, with even the slightest distortion disappearing. About 1,000,000 kilometers away from the palace, there was a giant star. Everyone who wants to enter the Divine City must first arrive here, complete the necessary procedures, and then teleport from here to the interior. This is the only entry point connecting the Divine City Star region with the outside world, known as Port Star. The first stop in the Divine City is this Port Star. Entering the Divine City from any other place would result in merciless attacks. Lin Moya left the palace and headed alone to Port Star. On the way, he saw many warships coming and going, making Port Star very lively. It seemed to coincide with the Divine City's monthly open time, with warships continuously bringing human cultivators over. In fact, the number of people in the Divine City is very large, more than any of the 4 major star regions. Over tens of thousands of years, many who qualified to enter the Divine City settled down, establishing their own families and sects. This led to an increasing population in the Divine City. In Lin Moya's view, the 4 major star regions are like the breeding grounds for the Divine City, continuously nurturing talents and sending them to the Divine City. After all, the Divine City is the strongest power of the human race and its foundation. As long as the Divine City remains intact, the human race will not perish. The great disaster of the past was because the allied forces of the 100 races broke into the Divine City, nearly causing the extinction of the human race. Lin Moya transformed into a stream of light, approaching Port Star at a speed of 150,000 kilometers per second. When he was still 100,000 kilometers away from Port Star, his speed rapidly slowed down, from 150,000 kilometers per second to less than 1,000 kilometers per second. It wasn't that he wanted to slow down, but he had to. Port Star was enveloped by a special force, causing anyone or any warship approaching to slow down uniformly. In the past, Lin Moya would have found this miraculous. But now, he understood that this force belonged to the other shore realm, the power of rules. Using the power of rules, the space near Port Star was forcibly altered. Anyone entering the area covered by the rules must act according to the corresponding rules, with flight speed being one of them. There might be other rules as well. Lin Moya continued flying towards Port Star at a speed of 1,000 kilometers per second. When he was 10,000 kilometers away, a golden avenue shot out from Port Star, landing at his feet. At the same time, he found that he could only move along the golden avenue. Under the cover of the golden avenue, he couldn't move in any other direction, couldn't retreat, move left or right, or stop. This was also the power of rules, invisible and intangible, yet real. This reminded Lin Moyo of the Golden Avenue in the Ring Mountain continent, which also seemed to contain the power of rules. Both were equally strong and domineering. Since he couldn't resist, he simply moved along the Golden Avenue. As he gradually approached Port Star, countless runes appeared before him when he was still 5,000 kilometers away. These runes were dazzling and beautiful, forming a huge array that enveloped Port Star. Lin Moyo admired these runes as if appreciating a work of art. These were combination runes, composed of countless exquisite runes. Each individual rune might be meaningless or might be an independent spell with its own function, but when combined, they had a new function. The array before him made Lin Moyo feel its power. He then passed through the rune array, feeling as if he had passed through an invisible membrane. He knew that at that moment, he had undergone a verification process. If he had the qualification to enter the Divine City, he would be allowed, and if not, he would be expelled. If someone tried to force their way in, the array would teach them a lesson. After passing through the array, Lin Moyo continued moving along the Golden Avenue. Numerous golden avenues appeared around him, each with a cultivator on it. Finally, he truly entered Port Star, and a huge square appeared before him. The square was circular, with a diameter of over 10,000 meters, surrounded by exquisite small houses, numbering in the thousands. People were constantly entering and leaving the houses. The ground of the square was paved with white jade, exuding a luxurious aura. Lin Moyo could feel that this white jade was extraordinary, not ordinary white jade, but material of the God King realm. Using God King realm materials to pave the ground was something only the Divine City could afford. Lin Moyo saw no fewer than 100 such squares. Many people stood in the square, just like him, having just arrived at Port Star. The difference was that he was visiting the Divine City for the first time, while many others were originally from the Divine City, returning after being outside. 10 seconds after stepping into the square, exactly 10 seconds, the voice of the Human Emperor Network sounded in his ear. Please go to the small house for registration. The small houses around the square were for registration. Whether it was the first time visiting the Divine City or returning residents, everyone had to first arrive at Port Star and then register in the small houses. Lin Moyo chose an empty small house and walked in. There was no one inside, only an array. Once he entered, the array activated, preventing anyone else from entering until he left. Following the Human Emperor Network's instructions, he stood in the center of the array, which registered his information. It was said that before the Human Emperor Network, enemies had once infiltrated and passed through undetected, eventually entering the Divine City. But since the Human Emperor Network, no one had successfully infiltrated. The presence of the Human Emperor Network was very strong here, far surpassing the 4 major star regions. It could be said that the entire Divine City star region was firmly under the control of the Human Emperor Network. Lin Moyo's information was quickly verified and registered, and the voice of the Human Emperor Network sounded again in the house. Your information has been registered, and you have obtained the corresponding permissions. Since this is your first time in the Divine City, it is recommended that you first check the relevant information about the Divine City. Please abide by the rules in the Divine City. Any violations will be punished accordingly. The voice of the Human Emperor Network was somewhat cold, and Lin Moyo knew that all first-time visitors to the Divine City would hear the same words. After leaving the small house, Lin Moyo immediately began to check the relevant information about the Divine City. Previously, he couldn't access this information, but now he could after completing the registration. The rigor of the Human Emperor Network was evident. Reading the information about the Divine City, he finally gained a deeper understanding of it. Chapter 1564. Chapter 1564, 1564. Chapter 1564, The First Stop, 12,998 star. The information about the Divine City mentioned many things that must be noted within the city. For example, no force can be used in the Divine City. If there are any grievances that need to be resolved, they can be settled in the arena. Whether it is a real arena or a virtual arena in the Human Emperor Network, both can be used. If you fight in the Divine City, the Human Emperor Network will teach you a lesson. Secondly, in the Divine City merits are very important, and many places require the consumption of Divine City merits. Leaving the Divine City requires the consumption of Divine City merits, but returning does not. Each time you leave the Divine City, it is equivalent to buying a round-trip ticket. The round-trip ticket is not cheap, costing 10 points of Divine City merits each time. If you do not have Divine City merits, you cannot leave. Whether leaving or returning, it is not possible to do so at any time. You need to wait for the open period, which is once a month, each time lasting 5 days. Only during these 5 days can the Divine City be entered or exited. At other times, the Divine City is in a closed state. Of course, in the Divine City, it is not only possible to use Divine City merits. Points earned from tasks outside can also be used. Points are sufficient for daily needs, but some special places require Divine City merits. For most people, Divine City merits are to be saved as much as possible because they are very difficult to earn. Lin Moyo currently has 300 points of Divine City merits, which is already a considerable wealth for most people. Divine City merits can be used for upgrades and to purchase many necessities. Whether for survival or cultivation, they are very useful. Unlike military merits, losing Divine City merits does not affect one's level. In the Divine City, levels are very important, as they basically determine where you can go and what you can do. The entire Divine City star region is divided into 5 layers from the outside to the inside: the outer layer, the primary layer, the intermediate layer, the advanced layer, and the core area. Outer layer personnel can only operate in the outermost area, and each area corresponds to a specific level. As for the core area, it requires surpassing the advanced level to enter. It is said that besides the level requirement, there are other requirements to enter the core area, which most people do not even know. To upgrade from outer layer personnel to primary personnel, you need to have 100 points of Divine City merits and complete an upgrade task. To upgrade from primary personnel to intermediate personnel, you need 10,000 points of Divine City merits. Given the difficulty of obtaining Divine City merits, 10,000 points are not easy to come by. Lin Moya is currently a primary personnel and has 300 points of Divine City merits, which is already a higher starting point than many people. He can operate in both the outer and primary areas. According to the information, these two areas together only occupy about 1/5 of the Divine City Star region. The higher the level of the area, the more expansive the space. Lin Moya felt a strange sense of familiarity with this structure, similar to the ancient battlefield in the Small World and the Vermilion Bird battlefield. It seemed as if the world was like a ring, with one ring nested within another. This strange feeling was very peculiar. I wonder if there are similar places in other small worlds. It's really strange. Lin Moya couldn't figure it out for the moment and could only consider it a coincidence. Lin Moya was not in a hurry to go to the Divine City. He temporarily stayed at Port Star to learn more about the Divine City. Being new, he naturally needed to understand the situation before taking action. Port Star was bustling with people coming and going. 4 days later, everyone on Port Star received a message from the Human Emperor Network. Port Star will close in 1 day. Please leave Port Star within 1 day. This message was delivered directly to everyone's soul world, so even if you were asleep, you could hear it. Lin Moya, who was checking the information, was also awakened. Over the past few days, he had reviewed a large amount of information about the Divine City, almost exhausting all the free information available at his level. Then let's go here. With a plan in mind, Lin Moya went to a corner of the square where there were many teleportation arrays that could take him to various areas of the Divine City. The teleportation arrays were free to use as long as you met the level requirements. Only through the teleportation arrays at Port Star could one truly enter the Divine City. Based on the information he had read over the past few days, Lin Moya chose a life star in the primary area. This life star was numbered primary 12,998 to 1 within the Divine City. It was located in the 12,998th life star system in the primary area. There were over 100,000 life star systems in the entire primary area. The numbering of stars in the Divine City followed its own rules. Within the same area, the lower the star system number, the lower the danger level. This danger level was determined by the tasks within the star system. In the Divine City, each star system had different tasks, and you could only know what tasks were available once you arrived at that star system. Teleportation between star systems within the Divine City required the consumption of Divine City merits, with each teleportation costing 1 point of merit. Therefore, for all newcomers to the Divine City, the first choice was particularly important. Su Jianxing had mentioned this to Lin Moya before, advising him not to choose randomly. Most people would choose a low-numbered star system within their level as their first stop. Based on his strength, Lin Moya chose the 12,998 star system and directly entered its number 1 star. The Divine City was so vast that the teleportation took half a day to complete. The teleportation process was not fast, seemingly due to some special reasons, as the teleportation speed within the Divine City star region could not be too fast. Lin Moya speculated that it might be related to the numerous secret realms scattered throughout the star region. Notably, this teleportation did not involve any intermediate stops. During the entire teleportation process, Lin Moya felt as if he was enveloped by the power of the Human Emperor Network. The Human Emperor Network was extremely powerful here, easily interfering with reality. The overall structure of the 12,998 star system was similar to the life star systems in the 4 major star regions, consisting of 3 life stars and 9 resource stars, accompanied by 2 stars. The 2 stars operated very stably, providing the light and heat needed by the human race for the entire star system. The life star systems in the Great World generally followed this structure, with little variation. Lin Moya stepped out of the teleportation array, accompanied by several others who had also completed the teleportation from Port Star. Such obvious laws. Upon leaving the teleportation array, Lin Moya's first impression was the obviousness of the laws. Comprehending laws here was much easier than in the 4 major star regions or battlefields. It was evident that the cultivation speed here would be very fast. However, the obviousness of the laws also had its drawbacks, because not just one type of law was obvious, but all laws were very apparent. For someone just starting to cultivate, who generally comprehends only 1 or 2 laws, the abundance of laws could be distracting. This might slow down the cultivation speed somewhat, but overall, it was still better than the 4 major star regions. As Lin Moya was about to observe the star, he suddenly heard an exclamation from not far away. Lin Moya. The voice was filled with surprise and shock. Lin Moya turned to see a beautiful woman with a tall figure and straight legs. She approached Lin Moya with joy in her eyes. It's really you. You came to the Divine City. Lin Moya was a bit stunned, as he did not seem to know this girl. Chapter 1565. Chapter 1565, 1565. Chapter 1565, Becoming Siblings with Chu Xiong. Lin Moya felt that calling her sister seemed somewhat inappropriate. Her cultivation level was higher than his, and she was taller than him. It was rare to see such a tall female cultivator. Lin Moya estimated that she was probably over 2 meters tall. She had a well-proportioned figure. Although she was very tall, she did not give off a burly impression. Instead, she was somewhat stunning. Her name was Mu Xiaobu, and she was at the 8th level of the God King realm. This information was provided by the Human Emperor Network, and Muziogo did not hide her information. Her name doesn't quite match her appearance. Lin Moyo muttered to himself and then said, "Senior Sister Mu, is there something you need?" Muziogo was very straightforward. "Nothing much, I saw your match during the 4-star region competition. Your performance was amazing. At that time, I thought you would take first place, and it turns out I was right. By the way, can you give me your autograph? I can show it off to my friends when I go back." This senior sister Muziogo seemed a bit too straightforward, even more so than Shuxiong. Lin Moya smiled, "I was just lucky. There's no need for an autograph." Muziogo suddenly exclaimed, "How can you be so modest? You took first place, it can't just be luck. The first place in the 4-star region competition is always a genius. Once they enter the Divine City 060, as long as they don't die, they all become big figures, at least high-level god sovereigns. When you become a high-level god sovereign in the future, your autograph will be in high demand. No, you must give me an autograph now, while you're not that famous yet. Otherwise, I won't be able to find you later." Lin Moyo couldn't refuse her enthusiasm and finally agreed. The autograph Muziogo mentioned wasn't just signing his name with a pen. There was a special jade token where one could leave a soul imprint. This imprint would form the corresponding name on the jade token, and it would be permanent and unchangeable. Moreover, because the autograph was done with soul power, it couldn't be faked. To verify its authenticity, one could simply ask the Human Emperor Network. Since the jade token was produced by the Human Emperor Network, it cost 1 point of Divine City merit. After Lin Moya left his autograph, Muziogo screamed with excitement, "Great, I can make those guys envious when I go back. Junior brother Lin, thank you so much this time. I'm from the Mu family in this star system. If you need anything, just come to me." The Divine City is different from the 4-star regions. In many star systems, there are local family sects. They often control most of the resources in their star system and manage the entire star system. Of course, they can't act recklessly because the Human Emperor Network is watching, and they can't get away with any small tricks. The City Lord of the Divine City is like the Emperor, and the Human Emperor Network is like the ministers, helping the City Lord manage the entire Divine City. The families and sects in each star system are like local officials. The Mu family is the parent official of the 12,998 star system, managing most of the resources in this star system. Since Muziogo offered, Lin Moya didn't hesitate. As a newcomer, having a local guide was naturally better than exploring on his own. Given Muziogo's straightforward personality, Lin Moya directly said, "Senior Sister Mu, could you introduce me to the situation in this star system?" As expected, Muziogo patted her chest, "No problem, leave it to me." She then began to introduce the star system to Lin Moyo. Muziogo spoke excitedly, "Our star system is numbered 12,998, which is a low-numbered star system. This means the task difficulty and danger level are low, but the task rewards are also lower. Actually, with your strength, you could choose a higher-numbered star system. Previous first-place winners in the 4-star region competition usually choose star systems numbered above 50,000. But your choice is also correct, safety first." As she spoke, she patted Lin Moya's shoulder. Her mannerisms were not like a girl's at all, even more straightforward than Shuxiong. Lin Moya thought that if she met Shuxiong, they would definitely become good brothers. Opposite-sex brothers. Suddenly, Muziogo stopped and muttered, "No. Lin Moya found it strange. "What's wrong?" Muziogo exclaimed, her eyes widening, "You're not right. Why are you in the primary area? Shouldn't you be in the outer area?" It turned out that the star systems numbered above 50,000 were all in the outer area. Lin Moya asked curiously, "Weren't the previous 4-star region competition winners in the primary area?" Muziogo shook her head, "Of course not. The primary area is not that easy to get into. Even if they have enough merits, they still need to complete a promotion task. Without completing the promotion task, how could they upgrade to the primary area?" Lin Moya realized what was wrong. He hadn't completed any primary tasks but had directly reached the primary level. Muziogo stared at Lin Moya, "Did you complete a promotion task?" Lin Moya shook his head decisively. He hadn't done any. His primary level was determined by the Human Emperor Network, and at that time, he didn't know what the primary level represented. He also didn't know that upgrading in the Divine City was so difficult. Muziogo couldn't figure out why, but her straightforward personality took over, and she decided not to think about it. She put her doubts aside and continued to introduce the star system to Lin Moyo. The tasks in a star system are generally around the star system. There are many secret realms around the star system, said to be left from ancient times. Some secret realms are dangerous, while others are safe, corresponding to various tasks. However, in low-numbered star systems, the surrounding secret realms are generally safe. If a secret realm is found to be too dangerous, the Human Emperor Network will intervene. As Lin Moyo initially thought, many people in the Divine City are like flowers grown in a greenhouse. They are well protected by the Human Emperor Network. Another difference between the Divine City and the 4-star regions is that there is no task center or trading center here. To take on tasks, you directly communicate with the Human Emperor Network. Because the Human Emperor Network's power is so strong here, interfering with reality is not difficult, so there is no need for a task center. As for the trading center, if you find something in a secret realm, you can directly trade with the Human Emperor Network for Divine City merits. You can also sell to other cultivators for Divine City merits. If you want to sell to a trading center, that's also possible, but the Human Emperor Network will act as an intermediary. However, doing so will earn you points, not Divine City merits. In the Divine City, no one would be foolish enough to do that. The purpose of doing tasks in the Divine City is to earn Divine City merits. If you need points, you can earn them outside the Divine City. The Lifestars have many living facilities. There are restaurants and many places for relaxation. Compared to the 4-star regions, life here is more comfortable. The Divine City is not only a holy place for cultivation but also a good place to live. However, according to Musayobu, those relaxation places were originally set up for cultivators returning from secret realms. It seems that there is a strange power in the secret realms that affects people's spirits. After returning, everyone becomes very tense and needs to relax. These things, Lin Moyo would have to experience himself by taking on tasks and entering secret realms. Chapter 1566. Chapter 1566, 1566. Chapter 1566. Do beings of the other shore also need the power of belief? As the managers of the star system, the Mu family usually kept a low profile. With the human emperor network watching over them, they couldn't do anything against the rules. Even though they controlled a large amount of resources, they had to distribute them as fairly and justly as possible. Taking small advantages was acceptable, but if they went too far, the human emperor network wouldn't be fooled. Mu Zyoga returned to the Mu family without any restraint. As the eldest daughter of the Mu family, she was like a princess, and no one dared to stop her. Mu Zyoyuan, the head of the Mu family, had her late in life and spoiled her immensely. In the entire family, Mu Zyogu's words carried more weight than his. When Mu Zyoyuan saw Mu Zyogu, his face lit up with a smile. Zyogu, you're back. Let your father give you a hug. Mu Zyoyuan was even taller than Mu Zyogu, with a robust build, a true strongman. Seeing him, it was clear why Mu Zyogu was so tall. Mu Zyogu deftly avoided Mu Zyoyuan's hug and said with a grin, Dad, guess who I met? Mu Zyoyuan smiled, how could I guess that? Mu Zyogu didn't keep him in suspense, I met Lin Moyo. Mu Zyoyuan thought for a moment but couldn't recall who Lin Moyo was. The name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it recently. Lin Moyo is the first place winner of this 4-star region competition. Mu Zyogu exclaimed. Mu Zyoyuan finally remembered, oh, it's him. He came to our star system. Mu Zyogu nodded vigorously, yes, I met him at the teleportation array and even got his autograph. Mu Zyoyuan frowned, that's odd. How could he come here? How did he get to the primary level so quickly? Mu Zyogu also found it strange, I thought it was odd too. He said that before the 4-star region competition, he had already qualified to enter the Divine City and directly obtained the primary level. At that time, he didn't even have any Divine City merits. It seems that after completing the second chain task, he directly obtained the primary level status. Mu Zyoyuan's face changed upon hearing this. Mu Zyoga didn't understand, but Mu Zyoyuan did. He knew very well what this implied. Over the years, there had been people who could enter the Divine City after completing the second chain task, though not many. But those who could directly obtain the primary level status were very few. Even if there were, they still needed to complete a promotion task. The only possibility for someone to directly obtain the primary level status and skip the promotion task was if a being of the other shore intervened. This meant that behind Lin Moya stood a being of the other shore. What was the relationship between this being of the other shore and Lin Moyo? Was it a family elder or simply someone who favored Lin Moyo? Mu Zyoyuan racked his brains but couldn't think of any being of the other shore with the surname Lin. Dad, what are you thinking about? Mu Zyogu asked curiously. Mu Zyoyuan, like Mu Zyogu, chose not to think about it when he couldn't figure it out. He looked at his daughter, Zyogu, what do you think of Lin Moyo? Mu Zyoga didn't understand her father's intention and instinctively replied, he's very nice, very kind, and easy to talk to. Mu Zyoyuan's smile widened, Zyogu, you're not young anymore. How about? Stop right there. That's my business, don't interfere. Mu Zyogu interrupted him, not giving him a chance to continue. Mu Zyoyuan looked helpless. He knew his daughter well and knew that this was not something he could force. Mu Zyoyuan's eyes twinkled as he came up with another idea, Zyogu, then you should maintain a good relationship with Lin Moyo. See if he needs anything, and if we can help, the Mu family will do its best. Mu Zyogu rolled her eyes at Mu Zyoyuan. She wasn't stupid and knew exactly what her father was thinking. Lin Moyo walked down the street, which looked no different from the life star systems in the 4-star regions on the surface. The people coming and going were all human. However, the people here were generally much stronger. Although god kings weren't everywhere, they were not uncommon. And this was just a low-numbered star system in the primary area. In the intermediate and advanced areas, there would be even more powerful beings. Moreover, Lin Moya knew that each area had a main star system. To complete promotion tasks, one had to go to the main star system. It was said that the main star system was the most prosperous place. As he walked down the street, the buildings on both sides slowly receded. Lin Moya walked slowly. He didn't immediately take on any tasks. He was still feeling the differences between the Divine City and the outer star regions. His soul opened its eyes and saw the lines of laws again. The lines of laws here were very thick and clear, far surpassing those in the outer regions. But unfortunately, there were still no first-tier law lines. The second-tier law lines were also incomplete, not much different from the outer regions. They were just thicker and more obvious, speeding up cultivation but also causing interference. There were gains and losses. A singing voice came to his ears, grand and unified. Lin Moya stopped and saw a special building. The building was tower-shaped, with 6 floors, about 100 meters high. The singing came from inside. The entire tower was enveloped by a strong power of belief, and a strong power of belief shot out from the top of the tower, heading to a distant place. A tower of belief. Muziogo had mentioned that on the various stars in the Divine City star region, there were buildings called Towers of Belief. And there were many of them. On the star he was on, with a population of over 1 billion, there were thousands of Towers of Belief. The purpose of the Towers of Belief was to provide the power of belief. Lin Moya walked in without being stopped. The Tower of Belief was an open area, and anyone could enter. The singing became clearer, but the words were still indistinguishable. Upon closer listening, it seemed more like chanting than singing, but the content of the chant was still unclear. More strangely, inside the Tower of Belief, Lin Moya saw people sitting. They were all sitting with their hands in a specific gesture, eyes closed. Their expressions were very devout, but they were all silent, not making any sound. Yet the singing or chanting was real. Lin Moya looked up and saw a formation operating at the top of the tower. After watching for a while, Lin Moya understood the source of the singing. The formation absorbed a large amount of the power of belief and then transformed it into the peculiar singing. The singing brought peace, calmed the mind, and removed distractions, making people more devout. Thus, the transformed power of belief became purer. Lin Moya, who already possessed a strong power of belief, was very sensitive to this. Opposite the people, a 50-meter-tall statue stood. This was the recipient of the power of belief. The statue was lifelike, and Lin Moya couldn't help but laugh when he saw it. The statue was of the ancestor of the Su family. It turned out that the power of belief here was supplied to the ancestor of the Su family. From this, it could be inferred that the countless towers of belief on various stars were all gathering the power of belief for beings of the other shore. Do beings of the other shore also need the power of belief? It seems that the power of belief is far more significant than I imagined. To become one of the fundamental forces of the human race, the power of belief must have extraordinary properties. It seems I need to find time to study the power of belief thoroughly. He had several pieces of information about the power of belief and needed to find time to study them carefully. Besides the power of belief, he also needed to study runes. Time was running short. At this moment, he received a reminder from the Human Emperor Network that someone was looking for him. Chapter 1567. Chapter 1567, 1567. Chapter 1567, Information in the Guanxi Hall. The Human Emperor Network prompt sounded. Muziogo has requested to share her location with you. Do you agree? Lin Moya didn't expect the Human Emperor Network to have such a function. It seemed he still knew too little about it. There were many features in the Human Emperor Network that he hadn't figured out yet. He had added Muziogo as a friend earlier, and she had come to find him so quickly. She must have something important, Lin Moya thought and chose to agree. In the next second, a virtual map appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. The map marked the locations of both him and Muziogo, and the distance between them was not far. Muziogo was approaching quickly, and the distance between them was rapidly shrinking. By the time Lin Moya walked out of the Tower of Belief, Muziogo had already arrived at the entrance. She had changed her clothes, looking less professional and more feminine. However, given her height, this femininity was somewhat diminished. Muziogo waved at Lin Moya, looking very happy. Lin Moya asked, "Senior Sister Mu, is there something you need?" Muziogo smiled brightly. "I think my previous introduction wasn't detailed enough. There are a few more places I want to show you. These are unique to the Divine City. They are rare in the outside world." Lin Moya didn't hesitate. "Then I'll trouble you, Senior Sister Mu." Muziogo waved her hand. "No trouble at all. It's my duty, after all, this is my territory." She pointed to the Tower of Belief behind Lin Moya. "First of all, this Tower of Belief is not found in the outside world, but it's common in the Divine City." Lin Moya nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth of her statement. Muziogo continued, "The Tower of Belief collects the power of belief. My father said that the power of belief is for some important figures, but he wouldn't say who exactly. He said I'm not at a high enough level to know." Muziogo spread her hands, looking helpless. Lin Moya realized that information gaps exist everywhere. The existence of the other shore realm is not known to everyone. Saint Hao had said that this was to maintain a sense of mystery. When one's realm reaches a certain level, they will naturally know. At this moment, Muziogo was already walking ahead, talking as she walked. "There's nothing much to see in the Tower of Belief. Let me show you something else. Have you been to a trading center in the outside world?" She suddenly lowered her voice. "Do you know who controls the trading centers?" Lin Moya imitated her and whispered, "The Yu family." Muziogo clapped her hands. "That's right, it's the Yu family. In the Divine City, the Yu family in the core area is a very remarkable family. They control the trading centers of the 4 major star regions, and even some resources in the Divine City are under their control." In Muziogo's words, the Yu family was a very remarkable family, with many god sovereigns and even beings beyond the god sovereign realm. Moreover, the Yu family lived in the core area, the true holy land of the Divine City. Compared to the Yu family, the Mu family was like heaven and earth. In the Mu family, there were only 2 god sovereigns. Muziogo's father was a 7th-level god sovereign, and there was also an uncle who was only a 3rd-level god sovereign. Although the Mu family's strength didn't seem impressive, it was actually not weak. In today's era, a god sovereign was considered a strong person. A family with 2 god sovereigns, one of whom was a high-level god sovereign, was naturally not weak. If extended further, in the lower star regions of the Divine City, there were tens of thousands of life star systems, each with a family similar to or stronger than the Mu family. That meant there were hundreds of thousands of god sovereigns. Including the middle, high, and core areas, the number of god sovereigns had to be counted in millions. This was the true strength of the human race. If a real war broke out, millions of god sovereigns would go to the battlefield, and even beings of the other shore would have to retreat. Yet, the human race continued to strengthen itself, indicating that the other powerful races also had unimaginable foundations. Each race had its own trump cards and was not to be trifled with. The two arrived in front of a triangular building with two large red pillars at the entrance, each engraved with two huge runes. One rune resembled an eye, and the other an ear. Mu Xiaogu introduced, "This is the Guanxi Hall, managed by the Su family in the core area." The Su family, like the Yu family, is a remarkable family, but they mainly deal in information trading. I heard that the Su family and the Yu family have long-term cooperation. Information trading was essentially intelligence trading. The Yu family had its own intelligence channels, but the Su families were evidently more professional. Even the Yu family had to cooperate with the Su family. Guanxi Hall, meaning observing the world, showed the Su family's ambition. Mu Xiaogu led Lin Moyo into the Guanxi Hall, explaining as they walked, "The Guanxi Hall has branches in the main star systems of the 4 major star regions. I don't know if you've been to one." Lin Moyo shook his head. He hadn't even been to the main star systems, let alone the Guanxi Hall. Mu Xiaogu introduced the specific functions of the Guanxi Hall. In the Guanxi Hall, one could view various information. Not only was there information about the human race, but also a lot of information about other races. Lin Moyo didn't know where the Su family got this information, but the fact that they could obtain it showed how remarkable they were. The information here was diverse, ranging from major events like wars between two races to minor internal conflicts within a race, and even trivial matters. Some unimportant information was free, while important information required payment. The payment method was unique. They would first show a description of the information, and if you wanted to see the full content, you had to pay. For example, a piece of information might say, "The Golden Eagle clan discovered a secret realm and had a conflict with the Demon clan." This was just a title. If you wanted to see the detailed information, you had to pay. In the Guanxi Hall, you could use points or Divine City merits, with a conversion rate of about 1 to 10,000. 1 point of Divine City merit was worth 10,000 points. Mu Xiaogu explained, "There is a lot of information here. You can look around, but many of them have nothing to do with us, so don't pay too much attention." Lin Moyo started browsing with a casual attitude, but suddenly, he saw a piece of information that caught his eye. A plant-type star beast is approaching the human star region. Just seeing the title, Lin Moyo thought of the star tree that had once conflicted with him. The star tree had once threatened to kill him, but he had forgotten about it after entering the Great World. Seeing this news brought back memories. Could it be that tree? Lin Moyo wanted to see the full information. It wasn't cheap, costing 10,000 points or 1 point of Divine City merit. Lin Moyo, being wealthy, directly spent 10,000 points to buy the information. The full information appeared before him, not only in text but also with images. A gigantic star tree was flying through the vast starry sky, heading towards the human space. Its size was comparable to a star system. Lin Moyo trembled all over, his eyes showing shock. "It's really him." Chapter 1568. Chapter 1568, 1568. Chapter 1568, hurry up, don't force this mist to take action. The enormous figure, comparable to a galaxy, had lush roots, each one extremely thick. Lin Moyo could see light emanating from within the roots, which was a star being enveloped by the giant star tree. The star tree was devouring the star's energy, absorbing its power for itself. Below the image was a lengthy text description. The information was from 5 days ago. 5 days ago, a star tree was discovered heading towards the human star region. It was about 100,000 light-years away from the human star region at that time. At its current speed, it would reach the human star region in about 10 years. The information did not mention its realm strength, but Lin Moyo knew that its strength would not be lower than the other shore realm. Antares had said that he and the star tree were about the same. The star tree dared to come and snatch Antares' dragon pearl, so it must have some confidence. The human race's power in the 4 major star regions naturally could not stop it. Only a strong person at the other shore realm could possibly intercept it. However, the star tree, being a plant-type star beast, was known for its extremely strong vitality and was very difficult to deal with. If the human race sent only one other shore realm expert, it might not be enough. Moreover, Lin Moyo knew that the star tree possessed space laws, making it very difficult to kill. Even if it couldn't win, it could use space laws to retreat calmly. But why didn't it use space laws to teleport directly? Lin Moyo couldn't understand this point. Lin Moyo suddenly laughed at himself. Why think so much? If the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold it up. If the human race really has a problem, naturally, the other shore realm experts will take action. What does it have to do with me? Lin Moyo closed the information panel, and Mu Xiaogu's beautiful face appeared in his sight. Mu Xiaogu was waving her hand in front of him. What did you see? Lin Moyo smiled. There were a few interesting pieces of information, so I looked at them for a while. Mu Xiaogu looked justified. I told you, the information in the Guanxi Hall is very interesting. We often come to check it out. If we don't look for a while, we even feel disconnected from the world. Lin Moyo now understood how the people in the Divine City obtained information about the outside world. Besides leaving the Divine City for training, they relied on the Guanxi Hall. Mu Xiaogu said, "Come on, I'll take you to another place." She then led Lin Moyo to a tea house opposite the Guanxi Hall. The tea house was built in an open style, so even standing outside, one could see the inside. A plaque hung above the tea house, inscribed with the 3 characters "D Friend's Residence." The entire tea house had an ancient and elegant architectural style, full of charm. Many people were already sitting inside, seemingly discussing something. The fragrance of tea wafted through the air, indicating that good tea was being brewed. Mu Xiaogu was obviously a regular here and quickly found a seat, shouting loudly, the usual. As the eldest daughter of the Mu family, her status was not low. When she entered the tea house, many people's eyes focused on her. At the same time, some eyes also focused on Lin Moyo. Mu Xiaogu said, guess what this place is for? Lin Moyo didn't think much, it should be a place for discussion, right? Mu Xiaogu slapped the table, smart, you guessed it right. Actually, besides discussing information, people here also exchange cultivation insights and task information. Sometimes, they even conduct private transactions. In short, it's a place for mutual exchange. In the Guanxi Hall, you can see what has happened recently among the human race. Then, in the tea house, people discuss, exchange opinions, and share information. This is a good method. The human race needs powerful cultivators, but it also needs smart ones. Such mutual discussions can broaden horizons, open up ideas, and benefit cultivation. Lin Moya's soul was extremely sensitive. If he wanted to listen, he could hear their discussions even if they used soul transmission. Before entering, Lin Moyo had already heard their discussions, which were mostly about recent events among the human race. In the tea house, Mu Xiaogu continued to talk to Lin Moyo about various things in the Divine City. Lin Moyo also listened to the discussions around him. The most discussed topics were the actions of the human race. The great world was not peaceful, wars were always happening. Even if there were no major wars, there would be friction between races. However, for ordinary people, many small-scale wars were unknown. But in the Divine City, because of the Guanxi Hall, even small-scale wars were known. The people in the Divine City seem to have developed a habit of discussing the changes in the human race through these events. Of course, many discussions were meaningless. Most of the people in the tea house were god kings. Their vision was not broad enough to make accurate judgments. Lin Moyo listened for a while and then lost interest. He drank his tea and said, Senior Sister Mu, I have a certain understanding of the Divine City now. I want to try doing a task. Mu Xiaogu said, then you must be careful. Many secret realms are very dangerous. After accepting a task, you must be well prepared. Lin Moyo raised his teacup. Thank you, Senior Sister Mu, for your guidance. I toast you with this cup of tea. Mu Xiaogu also raised her teacup generously. Then I wish junior brother Lin success in your task. When you complete your task, come to my Mu family. We will drink and eat meat together. Mu Xiaogu's bright smile was like blooming flowers, making people feel refreshed. Her words sounded a bit rough, but coming from her mouth, they felt very natural. At this moment, a low voice came from the side. A mere 4th-level God King wants to do a task in a secret realm? Is he seeking death? The voice was low, and its owner was a handsome young man. Mu Xiaogu glared at him. Qiuji, I haven't seen you for more than a year, and your mouth is still so foul. Qiuji chuckled. Senior Sister Mu, I'm just telling the truth. He's only a 4th-level God King. Going into a secret realm is no different from seeking death. Mu Xiaogu snorted. You know nothing. Junior brother Lin's strength cannot be measured by his realm. Lin Moyo could tell that although Qiuji's words were harsh, they were not malicious. On the contrary, he was genuinely reminding him that his realm was not enough and that going into a secret realm was dangerous. Qiuji glanced at Lin Moyo and said casually, Your name is Lin Moyo? You have the same name as the first-place winner of the 4-star region competition. For Senior Sister Mu's sake, I advise you not to seek death. Mu Xiaogu's eyes turned suspicious. I remember you haven't been to a secret realm. How do you know so much? Qiuji smiled bitterly. I had a brain cramp and went there recently. I almost died inside. Qiuji was a 7th-level God King and almost died inside. If a 4th-level God King went in, he would surely die in Qiuji's eyes. Mu Xiaogu snorted. So you did go in. Hand over the information. Don't say you don't have it. With your personality, I don't believe you didn't leave any information. Hurry up, don't force this miss to take action. Mu Xiaogu was straightforward and unceremonious. Qiuji's face turned even more bitter. I knew I shouldn't have spoken. But he still took out a jade token and threw it to Mu Xiaogu. This is some information I got in the secret realm. I don't care if it's accurate, it's just my experience. Mu Xiaogu took the jade token, smart move. She handed the jade token to Lin Moyo. Take a look before you go, just in case. Chapter 1569. Chapter 1569 1569. Chapter 1569 Divine City Task, Exploring the Poison Bee Secret Realm. Whether Qiuji was willing or not, he handed over the information. On the surface, it seemed that Mu Xiaogu forced him to hand it over. In reality, Lin Moyo had already noticed that Qiuji gave it willingly. If he didn't want to give it, he wouldn't have spoken up at all. It was precisely because he heard that Lin Moyo was going to the secret realm and that he was Mu Xiaogu's friend that he deliberately spoke up. Moreover, Lin Moyo could sense that Qiuji looked at Mu Xiaogu differently. It was clear that he liked her. When Lin Moyo and Mu Xiaogu entered the tea house together, he felt a sense of hostility from Qiuji. This hostility disappeared after he heard their conversation. However, Mu Xiaogu, being straightforward, didn't seem to notice Qiuji's feelings. Lin Moyo took the jade token and thanked Qiuji. Thank you, senior brother Qiu. Regardless of its usefulness, it was something Qiuji risked his life to obtain. Qiuji waved his hand. No problem, just don't die in there for Senior Sister Mu's sake. You have such a foul mouth. Mu Xiaogu glared at Qiuji, looking displeased. Qiuji smiled and didn't argue back. He wasn't angry at all. Lin Moyo naturally understood that Qiuji was deliberately saying this. Since he couldn't leave a good impression, he might as well deepen the bad one. The principle was simple: keep deepening the impression. Sometimes, this roundabout tactic worked well. Mu Xiaogu said to Lin Moyu, "Don't mind him. Look at the information before you go to the secret realm. Safety first." Lin Moya smiled and said, "Senior sister Mu, actually, senior brother Chiu is a good person." Mu Xiaogu rolled her eyes at Qiuji, "With that foul mouth of his, how is he good?" Lin Moya said, "Senior sister, think about it. No matter what you say to senior brother Chiu, has he ever gotten angry?" Mu Xiaogu tilted her head and thought for a moment, murmuring, "It seems he hasn't. So, besides his foul mouth, his temper is quite good." Lin Moya stopped there and didn't say more. He didn't know if Qiuji had a good temper, but he was sure that Qiuji had a good temper when it came to Mu Xiaogu. He was just guessing, and it turned out to be true. At this moment, he felt Qiuji's grateful gaze. It was clear that Qiuji had heard what he said. Qiuji was a very smart person, often very meticulous. On the other hand, Mu Xiaogu was straightforward and carefree, a bold and forthright woman. Softness and boldness indeed matched well. Night fell, and a bright moon could be seen in the sky. This was a satellite of the star, looking like it wasn't naturally formed, with obvious signs of artificial creation. In human mythology, the moon holds significant importance and has extraordinary meaning. In reality, the moon's existence brings vitality to the star. Most life stars have moons. Even if they don't, the god sovereigns and god kings would modify them, which isn't difficult. Lin Moyu arrived at a grassland on the star, sat on the grass, and gazed at the starry sky. There was a starry sky here, and also a galaxy, very beautiful. "I haven't looked at the night sky like this for many years." He remembered that in the small world, there were many nights when he would gaze at the starry sky, wondering what the great world was like. At that time, Ning Yi, Shu Han, Mu Qianqian, and Mo Yun would accompany him. They didn't need to talk, just the feeling was something he liked. But now, he could only look at it alone. After a long time, Lin Moya started the task system in the Divine City for the first time. Unlike the task system in the 4 major star regions, it didn't require a task center or a task platform. It could be directly activated in the Human Emperor network. With a thought, a list appeared before his eyes, listing the tasks he could currently take. There weren't many tasks, only 8, covering only the nearby star systems. The tasks in the Divine City were restricted by star systems, realms, and danger levels. Some tasks required a minimum realm of the 8th level of the God King, which Lin Moya couldn't take. Since he couldn't take them, he couldn't see them. Some tasks were very difficult, and to verify that you could take on high difficulty tasks and not just go to your death, the Human Emperor network would arrange some prerequisite tasks. Only after completing the prerequisite tasks could you take on subsequent tasks. Sometimes, after completing a task, new tasks would appear, indicating that the task just completed was a prerequisite for another task. Overall, the task system in the Divine City had become more rigorous. This also indicated that the task difficulty and danger had increased. Among the 8 tasks Lin Moya could currently take, only one was a Secret Realm task, and only this task had the best rewards. The Secret Realm task could reward 10 points of Divine City merits, while ordinary tasks generally only rewarded 1 point of Divine City merit, plus some points. These points could also be used to upgrade permission levels, so people who left the Divine City didn't have low permission levels. After taking the task, Lin Moya received detailed information about it. Divine City task: explore the Poison Bee Secret Realm. Enter the Poison Bee Secret Realm and eliminate the Poison Bee Swarm. Restriction: only God Kings of the 4th to 9th levels can enter. Completion condition: obtain the corpse of the Poison Bee Queen. Task reward: 10 points of Divine City merits, no penalty for failure. Note, the Poison Bee Secret Realm has a large number of poison bees, with strengths ranging from the 3rd to 9th levels of the God King. Poison bees possess strong poison, so prepare antidote pills. Occasionally, a Poison Bee King may be born among the poison bees. If encountered, escape immediately. You can use Divine City merits to purchase escape talismans. If in danger, use the escape talisman to leave the Secret Realm. After entering the Great World, Lin Moyo had entered Secret Realms before. Whether it was the virtual Secret Realms created by the Human Emperor network or the real-world Secret Realms, he had been in both. But judging from the task description alone, the danger level of the Poison Bee Secret Realm was higher. Moreover, the Secret Realm felt very much like a dungeon in the small world. After taking the task, a virtual map appeared before Lin Moya's eyes. The map guided him to the location of the Secret Realm. Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry to go. He took out the Jade token given by Qiuji. Activating the Jade token, he read the information inside. Qiuji had recorded his experiences in the Secret Realm in the Jade token. After entering the Secret Realm, Qiuji quickly encountered a swarm of poison bees. The swarm numbered about 1,000, with the weakest at the 3rd level of the God King and the strongest at the 5th level. With Qiuji's strength, dealing with them wasn't a problem. Indeed, Qiuji easily dealt with the poison bee swarm. He then encountered 2 more swarms in succession, but they were also easily dealt with. It was precisely because of this that he let his guard down. When he encountered the 5th swarm, Qiuji discovered the poison bee nest. The poison bee queen was usually in the nest, and he thought the task wasn't difficult, so he boldly went in. In the nest, he encountered a large number of poison bees, but they weren't his match and didn't pose a threat to him. However, unknowingly, Qiuji suddenly found himself poisoned, and his combat power began to decline. At that time, he still held a glimmer of hope. Although his combat power had decreased, it was still within an acceptable range. Later, he indeed found the poison bee queen. Just as he was about to kill it, the poison fully took effect. He lost his combat power in an instant and saw a giant poison bee next to the poison bee queen. This poison bee was huge, not smaller than the poison bee queen. It sprayed terrifying poison mist, almost killing him on the spot. In the last moment of losing consciousness, Choji activated the escape talisman and escaped. After escaping, he took several days to recover, truly a narrow escape from death. Chapter 1570. Chapter 1570, 1570. Chapter 1570, Walking further down the path of self-destruction. Lin Moyo put away the jade token. The information he obtained wasn't much, but it was somewhat useful. The task description already mentioned that the poison bee secret realm was highly toxic and required antidotes. The poison didn't necessarily need to be from an attack or a bite to take effect. The poison could enter the body in various ways and forms, even seeping into the soul. Many poisons were impossible to guard against. In the Divine City Star region, most secret realms were very dangerous. Choji was well aware of this. He had made ample preparations before entering the secret realm. He had prepared several types of antidotes, but none of them worked. Before entering, Choji had also tried his best to gather information about the secret realm, concluding that it was relatively safe. Given his realm, as long as he didn't have the bad luck to encounter the Poison Bee King, there wouldn't be much danger. But reality often doesn't go as planned. The last giant poison bee Choji saw, could it be the Poison Bee King? If he had encountered the Poison Bee King, he might not have had the chance to escape. The task described the Poison Bee King as terrifying. Lin Moyo thought that if Choji had indeed encountered the Poison Bee King while being poisoned, he might not have had the chance to escape. I still need to see it with my own eyes. Based on the current information, this secret realm shouldn't affect me much. But the task is somewhat strange. Since it's about exploring the Poison Bee secret realm, one would naturally need to go to the end. Why is it that obtaining the corpse of the Poison Bee Queen completes the task? Based on his previous experience in the Small World's dungeons, Lin Moyo thought the Poison Bee King should be the final boss, while the Poison Bee Queen was just a mid-level boss. Following the virtual map's guidance, Lin Moyo left the star and flew towards the secret realm. The secret realm was about 500 million kilometers away from star 12,998-1. Summoning the light speed lich, he transformed into a stream of light, flying at a speed of 150,000 kilometers per second. If all went well, he would reach the secret realm in about an hour. This speed surpassed all god kings and was even faster than some low-level god sovereigns. Only high-level god sovereigns could match Lin Moyo's speed. Of course, high-level god sovereigns often used treasures that allowed them to exceed the speed of light. The star quickly shrank behind him, turning into a small dot in an instant. The star also grew smaller as Lin Moyo flew towards the outer edge of the 12,998 star system. The star's light gradually dimmed, and the starry sky became darker. Countless starlights flew from distant places, bringing faint illumination. Gradually, Lin Moyo saw many streams of light. Each stream of light represented a cultivator. Many cultivators were flying from different stars, all heading to the same destination. The closer they got to the secret realm, the more cultivators there were. The number of cultivators in the Divine City was indeed vast, far exceeding the 4 major star regions. This was the result of countless years of accumulation, incomparable to the 4 major star regions. Lin Moyo's speed far surpassed theirs, leaving them far behind. How is this person flying so fast? What kind of secret technique is this? How can he fly so fast? This can't be the speed of a god king. This person must be a god sovereign. Countless questions echoed in the starry sky. The cultivators communicated through soul transmission, all filled with surprise and doubt. Some tried to use their treasures to chase Lin Moyo but found they couldn't catch up, only able to watch him fly away. A 4th-level god king, how can he fly so fast? His name is Lin Moyo. Why does that name sound familiar? Lin Moyo, isn't that the name of the first-place winner in the recent 4-star region competition? It must be a coincidence. No, I remember the first-place winner was also a 4th-level god king. Same name, same realm, could it really be him? The first-place winner has come to the Divine City. This is big news. This is a true genius. I heard his real combat power rivals that of a god sovereign. Lin Moyo was now very famous, and many people in the Divine City knew about him. The first-place winners of the 4-star region competition often rose quickly after entering the Divine City. They could break through to become god sovereigns in a very short time and then reach high-level god sovereign status within a few years, establishing families and sects, becoming rulers of star systems. In their eyes, Lin Moyo could do the same, and even more terrifyingly so. After all, Lin Moyo was only a 4th-level god king but already had such exaggerated combat power. His future was limitless. Lin Moyo gradually approached the secret realm and finally saw its full appearance. It was a ball of light, and according to the map, this ball of light was the entrance to the secret realm. Within the ball of light, there seemed to be a vortex. Lin Moyo's heart trembled, and he almost blurted out, "Dungeon." It was indeed very similar to the dungeons in the Small World. If the Small World's dungeons were modeled after these secret realms, Lin Moyo wouldn't doubt it. A pile of mysteries arose in his mind. He deeply realized that his small world hid secrets of astonishing magnitude. With his current knowledge, he couldn't fully understand it. As he got closer, a vast aura hit him. Lin Moyo frowned slightly. This aura was not unfamiliar to him. This is an ancient aura. He felt the ancient aura at the entrance of the secret realm, but it seemed different from the aura of the mysterious manor. After carefully sensing it, Lin Moyo identified the source of the aura. It was the same as the severed finger outside the Divine City Star region. The two auras were identical. The secret realm was part of that severed finger. Lin Moya quickly imagined a scene from ancient times, a terrifying being fought on the battlefield, leaving a severed finger here. The finger was so large and powerful that it didn't perish after being severed. It even changed the rules, becoming a terrifying relic. Threads of energy from the severed finger eventually formed various secret realms, each with its own unique rules and restrictions. With Lin Moya's powerful imagination, the origin of the secret realm appeared, forming a logical loop. He could imagine this because he had experienced many things related to ancient times. He had seen ancient tombs and entered the destroyed world of Tulu. These experiences brought him valuable knowledge and insights. Lin Moya didn't know if his thoughts were correct, but he felt they weren't far off. Those terrifying beings can be reborn from a drop of blood. Every part of their body contains a soul and ancient memories. If that's the case, could there be ancient auras in the deepest part of the secret realm? If the secret realm is part of a powerful being's body, could I use resurrection on it? Thinking of this, Lin Moya shivered, feeling he was walking further down the path of self-destruction. He had already courted death once in the Tulu world and almost died. Between life and death, there is not only great terror but also great opportunity. The trip to the Tulu world had elevated his soul to the other shore realm, an unimaginable opportunity. This time, in the secret realm, Lin Moya thought for a moment but didn't dare to act rashly. The beings in the Tulu world were at the other shore realm before they died. Although the other shore realm was powerful, it wasn't unattainable. But the being before him, if resurrected, who knew what realm it would be? Higher than the other shore realm, or several levels higher. Such an unimaginable existence was terrifying to think about. A single thought from it could kill him. I can't court death. Erasing unrealistic thoughts, Lin Moya stopped at the entrance of the secret realm. Chapter 1571. Chapter 1571, 1571. Chapter 1571, Rune Fragments in the Light Spots. At the entrance of the secret realm, a vortex slowly rotated, bearing a strong resemblance to a dungeon entrance. There were many cultivators outside the secret realm, most of whom had received tasks to enter the secret realm. However, completing the secret realm tasks was not easy, and people were constantly being teleported out of the secret realm. Most of them looked dejected and panicked, indicating that successfully completing the tasks was rare. Lin Moya observed for about 10 minutes and saw more than 10 people leave the secret realm. Only one person looked excited, suggesting he had completed his task. The majority, however, had failed and used escape talismans to leave, losing a talisman worth 5 points of Divine City merits, which was quite painful. Lin Moya also bought an escape talisman, though he hoped he wouldn't need it. He reached out to touch the vortex, and his soul power resonated with it. Instantly, he was sucked in, feeling exactly like entering a dungeon. Shortly after Lin Moya entered the secret realm, a large group of people arrived, all of whom had been surpassed by Lin Moya earlier. He went in. If it's really him, with his strength, he will definitely complete the task. He won't just complete the task, he might even finish the subsequent tasks. The difficulty seems too high, though. It's difficult for others, but for him, it shouldn't be. Their discussion attracted a lot of attention. When they learned that the young man who had just entered was Lin Moya, the first-place winner of the 4-star region competition, they were all astonished. Is it really Lin Moya? How did he get here? Even if he is the first-place winner, does he not need to complete the promotion task? The 4-star region competition ended just a few days ago. How could he have completed the promotion task so quickly? I heard that true geniuses in the 4-star region can be directly granted primary qualifications. I've heard that too, but such people are very rare. Lin Moya must have been granted primary qualifications exceptionally. Don't worry, we'll know when he comes out. None of them planned to enter the secret realm, they all waited outside for Lin Moya to come out. Entering the Divine City secret realm felt exactly like entering a dungeon, confirming Lin Moya's suspicion that the small world's dungeons and secret realms were related. As his feet touched the ground, the darkness turned to light, and his vision cleared. The scent of flowers filled his nose, and he found himself in a sea of flowers. Each person's entry point in the secret realm was different, unlike dungeons that had starting points and safe zones. Lin Moya wondered if someone could be unlucky enough to be teleported directly into a swarm of poison bees and die immediately. A breeze blew, causing the sea of flowers to sway like waves, producing a rustling sound. The vibrant colors were dazzling, and the entire scene was stunningly beautiful. Lin Moya marveled at the beauty but remained vigilant. The more beautiful a place, the more dangerous it often was. A flash of white light appeared beside him, and a skeletal god warrior materialized. The undead vision activated instantly. 1 flower, 2 flowers, 10 flowers, 100 flowers. Countless soul flames appeared in the undead vision. Soul flames burned brightly in all directions. Lin Moya's earlier speculation came true, he was surrounded by a swarm of poison bees. If he hadn't noticed, any movement could have alerted the poison bees. Switching back to his normal vision, he saw a poison bee the size of a fist resting on a bright flower. The soul flame indicated it was a 3rd-level God King poison bee, the weakest type. There were over 1,000 poison bees here, mostly 3rd-level God Kings, with a few 4th-level God Kings. Only the leader was a 5th-level God King. Lin Moya had made no noise upon entering the secret realm, even when summoning the skeletal god warrior. The poison bees continued collecting nectar, unaware of his presence. Lin Moya raised his hand and looked at the sky. The sky was bright, as if sunlight was shining down, making the secret realm world very bright. Gray flames ignited at his fingertips. Stellar-level spell, Undead Gaze. The sky suddenly darkened, and gray undead flames appeared out of nowhere, burning fiercely. The entire secret realm seemed connected to the undead world, turning gray in an instant. A massive undead eye, millions of meters in size, slowly opened in the gray flames. From the perspective of the great world, millions of meters was not much, just 10,000 kilometers. Any god king could traverse it in the blink of an eye. However, in the secret realm, millions of meters was astonishing. The flower sea where Lin Moya stood was not even 10,000 meters wide. The appearance of the undead eye caused a commotion in the flower sea. The poison bees, sensing danger, abandoned their work and took to the air. As they rose, the undead eye gazed upon them. Countless poison bees fell like raindrops. Their souls were obliterated, and they died instantly. From 3rd level to 5th level god kings, none of the thousands of poison bees survived. Against enemies of equal or lesser strength, this was a true weapon of mass destruction and indiscriminate soul attack with a massive range, achieving instant kills. Countless light spots ascended as the dead poison bees turned to dust and scattered in the wind, leaving no corpses behind. The ascending light spots resembled a beautiful reverse rain of light. What's this? Lin Moya's eyes narrowed as he noticed something unusual in the light spots. There seemed to be rune-like objects faintly visible within the light spots. When he tried to look closely, they became indistinct. These runes seemed like mere shadows, making Lin Moya wonder if he was seeing things. It seemed impossible for a god king to have hallucinations. Lin Moya knew he wasn't mistaken, there were indeed runes in the light spots. He opened his soul eye. If his physical eyes couldn't see clearly, he would use his soul eye. The soul eye of the other shore realm opened, emitting 2 invisible beams of light. The world before him changed. Lines of laws appeared around him, revealing the world of the other shore realm. Through the soul eye, Lin Moya finally saw the runes in the light spots. They were all fragmented runes, none of them complete. Lin Moya realized that the runes he saw were parts of a complete rune, like pieces of a shattered puzzle. If these fragments were reassembled, they might form a complete rune. The light spots lasted only a few seconds before disappearing, taking the runes with them. However, Lin Moya now knew how to continue observing the runes. He summoned a large number of skeletal god warriors and sent them in all directions. Killing poison bees and observing runes became Lin Moya's primary focus, even putting the secret realm task aside. The task had no time limit, so there was no need to rush. Chapter 1572. Chapter 1572, 1572. Chapter 1572, Terrifying Runes, Self-Reflection. The skeletal god warriors had already gone out to search for the poison bee swarms, while Lin Moya stood motionless in the sea of flowers. The undead eye in the sky still existed, and the undead flames burned fiercely, rendering the secret realm gray. Lin Moya's mind was racing, connecting various causes and effects. He muttered to himself, organizing a highly probable conclusion. In ancient times, a terrifying existence beyond the other shore realm perished. No, that's not right. He perished, but his Tao did not. At his level, the Tao he cultivated and the path he walked had permeated every corner of his body. That severed finger is the best proof. The flesh is destroyed, but the Tao still exists. His Tao formed ancient relics. Countless pieces of flesh scattered in the Divine City Star region turned into secret realms. Whether it's a secret realm or an ancient relic, it's the Tao left behind by that powerful being. Not only the Tao but also memories. The big figures of the other shore realm 061 to study the Tao he left behind to learn about ancient events. Every bit of information was connected at this moment. Everything became reasonable. Lin Moya realized that he seemed to be doing something similar to the beings of the other shore realm. He wasn't thinking about completing the task but about studying the other party's Tao. Unknowingly, he had reached such a high level. His thoughts had already transcended the limitations of an ordinary god king. Perhaps even god sovereigns had never thought about studying the Tao of such an existence. After reaching a conclusion, Lin Moya realized one thing. The Tao of this powerful being seemed to be ultimately expressed through runes. In the great world, runes are the true root, as the great world runes are the foundation of this world. Everything, big or small, can be described and expressed through runes. Elder Su was right. By thoroughly studying runes, one can control this great world. Lin Moya felt a sudden clarity, knowing how to proceed on his path. While improving his realm, he would study and master runes. He could even use runes to enhance his spells. A buzzing sound came to his ears as the skeletal god warriors brought back a large number of poison bees. 1 swarm, 2 swarms, 3 swarms. Tens of thousands of poison bees flew in from all directions. The skeletal god warriors resumed their old job, just like in the dungeons, pulling monsters desperately. This was just the first wave, more were coming. The skeletal god warriors ran back and forth, flying and dodging, circling around. They gathered all the attracted poison bees together. Lin Moya's heart moved, and the undead eye in the sky immediately gazed down. Like the descent of the Grim Reaper, the terrifying power from the world of death turned into an invisible giant hand, wiping out the souls of the poison bees. Tens of thousands of poison bees turned into corpses, pouring down. Then they turned into light spots and ascended. This time, the light spots were so dense that they almost formed a light curtain. Lin Moya's eye shone brightly, and his soul world surged with purple energy as the soul eye fully opened. His brain also operated at full speed at this moment. He didn't seek to analyze what these runes were. He knew very well that with his current realm, it was impossible to analyze such high-level runes. He only sought to remember these rune fragments and then piece them together. He tried to piece together a complete rune, hoping that in the future, he could understand these runes. Only by actually doing it did he realize how difficult it was. When he carefully looked at these runes and tried to remember them, he realized how complex these rune fragments were. Runes are not just about their shape, they also involve the flow of internal power in deep patterns. That is the core of the rune. It's not just about drawing an identical rune on paper with a pen that won't make the rune work. Having the shape is useless without the essence. What Lin Moya remembered was not the shape of the rune fragments but the essence within them. As long as the essence was correct, the shape was not difficult. But this essence was too obscure and difficult, its level too high, beyond Lin Moya's understanding. Remembering the runes was exhausting, and soon he felt his brain being drained, his soul power greatly consumed, and even the talent tree couldn't replenish it in time. After reaching the other shore realm, it was the first time he experienced soul depletion. The light curtain disappeared after a few seconds, along with the rune fragments. Lin Moya panted lightly, calming his soul power. His soul power was rapidly recovering after being overconsumed. Among the thousands of rune fragments just now, he only remembered less than 10 fragments. Even these 10 fragments had pushed him to his limit. After 10 minutes, with the help of the talent tree, his soul power was mostly restored. Lin Moya compared the 10 fragments he remembered with the soul fire rune arranged by Elder Su and found them completely incomparable. They were not on the same level at all. He could face the soul fire rune directly. Although he didn't understand it, his soul could fully withstand it. He could accurately grasp the essence contained in the soul fire rune and even gain some insights. But now, although he remembered these fragments, he couldn't understand them at all. Just the fragments are so terrifying, fundamentally surpassing the soul fire rune. If I could really draw it, how terrifying would that rune be? The rune contains not just laws but rules. Unfortunately, I know nothing about the power of rules. In the end, I'm aiming too high. My vision is high, but my realm hasn't kept up. Perhaps I can forcibly remember, but understanding it is impossible with my current realm. While reflecting, Lin Moya also engaged in self-reflection. His vision was indeed high. He had even encountered saints, entered places related to ancient times multiple times, and discovered the existence of other worlds, seeing a broader world. The elevation of his vision allowed him to stand at a higher point to observe this world. But at the same time, his actual realm was not high enough. He stood at a high point, saw the whole world, but couldn't understand its operating rules. Fortunately, he understood the principle of self-reflection and never did things beyond his capabilities. Runes still needed to be explored. Runes were the truth of this world. Moreover, the temptation of high-level power and the curiosity about runes drove him to explore them. He first remembered them, and when his realm improved, he would study them again. The skeletal god warriors brought back news from afar. They found a cave guarded by a large number of poison bees. Combining this with the information from Chioji, it was highly likely that the poison bee queen was in the cave. Of course, they might also encounter the poison bee king. The undead eye in the sky slowly disappeared, the undead flames faded, and the scenery in the secret realm became bright again. A stream of light flew over the sea of flowers, stirring up even more turbulent waves. Countless petals were lifted into the sky, and colorful petals rained down like raindrops. Lin Moya flew out of the sea of flowers, then passed through a grassland, and saw hills in his sight. The skeletal god warriors had already scouted the way, so he didn't stop and rushed into the hills. As he rushed into the hills, the sea of flowers behind him suddenly changed. A large number of flowers withered as if their life force had been drained by some power. The ground in the sea of flowers slowly bulged, and a giant hand emerged from the ground, covered with rune fragments. Chapter 1573. Chapter 1573, 1573. Chapter 1573, Rune Fragments on the Bee Eggs. The sudden change in the sea of flowers was silent, even Lin Moya did not sense it. At this moment, Lin Moya had already flown into the forest and arrived at the entrance of a cave. The cave entrance was about 5 meters high, enough for him to pass through. Before he arrived, many skeletal god warriors had already entered. The terrain inside the cave had already been mapped out in his mind. The cave was intricate, with numerous poison bees inside. The walls were full of holes, which were the poison bees' nests. Interestingly, there were many flowers growing inside the cave. The flowers were everywhere, densely packed. However, in the undead vision, everything was black and white, making it impossible to see the flowers' specific appearance. But the fact that flowers could grow in a cave full of poison bees was strange and unusual. The information Shioji provided did not mention the flowers, perhaps because he didn't notice them at the time. The skeletal god warriors had already attracted all the poison bees near the entrance, so Lin Moya did not encounter any poison bees when he entered the cave. Lin Moya was enveloped in a layer of gray and white light, looking like a very thin mist, even distorting the space around him. This was the bone hell covering his body. Bone hell could be used offensively or retracted to form a shield. If there was danger, bone hell would be the first layer of defense. Shortly after entering the cave, Lin Moya saw the flowers. The flowers were similar in color to the cave walls, a slightly earthy yellow. Although there were many of them, they were not conspicuous and could easily be overlooked. Lin Moya glanced at the flowers and found nothing wrong with them. The real problem was not the flowers but the small earthy yellow grass hidden behind them. The small earthy yellow grass was inconspicuous, blending in with the flowers and the cave walls, making it even less noticeable. However, Lin Moya noticed that the yellow grass was continuously emitting poison gas. This poison was invisible and intangible, not immediately noticeable. By the time one felt it, it would be too late. The poison would accumulate in the body and soul, like a ticking time bomb waiting to be triggered. Bone hell glowed faintly, absorbing all the poison gas in the cave, preventing it from touching Lin Moya. Even if it did touch him, it wouldn't matter, as his passive spells were enough to make him immune to this level of poison. The skeletal god warriors moved through the intricate cave at an astonishing speed. Behind them was a dense swarm of poison bees. In less than half an hour, the skeletal god warriors had traversed most of the cave, attracting all the poison bees. Using undead gaze in the cave was inconvenient. If he could use corpse explosion, the killing effect would be better. Unfortunately, the poison bees left no corpses after death. Lin Moya chose a relatively open area based on the terrain. Over 1,000 skeletal god generals formed a three-dimensional battle formation. When the skeletal god warriors lured the poison bee swarm over, the skeletal god generals unleashed sword energy, launching a deadly attack. The poison bee swarm had no chance against the attacks of the small god sovereigns. A large number of poison bees died in the sword energy. The dead poison bees turned into light spots, rising upwards. The cave did not obstruct the light spots, they seemed to be intangible, easily penetrating the cave walls and disappearing. As a result, Lin Moyo had no chance to observe the runes in the cave. In just a few minutes, countless poison bees were wiped out. The skeletal god warriors had traversed most of the cave and found the correct route. Lin Moyo felt like he was back in the small world, clearing a dungeon. He was very familiar with this kind of task. He transformed the skeletal god warriors into skeletal god generals to clear the way, following the correct path deeper into the cave. According to Lin Moya's understanding, there should be many such caves. Not every cave would have a poison bee queen. Whether the cave he was in had one was up to luck. The cave path gradually widened, eventually reaching over 10 meters in height and width. This indicated that something large had passed through here. Could it be the poison bee queen or the poison bee king? From this point on, there were no ordinary poison bees. Clearly, the poison bees had a strict hierarchy, and some places were off limits to ordinary poison bees. Lin Moya noticed that the poison in the air had increased significantly. The flowers and yellow grass were denser, and the poison was now visible as a faint yellow mist in the air. Wrapped in bone hell, Lin Moya ignored the yellow mist. After a bend in the path, his view suddenly opened up. A clear pool of water appeared before him, as calm as a mirror. Beside the pool were two giant bee eggs. The bee eggs were about 3 meters high, with openings at the top, continuously inhaling the yellow mist and then spewing it out like a volcano. The whole process was accompanied by the expansion and contraction of the bee eggs, as if a creature inside was breathing. Lin Moya was immediately attracted to the bee eggs. As the bee eggs breathed, numerous rune fragments appeared on their surface. These were the same fragments he had seen in the light spots, but this time he could see them with his naked eyes. Just as Lin Moya wanted to take a closer look, the bee eggs suddenly spewed out a large amount of mist. The originally thin yellow mist became dense, like thick sulfur before a volcanic eruption, instantly covering the bee eggs and filling the entire space. The toxicity of the mist increased sharply. If an ordinary god king were here, they would have to retreat and wait for the mist to dissipate. A slow reaction could even be dangerous. But for Lin Moyu, it was not a problem. The skeletal god generals ignored the mist and directly attacked the bee eggs. The sword energy struck, and the bee eggs exploded, releasing more poison gas. At the same time, a piercing scream echoed in the cave. 4 giant poison bees rushed over, moving quickly through the dense mist, unaffected by it. Judging by the strength of their soul flames, they were all around the 8th level of the God King realm. Lin Moya saw them clearly. Compared to the fist-sized poison bees, these were giants, over 2 meters long, with 4 pairs of rapidly vibrating transparent wings, producing a buzzing sound. Their mouths and tails had long, sharp stingers, glowing with a strange light, clearly highly toxic. Boom! As soon as they appeared, the dense mist exploded. The poison reached its peak in an instant. Lin Moya realized that Qiuji had faced the same situation. The 4 giant poison bees were what Qiuji had encountered. They were not the poison bee king, which was why Qiuji had a chance to escape. If it had been the poison bee king, Qiuji would likely have perished. The 4 giant poison bees were not particularly strong, just 8th level god kings. The only trouble was their poison. Without the poison, they would be easy to deal with. The best strategy was to leave and return after the poison dissipated, or to prepare anti-poison treasures and pills and fight them head-on. Lin Moya chose the latter. As the giant poison bees released their poison, the skeletal god generals charged. Their bone swords were incredibly sharp, and with a flash of sword light, the giant poison bees were sliced into pieces. Chapter 1574. Chapter 1574, 1574. Chapter 1574, Continue Exploring, Is It Beneficial to You? After the giant poison bees died, they did not turn into light spots like the ordinary poison bees. Instead, a dazzling beam of light shot out from their corpses. The beam of light was filled with countless rune fragments. However, the beam lasted only 2 seconds and happened so suddenly that Lin Moya couldn't seize the opportunity. From the initial rune fragments and the light spots after the poison bees died, to the dense rune fragments on the bee eggs, and now the rune fragments in the beam of light after the giant poison bees died, everything in the secret realm was telling Lin Moya that everything here was constructed from runes. After eliminating the bee eggs and the giant poison bees, the poison gas in the cave quickly dissipated, posing no further threat. Lin Moya continued deeper into the cave, following the direction from which the giant poison bees had come, and finally reached the deepest part of the cave. Here, Lin Moya saw the mother of poison bees. The mother of poison bees was even larger than the giant poison bees. It lay on the ground, and behind it was a huge beehive. The beehive was enormous, shaped like a large sphere with a diameter exceeding 10 meters. Countless poison bees were crawling on it. The cave was merely a living space for the poison bees, but this place was where they were nurtured. Around the mother of poison bees were 4 bee eggs, each guarded by a giant poison bee. It seemed they were protecting the bee eggs. No poison bee king. Lin Moya felt a bit disappointed. He had found the mother of poison bees but had not encountered the poison bee king. The task had warned that if one encountered the poison bee king, they should turn and flee without hesitation. However, it was also clear that the chances of encountering the poison bee king were very low. Lin Moyo even speculated that encountering the giant poison bees was not guaranteed every time. The appearance of the mother of poison bees reminded Lin Moyo of a dungeon he had experienced before, the Tyrant Desert. There was a boss-level monster in it called the Ant Queen. The structure of the entire ant colony seemed somewhat similar to the poison bees in front of him. This inexplicable sense of familiarity surprised Lin Moyo. Perhaps it's just a coincidence. With a thought, the skeletal god generals charged into attack. The mother of poison bees let out a sharp scream, sending out sound waves that pushed the skeletal god generals back several steps. The mother of poison bees was only at the 8th level of the god king realm, the same level as the giant poison bees. However, its scream could push back the skeletal god generals, who were at the small god sovereign realm, which was quite surprising. But it only pushed them back and did not cause any harm. After pushing back the skeletal god generals, the mother of poison bees' scream became even higher. The beehive behind it also began to hum and vibrate, and a large number of poison bees flew out. The poison bees swarmed out, instantly exceeding 1,000. They charged like an army, led by the 4 giant poison bees. If it were other cultivators, facing such an attack, they would likely retreat first, using the terrain and treasures to counterattack. After all, without the poison, cultivators could fight boldly and freely. As long as their strength and experience were not lacking, eliminating the poison bees would not be too difficult. For Lin Moyu, it was even simpler. With a light touch of his finger, the bone hell instantly expanded, enveloping the entire cave. The slaves in the bone hell immediately took action, and the wondrous spirits exerted their squeezing force, while the 3-tribe coalition launched a simultaneous attack. A large number of poison bees were quickly killed, turning into light spots. Lin Moya discovered that the light spots formed after the poison bees died could not escape the bone hell, nor could they return to the secret realm. The bone hell acted like another dimension, trapping the light spots. The rune fragments contained in the light spots were also trapped in the bone hell. It can be done like this. Lin Moya was slightly surprised, not expecting the bone hell to have such a function. The light spots formed after the poison bees died flew around in the bone hell. They carried the power of the rune fragments, crashing around in the bone hell, seemingly trying to return but to no avail. Lin Moya's eyes lit up. In this way, I can trap them all inside and study them slowly. I might even be able to use the bone hell to piece together the runes completely. Although I can't understand them now, I can at least see what the ancient runes look like. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. After flying around for a while, the light spots burst like bubbles and completely disappeared. No, it won't work. His idea fell through, leaving him slightly disappointed. But this was expected. If it were so easy to obtain, the rune fragments would be too worthless. The disappearance of the rune fragments was normal. Facing the slaughter in the bone hell, the poison bee swarm and the giant poison bees couldn't last even a minute. Soon, only the mother of poison bees was left in the cave. The poison bees and similar creatures would turn into light and disappear after death. The task required obtaining the corpse of the mother of poison bees, indicating that it was special and would at least leave a corpse after death. With all its subordinates killed, the mother of poison bees seemed a bit confused, as if it hadn't reacted yet. It screamed frantically, but it was futile. The beehive behind it was still wriggling, but it couldn't produce more poison bees in a short time. It seemed to sense the approach of death. Without wisdom, it didn't know what fear was. It just twisted frantically and uneasily out of instinct. Sword energy burst forth, illuminating the cave in a white world. The scream stopped abruptly, and the mother of poison bees fell. A beam of light shot out from its body, also containing a large number of rune fragments. Its corpse shrank in the beam of light but did not completely disappear. Finally, the corpse of the mother of poison bees became the size of a fist, looking like a specimen. Lin Moya walked over and picked up the corpse of the mother of poison bees. Boom! The cave shook violently, and the rock wall in front collapsed, revealing a brand new passage. Is the task not over yet? Or is this the exit? As Lin Moya was thinking, a pitch-black vortex appeared beside him. The vortex emitted the aura of the Great World, and the power of the Human Emperor network could be felt from it. This was the real exit. He had completed the task and could leave the secret realm and return to the Divine City Star region through the exit. The 10 points of Divine City merits were already in hand. But what was the new passage in front of him? At this moment, Lin Moya suddenly received a prompt from the Human Emperor network. The first stage of exploring the Poison Bee secret realm has been completed. You can choose to continue exploring and complete the second stage of the task to obtain more rewards. The rewards will vary based on the degree of exploration. Please note that the danger of the second stage of exploration will increase significantly. If there is danger, you can use the escape talisman to leave, and the first stage reward will still be valid. Please make your choice within 1 minute. Lin Moya didn't expect to receive a message from the Human Emperor network in the secret realm. He carefully recalled his experiences in the secret realm. He realized that the power of the Human Emperor network had already penetrated the secret realm. However, this penetration was still superficial and couldn't truly interfere with the operation of the secret realm. In the words of the Other Shore realm, it couldn't change the rules of the secret realm. But the Human Emperor network was still very powerful. Its power could already interfere with the secret realm to some extent. For example, it could segment tasks and create an exit using the task item as a coordinate after completing the first stage of the task. As for the second stage, Lin Moya speculated that the secret realm itself didn't have any tasks. These tasks were all set by the Human Emperor network. The Human Emperor network must have its own true purpose. The fact that he had to make a choice within 1 minute indicated that the human Emperor Network's interference with the secret realm could only be maintained for 1 minute. Lin Moya tried to communicate with the human Emperor Network. If I continue exploring, will it benefit you? He believed the human Emperor Network could understand, or at least the people behind it could. After half a minute, the human Emperor Network responded with one word, yes. Chapter 1575. Chapter 1575, 1575. Chapter 1575, Forgotten Rune Fragments. A single word was enough to explain many things. Lin Moya confirmed that the human Emperor Network either had self-awareness or was being controlled by someone behind the scenes. Regardless of the possibility, one thing remained unchanged: it was for the human race. The existence of the human Emperor Network was for the human race. Lin Moya never doubted this. It was precisely this answer that made Lin Moya decide his choice. He put away the corpse of the mother of poison bees and walked into the dark passage. The aura of the great world gradually disappeared, and the power of the human Emperor Network also became weaker and weaker. The sound of water came from ahead, and Lin Moya saw a curtain of water. He couldn't see where the water came from, but it formed a curtain of water right in front of him. The water fell to the ground, but the ground remained strangely dry, without a trace of water. This is not ordinary water. His soul instinctively opened its eyes, entering the vision of the other shore realm, but he still couldn't see anything. Using the undead vision yielded the same result. It seemed to be the most ordinary water, yet it had an extraordinary appearance. It had no source, no destination, no beginning, and no end. According to the laws of the great world, such a situation was impossible. The power of rules. The rules here have been changed. Lin Moya could only think of this possibility. Someone had changed the rules here, causing this unusual phenomenon. After taking a deep breath, Lin Moya walked through the falling water curtain. The scene before him suddenly changed. He found himself no longer in the cave but on an endless plain. Looking around, he saw large masses of water floating in the air. The water masses floated in the air, forming floating pools. He could even see fish swimming inside. Lin Moya looked around and found no formations or external forces. Only by changing the rules could such a bizarre scene occur. As Lin Moya stepped into this area, the giant hand covered with runes in the sea of flowers where he had first entered the secret realm rose even higher. The entire wrist had already emerged from the ground. The wrist was also covered with runes, shining brightly. It was still struggling hard, trying to completely leave the ground. But a large number of runes appeared in the air, preventing it from leaving. Both sides were wrestling, and it was hard to determine the winner for a while. In the core area of the divine city, in a void, a mass of flames was burning fiercely. The flames were enormous, surpassing the combined volume of dozens of galaxies. Outside the flames, several palaces floated. The palaces had endured the test of time, exuding an ancient and vast aura. A loud voice came from one of the palaces. He has entered the Poison Bee secret realm of the 12,998 star region, the second stage. Immediately, another voice appeared. The difficulty of the second stage is very high. In tens of thousands of years, fewer than 10 people have passed. Someone corrected him. To be precise, it's 8 people. Whether it's 10 or 8, it doesn't matter. What matters is that no one has passed the final stage. The human Emperor Network's penetration into the Poison Bee secret realm has only reached halfway. Perhaps, this time there is hope. If even he can't do it, then no one can. Lin Moya was unaware that many big figures had high hopes for him. He was currently studying the floating water masses. He saw rune fragments in the water masses, different from the ones he had seen before. These were another set of fragments. When he opened his soul eye to observe them carefully, his soul trembled violently. His soul power was instantly consumed by half, and Lin Moya groaned, his soul eye automatically closing. Lin Moya was filled with lingering fear. The rune fragments here were clearly more terrifying, requiring a higher realm. He almost suffered a backlash. With his soul at the other shore realm, he was still affected. If it were an ordinary god king, their soul would likely shatter at a glance. He suddenly realized that if it were an ordinary god king, they wouldn't be able to see these runes at all. If they couldn't see the runes, these problems wouldn't exist. Now he understood that these runes were not meant for god kings to see. Even god sovereigns might not be able to see them. My realm is still not enough. Lin Moya knew his problem. His soul was sufficient, but his cultivation realm was not high enough. Now Lin Moya felt a bit awkward. When his realm was high enough, he wouldn't be able to enter. But if his realm wasn't high enough, he couldn't see them. He didn't intend to comprehend them, just to remember the runes, but even that was not possible. He didn't expect the difficulty of the second stage runes to increase so much. As he pondered what to do, he suddenly felt himself being locked onto. He looked up and saw a fish in the nearest water mass staring at him. The next second, a fish rushed out of the water mass. As soon as it left the water mass, its body expanded with the wind, instantly becoming a 10-meter-long behemoth. A powerful aura rushed towards him. These fish all had the strength of a 9th-level god king. A skeletal god general appeared beside him, and in the next moment, sword energy filled the air, slicing the approaching fish into pieces. As the fish died, all the water masses boiled. Sharp cries came from the water masses, and they seemed to come alive, constantly changing shape in the air. Fish of all sizes flew out of the water masses, rushing towards Lin Moya. As soon as they left the water masses, their bodies expanded dozens of times. In an instant, the sky was filled with monstrous fish, their claws and teeth covering the sky. More than people. Lin Moya sneered and snapped his fingers. The bone hell appeared, a world of gray and white, almost instantly occupying the sky, enveloping all the monstrous fish. Flames erupted in the bone hell, the undead flames burning fiercely. The slaves in the hell simultaneously attacked the monstrous fish. The number of monstrous fish exceeded 10,000, and their attack power was extremely strong. They could all manipulate water laws, spraying ice arrows and freezing the world. The soldiers in the bone hell alone would take a lot of time to kill them all. The strength of the bone hell depended on the strength of the slaves inside. Currently, his slaves were not strong, with only 3 small god sovereigns and a group of 3 tribe coalition forces. Although the 3 tribe coalition forces were numerous, their combat power was greatly reduced without the support of battle formations. Among the wondrous spirits, few could reach the 9th level of the God King realm. All the monstrous fish were at the 9th level of the God King realm. The skeletal god general joined the battle in the next moment. The bone hell turned into a battlefield, and a large number of monstrous fish were killed by the skeletal god general. Beams of light rose in the hell, and rune fragments appeared in the light. Lin Moyu, unwilling to give up, used his soul eye to observe the rune fragments again, consuming a large amount of soul power. He only remembered a part of the fragments before his soul power was half consumed. Fortunately, his soul power recovered quickly and would be restored in no time. After several more attempts, the results were the same. Lin Moya suddenly realized something. In the first stage, he had remembered 10 rune fragments. To his shock, he found that he had forgotten what the 10 rune fragments looked like. No matter how hard he tried to recall, he couldn't remember the essence of the runes, and even their shapes were gradually fading from his memory. Lin Moya sighed with some helplessness. It seems that things of this level are indeed beyond my reach. Now he deeply understood the barrier brought by the difference in realms. The huge gap in realms meant that even if he temporarily remembered, he would soon forget. He recalled what Antares had once said, "If it's not yours, don't touch it. Even if you touch it, it's useless, you won't get it anyway." Chapter 1576. Chapter 1576, 1576. Chapter 1576, Rune Gold Rain, using stone as an umbrella. After entering the secret realm and discovering the rune fragments, Lin Moya continuously tried to remember the runes. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he wanted to try, even though he knew he was aiming too high. After all, it was hard to resist the temptation of high-level power. Until this moment, Lin Moya finally understood. Indeed, this was not a level he could touch yet. He put away all his curiosity and stopped considering the rune fragments, focusing on the task at hand. The skeletal god generals charged into the bone hell, quickly killing the fish monsters. Within minutes, tens of thousands of fish monsters were slaughtered. The water masses in the air remained clear, but the fish monsters inside were all dead, leaving the water masses empty. Rune fragments continued to flow within the water masses. At this moment, Lin Moya no longer wanted to look at them. He knew that even if he forcibly remembered them, he would soon forget. This was not a level of power he could touch, so there was no need to force it. However, he noticed that the water masses were starting to glow. After the fish monsters died, the empty water masses began to change again. From all directions, hundreds of giant water masses suddenly flew into the sky. They soared to a height of 10,000 meters and then exploded. The entire sky lit up, and the clear water suddenly turned golden. In the next second, a magnificent golden rain fell from the sky, turning the entire world golden. A bad feeling arose in Lin Moya's heart, and his soul warned him of impending danger. But where was the danger coming from? There were no enemies around, and the undead vision revealed nothing. When he reopened his soul eye, Lin Moya shuddered and quickly closed his eyes. He knew where the danger was coming from. It was the golden rain. The falling rain was not golden water but rune fragments. I can't let this rain touch me. His instincts told him that letting the rain touch him would be disastrous. The bone hell appeared beside him, emitting gray and white mist to block the rain. The chanting of Buddhist scriptures sounded, and the Buddhist lich appeared beside him. Spell, True Sight. Using the golden rain as a medium, Lin Moya invoked the law of fate to glimpse the future. In the feedback from the law of fate, Lin Moya saw possible future events. The golden rain grew heavier, continuously falling. The entire land glowed with golden light. The bone hell gradually dissolved in the golden rain and eventually collapsed. Then, he was enveloped by the golden rain, turning into a golden figure covered in rune fragments. The vision ended there, and Lin Moya felt a chill in his heart. If he couldn't find a way to deal with the golden rain, he might be trapped here forever. He had two choices: find a way to deal with the golden rain or use the escape talisman to leave the secret realm. The future he saw was not the real future, but what would happen if he did nothing. A large number of skeletal god generals charged out, turning into streams of light and rushing in all directions. Lin Moya needed to find a way out. The golden rain might not cover the entire secret realm, there might be places without it. But the result was disappointing. The skeletal god generals slowed down after flying only 10,000 kilometers. They were covered in golden raindrops, turning into golden skeletons covered in rune fragments. Their speed slowed down, and within seconds, they were motionless. The connection between Lin Moya and the skeletal god generals was completely severed. The skeletal god generals were dead, with no chance of resurrection. His talents and passive spells all lost their effect at that moment. This change made Lin Moya feel a chill. The skeletal god generals were not dead but had lost contact with him, as if they had been forcibly removed from the undead army and were no longer part of it. Naturally, his passive spells and talents no longer worked on them. From the reaction of the skeletal god generals, Lin Moya deduced that if he were enveloped by the golden rain and covered in runes, he would also have no chance of resurrection. These rune fragments were extremely terrifying. Lin Moya held the escape talisman in his hand. If things became truly unavoidable, he wouldn't force it. Survival was paramount. The chanting of Buddhist scriptures sounded again, and Lin Moya used true sight for the second time. This time, using the golden rain as a medium, he chose to save himself by flying into the sky. Perhaps flying in another direction could also lead to escape, but he didn't know which direction was correct. True sight could only be used 3 times, and now he had 2 chances left, leaving him with limited options. Lin Moya chose to fly upwards, hoping to break through the clouds for a chance of survival. True sight provided a result. In the future vision, he shot into the sky like a rocket. The closer he got to the clouds, the denser the golden rain became, and the faster the bone hell dissolved. He seemed to be blocked by some great force, and his flying speed slowed down. This scene was identical to what happened to the skeletal god generals earlier. The bone hell collapsed under the impact of the golden rain. He was enveloped by the golden rain, unable to move, and fell heavily to the ground. The vision ended there. Lin Moya's face turned pale. Flying upwards was ineffective. Choosing any direction on the ground had a low probability of survival. The mist of the bone hell was collapsing, and Lin Moya had little time left. His best option now was to use the escape talisman to leave. However, Lin Moya was reluctant to give up. He still had one last chance with true sight and wanted to try again. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he smiled. I know how to deal with the golden rain. In the previous vision, in the last second, when he fell to the ground, the impact created a large pit. The ground was not solid and could be broken. In the first use of true sight, although the ground glowed with golden light, it absorbed the runes and was not covered by the golden rain. The ground could resist the golden rain. Lin Moya pressed his palm lightly, and the power of the God King spread out. The ground rumbled and cracked. A large cubic stone, over 100 meters on each side, was forcibly extracted. The edges of the stone were as sharp as blades, smooth as a mirror. The stone was massive and incredibly heavy. The density of the material in the secret realm far exceeded that of ordinary stars. The weight of this stone surpassed the combined weight of several planets. However, for Lin Moya, it was still manageable, not too burdensome. The skeletal god generals came to the 4 corners of the stone, lifting it in place of Lin Moya. It wasn't that he couldn't handle the weight, but why exert himself when the skeletal god generals could do it? Using the stone as an umbrella, he blocked the golden rain. As Lin Moya had expected, the ground of the secret realm could resist the golden rain. He saved his last use of true sight. Choosing a random direction, the skeletal god generals carried the stone and flew quickly. The golden rain continued to fall, and the secret realm seemed vast. After flying for a long time, they were still within the range of the golden rain. An hour later, the flying stone stopped. Lin Moya's expression was complex as he looked at the golden pool on the ground, frowning slightly. The golden pool was cubic, 100 meters on each side and 100 meters deep. It was the place where he had extracted the stone earlier. After flying for an hour, he had returned to the original spot. Is it a formation, runes, or because of the rules? After pondering for a moment, Lin Moya decided to try again. He flew in another direction, and an hour later, he saw the pit again. After an hour of golden rain, the pool had filled up a bit more. Let's try another direction. Chapter 1577. Chapter 1577, 1577. Chapter 1577, breaking through the barrier, colliding with the water dragon. The giant stone ascended, flying towards the sky. Lin Moya's idea of changing direction was not to go left, right, forward, or backward, but to head directly towards the sky. Moving in any other direction had become meaningless. Lin Moya speculated that breaking through the cloud layer was the correct way out of the secret realm. As they got closer to the sky, the pressure on the skeletal god generals increased. Each drop of golden rain felt like a giant fist, crashing onto the stone with a roar. Initially, only 4 skeletal god generals were holding up the stone. As the pressure increased, their speed slowed down. Lin Moya added several more skeletal god generals. The skeletal god generals were small god sovereigns, possessing immense strength. In terms of physical power, they far surpassed ordinary small god sovereigns. Even they struggled to withstand the impact of the golden rain, indicating how powerful the rain's force was. Lin Moya felt the impact of the golden raindrops and understood, as long as one has the strength of a small god sovereign, they can break through the golden rain barrier. The key is that the stone must not be too large, with dimensions not exceeding 10 meters. The larger the stone, the more golden rain it would endure, and naturally, the greater the pressure. The secret realm's level limit was the 9th level of the God King realm. Among the human race, there was no shortage of geniuses, and a 9th level God King could unleash the power of a small god sovereign. As long as the stone was reasonably controlled, it could block the golden rain and break through the cloud layer. Lin Moya was never arrogant. Since he could think of a solution, others could too. The world was never short of smart people. Dozens of skeletal god generals held up the giant stone, enduring the golden rain, and forcefully broke through the cloud layer. The world changed, and bright light shone down. Lin Moya stood above the clouds, looking at the floating clouds and the beautiful scenery. In the distance, a light ball resembling a star slowly rose, like the rising sun, bringing a sense of peace and joy. Suddenly, a sense of unease struck. Lin Moya instinctively flew to the other side of the giant stone. In an instant, countless golden beams shot up from below, like a spectacular reverse waterfall. The skeletal god generals couldn't dodge in time and were hit by the beams, instantly turning into golden skeletons and losing contact. The golden skeletal god generals fell from the sky, back into the cloud layer. Lin Moya reached out and firmly grasped the giant stone. At this moment, only the giant stone could block the golden beams. Hiding behind the stone, Lin Moya was extremely safe, but he had lost dozens of skeletal god generals. The attack had come too suddenly. Flying out of the cloud layer and seeing the warm sun was the most relaxing moment. At such a moment, the sudden beams could easily catch one off guard. Lin Moya felt a lingering fear. This secret realm was more dangerous than any dungeon he had experienced. The danger didn't come from the enemies within the secret realm but from its rules. The power of the rules was something even he couldn't resist. He could only follow the rules to find a solution. The golden beams shooting up from the cloud layer gradually disappeared after a few seconds. The clouds completely dispersed, revealing the clear sky. Lin Moya saw the ground again. At this moment, the ground was covered with golden water, turning the secret realm into a swamp. Falling into it would have dire consequences. The light ball in the distance seemed to grow larger and was rapidly approaching. Lin Moya became vigilant and summoned dozens of skeletal god generals again, having them hold onto the giant stone. This time, he was smarter, placing skeletal god generals on all sides of the stone. This way, no matter where the attack came from, he could respond calmly. The light ball grew larger in his vision, quickly approaching. When it was less than 10,000 miles away, Lin Moya saw clearly that it wasn't a light ball but a large mass of golden water composed of rune fragments. The golden water mass had a diameter of several thousand kilometers, resembling a small star. Countless runes flickered on its surface, emitting dazzling golden light. Although it was beautiful, Lin Moya knew it was extremely deadly. The golden water mass stopped and began to change shape. Gradually, it transformed into a water dragon made of golden runes. In appearance, it was identical to the divine dragons of the dragon race. In terms of power, it wasn't strong, only at the 9th level of the God King realm, not even reaching the small God Sovereign level. But it was extremely dangerous because it couldn't be touched. Even a God Sovereign who touched it would be turned into gold by the runes and never escape. A dragon roar echoed through the secret realm. The water dragon spewed dragon breath, which was also composed of golden water filled with runes. Damn! Lin Moya was still observing when the attack came fiercely. Without thinking, he immediately hid behind the giant stone. The dragon breath hit the stone, causing it to fly backward. The skeletal god generals on the side facing the water dragon instantly turned into gold and fell from the sky. As Lin Moya had expected, touching it meant death. He couldn't just sit and wait. Since he couldn't touch it, he would attack from a distance. After all, he had plenty of skeletons. A large number of skeletal god generals appeared in the air, unleashing powerful sword energy. The small god sovereign level attacks hit the water dragon, shattering it into countless pieces. The water dragon exploded into a rain of golden water, falling into the golden swamp below. Is it over? Lin Moya was slightly stunned. It seemed too easy. But in the next second, a huge wave surged from the golden swamp, and the water dragon reappeared. It spewed a large amount of dragon breath, which turned into water and covered the sky like a reverse waterfall. Lin Moya changed positions again, using the giant stone to block the golden water. The skeletal god generals scattered, avoiding contact with the golden water. They unleashed sword energy again, shattering the water dragon. The golden water fell to the ground, merging with the swamp. In less than half a second, the water dragon reappeared. This time, the skeletal god generals attacked first, shattering it before it could attack. But in less than half a second, the water dragon reappeared. Lin Moya watched as the water dragon was killed repeatedly and reappeared repeatedly. Does this thing have a resurrection ability like mine? The answer was obviously no. He knew the water dragon's immortality was due to some special rule. There must be something he hadn't discovered. Activating the undead vision, he saw the water dragon's soul fire. The soul fire matched the 9th level of the God King realm. Apart from the golden water, the water dragon had no other peculiarities. The problem was that no matter how many times the water dragon died, its soul remained unharmed. For the water dragon, the entire swamp was its body. As long as its soul was intact, it couldn't be killed. But where was the soul? Lin Moya tried to lock onto the soul but found it constantly changing positions, never fixed in one place. The soul would rise with the water dragon and fall back into the swamp when the water dragon died. This process couldn't be stopped. As the water dragon was repeatedly killed, Lin Moya finally noticed something. Each time the water dragon exploded, it turned into a large amount of golden water falling back into the swamp. Among the golden water, there were water masses and water droplets of various sizes. But each time, one water mass was particularly bright. Lin Moya realized that this special water mass was the key to killing the water dragon. However, the water mass appeared in different locations each time, making it hard to predict. Since it was hard to predict, he decided not to. Lin Moya chose a straightforward solution. Chapter 1578. Chapter 1578, 1578. Chapter 1578, the same problem as before. In the sky, densely packed, there appeared tens of thousands of skeletal god generals. When the water dragon reappeared, the white sword energy scattered, instantly shattering the water dragon. The water dragon exploded into countless water droplets, trying to fall back into the water marsh. Then, waves of sword energy fell from the sky, not giving the water dragon any chance to return to the water marsh. Not only the water dragon, but even the water marsh covered by the sword energy was forcibly dried out. The golden water and the sword energy neutralized and annihilated each other. The sword energy of the skeletal god generals was far inferior to the rune fragments in the water mass in terms of power level. However, they had the advantage of quantity and continuous attacks. The rune fragments were merely remnants of the power left from ancient times, and even then, they were just a tiny fraction of the remnants. Finally, amidst the overwhelming sword energy, Lin Moya saw the special water mass. While other golden water masses were dissolving with the sword energy, this special water mass persisted in the sword energy without being destroyed. However, it no longer had the chance to fall back into the water marsh, as waves of sword energy came from all directions, hitting it. It buzzed and hummed, unable to escape. The skeletal god generals controlled their power with extreme precision, not giving it any chance to fall. Lin Moya seemed to hear the roar of the water dragon, but it was to no avail. Under the continuous attacks, the special water mass finally couldn't withstand it and exploded. It shattered into countless water droplets, which were then annihilated by the sword energy of the skeletal god generals. This time, the water dragon truly died and did not resurrect. Lin Moyo exhaled, still cautiously observing his surroundings, not letting his guard down. In such a secret realm, relaxing vigilance could cost one's life. A few seconds later, the water marsh disappeared, and the ground returned to normal. The giant stone in midair also turned into light spots and disappeared. Only then did Lin Moya confirm that he had passed the second stage. Reflecting on it, the second stage wasn't particularly difficult. As long as one was careful and alert, it could generally be passed. The most challenging part, the water dragon, actually had a solution. After defeating it, one just needed to prevent it from returning to the water marsh. Once separated from the water marsh, it couldn't regenerate. Using stones to catch all the water masses after the water dragon's death would completely kill it. For others, this was the best method. However, Lin Moya chose a simpler and more direct method to solve the problem. The ground rumbled, and a golden stone pillar rose from the ground. The stone pillar was engraved with complex runes. Seeing the runes on the stone pillar, Lin Moya felt a strange sense of familiarity. He then patted his head and laughed at himself. I'm so foolish. The runes on the stone pillar were still just a corner of a complete rune, but it was the culmination of all the rune fragments in the secret realm. Although Lin Moyo had forgotten the runes he had previously recorded, he still remembered what he had done. It was because he had tried to remember those runes that he felt a strange sense of familiarity. Now it seemed there was no need to remember. If he truly had the ability, just looking at the runes on the pillar would suffice, saving the trouble of piecing them together. In the past, Lin Moyo would have tried his best to remember a corner of the rune, but now he wouldn't do that. He knew that even if he remembered, it would be useless, as he would soon forget. He would only remember that he had once tried to remember a very powerful and terrifying rune but wouldn't know what the rune looked like. Since that was the case, what was the point of remembering it? Lin Moya just glanced at it and then stopped paying attention. A black vortex appeared beside him again. The aura of the Great World mixed with the power of the Human Emperor Network came from the vortex. Along with it came a reminder from the Human Emperor Network. Exploration of the second stage of the Poison Bee secret realm is complete. You can now choose to leave or continue to the third stage of exploration. Rewards will be settled after you leave the secret realm. Rewards will multiply based on your task progress. Please note, the third stage task is extremely dangerous, and the escape talisman may fail. Lin Moya could understand the first two sentences, but the third one felt a bit strange. The third reminder clearly had an element of temptation, as if the Human Emperor Network wanted him to continue the task. Especially the fourth sentence, which explicitly stated that the third stage task was highly dangerous. The Human Emperor Network seems to want me to continue the task, but it also seems not to want me to continue. The contradiction is obvious. For the Human Emperor Network to describe a task as extremely dangerous, it must indeed be very dangerous. At least for the second stage, the Human Emperor Network didn't say that. During the second stage, the Human Emperor Network only mentioned that the task's danger level would increase significantly, but now it said it was extremely dangerous. The Human Emperor Network was always precise with its wording. Different words, even if similar in meaning, had completely different implications. The second stage's danger level significantly increased, indicating that some people had still completed the second stage task. But the third stage being extremely dangerous, in Lin Moya's understanding, meant that no one had completed this task. Lin Moya pondered for a long time and, through the vortex, communicated with the Human Emperor Network, asking his question. Is the third stage task beneficial to you? The same question as before. After a moment, the Human Emperor Network responded. The answer was the same as before, a simple yes. Lin Moya took a deep breath. In that case, I'll give it a try. He believed in his strength. If even he couldn't complete it, then probably no one could. No matter how perverse the rules were, there would always be a way out. Just like the situation in the second stage, he believed he could always find a way to break through. Lin Moya flew towards the rune pillar. In the core area of the Divine City, outside the flame mass, a majestic voice sounded again. He has made his choice. I guess he chose to continue to the third stage. Yes, he is confident in his strength. No, that's just one aspect. The main reason he chose this is because he is human. Let's be prepared. This corner of the rune might be obtained. If he has hope, we must do our best to save him. Of course. The voices gradually faded. The flames in the void continued to burn fiercely. In the Poison Bee secret realm, the giant hand covered with runes extended further. Initially, it was just the palm, then the wrist, and now even the arm had emerged. The arm was also covered with runes, the same runes from the second stage. The previous runes were still there, but now they were clearer. The giant hand reached towards the sky, as if trying to grasp something. Lin Moya was unaware of these changes. He followed his heart and was firm in his choice, without any unnecessary distractions. He arrived in front of the stone pillar. Standing before the 10,000-meter-high stone pillar, Lin Moya was like a speck of dust, so insignificant. Lin Moya didn't recognize the runes on the stone pillar, only knowing it was part of a complete rune, a corner. Even just a part was incredibly powerful. He used his soul power to communicate with the stone pillar. The stone pillar rumbled, and the runes glowed brightly. The world before Lin Moya's eyes suddenly became blurry, and an irresistible force descended around him and on him. The rules have been changed. Chapter 1579. Chapter 1579, 1579. Chapter 1579, the third stage, indeed very dangerous. At the moment when the vision became blurry, a large number of skeletal god generals appeared around Lin Moyo. This was an instinctive reaction. The secret realm was too dangerous, and unexpected events could happen at any time. Lin Moyo felt himself being teleported, and the rules around him changed. His first reaction was to summon the skeletal god generals and use bone hell to envelop himself. The vision remained blurry, and nothing could be seen. Whether using the soul eye of the other shore realm or the undead vision, he couldn't see the surroundings clearly. The soul's perception also became blurry. He could vaguely sense some things, but they were indistinct. In this completely unfavorable situation, the skeletal god generals transmitted a large amount of information back. They were under attack. For other cultivators, fighting in a situation where their eyes couldn't see was absolutely disadvantageous. Although cultivators didn't rely on their physical eyes, they heavily depended on soul perception. If both abilities were affected, their combat power would be greatly reduced. Lin Moyo immediately ordered the skeletal god generals to counterattack. Although they couldn't lock onto targets, the skeletal god generals, relying on their numbers, could still counterattack. Lin Moyo summoned more skeletal god generals, launching attacks in all directions. Unable to find the enemy, they adopted a saturation attack method, covering all directions. The attacks on the skeletal god generals were strong, surpassing the 9th level of the god king realm, reaching the level of a small god sovereign. Facing small god sovereign level attacks, the skeletal god generals were continuously injured, suffering severe damage. Lin Moyo snapped his fingers, and the legion ruler appeared, healing the skeletal god generals. As time passed, the attacks seemed to intensify. The damage to the skeletal god generals also became more severe. Although the legion ruler could still heal, Lin Moyo had to summon more and more skeletal god generals. At this point, even the legion ruler was under attack. The source of the attacks was unknown, as were the methods and rules used. All that was known was that the attacks were omnidirectional, affecting all skeletal god generals and legion rulers simultaneously. The degree of damage they suffered was identical. Due to the difference in realms, the legion ruler suffered more damage than the skeletal god generals. Most of the legion ruler's healing spells were used on itself. Only Lin Moyo, the master, was not attacked for some reason. This can't go on. Lin Moyo knew that if the attacks continued to intensify, his undead army would eventually be overwhelmed. Of course, he could gamble that the attacks had a limit, but he didn't dare to gamble because this was the power of rules. In the face of the power of rules, he couldn't afford to gamble. Unable to see, Lin Moyo quickly reviewed the entire process in his mind. He suddenly realized that when the legion ruler first appeared, it wasn't attacked. It was only after the legion ruler healed the skeletal god generals that it was attacked. In other words, except for the first wave of attacks, the subsequent attacks were passive, not active. Let's test it. With a thought, a skeletal god general appeared beside him. This skeletal god general remained motionless, not launching any attacks. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds passed, and it was not attacked. Lin Moyo knew he had guessed correctly. Except for the first wave of attacks, the subsequent attacks were all passive. It was his counterattack orders that caused the skeletal god generals to be attacked. The legion ruler was also attacked because it healed the skeletal god generals. Now he had two choices: let the current 100,000 skeletal god generals and tens of thousands of legion rulers endure the attacks until they reached their limit and were destroyed. This loss was not significant for him and was entirely bearable. Being able to bear it was one thing, but whether he was willing to bear it was another. Lin Moyo didn't want his undead army to sacrifice in vain. It wasn't that the undead army couldn't die, but they shouldn't die pointlessly. Without much hesitation, Lin Moyo made a decision. Bone Hell instantly expanded, enveloping all the skeletal god generals. Lin Moyo joined the battle in his own way. This action was clearly seen as an attack. The next wave of attacks fell, including Lin Moyo. Bone Hell shook violently, trembling incessantly. The skeletal god generals and legion rulers were also attacked. The attacks ignored the obstruction of Bone Hell, hitting them in a way Lin Moyo couldn't understand. Mark. Lin Moyo whispered in his heart. One of Bone Hell's functions was to mark attackers. The marked target could be locked onto by the soul. Sure enough, a mark appeared in Lin Moyo's consciousness. In the next second, the soul locked onto it. There was no need to see it as long as it was marked. It could be locked onto and couldn't escape. Attack! With a whisper in his heart, 100,000 skeletal god generals simultaneously swung their swords, attacking the target. Sword energy swept through, and a white mass appeared in the blurry vision. Boom! A more intense counterattack occurred, and the undead army suffered severe damage again. The legion ruler was busy healing, and all the skeletal god generals were enveloped in white light. Lin Moyo sensed that the marked target was not without damage. It was indeed injured, but not severely enough. With determination, more skeletal god generals appeared. If 100,000 skeletal god generals weren't enough, then 1,000,000. As long as the space could accommodate them, 10 times more wouldn't be a problem. The white sword energy filled the mysterious space, as if something was being torn apart. Lin Moyo heard a scream. Light appeared in his vision, quickly restoring clarity. He saw a monster looking at him in horror. The monster was round and covered in spikes. Seeing it, Lin Moyo thought of a sea urchin. In the small world, many people like to eat sea urchins, but the sea urchin monster before him was hundreds or thousands of times larger. It was at least a kilometer long, with a round body covered in spikes, and hundreds of eyes among the spikes. All the eyes showed the same emotion, fear. In the places without eyes, Lin Moya saw a rune. It resembled a corner of the rune on the stone pillar but was different. The rune had been broken by him, injuring the sea urchin monster. The one affecting my vision and launching indiscriminate attacks was this rune. Lin Moya quickly made a judgment. The sea urchin monster's strength was average, only at the small god sovereign level. It wasn't much stronger than the skeletal god generals. Even an ordinary human small god sovereign could defeat it. Its greatest strength was the rune. Lin Moya didn't recognize the rune but knew it had the power of rules, capable of launching strange attacks. The sea urchin monster screamed, seemingly warning Lin Moya, then turned to flee. Dream on if you think you can escape. The skeletal god generals quickly acted, their sword energy engulfing it. Without the rune, the sea urchin monster had no other path but death against a million skeletal god generals. After killing the sea urchin monster, Lin Moya didn't feel much relief. Without Bone Hell, he might not have passed this stage. If it were another cultivator, even a small god sovereign, they would likely be helpless here. As the attacks intensified, they would ultimately meet their end. The third stage was indeed very dangerous. Chapter 1580. Chapter 1580, 1580. Chapter 1580, The Difference Between Laws and Rules. The sea urchin monster died without emitting a golden beam or releasing golden light spots. Its corpse disappeared silently, leaving behind a broken rune fragment in the void. For safety, Lin Moya did not directly take the rune fragment but instead sent a skeletal god general to retrieve it. The skeletal god general touched the rune, and nothing happened. After waiting for a while and confirming there were no issues, the skeletal god general brought the rune fragment back. In the current situation, caution was necessary. A single mistake could lead to death and the end of his path. No one knew how the rules had been altered. Facing the rules, Lin Moya felt that his power level was too low to resist. He took the rune fragment and carefully observed it. The rune on the stone pillar was just a corner of a complete rune. The fragment before him was even smaller, just a tiny piece. Its essence was the same as the rune fragments on the poison bees and fish monsters, but it was more complete and powerful. The different levels of rune fragments had entirely different effects and powers. The poison bees contained the fewest rune fragments, making them the weakest. The fish monsters in the second stage were stronger, and the golden water masses were even more powerful. Now, the sea urchin monster in the third stage was even stronger. The changes in the runes not only increased their power but also produced strange effects. For example, the golden rain in the second stage could turn people into gold, and the sea urchin monster's nearly infinite counterattacks were also due to the runes. Lin Moya didn't know what changes the next runes would bring, so he had to be increasingly cautious. The rune fragment was covered in cracks and already broken. It had lost its divine essence, but Lin Moya could still sense its uniqueness. It looked like a broken jade token filled with impurities, but it was actually formed by the power of rules. This alone was enough to show its extraordinary nature. From a material perspective, it had reached the level of the other shore realm. In the hands of others, it would be useless, just a piece of high-level waste. But in Lin Moya's hands, maybe I can use it to summon an elemental lich. Let's try. Lin Moya's eyes sparkled with an idea. He thought there would be no loss even if he failed. He held the rune in his palm and attempted to summon an elemental lich. The spell was successfully cast without any issues. There's hope. Lin Moya was delighted, realizing he might summon an elemental lich of the other shore realm. Even if it wasn't of the other shore realm, it would at least be a high-level god sovereign, greatly enhancing his combat power. The rune seemed to be influenced by some power, and a hidden trace of divine essence was activated. The rune revived, illuminating the void. Lin Moya's joy lasted less than 2 seconds. With a crisp crack, the rune completely shattered. The summoning failed, and the elemental lich did not appear. Is it because the rune is too broken, or is it due to the spell itself? Lin Moya pondered, backtracking from the feedback he received. He recalled every detail of the elemental lich spell, from when it was a skill to its current form. He concluded that the failure was more than 70% likely due to the spell. When the elemental lich was still a skill, using it to summon a lich beyond the skill level resulted in an extremely unstable lich that would self-destruct upon summoning. Lin Moya had used this characteristic to turn the elemental lich into a weapon, his trump card, saving himself from life-threatening situations multiple times. Now, it seemed he encountered the same problem. The rune's level was too high, while his level was too low. The elemental lich spell still used the power of laws, not reaching the level of rules. Although there was only a one-word difference between laws and rules, the gap was immense. Using a rule-level rune as material naturally led to failure. Even if it succeeded, the lich would likely lose control and self-destruct. Lin Moya thought deeply, recalling the events in the Tulu world. He realized that his spells were not omnipotent and had many limitations. Exceeding the spell's capability would lead to loss of control and undesirable outcomes. Therefore, the failure to summon the elemental lich might not be a bad thing. If it had succeeded, it could have been a bigger problem. Clearing his mind and dispelling disappointment, Lin Moya began to examine the space. The third stage space appeared desolate and void, with nothing in it. The skeletal god generals, glowing white, were the only light source. Lin Moya cast undead flames, turning them into torches to illuminate the surroundings. He then sent the skeletal god generals to explore in all directions. The undead flames drew long lines of fire in the silent void. Within seconds, a skeletal god general was suddenly attacked. The attack was abrupt, and the flying skeletal god general was struck by a powerful force, losing its direction. Its white bones shattered, nearly disintegrating with a single blow. The attack was purely physical and extremely powerful. The Legion ruler healed the skeletal god general from a distance. Lin Moya quickly connected to the skeletal god general's vision to find the attacker. In the void, a small god sovereign level soul fire burned brightly. In the gray and white world, Lin Moya saw its form. It was a giant poison bee, over 100 meters long, with a thick proboscis. The proboscis wasn't sharp, but at its tip was a shining rune fragment. Seeing the giant poison bee, Lin Moya instinctively knew it was the poison bee king. So the poison bee king is at the small god sovereign level, and with the rule level rune fragment, even ordinary small god sovereigns would have to flee. While Lin Moya observed the poison bee king, its rune fragment suddenly lit up. Without any visible movement, the skeletal god general was struck again. The newly healed bones shattered instantly, suffering even more damage than before. This attack was stronger than the previous one. The skeletal god general was sent flying, and the poison bee king appeared in its original position. The speed was so fast it seemed like teleportation. So fast. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed. He was connected to the skeletal god general's vision and personally experienced the poison bee king's attack. Its speed far exceeded that of a small god sovereign, even surpassing ordinary god sovereigns. Encountering the poison bee king, one would need to use an escape talisman immediately, otherwise, there might not even be a chance to flee. The poison bee king didn't give the skeletal god general a chance to recover. It twisted its body and attacked again. The skeletal god general couldn't react in time and was struck, its body shattering with a loud bang, leaving only its head intact. The soul fire in the head still burned strongly. Lin Moya wanted to recall the skeletal god general, but it failed. The skeletal god general was locked onto by the poison bee king and couldn't be retrieved. The poison bee king attacked the remaining head fiercely. White sword energy flew from afar, but the poison bee king didn't dodge. It used the rune fragment to collide with the sword energy. Chapter 1581. Chapter 1581, 1581. Chapter 1581, The Hunting Ground of Life and Death. The poison bee king remained motionless, and the rune on the tip of its proboscis flashed brightly, forcibly dispersing the sword energy. Lin Moya connected to the skeletal god general's vision again. Before he could see clearly, the newly resurrected skeletal god general was struck again. Its head shattered instantly. This strike was heavier than the previous two. The undead resurrection activated, and the skeletal god general that had just died was resurrected on the spot. Lin Moya silently reconnected to its vision. Even before he could see clearly, the newly resurrected skeletal god general was struck again. Its body exploded, killed again, unable to withstand even a single strike. Lin Moya didn't let it resurrect again but ordered the nearby skeletal god generals to rush over. The poison bee king switched targets, its massive body flickering and jumping in the void, instantly appearing in front of the skeletal god general that had just unleashed the sword energy. With a forceful thrust of its proboscis, the skeletal god general had no time to react and was shattered instantly. Its attacks are getting stronger each time, just like the sea urchin monster before. The difference is that the sea urchin monster attacked indiscriminately in groups, while the poison bee king attacks individually. The two monsters' rune fragments had slight differences, resulting in their different attack methods. Knowing the enemy's attack pattern, Lin Moya had a countermeasure. The skeletal god generals quickly approached but did not attack. The poison bee king initiated its attack when the skeletal god generals approached a certain distance. Its attack frequency was very high, launching dozens of attacks per second. However, the number of skeletal god generals was too great, with hundreds of millions approaching simultaneously. Under the blessing of Lin Moya's undead passive spells, to truly kill a skeletal god general, it had to be killed 5 times in a row. Soon, the skeletal god generals surrounded the poison bee king. Only then did Lin Moya order them to attack. The poison bee king was too fast. If it wasn't surrounded, it might not be hit accurately. Having learned from the previous experience with the sea urchin monster, if the attack power wasn't enough to destroy the rune fragment, it would be difficult to harm the poison bee king's main body. To kill the poison bee king, he had to first destroy the rune fragment. The skeletal god generals surrounded the poison bee king, and dense sword energy rained down on it. The rune fragment flashed brightly, and the poison bee king continuously thrust its proboscis to deflect the sword energy. It moved at incredible speed, leaving after images. With each attack, the rune's power grew stronger, shattering a large amount of sword energy. However, the skeletal god generals were too numerous. No matter how fast it could only block a tiny fraction of the sword energy. Finally, the rune could no longer withstand it and began to crack. After persisting for a few seconds, accompanied by a crisp sound, the rune was damaged and lost its effect. Without the protection of the rune, the poison bee king was instantly engulfed by the sword energy. After the attack, only a shattered rune fragment remained in the void. It was similar to the rune fragment left by the sea urchin monster, with only slight differences in detail. After the poison bee king's death, Lin Moya noticed a slight change in the void. This empty space seemed to have become a little brighter. It was as if some light had penetrated through. He extinguished all the undead flames and recalled all the skeletal god generals. Confirming that he was not mistaken, the void had indeed become a little brighter. In true darkness, even a slight change would be noticeable. Lin Moya knew what he had to do. He needed to hunt down the monsters in the void. Once he killed enough, this void would become bright, and he could then find the way forward. This void was a hunting ground, a terrifying place of life and death. The monsters here hid in the darkness, ready to launch deadly attacks at any moment. The first few attacks might not be strong, giving you time to react, but that time was very short. If you couldn't think of a solution within that short time, you would face death. For any small god sovereign, this was an extremely dangerous area. But for Lin Moyo, the danger here was not that high, not even as dangerous as the Golden Rain in the second stage. In a pure contest of power, he was not afraid. The skeletal god generals flew out in all directions again, searching for targets. Their role was to lure out the monsters. Soon, another monster appeared. This time, it was a water dragon, identical to the one seen in the second stage. However, the water dragon in the third stage was stronger, reaching the small god sovereign realm. Its attacks were weaker than the poison bee kings, but it could spit golden water capable of turning the skeletal god generals into gold, completely killing them. In the end, it too died under the skeletal god general's siege. One by one, the monsters were discovered and killed, seeking fresh flowers. During the process, the skeletal god generals also suffered casualties. Fortunately, Lin Moya replenished them in time. With his spells linked, these losses were merely a drop in the ocean. Among the monsters, the most troublesome was the sea urchin monster. The sea urchin monster's rune fragment could not only attack indiscriminately in groups but also change the rules in a large area. Within the area where the rules were changed, sight was obscured, and it couldn't be locked onto. Just these two characteristics alone made the sea urchin monster very difficult to deal with. However, there was a trade-off. The sea urchin monster's attack power was relatively weak. In a short time, it couldn't cause much damage to the skeletal god generals. When the skeletal god generals scattered and converged on it, the sea urchin monster's doom arrived. Pieces of shattered rune fragments fell into Lin Moya's hands. Although these rune fragments were currently useless, in the future, when he reached the other shore realm and his spell's essence changed from laws to rules, these rune fragments would become excellent materials for summoning elemental liches. Such materials would be priceless in the outside world. As more and more monsters were killed, the void gradually became brighter. From night to dawn, Lin Moya finally saw a stone pillar. The stone pillar did not seem to exist before but suddenly appeared when the void space underwent a certain change. The stone pillar was engraved with runes, a corner of a complete rune, identical to the one on the pillar outside. Lin Moya even felt that the pillar outside had come here. The corner rune flashed brightly, as if welcoming Lin Moya's arrival. Then, a beam of light enveloped the entire stone pillar, shooting into the sky and completely illuminating the void space. The void space was vast, and the area Lin Moya had previously explored was less than a third of it. A large number of monsters hidden in the void were now revealed by the light, letting out shrill cries. One by one, their bodies disintegrated, turning into streams of light and merging into the giant pillar. The runes on the giant pillar became clearer, and the light grew brighter, becoming dazzling. Lin Moya only glanced at it twice, not daring to continue looking. The light from the corner rune was like an arrow, piercing his eyes. He switched to the undead vision, continuing to observe the changes in the giant pillar. From the beam of light shooting up from the giant pillar, a massive figure emerged. The figure was tens of thousands of meters tall, towering above the ground. Lin Moya was but a speck of dust before it. Its figure rapidly solidified, covered in flowing rune fragments. It grasped the giant pillar, which instantly turned into a staff, rapidly thickening and lengthening. Finally, what appeared before Lin Moya was a terrifying giant holding a staff tens of thousands of meters long, enveloped in runes. Is this the final boss monster? It looks quite formidable. The giant emanated an aura surpassing the small god sovereign realm, but in Lin Moya's perception, it had not yet reached the god sovereign realm. However, considering the runes covering its body, even a god sovereign would find it troublesome to face it. The giant let out a furious roar and swung its staff. Lin Moya snapped his fingers, and the undead flames began to burn fiercely. Chapter 1582. Chapter 1582, 1582. Chapter 1582, at least not slapped out. Stellar level spell, Summon Skeleton King. The undead flames burned fiercely, and a magnificent and exquisite skeleton throne emerged from the flames. Lin Moya's Skeleton King, towering 10,000 meters high, stood up from the throne. It wore intricately designed heavy armor, and a bone cloak behind it burned with intense flames. The magnificent skeleton throne shattered, transforming into an equally magnificent and exquisite two-handed bone sword. At this moment, the giant staff of the rune giant had already swung out. The stone staff moved so fast that it disappeared from sight, leaving no afterimage. Countless skeletal god generals were struck by an invisible force, shattering and dying on the spot. The stone staff inherited several characteristics of the runes. Not only was it fast and powerful, but it also had a wide attack range. At least 10,000 skeletal god generals died under the staff. Lin Moya's heart moved, and the skeletal god generals quickly retreated, avoiding the attack from a distance. The Skeleton King had already drawn its sword. Facing the equally towering rune giant, the Skeleton King swung its bone sword. Spell, God-slaying slash. A galaxy of white bones appeared above the Skeleton King's head. In the galaxy, the bones surged like waves, forming countless skeletons. These skeletons also swung their swords along with the Skeleton King. Sword light shone on the rune giant, breaking numerous runes. The rune giant was sent flying by the powerful force, its protective runes shattered by more than half. However, the rune giant did not die, and its aura did not weaken much. Compared to the abyssal dragon demon in the 4-star region competition, the rune giant was much stronger. At that time, the Skeleton King had killed the abyssal dragon demon with one strike, not even showing its full strength. This moment marked the true debut of the Skeleton King after reaching the God-sovereign realm. The galaxy of white bones surged like a giant wave, instantly disappearing and reappearing in front of the rune giant. The galaxy of white bones wrapped around the rune giant like a giant hand. The Skeleton King's figure blurred and disappeared, reappearing on the galaxy of white bones. Standing on the galaxy, the Skeleton King looked down at the rune giant like a king. Holding the bone sword with both hands, it struck like lightning. The sword strikes fell like rain, densely packed. In the galaxy of white bones, countless skeletons also wielded their swords, slashing at the rune giant. More runes shattered, and the rune giant roared in anger, swinging its stone staff at the Skeleton King. The bone cloak behind the Skeleton King moved without wind, transforming into a shield to meet the stone staff. With a loud bang, the shield shattered, but the stone staff was also repelled. The shield exploded into flames, which reformed and returned to the Skeleton King's back as a cloak. The Skeleton King's attack was unaffected. The giant sword created countless afterimages, striking thousands of times per second. The galaxy of white bones firmly held the rune giant, preventing its escape. More and more runes shattered. The rune giant roared and spat out golden water. Lin Moya's pupils contracted. He knew the golden water was a deadly weapon against his undead army. Although the Skeleton King lacked wisdom, it had strong combat instincts. Realizing the threat of the golden water, its eyes glowed red, and the undead flames surged. In an instant, the Skeleton King turned into a being of fire. The flames clashed with the golden water, producing a harsh hissing sound. The rune fragments and the golden water were burned away by the undead flames, rendering them ineffective. Although the golden water was powerful and contained the power of rules, it was too weak. The Skeleton King's power had reached the true God-sovereign level, and its undead flames even surpassed Lin Moya's. With enough undead flames, the golden water was incinerated. In the flames, the Skeleton King raised its bone sword and thrust it like lightning. The bone sword pierced through the rune giant's mouth and head. The sword glowed, and Lin Moya seemed to hear the call of the bones. In the galaxy of white bones, countless skeletons raised their swords simultaneously. The Skeleton King exerted its strength, forcibly slashing within the rune giant. All the power of the galaxy of white bones was concentrated in this strike. This strike was even stronger than the god-slaying slash. The dazzling sword light exploded from within the rune giant, shattering all the runes. The rune giant screamed and collapsed, its body disintegrating into fragments. The rune giant died, its body fading away, and the stone staff disintegrated, leaving behind a corner of a rune. This corner of the rune was much more complete than the previous rune fragments Lin Moya had obtained. Although it was covered in cracks and had lost its divine essence, it was still a valuable material. For others, it might be useless, but for Lin Moya, it was highly useful. Lin Moya took the rune fragment and put it away. This battle fully demonstrated the Skeleton King's combat power, which was comparable to any low-level god sovereign. If a god sovereign had a powerful treasure, they might defeat the Skeleton King, but it wouldn't be easy. Lin Moya realized that as his realm increased, his ability to fight across levels seemed to grow stronger. Unlike other geniuses, whose ability to fight across levels weakened as their realm increased, Lin Moya felt he was becoming more formidable. After putting away the broken rune fragment, the surrounding void became blurry again. This blurriness lasted for about 10 seconds before the scene became clear again. Lin Moya found himself back in the secret realm, facing the giant stone pillar with runes. However, the runes on the stone pillar were now cracked and had lost their divine essence. Lin Moya knew that this corner of the rune was now useless. Did I pass the third stage? There was no prompt, nor did a vortex appear to leave the secret realm, so Lin Moya didn't know if he had passed the third stage. After waiting for a few minutes, he finally sensed something. Looking up, he saw a black dot in the sky. The black dot quickly enlarged, revealing an arm covered in runes. Lin Moya's heart tightened, then relaxed. He sensed the aura of the human emperor network from the arm, indicating it came from the network. The arm grabbed the giant stone pillar and forcefully pulled it out. Lin Moya felt the entire secret realm shaking violently, with continuous rumbling sounds. The ground cracked, and the clouds fell, as if the world was collapsing, giving a sense of impending doom. A vortex appeared beside Lin Moya, and the voice of the human emperor network sounded in his ear, "Get out." Without hesitation, Lin Moya entered the vortex and left the secret realm. In the next second, he returned to the Divine City Star region. He sensed the presence of cultivators around him, with at least hundreds nearby. The surrounding space twisted continuously as more people emerged from the secret realm. Numerous exclamations filled the air. What happened to the secret realm? Why did the entrance vortex disappear? Why are so many people coming out? Did something change inside? People who had just left the secret realm also looked puzzled. I was fighting the poison bees, and suddenly I was out. Me too. It felt like a giant hand threw me out. I was slapped out. I was about to kill the poison bee queen. What happened? Various voices filled the air. Lin Moya listened to their exclamations and realized he was relatively fortunate. Most of these people had been forcibly ejected. It seemed the human emperor network treated him well, at least not slapping him out. Chapter 1583. Chapter 1583, 1583. Chapter 1583, Divine City Announcement, Prominent Figures. Everyone in the secret realm was expelled. Lin Moya didn't know what the human emperor network was planning, but he was sure it was something significant. The Human Emperor Network's actions indicated that something major was about to happen. It might not even be the Human Emperor Network's doing, but rather the actions of those powerful beings at the other shore realm. Amidst the confusion, everyone who had been expelled from the secret realm simultaneously received a notification from the Human Emperor Network. The noisy scene instantly quieted down. All those who have left the secret realm are considered to have completed the secret realm task and will receive a unified reward of 10 points of Divine City merits. Those who had been complaining a moment ago now showed expressions of joy. They were all considered to have completed the task and received 10 points of Divine City merits. There was no better news than this, and the complaints disappeared instantly. Everyone was overjoyed, their faces beaming with happiness. Those who hadn't been in the secret realm were curious and asked what had happened. Upon hearing about the reward from the Human Emperor Network, they regretted not entering the secret realm, missing out on the 10 points of Divine City merits. Lin Moya stood silently to the side, hearing different information from others. Congratulations on completing the first stage of the Poison Bee secret realm task. Reward, 10 points of Divine City merits. Congratulations on completing the second stage of the Poison Bee secret realm task. Reward, 50 points of Divine City merits. Congratulations on completing the third stage of the Poison Bee secret realm task. Reward, 200 points of Divine City merits. Congratulations on fully clearing the Poison Bee secret realm. Reward, 300 points of Divine City merits. For notifications echoed in his mind. A total of 560 points of Divine City merits as task rewards. Lin Moya couldn't help but murmur, it seems earning Divine City merits isn't that difficult after all. Previously, during the competition, Su Jianxing had said that earning Divine City merits was extremely difficult. Even earning 1 point of merit was not easy. But in his first task, entering his first secret realm, he had earned 560 points of Divine City merits. Adding the 300 points he already had, his Divine City merits suddenly increased to 860 points. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, the secret realm is disappearing." Everyone looked at the secret realm, and the light ball of the secret realm was gradually shrinking. A few seconds later, the light ball shattered like a bubble and disappeared from everyone's sight. Someone exclaimed, "I know, someone has cleared the Poison Bee secret realm. I remember, when someone clears a secret realm, it permanently closes. Oh my god, no wonder we were expelled. Someone cleared the entire secret realm. Who is this amazing person? I want to worship them. I want to worship them too. This is not something an ordinary person can do." Everyone was looking for the person who cleared the Poison Bee secret realm, trying to find out who it was. In the history of the human race, there have always been extraordinary individuals with combat power far beyond ordinary cultivators. Some secret realms have been completely cleared by these people. Each time a secret realm is cleared, it permanently closes. But with hundreds of people present, no one admitted to it, making it difficult to find the person who cleared it. Lin Moya tried to sneak away, not wanting to attract attention, as it would be too troublesome. At this moment, someone shouted, "The Human Emperor Network has issued an announcement. Everyone, check it out." An announcement? Lin Moya was stunned. What was an announcement? Instinctively, he entered the Human Emperor Network and saw a huge announcement displayed in text form. He could close the announcement with a thought, but if he didn't, it would remain. Divine City announcement. Primary personnel. Lin Moya has successfully cleared the primary 12,998 star system Poison Bee secret realm. This secret realm will now be permanently closed, and related tasks will be cancelled. So this is an announcement, only issued to the Divine City Star region. No wonder I hadn't seen it before. The Divine City Star region is the base of the Human Emperor Network, where its power far exceeds that of the outside world. Here, the Human Emperor Network can easily interfere with reality and perform many operations. Others might not understand what clearing a secret realm means, but Lin Moya did. Ultimately, it was the giant hand formed by the Human Emperor Network that forcibly took the rune pillar. It wasn't the Human Emperor Network that closed the secret realm. It was because the rune was taken, causing the secret realm to disappear. The secret realm was originally created by that corner of the rune, and now that the rune was gone, the secret realm naturally vanished. Lin Moya understood this, knowing that the rune was related to the power of rules and ancient secrets. The powerful beings at the other shore realm and the human race were all very interested in ancient matters. Not only the powerful beings, but Lin Moya himself had collected many rune fragments this time. He speculated that other secret realms might also contain various runes. If he cleared a few more, he could collect more rune fragments and earn more rewards. Meanwhile, the Human Emperor Network could obtain ancient runes. This win-win situation seemed quite appealing and worth pursuing. Just as Lin Moya was thinking about which secret realm to tackle next, he felt countless gazes on him. Oops! Lin Moya realized something was wrong. He had been so caught up in his thoughts that he forgot the Human Emperor Network's announcement would make him the center of attention. Moreover, his information wasn't fully hidden. Everyone could see his name and realm. There were many people named Lin Moya, but in this place, he was likely the only one. Sure enough, Lin Moya found himself surrounded, making it difficult to leave. "Master Lin, I bow to you. Junior brother Lin, it's really you. You're amazing. How did you do it? Do you have any secrets? How many stages are there in the Poison Bee secret realm? What are the rewards for clearing it?" Everyone bombarded him with questions, looking at him as if he were a true deity. At the same time, Lin Moya received a large amount of belief power. With the Divine City announcement, belief power began to pour into Lin Moya. For the cultivators in the Divine City Star region, the first place in the 4-star region competition was impressive, but they had their own pride. Many believed that the Divine City was the most powerful place. Even the first place in the 4-star region competition would be just an ordinary genius in the Divine City. Historically, many first-place winners ended up as ordinary talents in the Divine City. Now, Lin Moyo had come to the Divine City and immediately cleared a secret realm. This was like a bombshell. Clearing a secret realm was not something an ordinary genius could do. Even top-tier geniuses couldn't achieve it. In the history of the human race, those who could clear secret realms were rare. If secret realms were easy to clear, there wouldn't be so many in the Divine City star region. They would have been cleared long ago. Lin Moya's actions proved that he was a true top-tier genius. On star 12,998 to 1, in the Mu family, Mu Ziyouyan rushed into Mu Ziobu's courtyard, shouting, "Ziobu, check the announcement quickly." Mu Ziobu, who was meditating, was startled by her father's loud voice and complained, "Dad, you almost scared me to death." Despite her complaints, Mu Ziobu checked the announcement in the Human Emperor Network. The next second, she was stunned. Her mouth twitched, and after a long time, she finally said, "Junior brother Lin, you're amazing." In the tea house, Qiu Ji let his teacup fall to the ground, speechless. He wasn't the only one. Many in the tea house had the same expression. Qiu Ji couldn't believe that the secret realm that almost killed him was cleared by Lin Moyo. How did he do it? Chapter 1584. Chapter 1584, 1584. Chapter 1584, 3rd tier ancient rune, fishing in the Sea of Laws. The entire Divine City star region was in an uproar because of this announcement. Lin Moyo instantly became the focal point of the Divine City. In every area, regardless of level, countless people were discussing Lin Moyo at the same time. Unfortunately, Lin Moyo's information had now been hidden and classified as top secret. Even peak god sovereigns like Zhu Tian couldn't access it. Only those at the other shore realm could view Lin Moya's information. Some of Lin Moya's deeds could only be spread by those in the know, but the accuracy of these accounts was questionable. In the pitch-black void, Lin Moya flew silently and invisibly. He had hidden his information, making it impossible for people to find out who he was. After finally breaking free from the crowd, he transformed into a stream of light, shaking off everyone. Being surrounded felt like being in a zoo, with everyone watching a rare animal. Lin Moya wasn't the type to enjoy flattery and praise. He preferred being down to earth. Compared to this, he found people like Xu Xiong and even Mu Ziobu more to his liking. He didn't even return to the 12,998 star system but instead flew towards the nearest 12,301 star system. He knew that many people had already arrived at the 12,998 star system. If he went back, he would be walking into a trap. Traveling from one star system to another was a long journey. Based on the distance, it would take about 100 days of flying. This was the closest distance, and Lin Moyo had no choice. He couldn't afford to waste 100 days. Lin Moya summoned a skeletal dragon to carry him while he used the time to systematically study runes. He could still access the Human Emperor Network here and compare it with the information in Fuyo. 100 days wasn't long enough to fully understand runes, but it was enough to establish a basic framework. Besides studying runes, he also needed to research the power of belief. His power of belief was now unprecedentedly vast and growing every moment. The power of belief had many wonderful uses, but he hadn't had much time to explore them. His cultivation time had been too short, and he had been moving too fast. Now, he could use these 100 days to calm down, study the information, and settle his soul. In the core area of the Divine City, within a blazing fireball, a giant hand covered in runes flew out, bringing back the rune obtained from the Poison Bee secret realm. The rune fell into the hands of Elder Su. Although this rune was just a corner and somewhat incomplete, it still contained powerful rule-based power. This power was so intense that even looking at it would cause Lin Moya's eyes to sting, and forcibly memorizing it would lead to quick forgetfulness. For other god kings, just one glance would be enough to shatter their souls and end their lives. Half a day later, a majestic voice slowly spoke, "Have you discerned anything?" Elder Su replied, "This is just a corner of a rune, altering some rules, but its power is not strong. If I'm not mistaken, this rune in its complete form should be a 3rd tier ancient rune." "Only 3rd tier?" the voice asked again. Elder Su nodded, "It should be. After all, it's just a secret realm in a primary star region. 3rd tier is already quite high." After a moment of silence, the majestic voice spoke again, "What about the little guy who cleared the secret realm?" Lady Yu chuckled, "He's flying. He doesn't dare to return to the star system to use the teleportation array." Gentle laughter echoed in the silent starry sky. This situation had been anticipated long ago. The skeletal dragon transformed into a stream of light, flying towards the nearest 12,301 life star system at a speed of 150,000 kilometers per second. In the great world, the distances between star systems are vast, usually measured in light years. At Lin Moya's speed, it would take several years to traverse. But the Divine City is different. The star regions within the Divine City have been clearly manipulated, and the distances between star systems are not far. If you shrink the map of the Divine City, you can see that the distances between star systems seem to follow specific rules. All the star systems are arranged in a special pattern. Lin Moya sat cross-legged on the back of the skeletal dragon, his consciousness fully immersed in the Human Emperor Network. The Human Emperor Network contains 5 Human Emperor training grounds, each with a Sea of Laws. 4 of these seas belong to the 4 major star regions of the human race. The central Sea of Laws belongs to the Divine City. The Sea of Laws in the Divine City is not freely accessible. Only those who have obtained Divine City qualifications can enter. Besides qualifications, there are other conditions. Of course, Lin Moyo met all these conditions. The Sea of Laws in the Divine City is much larger than those in the 4 major star regions, with more comprehensive laws. It almost covers all third-tier laws. Nearly half of the second-tier laws are also present. Most of the well-known laws can be found here, represented by corresponding law stars. Through these law stars, one can quickly comprehend laws, greatly accelerating cultivation speed. Moreover, time in the Sea of Laws is accelerated. With Lin Moya's current realm, he could reach the maximum acceleration of 100 times. Training here for 100 days would only be equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. The law stars in the Sea of Laws were useless to Lin Moyo. What he needed was the 100 times time acceleration to gain more time for himself. He scanned the Sea of Laws, looking for a quiet spot. There were many people here, all quietly sitting and comprehending their respective laws. Soon, Lin Moyo found a corner and sat down quietly. He didn't need to comprehend laws, he just needed to be within the Sea of Laws coverage. Lin Moyo observed the Sea of Laws for a while and muttered to himself, if I get the chance, I must visit the real Sea of Laws in the future. The Sea of Laws before him was a virtual world within the Human Emperor network, not real. In the real world, there is a true Sea of Laws. The Sea of Laws in the Human Emperor network is actually a projection of the real Sea of Laws. The virtual Sea of Laws in the Human Emperor network is already extremely magnificent, so the real one must be even grander. A nearby elderly voice said, young man, you have great ambitions. Lin Moya was slightly startled and turned to see an old man in black sitting not far from him. The old man was holding a fishing rod, fishing. Lin Moya was dumbfounded. Were there fish in the Sea of Laws? Although it was called a sea, it wasn't a real sea. It was filled with intertwined laws, projected by the Human Emperor network, not real. Then, Lin Moya's eyes narrowed. He realized that the old man wasn't real either. The old man, like the Sea of Laws, was a projection of the Human Emperor network. In other words, the old man was not only fishing here but also fishing in the real Sea of Laws. Lin Moya's heart trembled, and he roughly guessed the old man's identity. He was either a powerful being at the other shore realm or the spirit of the Sea of Laws. If the real Sea of Laws were considered a powerful treasure, it wouldn't be impossible for it to have a spirit. Lin Moyo asked, Senior, have you caught any fish? The old man's voice was calm, does it matter? Lin Moyo pondered for a moment and then smiled. Thank you for the lesson, Senior. The old man gently shook his head. I didn't say anything. He said nothing, but he said everything. Chapter 1585. Chapter 1585, 1585. Chapter 1585, Establishing his own rune system. Lin Moyo asked about the result, and the old man answered about the process. Sometimes, the result is very important, but many times, the process is equally crucial. Sometimes the result is predetermined, and no matter how much effort is put in, the result may not be good. But if no effort is made, the result will almost certainly be bad. Isn't everyone striving for a good result? Lin Moya reflected on himself, knowing that he was in such a situation. He was working hard to become stronger, strong enough to change everything, to defy fate. But could he really do it? He wasn't sure, not at all. He could only give his all in the process. But the final result was really hard to say. The runes of the Great World are strong, the ultimate goal pursued by everyone in the Great World. But even the runes of the Great World are still broken. They encountered a more powerful and terrifying force. Even the runes of the Great World cannot control their own result. So Lin Moya's goal was very high and grand. He wanted to surpass the runes of the Great World, to truly control all results. He gathered all the rune materials he could find, starting from the most basic free materials, reading them bit by bit. Later, he found some materials that required points to access, and he bought them all, spending points to acquire them. There were many rune materials, costing nearly 10 million points. But he was wealthy, with assets exceeding 700 million points. 10 million points were just a drop in the bucket. In the Sea of Laws in the Divine City, others had to spend 100,000 points every day to train. If they trained here for 100 days, that would be 10 million points. This was not a small amount. Many god kings couldn't come up with 10 million points. After all, with the 100 times time acceleration, 10 million points were well worth it. Compared to the time house, the time spent in the Sea of Laws could accelerate the understanding of laws without consuming real lifespan, offering many benefits. Most god kings who came here to train experienced both pain and joy. As for Lin Moyu, he didn't need to spend any points. He had a total of 3,500 days of training time in the Human Emperor training ground, meaning he could stay in the Sea of Laws for 3,500 days without spending any points. 3,500 days in the Human Emperor network was nearly 10 years, equivalent to 35 days in the real world. After repeatedly receiving training time rewards from the Human Emperor training ground, Lin Moyo had never had the chance to use them. This time, he could use all the time. For the remaining time, he could choose to use points. As for the Divine City merits, he would avoid using them if possible. As time passed, Lin Moyo absorbed a vast amount of knowledge related to runes. In his mind, he gradually established a complete rune system. This was a system formed entirely based on his own understanding, self-taught from existing materials without any guidance. The system might be imperfect, but it bore Lin Moya's own imprint, different from anyone else's. Imperfections didn't matter as Lin Moya's research on runes deepened and his vision broadened. Most imperfections would be corrected. During the process of establishing the rune system, Lin Moya constantly had insights. Strangely, Lin Moya felt a sense of déjà vu, not towards a specific rune but towards every rune. It was as if he had seen these runes somewhere before. He slowly raised his finger and drew a rune in the air. This was the most basic rune, representing the most basic spell, flame spell. In the small world, there was a profession called Elemental Mage. Elemental mages had a skill called Fireball Spell. The Flame Spell was an evolution of the Fireball Spell, a higher level product of the skill transforming into a spell. In the small world, the Flame Spell was an impressive spell. Its power could compare to divine spells. A single flame spell could evaporate and burn mountains, rivers, and seas. But from the perspective of the great world, the flame spell was really weak. At the true god level, it was basically unused, just a small spell for the super god realm to play with. Lin Moya wrote his first rune, a seemingly simple fire character. Although it was a basic rune, not everyone could write it. It required not only form but also spirit. When Lin Moya wrote the rune, he infused it with his spirit. The soul power of the other shore realm flowed like a stream from Lin Moya's finger into the rune. The rune was successfully written, and the fire rune turned into a fireball, shooting into the sky. Boom! A layer of crimson fire clouds suddenly appeared above the sea of laws. Countless flames churned in the clouds, as if they could fall at any moment. The fire clouds emitted an astonishing aura, surpassing the true god realm and reaching the god king level. Many people who were training were startled, looking at the crimson fire clouds above the sea of laws with suspicion. Lin Moya didn't expect that just drawing the simplest basic rune would cause such a commotion. But the rune was already activated, and he couldn't stop it unless he used a stronger force to disperse the crimson fire clouds. At this moment, the old man not far from him gently tugged the fishing rod. The sea of laws gently shook, and the crimson fire clouds were instantly dispersed. The crimson fire clouds shattered like bubbles, disappearing as if they had never appeared. Many people returned to their training state. Lin Moya breathed a sigh of relief and bowed to the old man. "Thank you, senior." The old man shook his head. "Don't try this in the sea of laws." Lin Moya understood. "I understand, senior." Lin Moya realized that the Sea of Laws was a place for training, not for experimenting with spells. Especially his runes, which were drawn with the soul of the other shore realm. The same rune, when drawn by him, had far greater power than others. Putting away the thought of testing other runes, Lin Moya checked the time. From the moment he entered the human emperor training ground and came to the Sea of Laws, 3,000 days had passed. Although only 30 days had passed in the real world, his consciousness in the human emperor network had truly experienced 3,000 days. Nearly 9 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Indeed, there is no time in cultivation. The basic rune system was established, and he had his own understanding of runes. He had even mastered most of the basic runes. In other words, his foundation was solid. To further study runes, he could either find a teacher or join a sect or family proficient in runes. Of course, he could also self-study. But self-study required a lot of materials, some of which were not easily obtainable. The Human Emperor Network had such materials, but they required Divine City merits to exchange. Besides that, Lin Moyo had another path. He had the Fuya given by Elder Su, which he could continue to study. The runes recorded in Fuya were more advanced than basic runes. In Lin Moya's rune system, he divided runes into 3 levels. The lowest level he called basic runes, like the flame spell he had just drawn. The runes recorded in Fuya belonged to high-level runes. The rune fragments seen in the Poison Bee secret realm were called ancient runes. With his current ability, he could start practicing high-level runes, but he was still far from ancient runes. Lin Moya spent another day carefully reviewing all the rune knowledge before truly stopping. He didn't continue studying Fuya but instead took out the materials he had obtained from Hu Tian and Bai Shao to start researching the power of belief. At the same time, he bought all the available materials on the power of belief from the Human Emperor Network. The entire process was the same as studying runes. Chapter 1586. Chapter 1586, 1586. Chapter 1586, Infinite Amplification, Mysterious Power of Belief. Lin Moya was a blank slate when it came to the power of belief. Apart from what Antares had mentioned, that the power of belief could increase the speed of comprehending laws, he had no other information. In fact, it did have this effect. Later, when he broke through to the God King realm, he used the power of belief to activate the Mirror of Belief, which made him realize that there were special treasures specifically designed for the power of belief. The power of belief, being one of the fundamental forces of the human race, was certainly not simple. This was something Lin Moyo had believed from the beginning. From the 4-star region competition, Lin Moya still couldn't discover the specific uses of the power of belief. The cultivators of the White Tiger Star region didn't seem to have anything special about them, at least not that he could see. So Lin Moya was always puzzled, was the power of belief too weak, or were the White Tiger Star region cultivators not proficient in its use? This time, he decided to explore for himself to see what the power of belief truly entailed and why it became one of the fundamental forces of the human race. First, he checked the information from the Human Emperor Network. There was a lot of information about the power of belief in the Human Emperor Network. Through this information, he could form a systematic understanding, similar to runes. By understanding the system, he could better comprehend other materials and insights without being misled. When the information about the power of belief was unlocked, Lin Moya felt as if he had seen a whole new world. Countless predecessors of the human race had conducted in-depth research on the power of belief, ultimately concluding that it was a peculiar force, existing between reality and illusion. It seemed to be a manifestation of some illusory law, something that shouldn't exist in the world, yet it did. The power of belief had significant effects, the most well-known being its ability to help comprehend laws. However, this assistance wasn't always available. It only worked when one had reached a bottleneck in understanding a law and couldn't break through after a period of time. In Lin Moya's understanding, the power of belief was like a hammer that could break through the wall of a bottleneck, allowing one to continue progressing. Of course, the stronger the bottleneck, the more power of belief was needed. For the cultivators of the White Tiger Star region, most lacked sufficient power of belief. It was useful at lower realms but became less effective at higher realms. Therefore, the average realm of White Tiger Star region cultivators wasn't much higher than other star regions. The second use of the power of belief was to activate and drive some special treasures. However, these treasures were mostly auxiliary and not powerful offensive treasures. The first two uses were the most common and frequently used because they required relatively low amounts of power of belief. As for the other uses of the power of belief, the requirements were much higher, and the number of users significantly decreased. Most cultivators couldn't meet the requirements. The root of the power of belief lay in the thoughts of countless beings. It wasn't a matter of hundreds or thousands but required the collective thoughts of billions of beings to form sufficient power of belief. Once enough power of belief was gathered, it could achieve the third use, amplifying spells. The power of belief could attach to any spell, amplifying its effects. Whether for defense or attack, as long as it was a spell, it could be amplified. The amplification effect had no upper limit, ranging from the weakest one-fold to the strongest infinite-fold, depending on the amount of power of belief consumed. Besides these three uses, the power of belief had many other uses, increasingly mysterious and seemingly beyond what laws could achieve. However, the requirements for the power of belief also increased explosively. For example, purifying the soul. With enough power of belief, one could purify the soul, enhancing its realm. For many cultivators, enhancing the soul's realm was an irresistible temptation. The power of belief could also be used for deduction. According to one piece of information, the power of belief could deduce all kinds of laws, having incredible effects at the God-sovereign realm, though no specific details were provided. Additionally, the power of belief had other uses, but these were too advanced to be recorded in the materials Lin Moya could access. Just by looking at the ubiquitous towers of belief in the Divine City, where even beings of the Other Shore realm collected the power of belief, one could understand its significance. Even at the Other Shore realm, the power of belief could still play a powerful role. Lin Moya even suspected that the power of belief might truly shine at the Other Shore realm. Finally, he had a systematic understanding of the power of belief. Next, I need to refine the power of belief and truly make it my own. On the back of the skeletal dragon, Lin Moya's palm gradually outlined a special rune. This rune was a basic rune called the refining rune. Its purpose was to assist in refining, melting some materials. Lin Moya used his Other Shore realm soul, assisted by the power of belief, to draw the rune. When the rune was completed, it automatically exploded, turning into a transparent, illusory flame. This flame could refine the power of belief. Lin Moya had collected a large amount of power of belief, but it varied in strength and was full of impurities. Although he could use it, the effect was not ideal. After refining, the power of belief would become pure and truly his own. The transparent flame exploded again, enveloping his entire body. Countless illusory impurities rose from Lin Moya's body, and various sounds echoed in the void. These were the impure thoughts within the power of belief, now being refined and discarded. With the assistance of his powerful soul, the rune was very strong, and the refining process was extremely fast. In just 2 days, Lin Moya had refined all the power of belief. A total of 3,200 units of power of belief. Every day, the power of belief increases by about 10 units. Lin Moya counted the refined power of belief, using units as the measurement. This method was also mentioned in the materials. Since the amount of power of belief each provider could offer varied, it couldn't be specifically counted by the number of people. It could only be measured uniformly after refining and merging. 3,212 units of power of belief were already an astronomical number for countless cultivators. Compared to when he advanced to the God King realm and activated the Mirror of Belief, which required only 1 unit of power of belief, the increase was now thousands of times greater. If he used 10 units of power of belief, he could double the effect of any spell. Using 100 units could amplify it 5-fold. Using 1,000 units could amplify it 10-fold. The more power of belief used, the weaker the amplification effect, a marginal effect Lin Moya fully understood. Theoretically, as long as there was enough power of belief, spells could be infinitely amplified. This was a terrifying ability, and even Lin Moya was amazed. Just this one ability was enough to make countless people covet it. Lin Moya seemed to understand why beings of the Other Shore realm collected so much power of belief. If their spells were further amplified, just thinking about it was frightening. Suddenly, Lin Moya's expression became strange as he thought of a possible clever trick. Chapter 1587. Chapter 1587, 1587. Chapter 1587, Shameless Trick, Setting Up the Belief Array. Skeletons appeared around Lin Moya. He ordered the skeletons to express devotion towards him. The skeletons were already loyal to their master Lin Moya with unlimited devotion. No matter what command he gave, even if it was unreasonable or ordering them to go to their deaths, they would obey without hesitation. Under such devotion, Lin Moya commanded them to express devotion to him. Time passed second by second, but Lin Moya felt nothing. The void was silent without a sound. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. This shouldn't be the case. Lin Moya felt it was strange. According to his guess, this shouldn't have happened. Although the skeletons were his summons, they had their own lives. Although they were undead, their life form was special, they did possess life. The soul fires in their skulls were the best proof. The power of belief did not require the other party to have wisdom or to think. Even an insect, as long as it was devout enough, could provide the power of belief. All his thoughts seemed correct, but in the end, the skeletons did not produce any power of belief towards him. Where did I go wrong? Lin Moyo pondered, recalling the materials and reconsidering all possibilities. Suddenly, he thought of the towers of belief. In the towers of belief, there was an array that seemed to gather the power of belief. This array was formed by runes. If he could construct this array himself, perhaps he could collect the power of belief. An array that can collect the power of belief. Lin Moyo searched for information about this array in the Human Emperor network and finally found it. Belief array. The array can form an area. People within the area will naturally express devotion and offer the power of belief. Seeing the description of the belief array's function, this was indeed what he needed. Within the area covered by the array, as long as the people inside did not consciously resist and were told a name, the array could automatically collect their power of belief. The array would guide the people inside and not cause any harm to them, as long as they did not resist. This was why the scene in the Tower of Belief had occurred. Whether it was skeletons, death knights, or even slaves in bone hell, as long as they were Lin Moya's summons, they had no consciousness to resist. If he set up this array, he would very likely succeed in collecting the power of belief. Lin Moyo estimated the probability of success to be over 99%. Belief array, in the Human Emperor network was not provided for free, it required exchanging Divine City merits. The price was extremely expensive, requiring 500 Divine City merits. 500 Divine City merits was an astronomical sum. For many initial cultivators, they would need to complete 50 Secret Realm tasks successfully to earn 500 Divine City merits. Secret Realm tasks were extremely dangerous, and one could easily die inside. To spend 500 Divine City merits just to exchange for this array was unnecessary. Only those who had established families and sects and pursued the power of belief would spend such a high price to purchase it. After considering for just a minute, Lin Moyo made his decision. He communicated with the Human Emperor network, purchased the belief array. After verification, you meet the requirements to purchase the belief array. Purchasing the belief array requires 500 Divine City merits. Please confirm if you want to purchase. Lin Moyo did not hesitate to reply, confirm purchase. In the next second, 500 Divine City merits were deducted, and Lin Moyo obtained detailed information on how to set up the belief array. Eagerly checking the information, Lin Moyo frowned slightly. The information on the belief array brought him one good news and two bad news. The good news was that the belief array did not require any materials, it was a pure rune array that only needed runes to set up. This meant Lin Moyo did not need to collect additional materials. The materials for setting up arrays could cost tens of thousands, and collecting them was not easy. Some materials were not only rare but also expensive. Some could not be bought even with money. The first bad news was that these runes were somewhat difficult, and most of them were not yet mastered by Lin Moyo. The second bad news was that setting up the array required using the power of belief to draw the corresponding runes, and the consumption of the power of belief was very high. The belief array consisted of 1,200 sub-runes and one main rune. Setting up a complete belief array required consuming 2,000 units of the power of belief. If the setup failed, the 2,000 units of the power of belief would dissipate, completely wasted. In other words, he could only fail once. If he failed once, he would have to wait some time before attempting to set it up again. Lin Moyo began to ponder the probability of successfully setting up the belief array. After a moment, Lin Moyo's brow relaxed, revealing confidence again. Although there are some difficulties, it is not impossible. If successful, it will be a huge boost to my combat power. According to his calculations, he had at least a 60% chance of successfully setting up the belief array. 60% was not high, but it was enough. With this decision, the next step was to master these runes. Currently, there were 60 days left before reaching the initial 12,301 life star system. In reality, 40 days had passed, while in the Human Emperor training ground, 4,000 days had passed. Previously, he had spent 3,000 days in the Human Emperor training ground learning runes, and then another 1,000 days learning about the power of belief. He had exhausted all 3,500 days of training time in the Human Emperor training ground and had been using points for the remaining 500 days. 5 million points had been used at 100,000 points per day. He decided to spend the remaining time in the Human Emperor training ground as well, taking advantage of the time acceleration ability of the Sea of Laws and exchanging points for time. He aimed to master the runes needed for the belief array before reaching the initial 12,301 star system. With 60 days remaining, it would be 6,000 days in the Human Emperor training ground. At 100,000 points per day, it would be 600 million points. Lin Moyo's previously earned points would be completely consumed. However, if he succeeded, Lin Moyo felt it was worth it. Lin Moyo did not mind the points, he could always earn more. Time was the most precious resource. His consciousness returned to the Human Emperor training ground, and his consciousness body regained its brilliance. His soul used its dual capabilities, connecting both reality and virtuality. In reality, Lin Moyo took out the rune language, while in the virtual realm, he began to comprehend the runes on it, taking advantage of the time acceleration. The runes used in the belief array were partly basic runes and partly high-level runes, both recorded in the rune language. The only difference was that the power of belief needed to be added during the drawing process. For others, it would be very difficult. But for Lin Moyo, it was acceptable. His other Shore Realm soul, an astonishing recovery rate of 3.0, gave Lin Moyo great confidence. In the core area of the Divine City, the experts of the other Shore Realm began discussing again. For them, in the long passage of time, it was rare to see something novel. Oh, Lin Moya just asked the Human Emperor Network to purchase the information on the belief array. What does he want to do? Could he be planning to set up the belief array? Why would he set up the belief array? You're being silly. The belief array is naturally for collecting the power of belief. But where would he get believers? Don't forget how many summons he has. Using summons as believers, how absurd is he? It is indeed absurd. One belief array can only cover a small area and accommodate a limited number of believers. What if he sets up more than one? Having imagination is good, at least better than us. Yes, let's hope he succeeds. Chapter 1588. Chapter 1588, 1588. Chapter 1588, Great Fortune for the Human Race. Lin Moya continuously practiced the runes from the Audiobook, but he only mimicked the movements without actually drawing them. A strange sense of familiarity surged within him, making him feel as if he had seen these runes before. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall where he had seen them. Lin Moya remembered the advice of the old man fishing. He wouldn't actually draw the runes in the Human Emperor training ground. He only mimicked the movements, having form but no essence. Once he truly mastered the runes, he would enter a period of dormancy. During this dormancy, his consciousness would return to his body, and he would attempt to draw the runes in the real world. He would draw the runes needed for the belief array and infuse them with a portion of the power of belief. This way, he could verify whether the runes were successfully drawn. Drawing runes was not easy, and failure was not an option, so he had to be fully focused and couldn't multitask. Due to the difference in time flow, every time he drew runes in the real world, Lin Moya would be dormant in the Human Emperor training ground for a long time. During dormancy, Lin Moya appeared to be resting, showing no signs of activity. However, he couldn't hide this from the old man fishing. The old man knew very well that every time Lin Moya entered dormancy, it meant he had mastered a new rune. His speed in mastering runes is astonishingly fast. How does he do it? Let me take a look. With curiosity, the old man's eyes sparkled with brilliance. His gaze penetrated the illusion of the Human Emperor Network, following a special trajectory, and saw Lin Moya in the real world. In the real world, Lin Moya was drawing runes with smooth and natural movements, exuding an indescribable beauty. The old man observed and commented, "His proficiency is very high. It's hard to believe he's a beginner. Even those who have practiced for over 100 years might not reach this level. This is a true genius in the field of runes." Suddenly, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw the Fuya Jade book in Lin Moya's hand. The old man was puzzled. Isn't Fuyo in the hands of Elder Su? Could he be Elder Su's disciple? Who exactly is this young man? Did I miss something? He suddenly smiled self-deprecatingly. I'm getting old and confused. I can just check. With his status, he could access any information in the Human Emperor Network. Even hidden and secret information was accessible to him. He first saw Lin Moya's name. Lin Moya, this name sounds familiar. 4th level of the God King realm, an average level, barely acceptable. 37 years old. At this, the old man couldn't stay calm. He thought he was seeing things, but after checking several times, he confirmed that Lin Moya was indeed 37 years old. His eyes were filled with indescribable shock. He suppressed his shock and continued to check Lin Moya's various records and life events. He had comprehended first-tier laws with the ability to heal the soul. He had received military honors, overachieved in the second chain task, directly obtained divine city qualifications, and was granted primary permissions. He was the first place in the 4-star region competition. He had killed enemy god sovereigns. He had cleared the Poison Bee secret realm. Each record was incredibly dazzling. Lin Moya was like a bright star in the human race, impossible to ignore. Previously, the old man found Lin Moya interesting but didn't pay much attention. Over the years, countless geniuses had come and gone, few worth his attention. But now, the old man swore that in his long life, he had never seen a second person as talented as Lin Moya. Great fortune for the human race. The old man exclaimed. If such a person appeared in another race, they would spare no effort to destroy him. But now, Lin Moya had appeared in the human race, so they had to protect him at all costs. However, this protection couldn't interfere with his growth and had to be done secretly. The Human Emperor Network's records on Lin Moya were very detailed, even noting whether Elder Su had taken him as a disciple and why he hadn't. This way, other beings of the other shore realm wouldn't take Lin Moya as a disciple either. Cultivating Lin Moya emphasized freedom. The old man also understood why Elder Su had given Fuya to Lin Moya. Lin Moya indeed had talent in this area. In such a short time, he had already mastered basic runes and started learning to draw high-level runes. Watching Lin Moya skillfully draw runes, the old man couldn't help but sigh, this is a true genius. He withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes again, and continued his endless fishing. As he withdrew his gaze, a thought crossed countless distances in the real world and landed on Lin Moya. This thought had no malice and was of an incredibly high level, unnoticed by Lin Moya. Lin Moya's movements became smoother. Initially, he was a bit unfamiliar, but by the time he drew the 10th rune, he was already fluid and natural. The entire process had a special beauty, pleasing to the eye. His fingers danced in the air like a dance, using soul power as a pen to draw beautiful notes in the void. One rune after another was drawn and infused with the power of belief. After infusing the power of belief, the runes became illusory and hazy. This change indicated successful drawing. Fuyu appeared to have only a little over 100 pages, each recording a rune. Each rune could be broken down into many smaller runes. For example, Fuyu had a fire-type rune, but this rune represented the general outline of all fire-type runes. From it, various fire-type runes could be derived, from third-tier ordinary flames to second-tier special flame laws, all could be explained by this rune. Other laws were the same. Each rune in Fuyo was equivalent to the general outline of a certain type of rune. The general outline could be broken down into different runes with different functions. Runes could even be combined, either high-level combinations or combinations with ordinary runes. In this way, the number of runes was infinite. However, runes had a characteristic: the higher the level, the stronger the inclusiveness. Often, a single rune could contain hundreds or thousands of other runes. The most extreme example was the Great World Rune. The Great World Rune was just one rune, but it could support the entire Great World, encompassing all techniques and laws. Lin Moya didn't aim to master all runes for now, that was unrealistic. The runes he was currently learning were those needed for the belief array. In total, there were about 100 runes. Among them, basic runes accounted for nearly 70%. The truly high-level runes were less than one-third. These high-level runes were recorded in Fuyu, but some required transformation. This was not difficult for Lin Moyo. One by one, Lin Moyo mastered the runes, becoming increasingly proficient. At the same time, the sense of familiarity between him and the runes grew stronger. This feeling was very strange, and he didn't know why it was happening. By the time Lin Moyo had fully mastered the required runes, the 100-day journey had already passed 95 days. In another 5 days, he would reach the initial 12,301 life star system. While 95 days had passed in the outside world, Lin Moya's consciousness had spent 9,500 days in the human emperor training ground. Chapter 1589. Chapter 1589, 1589. Chapter 1589, Unprecedented Array Setup Location. The light from the initial 12,301 star system flew in from a distant place, bringing faint light and heat. The cold starry sky had a bit of warmth, but it couldn't compare to Lin Moya's current mood. The God King's golden body shone brightly in the starry sky, and the boiling blood in his body roared. At this moment, centered on Lin Moyo, within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers, the clear sound of a heartbeat could be heard. The heartbeat seemed to connect to a line of law, transmitting outward like the sound of a soul. The reason for this was that Lin Moya's mood was slightly excited at this moment. Not only because he had mastered all the runes needed for the belief array, but also because he had taken a significant step forward on the path of runes. It is said that in the Divine City, there are some special cultivators called rune masters. These people delve deeply into runes. I wonder if I can be considered a rune master now. In the great world, various professions do exist. Professions exist, but they are not present at low levels. In the great world, almost everyone, before reaching the God King realm, does not consider other paths. Their cultivation path is very singular: comprehend laws, strengthen the soul, complete tasks, and upgrade permissions. Almost everyone does this. They keep upgrading their permissions to level 5, gaining the qualification to leave their star region. By then, their realm has generally reached above the 3rd level of the God King. Some people have the opportunity to continue advancing and strive to become God sovereigns. Some people, whose cultivation talent is exhausted and progress is slow, start looking for other paths. It has been proven that other paths can also lead to success. The Great Tao has many paths, all leading to the same destination. Thus, various professional schools emerged. The most common are alchemists and artifact refiners. In the Azure Dragon Star region, array masters are more common. Some professions are related to innate bloodlines, such as summoners in the Black Tortoise Star region. There are also some individuals with special talents who, while cultivating, discover they have strong abilities in a particular area and can pursue 2 paths simultaneously. Lin Moyo had read and understood these materials before but hadn't paid much attention to them. After arriving in the Divine City Star region, he learned that in the Divine City, there is a group of people who specialize in studying runes. These people are called rune masters. Rune masters have their own families, sects, and inheritances. These families and sects form the Rune Master Association. They have established levels for rune masters, various systems, and specialize in exploring and researching runes. Lin Moyo was curious about what level he had reached now. His mood gradually calmed, and his blood stopped boiling. In the Human Emperor Training Ground, the Sea of Laws, Lin Moyo bowed to the old man fishing. "Thank you, senior, for your protection." In the 9,500 days in the Human Emperor Training Ground, Lin Moyo had been cultivating without any disturbance. Within a radius of 1,000 meters around him, no one had appeared. Even if other cultivators made any noise, it did not affect him. Being interrupted can be very annoying. All of this was due to the old man beside him. The old man, with his eyes slightly closed, said calmly, "Are you leaving?" Lin Moyo nodded. "I should go set up the array." "Go ahead," the old man nodded slightly. "Thank you, senior." Lin Moyo left the Human Emperor Network and fully returned to reality. The 9,500 days in the Human Emperor Network were the longest period of cultivation for Lin Moyo. Among them, 3,500 days came from task rewards. The remaining 6,000 days were purchased with points, totaling 600 million points. Now, he had only 100 million points left, but Lin Moyo didn't mind at all. Points can be earned again. The most important thing was that during this time, he had mastered the runes needed to set up the belief array. Next, he would set up the belief array, and Lin Moyo had already decided where to do it. His soul opened its eyes, and a majestic voice echoed in the soul world. There are still 3,500 units of belief power left. Setting up the array requires about 2,000 units, which is more than enough. If the setup fails, I will need to wait another 50 days to try again. I must strive for success in one go. the soul extended its jade-like fingers and began to draw runes. Lin Moya decided to set up the belief array in his soul world. The belief array is used to collect belief power and requires people to enter the array and voluntarily not resist to provide belief power. In a normal cultivator's soul world, there would be no outsiders. Setting up the belief array in the soul world was unprecedented and would likely never be done again. Lin Moya's choice was well considered. His soul world was different from others. The undead army usually resided in his soul world. Thus, setting up the belief array in his soul world was the optimal choice. The jade-like soul waved its fingers and drew the first complete rune. The rune took shape, and with a slight movement of soul power, it was infused with spirit. Then, a unit of belief power was infused, making the rune become illusory and transparent but still real. The rune flew up, away from the soul body, and approached the spell star. At this moment, a leaf fell from the talent tree, growing larger as it fell, eventually covering the sky. Using the leaf from the talent tree as the array base to carry the rune array. In fact, the rune array could exist without an array base, but having one made it more stable. If needed, Lin Moya could even take the belief array out of his soul and place it in the real world. Why not do something that offers multiple benefits? The rune landed on the leaf, shining brightly, waiting quietly. Lin Moya continued to draw the second rune without stopping. Soon, the second rune was completed. This rune was more complex and required more soul power, consuming 3 units of belief power. Different runes required different amounts of belief power and soul power. One by one, the runes were drawn and flew into the leaf, connecting with the previous runes. The rune array was gradually taking shape, and Lin Moya dared not be careless. Any mistake could reduce the array's effectiveness or cause it to collapse, wasting all his efforts. Days passed, and Lin Moya continued to draw runes without stopping. The leaf was covered with runes, each shining with an illusory light. Under the influence of the runes, even the leaf changed, becoming illusory and hazy. The rune array was almost complete, with only the central array missing the main rune. Lin Moya was carefully drawing it. The main rune was very complex, and Lin Moya drew it meticulously. Soul power continuously flowed into it. Lin Moya's control was so precise that the soul power did not waver, and the entire process was smooth and orderly. Every second, the soul power infused into the rune was identical, with no variation. The main rune was a composite rune, formed by combining 3 runes, allowing no deviation. Drawing the other 1,000 runes took Lin Moya 5 days. However, drawing the main rune also took 5 days. Finally, after 5 days, Lin Moya completed the main rune. Now, it's time to infuse the belief power. Success or failure depends on this moment. With a thought, belief power was infused. The main rune required a large amount of belief power, a total of 500 units. The previous 1,000 runes had consumed 1,500 units of belief power, and the entire belief array required 2,000 units. The main rune alone consumed a quarter of the total. Chapter 1590. Chapter 1590, 1590. Chapter 1590, Endless Power of Belief. The main rune shone brightly. The power of belief, like soul power, needed to be injected steadily. Lin Moya carefully controlled the 2 different types of power, merging them together. The main rune began to become illusory and transparent, as if it were about to disappear from the world. The soul world was already a place between illusion and reality, and now the main rune was even more so. After being filled with the power of belief, the rune was fully formed. At least up to this point, everything was successful. Now, it was just a matter of pushing the main rune into the belief array to complete the final step. If successful, everything would be perfect. If it failed, he would just try again after some time. It wasn't a big deal. Lin Moya wasn't nervous in cultivation. Nothing goes smoothly all the time. This wasn't a life and death matter, so Lin Moya wasn't nervous at all. Go! The purple jade soul raised its hand and pushed, and the main rune flew out, entering the leaf. The main rune entered the center of the array, taking its place. In an instant, the entire array connected and began to operate. Lin Moya heard a mysterious sound again, like singing or chanting. When he tried to listen carefully, he couldn't make out the specific content. Unconsciously, the soul world, surrounded by purple light, gained an additional layer of mystery. The array projected a hazy light, and within the light, a statue appeared out of thin air. The statue looked exactly like Lin Moya, a replica of him. The source of the array's power was the power of belief and soul power. The source of the power of belief and soul power was Lin Moya. As the array operated, it first formed a statue of Lin Moya. The statue was also a medium for collecting the power of belief. Its appearance meant that the array was fully formed and had not failed. Lin Moya carefully sensed the operating array and found that it wasn't perfect and had many flaws. Compared to the towers of belief in the Divine City, his belief array was about 30% less efficient. The main problem lay in the runes he drew, which were too formal and rigid, lacking flexibility. Some runes were slightly off, while the connecting runes were too precise. Individually, they were fine, but when connected, small issues arose. Fortunately, the array was still functional, just slightly less efficient. I'll pay more attention in the future, no rush. Lin Moya had a great mindset and wasn't in a hurry. With a thought, the talent tree lowered its branches, pushing the belief array to align with the spell star where the undead army resided. Under the light of the belief array, it perfectly covered the spell star of the skeletal god warriors. The size of objects in the soul world differs from the real world. The space in the soul world is distorted and compressed. The undead army in the spell star, when appearing in the real world, are not small in size, with skeletal dragons even reaching hundreds or thousands of meters long. But in the soul world, they are just small dots within the spell star. Their world is compressed dozens of times. However, the belief array is not compressed, and its range perfectly covers a large spell star. Lin Moya then commanded all the skeletal god warriors not to resist the power of the belief array. With the guidance of the belief array, the skeletal god warriors didn't need to do anything, they just needed not to resist. Lin Moya closely watched the belief array, waiting to see if his idea would work. Gradually, a faint light appeared on his statue. Threads of the power of belief flowed into the statue. It's working. A flash of joy crossed his eyes, his idea had indeed worked. As more power of belief was absorbed, the statue grew brighter. The power of belief flowed through the statue and into Lin Moya. A refining rune appeared in Lin Moya's palm, beginning to refine the power of belief. Compared to others' power of belief, the power provided by the skeletons is purer, without impurities. Although my array is somewhat flawed and less efficient, the skeletons make up for it. With joy, Lin Moya began to continuously harvest the power of belief. A mass of ethereal flames burned on the soul, refining a large amount of power of belief for his use. After careful calculation, 50 million skeletal god warriors could provide him with 10 units of power of belief each day. Although their numbers were small, the power of belief they provided was pure and efficient. Once the power of belief was restored, he planned to set up another array, increasing the speed of belief power accumulation. Once the entire undead army was covered by the belief array, his power of belief would be endless. Actually, 20 units of power of belief per day was already quite a lot. For families like the Mu family, which controlled star systems, they might not even collect 10 units of power of belief per day. In the Divine City, apart from the peak god sovereigns, most towers of belief served the beings of the other shore realm. Leaving the soul world, his vision was dominated by the intense light of a star. At this moment, he had arrived at the initial 12,301 star system, where the skeletal dragon had been staying for several days. The initial 12,301 star system consisted of 1 life star and 13 resource stars. At its center was a star, and on its periphery was another star. It was a rare double-star life system. Although there was only 1 life star in the system, it was much larger than ordinary life stars, several times larger. The people living on the star were also more numerous. From the numbering, both sides belonged to low-numbered star systems in the primary area. In terms of the number of cultivators, they were not much different. In the Divine City star region, there were many such star systems, most of which were not naturally formed but modified by powerful beings. The 2 star systems were very similar but had some differences in certain areas. Lin Moya put away the skeletal dragon and rushed into the star system. Cultivators came and went in the star system, mostly at the super god and true god realms. Many cultivators went to the resource stars to obtain the materials and resources needed for cultivation. However, resource stars were not accessible at will. One had to apply, pay the corresponding points, and be allowed to go. In the human race, there is no such thing as getting something for nothing. Only by giving can one gain. Not enough points? No problem, just do tasks. Many tasks involved obtaining corresponding materials from resource stars, but these tasks were for super god and true god cultivators. As for god kings, they naturally wouldn't bother with such low-level tasks. Some from prominent families would also choose to leave the Divine City and go to the 4 major star regions or various battlefields. After all, the tasks there were more abundant, and earning points was faster. Lin Moya moved at high speed, becoming a stream of light flashing through the starry sky. The super god and true god cultivators couldn't see Lin Moya's figure clearly. They looked at him with envy, hoping to reach such a realm one day. A few minutes later, Lin Moya had already landed on star 12,301 to 1. Chapter 1591. Chapter 1591, 1591. Chapter 1591, stealing half a day of leisure. 12,301 to 1 star is a truly large star, with a volume equivalent to 5 stars. Billions of people live on this star, and there are many cultivators. There are countless large and small cultivation families, and several sects. The family that governs this star system has the surname Wang. It is said to be a branch of a high-level Wang family, possessing very strong power. Of course, this power does not allow them to act arbitrarily. Even the head of the Wang family must follow the rules, unless he has the ability to escape the surveillance of the human emperor network. On the star, a large number of people are heading in the same direction. Most of them are in the super god realm and true god realm, and they seem to be going to watch some kind of duel. Although there are many people, they still follow the order and there is no chaos. Lin Moya was also in the crowd, and after listening for a while, he roughly understood what was happening. In this city, there was a conflict between the disciples of 2 families, and they decided to resolve it in the duel arena. Duel arenas are not available everywhere, and many places choose to resolve conflicts in the arenas of the human emperor network. Unlike here, people prefer to resolve conflicts in the real world, in the duel arena with real weapons. Of course, they cannot cause fatalities, as the human emperor network does not allow it. As long as there are no fatalities, it doesn't matter if someone loses an arm or a leg. Lin Moya had just experienced nearly 10,000 days of cultivation, and naturally felt the urge to join in the fun. No matter how high his cultivation level is, or how strong his state of mind is, he is still human at the end of the day. A sage once said that humans are social creatures, but they are divided into groups. This is also why even those in the other shore realm still chat and talk about various topics. When cultivating, they are in seclusion, isolated from the world. But after coming out of seclusion, they will be with their companions, drinking tea and wine. The circular duel arena is not large, with a diameter of 1,000 meters, and is covered by a formation. The runes in the formation are shining brightly. Lin Liu could tell at a glance that this formation was not purely a rune formation. It was a combination of runes and some formation materials. From the runes in the formation, it could be seen that the main purpose of this formation was to contain the internal power and block external power. This ensures the fairness of the duel. Under the arena, there was a cultivator in a white robe controlling the formation. His name was Wang Xing, a 6th-level god king. Lin Liu saw that his sleeve was embroidered with runes. These runes were purely decorative. The rune was basic, representing the number 3. Wang Xing seemed to sense Lin Liu's gaze and looked up, meeting Lin Liu's eyes. Lin Liu had hidden his name, so others could not see it, but they could see his realm. Lin Liu was a 4th-level god king. Both were god kings, and Wang Xing nodded to Lin Liu, who responded with a smile. Among the onlookers, most were in the super god realm and true god realm, with few god kings. His soul is very sensitive, his soul realm is not low. Surname Wang, he should be from the Wang family. Unexpectedly, someone from the Wang family is handling personal grievances. Interesting. Soon, the two duelists stepped onto the arena. Both were young men, and coincidentally, both were 6th-level true gods. On the arena, the two glared at each other, looking as if they wanted to kill each other. At this moment, a woman also arrived at the edge of the arena. She was beautiful and had a good temperament, considered a beauty. The woman approached Wang Xing and seemed to be saying something to him. She spoke softly, but it did not escape Lin Liu's ears. Lord Wang, can you stop them from fighting? Wang Xing shook his head. No, their duel application has been accepted, and according to the rules, a winner must be determined. Neither you nor I have the authority to stop it. The woman's eyes filled with tears as she looked at the two on the arena, full of worry. Lin Liu already knew what was happening. The two young men on the arena both liked this woman. Both were young talents from two small families in the city. The woman seemed to have special feelings for both of them and couldn't decide who she liked more. So the two applied for a duel, with the loser voluntarily withdrawing. To Lin Liu, it was a trivial matter. But such a trivial matter attracted a lot of interest from many people. Seeing the lively crowd of cultivators around, he couldn't help but smile. There are really a lot of onlookers. From this scene alone, it was clear how idle these people were. Life in the Divine City was too comfortable, at least for most people, too comfortable. This would make many people complacent, becoming flowers in a greenhouse. Perhaps some geniuses would emerge, but the proportion would be greatly reduced. Lin Liu didn't want to watch any longer and left before the duel began. He had already joined in the fun, and he had no interest in watching a childish duel. This city was still good, although not the main city on the star, it was still a large city. It had everything, with 5 or 6 large families alone. There were many god kings in the families, but no god sovereigns. He heard a sound like singing or chanting and saw the Faith Tower again. The Faith Tower was everywhere in the Divine City, visible everywhere. Lin Liu stepped inside and saw many people sitting with their eyes closed, seemingly praying, but actually doing nothing. As long as you don't resist inside, the faith formation will automatically guide your consciousness, gathering the power of faith. He glanced at the collector of the power of faith, still the ancestor of the Su family. It seemed that the power of faith from these nearby star regions was all sent to the ancestor of the Su family. Lin Liu thought for a moment, with tens of thousands, even more than 100,000 life stars, countless humans, providing the power of faith to the ancestor of the Su family. How strong must this power of faith be? How much could be collected daily? Not only the ancestor of the Su family, but other strong beings in the Other Shore realm must also be collecting the power of faith. Each strong being in the Other Shore realm would occupy a large star region of the Divine City. I don't know what they are collecting so much power of faith for. But this is not something I should be concerned about. Lin Liu shook his head lightly and walked out of the Faith Tower. He now knew that entering the Faith Tower and contributing the power of faith was also a task. The reward was poor, but you didn't have to do anything. Even sleeping inside could complete the task. Staying inside for a day could earn 10 points, 30 days would be 300 points. For some unambitious people, it was not a bad option. There was a rule in the Divine City that after reaching the Super God realm, you must earn a certain number of points within a certain period. If you don't earn points, you will be expelled from the Divine City. The only way to earn points was to complete tasks. The purpose of the rule was to force you to complete tasks. The point requirement was not high, even relying solely on the Faith Tower, you could earn enough points. The high-level humans seem to want everyone to contribute. If you have no realm and don't want to cultivate, you can earn points through the Faith Tower. No matter what, even if you are a waste, you must contribute to the human race. The human race can support waste, but not garbage. Lin Liu understood this. If it were him, he might do the same. So the Faith Tower was never short of people. Leaving the Faith Tower, he arrived at the observation hall. The observation hall, like the Faith Tower, was also everywhere in the Divine City Star region. Opposite the observation hall was the Tea Friends residence. The observation hall and the Tea Friends residence were like a pair of friends, either standing side by side or facing each other. Standing in front of the observation hall, you could already hear the discussions coming from the Tea Friends residence. There were many tea guests inside. Lin Liu smiled slightly and entered the observation hall. Chapter 1592. Chapter 1592, 1592. Chapter 1592, The Former Zerg, Ancient Runeblade. Last time I entered the observation hall, I didn't carefully check the information. This time, I can take a look. Lin. In the big world, a lot of things happen every day. Some things are big, some are small, some are interesting, and some are important. Lin Weyo was most concerned about the movements of the starry sky giant tree, wondering if the human race's other shore realm has taken action. Although it is still far from the human race star field, with more than 9 years left, as long as it exists, Lin Weyo will feel uneasy. For cultivators, 9 years is very short. Once the starry sky giant tree enters the human race star field, it will be a big trouble. At that time, if action is taken, countless star systems will be destroyed, and the human race will definitely suffer heavy casualties. The high-level humans cannot allow this to happen. So Lin Weyo thinks that the high-level humans will definitely not wait until then to take action. If they are in a hurry, they should act now. Even if they continue to delay, at most, they will wait for another year or two. After all, the longer the night, the more dreams there are. It is expected to be resolved as soon as possible. Unless the high-level humans in the other shore realm have some concerns. Lin Weyo did not find any new information related to the starry sky giant tree. The latest information is the one he had seen before. Although he did not see any new information about the starry sky giant tree, Lin Weyo saw other news. Zerg and Dragon Clan at war. This is the title of the information, accompanied by a dynamic picture. In the picture, a huge insect is slowly advancing in the starry sky, looking very ferocious. This information costs 100,000 points, 10 times more expensive than the information about the starry sky giant tree. When Lin Weyo saw the picture of the insect, his heart skipped a beat. The insect in the picture is exactly the same as the one he saw in the small world, deep in the ancient battlefield. He still remembers the situation at that time. He used necromancy to resurrect an insect that had been dead for 1,000 years. Then he entered the insect's soul consciousness, wanting to see what happened back then. Unexpectedly, the insect's consciousness connected to an extremely complex network. It was then that he saw a huge eye. He still remembers the roar, "Bold, dare to spy on my clan, seeking death." The terrifying attack came like a huge wave. If he hadn't escaped quickly, he would have been killed. That eye is exactly the same as the eye of the insect in the picture. But Lin Weyo couldn't be sure. What if all the Zerg's eyes look the same? Is it the insect from back then? What kind of race are the Zerg, and how do they exist? Why are they at war with the Dragon Clan? Lin Weyo had many questions in an instant. After entering the big world, he tried to find information about the Zerg, but did not gain much. He only knew that the Zerg is a very mysterious race, and their combat power is very strong. But there was no more specific information. Back then in the small world, Antares was also vague. Obviously, the Zerg are very strong. Lin Weyo did not hesitate much and directly spent 100,000 points to purchase this information. All the information was displayed, including text, dynamic pictures, and even voice explanations. The 13th sequence Zerg mother, years ago, manipulated the Dragon Clan's corpse. Later discovered by the Dragon Clan, recently engaged in a battle with them. The Dragon Clan was led by a divine dragon, accompanied by 10 sacred dragons and 100 elemental dragons, and engaged in a fierce battle. The battle lasted for several days, with casualties on both sides, and the Zerg mother retreated. The text in the information was very little, mostly specific battle scenes. In the picture, the Zerg mother looks like a huge centipede, a one-eyed, thousand-legged centipede. The specific size could not be judged from the picture, but based on the size of the stars in the background, Lin Weyo roughly estimated the size of the Zerg mother. Its body length should exceed 100,000 kilometers, comparable to a star. With more than 10,000 pairs of legs, each leg is very large, sharp as a sickle, capable of easily tearing apart stars. Its whole body trembles, and countless small insects fly out from its abdomen. The small insects are only relative, each one is as large as a mountain, and the smallest is 100 meters, densely packed and countless. Lin Weyo's eyes narrowed, and he saw many insects similar to those he had seen back then. At this moment, he was completely sure that this Zerg mother was the one he had spied on back then. Countless large and small insects rushed out and engaged in a fierce battle with the Dragon Clan. The battle spread over a wide area, with nearby stars constantly exploding. Lin Weyo did not know where they were fighting, only that those stars were quite unlucky. The picture quickly disappeared, without further details. The result was already known, the Zerg mother retreated, and both sides suffered losses. Obviously, the Dragon Clan won. Seeing the divine dragon reminded Lin Weyo of Antares. He didn't know how that guy was doing now, when he could leave the small world and truly return to the big world. A scale appeared in his hand, given to him by Antares before he left the small world. When Antares returns to the big world, he can contact him through the scale. The scale was currently inactive. Lin Weyo checked for new information. There was a lot of new information, some of it related to him. Many pieces of information talked about his past, some things he did on the battlefield, and the situation in the 4-star domain competition. Lin Weyo didn't know what methods the Su family used to obtain this information. He clearly remembered that most of the time on the battlefield, he was alone. From this, it can be concluded that the Su family must have some special methods. The quiet street suddenly became noisy and very lively. When the sound reached the observation hall, attracting the attention of many people. Shwa! Lin Weyo's heart moved, hearing a lot of voices from outside. Something happened. Young Master Lu is dead. Young Master Qiao is also detained. How could there be something from the Demon Clan? It may not be from the Demon Clan, Lord Wangxing said it just looks like it, and it is not certain yet. Lord Wangxing said it might be something left from ancient times, something called a rune blade. Lin Weyo's heart moved. Young Master Lu and Young Master Qiao were the two who were dueling just now. Both were only in the true god realm, with Wang Xing, a god king, present, and the formation restricting them. How could something happen? Lin Wuya also became curious. Especially when he heard about the ancient rune blade, Lin Wuya decided to take a look. A rune blade is a special weapon made with runes. But unlike magical treasures, rune blades have a limited number of uses, and over time, they gradually lose their effectiveness. The possibility of an ancient rune blade being preserved until now is very small. If there really is an ancient rune blade, it must be extraordinary. On the dueling platform, a person was lying on the ground, barely alive. He had wounds on his forehead, chest, and abdomen. His name was Lu Ji, the eldest son of the Lu family in this city. On the other side, Xiao Jingyuan was already controlled by Wang Xing, sitting on the ground unable to move. The beauty that Lu Ji and Xiao Jingyuan were fighting over was standing under the platform, looking lost. At this moment, Wang Xing's face was solemn, standing on the dueling platform, talking to two people. The two people talking to Wang Xing were Lu Tian and Xiao Fangzin, the heads of the Lu and Xiao families. Lu Tian's eyes were filled with sadness and hatred. Xiao Fangzin looked somewhat confused, seemingly unable to believe what had happened. When? Shui. Chapter 1593. Chapter 1593, 1593. Chapter 1593, the same rune, different effects. Lin Wuya stood in mid-air, looking down. His gaze swept over Lu Ji, whose breath was already very weak. The physical injuries were minor, the key issue was the trauma to his soul. There was a flow of life laws on his body, indicating he had been treated, but the effect was minimal. At most, it could only temporarily maintain his condition, unable to completely heal him. The human race had no good means to treat soul injuries. However, Lin Wuya could see that Lu Ji wouldn't die immediately. His attention shifted to the rune blade in Wang Xing's hand. The rune blade looked like a curved short knife, emitting a unique power belonging to runes. The blade also exuded an ancient aura, carrying a sense of desolation. However, not everyone could feel this aura, it required extremely sensitive soul perception. Wang Xing and the two family heads seemed to be in a heated discussion, their voices gradually rising into an argument. Lu Tian suppressed his anger. Lord Wang Xing, can my son be saved? Wang Xing replied, I have already reported to the family head, who will arrive soon. As a member of the Wang family, Wang Xing spoke with a hint of authority. Even though Lu Tian's cultivation was higher than Wang Xing's, he dared not offend him. Lu Tian glared at Xiao Fangzin, if anything happens to my son. The rest of the threat was understood without being said. If Lu Ji died, Xiao Jingyuan would not fare well either. The rules of the Human Emperor Network were strict, no one could protect Xiao Jingyuan. Can I take a look at the rune blade? A voice suddenly interrupted, and all three turned to see an unexpected figure. Wang Xing was slightly surprised. It's you. He had seen Lin Wuya before, but Lin Wuya had disappeared afterward. Lin Wuya cupped his hands. Greetings, brother Wang Xing. Wang Xing nodded. What do you want? Lin Wuya said, I want to see this rune blade. Wang Xing flatly refused. No. Lin Wuya asked, is there a rule against it? The Human Emperor Network had many rules, and Lin Wuya wasn't sure if there was a specific rule about this. Wang Xing nodded. Yes. Wang Xing didn't explain why, and Lin Wuya didn't press further. Lin Wuya glanced at the rune blade again. Wang Xing hadn't stored it in a magical storage item, likely because it couldn't be stored, so he had to hold it. Wang Xing seemed to be on guard, indicating the rune blade was peculiar. Suddenly, Lin Wuya sensed something and looked at Xiao Jingyuan. A sharp, inhuman scream erupted as Xiao Jingyuan howled at the sky, his voice piercingly sharp. The sound waves spread wildly through the city, causing many to fall from the sky instantly. On the ground, numerous cultivators clutched their heads in pain, clearly suffering. Even a few god kings felt uncomfortable. The sound waves directly attacked the soul. At this moment, Xiao Zhenjiayuan's body was covered in black runes, and his eyes had turned black. He was enveloped in black energy, looking extremely eerie. The formation that had been restraining him trembled continuously, on the verge of collapse. Xiao Jingyuan was like a beast about to break free, his screams growing louder. Xiao Fangzin trembled and exclaimed, how could this happen? Wang Xing reacted quickly, rushing to Xiao Zhenjiayuan's side. He drew a rune with incredible speed and pressed it onto Xiao Zhenjiayuan's head. Lin Wuya recognized the rune as a suppression rune, meant to suppress everything. Of course, the effectiveness of suppression depended on one's strength. Wang Xing was a 6th-level god king, while Xiao Jingyuan was only a 6th-level true god. The gap was insurmountable, making suppression easy. But contrary to expectations, the suppression rune didn't stop Xiao Zhenjiayuan's screams. Black energy surged from Xiao Jingyuan, resisting the suppression rune, and his aura grew stronger. Wang Xing's face turned serious as he increased the pressure. But no matter how much force he applied, he couldn't suppress Xiao Jingyuan. Xiao Zhenjiayuan's resistance grew stronger, and the suppression rune began to crack, on the verge of breaking. Suddenly, a black light flashed. The rune blade in Wang Xing's hand burst forth, escaping his grasp and shooting towards his forehead. The attack was too sudden and fast for Wang Xing to react. Fear filled Wang Xing's eyes as he watched the rune blade approach. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Wang Xing's shoulder, pulling him back, and a golden light clashed with the rune blade. The rune blade was knocked away, and Wang Xing narrowly escaped. Wang Xing looked at Lin Wuya, who had pulled him back, with lingering fear and a pale face. Thank you. Lin Wuya smiled. No need to thank me, brother Wang. Jier, what's happening to you? Lu Tian's voice suddenly rang out. Looking over, they saw Lu Ji, who had been lying on the ground, now standing. He was also covered in black energy, with black runes emerging from his skin. His wounds had healed. Lu Ji and Xiao Jingyuan were in the same condition. The rune blade flew back, landing in Lu Ji's hand. Lu Ji's aura exploded, instantly breaking through to the God King level and growing stronger. Wang Xing's heart trembled. This is trouble. Lu Tian and Xiao Fengzin were at a loss, not knowing what to do. Lin Weya shook his head. It's fine. He quickly drew 2 suppression runes. Wang Xing's pupils contracted. Lin Weya's speed was faster than his own. Moreover, the power within Lin Weya's runes far exceeded his own. The 2 suppression runes glowed faintly with purple light, exuding a noble aura. Go! Lin Weya softly commanded, and the 2 runes flew out. Before the 2 could react, the runes landed on their heads. The runes emitted countless rays of light, enveloping the 2. They quieted down, though black energy still surged, unable to break free from the suppression runes. The same suppression rune, but Lin Weya's was far more powerful than Wang Xing's. Wang Xing stared in disbelief, his previous fear forgotten. How can the difference be so great? He couldn't believe his eyes, but the reality was undeniable. Moreover, Lin Weya's cultivation was lower than his own. Yet in rune mastery, he was far behind Lin Weya. Lin Weya walked to Lu Ji, taking the rune blade from his hand. Lu Ji, covered in black energy, seemed to want to resist and roar. But it was useless under the suppression rune, he couldn't move or make a sound. Lin Weya held the rune blade, which vibrated and resisted, trying to escape and even attack him. Golden light flashed in Lin Weya's hand, giving the blade no chance. Looking at the runes on the blade, Lin Weya smiled. So that's how it is. A delicate small bow appeared above his head. Chapter 1594. Chapter 1594, 1594. Chapter 1594, The Evil Spirit in the Rune Blade from the Ancient Battlefield. The Soul Shooting Bow, a mid-level soul treasure in the God Sovereign Realm. Soul treasures in the God Sovereign Realm are extremely rare, and soul treasures are even rarer. The rune blade in Lin Weya's hand struggled frantically, trying to break free from his control. But Lin Weya held it firmly. No matter how much it trembled and struggled, it was to no avail. The soul shooting bow automatically drew back, and soul power was injected into it, forming an arrow. The moment the arrow was formed, a terrifying and dreadful pressure swept in all directions. Wang Xing, Lu Tian, and Xiao Fengzin involuntarily retreated, directly exiting the dueling arena. They felt their souls being impacted, and their faces turned pale. Wang Xing was once again shocked. What level of treasure is this? How can it be so powerful? What a terrifying soul treasure. I feel that if this arrow is shot, I will surely die. How could a mere 4th level God King young man possess such a terrifying soul treasure? Not only possess it, but also be able to drive it. Wang Xing, coming from the Wang family, had seen the world. He instinctively judged that the soul shooting bow should be a soul treasure in the God Sovereign Realm. But how could a 4th level God King young man drive a soul treasure in the God Sovereign Realm? Unless Lin Weya's soul had already reached the God Sovereign level. Wang Xing instantly understood. No wonder his runes are so much stronger than mine. His soul has already reached the God Sovereign level. A God Sovereign level soul, a God Sovereign level soul treasure, his background must be extraordinary, and there must be a powerful family behind him. Lin Weya didn't know Wang Xing's complex inner thoughts. In fact, he didn't want to use the soul shooting bow. But there was no choice. There was a powerful soul in the rune blade. It couldn't be called a soul, it could only be called an evil spirit. It was a collection of countless evil thoughts and grievances, not easy to deal with. Lin Weya roughly sensed that the evil spirit's realm had already touched the threshold of the God Sovereign level. His soul curse techniques couldn't destroy it, so he had to use the soul shooting bow. Just as well, he could take this opportunity to see the power of the soul shooting bow. The soul shooting bow had no special attributes. The stronger the user's soul, the stronger its attack. With Lin Weya's soul in the other shore realm, controlling the soul shooting bow, it was not a problem to destroy an evil spirit. A faint purple light flashed, and the arrow shot into the rune blade. The rune blade, which had been struggling frantically, suddenly went still. After half a second, a shrill scream came from the rune blade, and a large amount of black gas emerged. The black gas was enveloped by an invisible flame, quickly burning to ashes. The black gas on Lu Ji and Xiao Jingyuan, who were controlled by the suppression runes, also suddenly began to burn. The 2 of them trembled violently, then fell to the ground, motionless. Child! Lu Tian and Xiao Fengzin exclaimed in unison, rushing back to their respective sons. Wang Xing also immediately went over to check, first checking Xiao Fengzin, then looking at Lu Ji. He said in a low voice, "Young Master Qiao is fine, just a bit exhausted." As for young Master Lu, Lu Ji's soul was previously injured, and healing it would be very troublesome. Lu Tian cupped his hands towards Wang Xing. "Please, Lord Wang, think of a way. I remember there is a rune called the Soul Rune among the Rune Masters, which can heal soul injuries." Wang Xing shook his head. "Master Lu, you may not know, the Soul Rune is an ancient rune, and it requires a 7th level rune master to master it. And I am only a 3rd level rune master. Even if there is a 7th level rune master, they may not be able to master the Soul Rune. The Soul Rune is of a very high grade and is extremely difficult to master even among ancient runes. Moreover, Master Lu should understand, a 7th level rune master is at least a peak God Sovereign." Lu Tian's face showed a bitter expression. According to Wang Xing, his son was probably doomed. But Lu Tian still wanted to seek the last possible chance. "Lord Wang, can you help me think of a way?" Wang Xing was also a bit troubled at this moment. Finally, he said, "Sai, when the family head arrives, I will talk to him." Perhaps the family head knows such a person. "Thank you, Lord Wang." Lu Tian had no other way and could only do this. "Actually, it's not that troublesome." Lin Weya suddenly spoke. Lu Tian looked up at Lin Weya. This 4th level God King young man was really a bit mysterious. His runes seemed to be stronger than Wang Xing's, and much stronger. At this moment, Lu Tian wondered if Lin Wei came from some powerful rune family. Did his family have a 7th level rune master among the elders? Lu Tian's hope was rekindled. Do you know a 7th level rune master? Lin Wei shook his head. I don't know, I mean, saving him is not that troublesome. With a flick of his finger, a pure white light fell into Lu Ji's body. The power of life and the undying law quickly began to repair Lu Ji's soul. Lu Ji's cultivation was not high, only at the 6th level of the true god realm. His soul was not very strong either. With Lin Wei's current mastery of the undying law, healing such a small injury was not difficult. In less than 10 seconds, the unconscious Lu Ji suddenly let out a light groan and woke up. He seemed to know nothing about what had just happened, his eyes filled with confusion. Father, why are you here? Lu Tian's eyes were filled with joy. He could feel that his son's soul was already fine. He joyfully bowed to Lin Wei. Thank you, sir, for saving my son. Lin Wei nodded slightly, accepting Lu Tian's thanks. He walked to Qiao Jingyuan, shook the rune blade. Where did you get this rune blade? At this moment, Qiao Jingyuan had already recovered. The moment he saw Lin Wei's gaze, his soul trembled violently, and his face turned pale. Lin Wei's gaze was like a sharp sword, as if he would be killed on the spot if he didn't speak. Driven by the instinct to survive, Qiao Jingyuan spoke without hesitation. I got it from the ancient battlefield. Lin Wei frowned. Be specific. Qiao Jingyuan didn't hesitate at all, quickly answering, the 12,301 ancient battlefield. I entered the ancient battlefield and found an ancient cave in an abandoned ancient path. Then I got this rune blade from inside. I don't remember the exact location. The ancient cave was very dangerous, with many evil spirits. I took the rune blade and escaped. Lin Wei's gaze was too terrifying. He feared that if he hesitated for a second, he would be killed. However, apart from Qiao Jingyuan, no one else knew this. Even Xiao Fengzin, who was beside Qiao Jingyuan, felt nothing. Xiao Fengzin only felt strange, wondering why his son was so honest. Lin Wei had used a bit of soul power. The soul power of the other shore realm was not something a god king could easily detect. After getting the answer, Lin Wei didn't ask further, turning to throw the rune blade back to Wang Xing. This rune blade had an evil spirit attached to it, probably from the ancient battlefield. Now that it has been destroyed, this rune blade can be used safely. Wang Xing caught the rune blade. At this moment, the rune blade no longer resisted or trembled, and its aura had become gentle. The evil spirit inside had obviously been killed by Lin Wei. The true value of the rune blade lay in the runes it contained, especially runes that had not been damaged over a long period, which had great research value. For a rune master, a rune blade with history was a rare treasure. Lin Wei felt the same, but he already knew what runes were in the rune blade. It was a killing rune, a type of high-level rune. The rune blade was no longer useful to him. Seeing Lin Wei about to leave, Wang Xing immediately spoke. Junior brother, are you going to the ancient battlefield? Lin Wei nodded. Yes, to take a look. Do you need something, senior brother Wang? Wang Xing asked. Have you joined the Rune Master Association? Lin Wei lightly shook his head. No. Wang Xing immediately said, when you return from the ancient battlefield, you can come to the Wang family to find me. All right. Chapter 1595. Chapter 1595, 1595. Chapter 1595, the chaotic timeline of the ancient battlefield. One must say, Wang Xing is quite a tactful person. Lin Wei could feel that he actually wanted to chat with him. Or rather, he wanted to build a relationship with him. However, he was very measured. After seeing that Lin Wei wanted to go to the ancient battlefield, he did not insist on keeping him. He just said that when he returned, he could visit him at the Wang family. At the same time, he confirmed whether Lin Wei had joined the Rune Master Association. After confirming that he had not, he might introduce him. Lin Wei was also somewhat interested in the Rune Master Association. As one of the top organizations in the Divine City, its members were all Rune Masters. Moreover, these Rune Masters were deeply rooted and came from different families. Lin Wei thought that the head of the Rune Master Association should be the ancestor Su. But these were not his concerns. What he cared about were the materials in the Rune Master Association. There were many rune materials that could not be found outside. If possible, he wanted to take a good look. However, there was no rush. Runes were a vast subject, and mastering them was not a matter of a day or two. Now, he wanted to go to the ancient battlefield. Just now, when he was killing the evil spirit, he obtained some information. When the evil spirit died, its soul scattered, and countless memories were dispersed. From these memories, he saw a huge rune. This rune seemed to be an ancient rune, but it also did not look like an ancient rune. The key was that this rune had two colors, gray and white, which were very similar to his undead law. At the moment he saw the rune, Lin Wei felt a strange sense of familiarity. So he wanted to go and see what was going on. In the Divine City Star region, besides many secret realms, there were also many ancient battlefields scattered around. No one could explain the origin of the ancient battlefields, only that they had a long history. As for whether they came from ancient times, no one knew. It was once said that the ancient battlefields were left behind after the coalition of 100 races attacked the human race in the near ancient period. But that was over 100,000 years ago, and the survivors of that time were almost all dead. The lifespan of those in the other shore realm was generally around 50,000 years, and even fewer survived back then. However, the danger level of the ancient battlefields was far less than that of the secret realms. Over time, the ancient battlefields became places for those below the God King level to explore. Some ancient battlefields even had corresponding tasks, but those tasks only provided points and no divine city merits. Occasionally, someone would gain something from the ancient battlefields. Even if there were no gains, there would be no losses. There were many ruins in the ancient battlefields that people could admire. From them, one could see how intense the battles were back then. There were maps in the Human Emperor network, and Lin Weih followed the map's guidance to find the direction of the 12,301 ancient battlefield. It was called the 12,301 ancient battlefield because it was under the jurisdiction of the 12,301 star system. The distance between the two was less than 1 billion kilometers. At Lin Wei's speed, it would take less than 2 hours to fly there. Even those in the true god realm would only need a day or two. Soon, an ancient battlefield floating in the void came into view. Standing in front of the ancient battlefield, Lin Weih carefully observed. The so-called ancient battlefield was actually a star that had been severely damaged. However, this large star was very sturdy, obviously having been modified and refined. It had been transformed from an ordinary star into an extremely sturdy war fortress. Although it had been severely damaged, one could still feel its strong pressure. This pressure was not weaker than that of a god sovereign and carried a sense of desolation that even time could hardly erase. If it were still intact and in its prime, it was hard to imagine its combat power. Lin Weih had an illusion that it might be able to fight against those in the other shore realm. Compared to that era, our current era is really weak. Lin Weih couldn't help but sigh. It wasn't self-deprecation, it was a fact. Even those big shots in the other shore realm had to admit this. In ancient times, the number of those in the other shore realm far exceeded the current number. Occasionally, there would even be beings that surpassed the other shore realm. But now, the other shore realm was the peak. There might be higher levels of power, but they were no longer easily attainable. It seemed that the world had changed, introducing some restrictions that limited the level of power. Compared to 1 million years ago, the current world was weak. In the next second, Lin Weih appeared on the ancient battlefield. Kicking the severely damaged star, Lin Weih felt a bit emotional. War had always been the most brutal. War could make an era more prosperous, but it could also lead an era to its demise. Future generations often wouldn't know what exactly happened in that era. They could only search for the truth from the remnants left behind, just like the land beneath his feet. In Lin Wei's perception, it had experienced a long history, no less than ancient times. He lifted his foot and stomped down hard. With a dull sound, no cracks appeared. The power of Lin Wei's stomp was immense, enough to shatter a star. But this land remained unscathed. However, this feeling was different from the mysterious manor and the ancient tomb, which were made of that black material. The sturdiness of that material could be felt, it was truly indestructible. But here, Lin Weih felt that the power of his stomp was absorbed. The entire ancient battlefield seemed like a sponge, absorbing all his power. It was hard to say which was better. Their common feature was that with his current power, he couldn't damage them. It was precisely because of this that the ancient battlefield had remained in its original state for countless years. Walking on the ancient battlefield, one could see the already abandoned buildings. The buildings had been shattered, leaving only ruins. This was cut by a sharp weapon. This was smashed by a fist. This should be some kind of special blunt weapon. Lin Weih looked at the remaining marks on the broken parts, making speculations and analyses. Why are there no ancient battlefields in the 4-star domains? Was the Great War back then only fought in the Divine City Star region? It shouldn't be. A war of this magnitude should have affected the entire world. Or did the big shots in the other shore realm move all the ancient battlefields to the Divine City Star region? It's not impossible. The remaining aura in the ancient battlefield was very strong, reaching the level of a god king in many places. In this environment, those in the true god realm would find it difficult to move. This was after countless years of erosion. If it were in its prime, it would at least be at the peak god sovereign level. One could imagine how terrifying the battles on the ancient battlefield were. Lin Weih looked at the scenes in the ancient battlefield, his thoughts somewhat chaotic. He sorted out everything he knew, including what Wu Shenjin, Zhu Kaiwu, and Zhu Tian had said. The timeline was divided into 4 clear points: the primordial era, the ancient era, the near-ancient era, and the current era. The near-ancient era was ended by Xiao Zhantian, who created the current era. Strong beings from various races were all seeking information from the ancient era. This showed that from the ancient era to the near-ancient era, nothing major happened. But when did the ancient battlefield appear? Lin Weih tried to find information about the ancient battlefield from the Human Emperor network, but found nothing. The information about the ancient battlefield in the Human Emperor network was very scarce and vague. Could it be older than the ancient era? It can't be the primordial era, that's too ancient. The primordial era was just a concept, not pointing to a specific time. Basically, anything older than the ancient era could be called the primordial era. Chapter 1596. Chapter 1596, 1596. Chapter 1596, a message from Meng Anwen. In the core area, outside the flames, Lin, the big shots of the other shore realm were drinking tea and chatting. A strong figure from the other shore realm returned from the ancient ruins, bringing back some Dao tea. Then these big shots, like bees attracted to the scent of tea, all swarmed over. A high-level tea party began in such a casual and relaxed manner. A dozen big shots, without any image, posed in various positions in the void. All the elegance and dignity were thrown away at this moment. In the other shore realm, they emphasized being carefree and doing whatever felt comfortable. Moreover, with their status, who would dare to make them follow rules? Lin Weih, that kid, has entered the ancient battlefield. Finally went, I wonder what he will discover. Probably won't find much. The valuable things in the ancient battlefield have already been scavenged, only some scraps are left. I'm not talking about that. I'm also a bit curious. We have never figured out the era of the ancient battlefield. I hope the kid can find something. The ancient battlefield should be related to the Great War of the ancient times, but it seems a bit different. Chaos, it's really chaotic. The chaos of the ancient battlefield, I can't figure it out even if I rack my brains. I can only drink 3 cups of Dao tea to calm down. If you want to drink more, just say it, don't make excuses. Lin Moya was also a bit confused at this moment. He felt the passage of time, but many things in the ancient battlefield did not match the era. Some buildings were very modern, completely unlike ancient times, but they carried the aura of time, and Lin Moya could be 100% sure that they had experienced a long history. This created a strong sense of conflict, making Lin Moya unable to understand for a moment. It's really strange. Why is it like this? Unconsciously, Lin Moya walked to an open square. A strong murderous aura rushed towards him, giving Lin Moya the illusion of a battlefield. It was as if there had been a pre-battle assembly here, with generals above and soldiers below, ready to march with sharp swords. Looking into the distance, beyond the huge square, he saw a collapsed tower. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed sharply, and with one step, he appeared in front of the tower. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How could it be? How could it be? This is the Shangxia Tower. How could the Shangxia Tower appear here? Lin Moya couldn't believe what he was seeing. Why was Meng Anwen's Shangxia Tower here? This was absolutely impossible. The Shangxia Tower was modeled after the ancient Lei Tower, and the ancient Lei Tower was just a war treasure of the true god realm. With Lin Moya's current realm, he could destroy the ancient Lei Tower with a single finger. Any skeleton god warrior could destroy the ancient Lei Tower. Not to mention the Shangxia Tower, which was modeled after it. It couldn't even be considered a treasure, just a toy. But in front of him, the Shangxia Tower really appeared. Lin Moya couldn't be mistaken. He had entered the Shangxia Tower many times and seen it many times. It was impossible to be mistaken. At that time, 3 towers were made based on the ancient Lei Tower. They were the Trial Tower, the Shangxia Tower, and the Demon Extermination Tower. The Trial Tower was always in the hands of the Shangxia Empire, used to train newcomers. The Shangxia Tower was in Meng Anwen's hands, and the Demon Extermination Tower was obtained by himself, but he didn't take it when he left the small world. But what was the Shangxia Tower in front of him? Lin Moya had the urge to return to the small world to take a look, but he knew it was unrealistic. He carefully observed the Shangxia Tower in front of him and gradually found something wrong. Although the 2 towers were almost identical, the Shangxia Tower in front of him was obviously simpler. In terms of strength, the Shangxia Tower in front of him far exceeded the one in Meng Anwen's hands, but it was indeed simpler than Meng Anwen's Shangxia Tower. In his eyes, it could be considered a replica of the Shangxia Tower. A replica stronger than the original, and not just by a little. It was incredible to think about. In addition, Lin Moya found another point. This Shangxia Tower had various modern traces, except for the aura of time. It did not have the appearance of an ancient building. Different eras had vastly different architectural styles. The sense of temporal dislocation made Lin Moya feel a headache. I can't figure it out. He gently patted his head. Unable to figure it out, he could only temporarily put it aside. A buzzing sound came from the broken Shangxia Tower, the sound of wind hitting the walls. There was wind inside? This was the starry sky, a silent starry sky. How could there be wind? There were many stellar winds, flying around with the light, enough to kill ordinary people. The sound of the wind seemed like a call, arousing Lin Moya's curiosity. The Shangxia Tower was already broken, empty inside, with no roof on top. The whole tower had become a ruin. There were still many runes on the walls, but they had lost their power. The runes were connected, originally forming various formations, but now they had lost their function. Everything was so broken. The sound of the wind came again, not just a sound. This time there was really wind blowing, moving his hair. Come! Come! A voice called from a dark corner. Lin Moya looked towards the sound and saw a deep, dark hole in the corner. His gaze penetrated the deep hole. Immediately, Lin Moya's pupils contracted, showing an expression of disbelief, even more shocked than before. Lin Moya considered himself calm, rarely shocked. He could handle anything calmly. But today's shock was hard to suppress, even for him. He saw many runes, many basic runes. No, compared to the basic runes he mastered, these were even more basic. In his eyes, these runes were extremely simple, but very familiar. They were the runes often used by Meng Anwen in the small world. Meng Anwen used these extremely simple runes to form various formations. Under Meng Anwen's control, the Shangxia Tower had the ability to turn decay into magic. The runes in the small world were completely different from those in the big world. Why were the runes Meng Anwen was good at appearing here? Combined with the replica Shangxia Tower, the shock was unimaginable for Lin Moya. He even began to doubt this world. Before Lin Moya could figure it out, the runes suddenly exploded. A black shadow shattered the runes and pounced. The black shadow opened its huge mouth, revealing a red tongue and sharp silver teeth. Lin Moya's body shone with brilliant golden light, activating the God King golden body, and punched out. Chapter 1597. Chapter 1597, 1597. Chapter 1597, The Source of the Imitation Spirit Array. The golden fist collided with the silver fangs, and a massive force exploded. The already ruined Shangxia Tower shook violently but did not collapse. Lin. The materials used in the ancient battlefield's buildings were quite sturdy, though not as strong as the black material in the mysterious manner, but still very strong. At least Lin Moya couldn't destroy them. The silver fangs shattered, and the black shadow retreated quickly with a piercing roar. Lin Moya stepped forward in an instant, and his golden fist struck again. A beam of golden light pierced through the dark starry sky, through the black shadow, and directly pinned it to the ground. A large hole appeared in the black shadow's body, penetrating from front to back. However, the black shadow did not stop. It ignored the wound on its body and pounced again, opening its mouth to bite. Under the golden light, Lin Moya saw the true face of the black shadow. It was an evil spirit, formed by countless resentments, obsessions, and some soul fragments fused together. Evil spirits have no intelligence or consciousness. They only have instinct. Their sole purpose is to kill, attacking any living being they encounter. The one hidden in the rune blade earlier was an evil spirit. The evil spirit in front of him had clearly absorbed the souls of beasts, which is why it had evolved into a beast-like form. Its level was not high, only at the 7th level of the true god realm. Lin Moya's few punches had already shattered the evil spirit. However, Lin Moya also knew that evil spirits are difficult to truly eliminate. Even if shattered, as long as the ancient battlefield remains and the obsessions and resentments persist, the evil spirit could regenerate after some time. The runes scattered by the evil spirit had also disappeared. Lin Moya sighed lightly, recalling everything that had just happened, as if it were a dream. Meng Yanwen couldn't possibly appear here, but the impossible had indeed happened. It was indescribably eerie. The events of ancient times were already strange enough, but at least there were traces to follow, allowing one to clear their thoughts. The events of the ancient battlefield, however, completely disrupted his thoughts, even affecting Lin Moya's worldview. After much contemplation, Lin Moya felt it was still due to his insufficient strength. Perhaps when his realm reached a certain height, these seemingly strange things would no longer seem strange. Putting all doubts aside for now, to be pondered in the future. Following the pitch-black cave, Lin Moya gradually entered the interior of the ancient battlefield. The internal structure of the ancient battlefield was somewhat peculiar, with countless passages. No one knew what the interior of the ancient battlefield was used for. Some speculated it was an armory, others said it was for logistics, and some even said it was a resting place for warriors. No matter the speculation, there were always unreasonable aspects. Seeing is believing, and everyone believed what they saw, including Lin Moya. What others said didn't matter. What mattered was that he had to see for himself what was inside. In the pitch-black cave, all light was lost. Lin Moya wielded the undying flame and summoned the skeleton god warriors. The grey light of the undying flame shone on the skeleton god warriors, turning their white bones into mirrors, reflecting more light and illuminating more areas. The passages inside the ancient battlefield were not narrow. Most areas were about 5 meters high and wide. In the passages, whether on the sides, the top, or even the ground, there were numerous runes. These runes had lost their divine power, leaving only their shapes. The runes had lost their function. As Lin Moya walked, he examined the runes. Some were slightly complex, while others were quite simple. The runes here all belonged to the big world, with no traces of the small world. Most of the runes were familiar to Lin Moya, as they were recorded in the rune language. Each had its own function, but some had no substantial effect. About 60% of the runes are basic runes. 20% are advanced runes, and the remaining 20% are composite runes. Lin Moya observed carefully, and suddenly his heart moved. Is this a rune array? The runes in the passage were not chaotic but arranged in a certain order. Although many parts of the passage had been destroyed, Lin Moya could still discern the arrangement. The key was that he had seen this arrangement before. In the first layer of the 4-star domain competition, outside the Soul Fire rune, the array that could simulate living beings used a similar arrangement. At that time, he didn't understand runes well, so he couldn't comprehend it. Now it was completely different. Upon careful reflection, the two indeed had many similarities. His heart moved, and a large number of skeleton god warriors rushed out, searching for paths in the dark passage. The passages were interconnected, more complex than a spider's web. Unfortunately, many places had collapsed in the great battle, making them impassable. Even with Lin Moya's abilities, it was difficult to clear these damaged areas. He could only choose the paths that were passable. Gradually, a map formed in his mind. The map was incomplete, with many missing parts, but it was enough. Indeed, it is a rune array. And it is that array. Lin Moya immediately realized that the human race's array was an imitation of this one. The ancient battlefield was the source of that array. The rune masters of the human race had forged the array based on the rune array left in the ancient battlefield. However, due to the severe damage to the ancient battlefield, many key parts were missing, so the imitation array was not perfect. Lin Moya's eyes showed contemplation. If the array in the ancient battlefield were complete, it could create more powerful warriors and endow them with intelligence, making their combat power unimaginably strong. The imitation and incomplete array can simulate beings at the God-Sovereign level. Could the complete array simulate beings at the other shore level? If so, and the ancient battlefield was still defeated, the strength of the opponents. Lin Moya was slightly tongue-tied. If his speculation was correct, the strength of the opponents had reached an unimaginable level. Perhaps it was at the level of the owner of the severed finger outside the Divine City Star region. Lin Moya felt that things were becoming increasingly complex. In those unrecorded years, something unknown must have happened. What exactly happened was impossible to trace. Lin Moya's eyes suddenly brightened. Right, there is the law of time. If I can master the law of time, could I see what happened in the past? The true vision technique can predict the future through the law of fate. Then I should be able to view the past directly through the law of time. When I become a god sovereign, I will choose the law of time as my second law. Curiosity got the better of him, making Lin Moya decide between the law of space and the law of time. But for now, Lin Moya decided to carefully record the rune array in the ancient battlefield. The skeleton god warriors continued to search for paths, discovering more and more passages, each filled with numerous runes. The rune array used the ancient battlefield as its base, directly setting up the array inside. Such a grand scale was beyond Lin Moya's current capabilities. It could only be said that the mastery of runes and the control of rune arrays had reached an astonishing level. Lin Moya even felt that the ancestor Su of the other shore realm was not as skilled. Unfortunately, many of the runes were severely damaged, with at least half destroyed. Some array nodes, which should have contained materials, were now empty. Either they were destroyed in battle or taken away after the battle. Chapter 1598. Chapter 1598, 1598. Chapter 1598, Recording Runes, Intelligent Evil Spirits. The skeleton god warriors searched through all the passages, not missing even the smallest corners. Then Lin Moya tirelessly walked through each passage, examining and recording each one. He intended to record all the runes inside, leaving none out. Even if the runes were damaged and only a fragment remained, he did not plan to overlook them. These runes were different from those in the secret realms they had formed, but no divine power. Moreover, the runes in the ancient battlefield were of a lower level than those in the secret realms. Most of these runes could be found in the rune language, so recording them was not difficult for Lin Moya, just time-consuming. Lin Moya had a plan in mind. There were many ancient battlefields in the Divine City, totaling around 1,000. If he could traverse all the ancient battlefields, he might be able to piece together a complete array. After all, the damage in each ancient battlefield was different. What was damaged in one might be intact in another. Of course, the premise was that the internal structures of the ancient battlefields had the same array, allowing for cross-referencing and complementing each other. After spending 30 days, Lin Moya finally walked through all the passages inside the ancient battlefield. He believed that few people could walk through all the passages like he did. There were many intricate details in the passages, with some passages connected by very hidden routes. Some places were so narrow that even one person would find it cramped. Some places were simply impassable. Lin Moya also discovered a few insignificant corners that no one had entered. Without exception, these places were inscribed with runes. Although these runes were not crucial, their absence would significantly reduce the array's effectiveness. Lin Moya did not overlook any of them. By creating a large number of skeleton god warriors, he recorded all the runes in the passages. It was as if he had imprinted a complete but damaged array into his mind. For him, these 30 days were quite fruitful. He gained a new understanding of the layout of rune arrays, almost forming his own theoretical system. In Lin Moya's mind, the internal structure of the ancient battlefield appeared as a three-dimensional diagram. In the three-dimensional diagram, thousands of gaps fragmented the entire array. These gaps were the damaged areas that Lin Moya could not currently access. The largest gap was in the center of the array. This was where the main rune was located. This area had been completely destroyed, making it impossible to enter. The main rune could be considered the essence of the entire array. Without access to the main rune area, the array could not truly operate. Carefully examining the three-dimensional diagram, Lin Moya searched for a way to enter the main rune area. Relying on the skeletons was impossible, but analyzing the array's structure offered some possibilities. Soon, Lin Moya pinpointed a spot. This spot was near the central area of the main rune. If accessible, it might lead directly to the main rune area. A few minutes later, Lin Moya navigated through the complex passages to the location he had identified. There was indeed a passage here, revealed among the rubble, about the size of a fist. A person couldn't pass through, and he tried to move the rubble. However, whether due to the passage of time or some other reason, the rubble was stuck together. He couldn't move it even with all his strength. He even used his original magic to enhance his strength to the god sovereign level, but he still couldn't do anything about the rubble. The fist-sized passage extended inward. The passage was filled with dust, indicating it had been a long time since anyone had been there. Lin Moya thought for a moment and snapped his fingers. A gray halo appeared at his feet, and a fist-sized undead lich appeared beside him. The undead lich circled around Lin Moya, looking very happy. Lin Moya patted the little head of the undead lich. Go. The undead lich received Lin Moya's command and swiftly flew into the passage. The undead lich's small, flexible body moved like jelly, advancing through the passage. After a while, it finally emerged from the passage into another space. This space was spacious, feeling like an independent room. The three-dimensional diagram in Lin Moya's mind immediately updated with a large gap. Unfortunately, this was still not the main rune area. Lin Moya instructed the undead lich to continue searching for other exits. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, it found nothing new. This space seemed independent, not connected to the main rune area. This shouldn't be. Lin Moya was puzzled. This situation exceeded his knowledge. In a corner of the room, the undead lich found a rune blade. The rune blade looked like a seven-headed snake, not appearing sharp. The strength of a rune blade depends on the runes, not the material. The seven-headed snake was larger than the undead lich and couldn't be brought through the twisted passage. Lin Moya had to give up. Helplessly, he connected to the undead lich's vision and began recording the runes in the space. The undead lich's vision was not ideal for recording runes. In the gray and white world, judging the depth and subtle layers of the runes was far inferior to the naked eye. The efficiency of recording runes would be significantly reduced, and the precision would be lacking. But there was no other way, so Lin Moya had to make do. After half a day, he had recorded most of the runes in this independent space. Suddenly, Lin Moya felt a sense of unease. He trusted his intuition and immediately ordered the undead lich to return. The undead lich silently slipped back through the fist-sized passage and hid, watching what was happening in the room. First, the runes in the room began to glow, but not all of them, only about 10%. Lin Moya was surprised that these runes were still functional. Then, wisps of black gas emerged from the room, quickly thickening and increasing in quantity. Eventually, the black gas formed a pitch-black humanoid creature. This humanoid creature was entirely black but had a pair of white eyes, creating a stark contrast and looking quite sinister. It looked around the room, its nose twitching as if searching for something. Lin Moya watched this scene and suddenly understood. The room was indeed connected to the main rune, but people couldn't pass through it was connected by runes. This pitch-black humanoid creature was not a real person but an evil spirit. However, this evil spirit was very special. It had gained intelligence. Evil spirits are merely collections of resentment, obsession, and some soul fragments. They are not normal beings, having no thoughts, only instincts. But this evil spirit clearly had intelligence. It had smelled the scent of a living person and was searching for its target. The whole process was no different from that of an ordinary person. Lin Moya realized that he had overlooked this array. He remembered the 4-star domain competition, where there was a soul fire rune behind the array. It was the same here. Beneath the array, there was a soul fire rune. The soul fire rune had given the evil spirit intelligence. With this, the array was complete. The array created beings, and the soul fire rune endowed them with intelligence, making them qualified warriors. At this moment, the undead lich suddenly shrank back. In front of the small passage, a large white eyeball appeared, staring at the undead lich. Come back. Chapter 1599. Chapter 1599, 1599. Chapter 1599, Can't see, can't kill? The undead lich once again moved like cotton candy, navigating through the narrow crevices and quickly returning. Lin. During its return, the undead lich kept its eyes on the evil spirit. The evil spirit was clearly enraged, letting out a roar. Then its entire body exploded into countless black gases, which also rushed over, moving much faster than the undead lich. In the blink of an eye, the evil spirit was about to catch up with the undead lich. With a thought, Lin Moya made the undead lich disappear instantly, retrieving it. Lin Moya heard the roar of the evil spirit as black gas surged from the crevices, reappearing in front of him and reforming into a humanoid evil spirit. This evil spirit was stronger than the ones he had encountered before, comparable to the one in the rune blade, almost reaching the god sovereign level. However, unlike the one in the rune blade, which had no intelligence and only a killing instinct, this evil spirit clearly had intelligence, making it more difficult to deal with. The evil spirit roared, its body transforming as a mass of black gas turned into a long whip and lashed out. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed slightly. The long whip was clearly entwined with some kind of law, but he couldn't discern which one. But he was certain that being struck by it wouldn't be pleasant. Two skeleton god generals appeared beside Lin Moya, swinging their swords. The sword energy collided with the long whip, and the energy spread like a wave, causing the passage to tremble slightly, absorbing all the attacks. The skeleton god generals charged forward, their bone swords glowing with the power of the undying law, emitting layers of grey light. The death power of the undying law could corrode everything, whether it was laws or souls. The evil spirit did not dodge, raising its hands again, transforming into two black whips that lashed out. The skeleton god general's sword struck the whips, breaking them on impact. However, at the same time, countless black gases surged from all directions in the passage, trapping the skeleton god generals. The skeleton god generals continuously swung their bone swords, cutting through the black gas. The undying law's power played a significant role, corroding the black gas of the evil spirit, preventing it from regenerating. The evil spirit, though formless and intangible, could still be corroded by the undying law. The evil spirit screamed, retracting the black gas. The skeleton god generals broke free and continued to charge at the evil spirit. At this moment, the evil spirit suddenly looked at Lin Moya, then let out a strange cry, its entire body exploding and retreating. Lin Moya, with the soul-shooting bow above his head, couldn't help but laugh. This guy's senses are so sharp. I was already very careful, but it sensed the soul-shooting bow as soon as I took it out. This guy clearly felt the power of the soul-shooting bow and fled quickly. With such a small courage, it doesn't deserve the name evil spirit. Lin Moya was slightly helpless. Once it escaped, it would be difficult to catch it again. The passage was only the size of a fist, and only the undead lich could navigate it. Lin Moya thought about calling out, "Come here," into the passage, but he knew it was just a thought. As long as the evil spirit wasn't too stupid, it obviously wouldn't come. The soul-shooting bow had scared it, and evil spirits were extremely sensitive to soul-related treasures. The undead lich flew out again, entering the fist-sized passage. It hid in a corner, secretly watching the evil spirit. In the room, the evil spirit was standing in the center, with many runes glowing. The power of the runes was healing its wounds. Although the attack from the undying law didn't threaten its life, it still caused some damage. The undying law wasn't easy to expel, and the runes in the room clearly had healing abilities, but they couldn't completely heal it. After a while, the evil spirit felt no improvement. Suddenly, it grabbed a rune blade from the side. It hesitated for a long time, then stabbed the rune blade into a spot in front of it. The solid ground was as soft as tofu before the rune blade, which easily pierced the ground and emitted light. Several runes on the ground glowed, revealing an entrance. The evil spirit immediately jumped in, and just before it fully entered, it casually threw the rune blade into a corner of the room. After it entered the passage, the entrance quickly disappeared. Lin Moya watched this scene and couldn't help but laugh. It has intelligence but isn't very smart. Throwing the rune blade casually, thinking others won't find the right spot. Did it forget that I can see? At this thought, Lin Moya suddenly realized he was wrong. The evil spirit did it on purpose, letting him see. If he guessed correctly, the spot where the rune blade needed to be stabbed would change each time, so it wasn't afraid of being seen. It did this to confuse and mislead. It seems quite cautious. There must be something below that can heal its wounds. Now the question is, how to lure it out and kill it. No, killing it isn't enough. I still can't get in. Not only do I need to kill it, but I also need to find a way to get in. Lin Moya pondered, realizing he didn't have much room to maneuver. To kill the evil spirit, the most effective method was the soul-shooting Bao's soul attack. One arrow would be enough to kill it. But the passage was blocked by extremely sturdy rubble, which even souls couldn't pass through. He couldn't turn into gas like the evil spirit and navigate through the crevices. But it wasn't impossible to kill it. Without the soul-shooting Bao, as long as the power was strong enough, he could still kill it. Lin Moya thought of two methods and decided to use both. The bone hell silently activated and gradually spread. The bone hell was formless and intangible. Although the rubble was special and could block it to some extent, the bone hell still seeped through the crevices and spread into the room. The bone hell enveloped the room, but Lin Moya didn't let the slaves inside take action. He only used a 7th level true god spirit, quietly waiting in the room. After about an hour, a hole appeared on the ground again. Black mist emerged from the hole, quickly forming the evil spirit. This time, the evil spirit's wounds were healed. The things in the hole indeed healed it. The evil spirit seemed to sense something different in its room. Why had it turned gray and white? At this moment, the true god spirit took action, applying an invisible pressure on the evil spirit. The formless and intangible evil spirit was immediately compressed into a strange shape, looking bizarre. The evil spirit, under attack, roared in anger and immediately counterattacked the true god spirit. Its hands turned into black whips, lashing out and dispersing the true god spirit. Outside the room, Lin Moya's lips curled into a smile. Because the evil spirit attacked in the bone hell, it was marked. With the mark, the evil spirit was instantly locked. Original spell, Power Gathering. Lin Moya's aura surged, breaking through the God King level in the blink of an eye, then the lesser God Sovereign level, and stepping into the God Sovereign level. Above his head appeared the gray and white Undying Law Galaxy. He took a bone sword from a skeleton god general and also retrieved a corpse. Lin Moya didn't know whose corpse it was, only that it was a lesser god sovereign in life, which was enough. Spell, God Slaying. Stellar level spell, Corpse Explosion. The bone sword in his hand emitted a sword light, and the corpse exploded simultaneously. The evil spirit in the room sensed something was wrong, feeling that something bad was about to happen. It growled uneasily, instinctively trying to dodge. But it was too late. Suddenly, sword light shone on its body, and the room echoed with thunderous explosions. Chapter 1600. Chapter 1600, 1600. Chapter 1600, The 4 Levels of Runes. Both spells can ignore space. Lin, as long as it is locked, it will be attacked. Originally, it was difficult for the soul to lock onto the evil spirit in the room, but with the mark of the bone hell, the obstacles of the rubble disappeared. Once locked by the soul, Lin Moya raised his realm to the God Sovereign level and used the God-slaying sword. To be safe, he also used Corpse Explosion. With a dual approach, the evil spirit was instantly killed. The evil spirit turned back into formless energy, continuing to wander in the ancient battlefield. Perhaps one day it will form a new evil spirit again, but whether it will be so lucky to be endowed with wisdom again is uncertain. Now that the evil spirit is dead, the next thing to do is figure out how to reopen that entrance. The existence of the rubble is unsolvable. Such a strong attack just now. Except for the evil spirit being killed, everything else in the room, including the inscribed runes and the rune blade, remained intact. So Lin Moya wouldn't bother racking his brains on how to get in. Even if he broke his head thinking, he couldn't get in. If he really wanted to get in, it wasn't impossible. Perhaps he could try summoning a big shot from the other shore realm. In fact, he didn't need to go in himself. Just having the undead lich go in was enough. It might take some effort, but so what? The undead lich flew into the room, its small body came to the rune blade. Using the undead lich's vision, Lin Moya observed the runes on the rune blade. The most important thing on the rune blade is the runes to open the entrance. The most important thing is also the runes. The undead lich stretched out its chubby fingers, constantly flipping the runes, allowing Lin Moya to see clearly. Then it picked up the rune blade and flew around the room, looking at the runes on the ground. Comparing and matching, Lin Moya quickly had an answer. So that's how it is. It looks difficult, but it's actually very simple. The runes on the rune blade correspond one-to-one with the runes in the center of the room's floor. After carefully observing the rune blade, Lin Moya found that the runes on the rune blade were not static. They flowed slowly, like very slow-moving water, changing bit by bit. This change occurs roughly every 10 seconds, moving a hair's breadth each time. Although the distance is very short, over time, the runes completely change. The runes at the tip of the rune blade had long since become something else. To open the entrance, the runes at the tip of the rune blade must correspond to the runes on the floor of the room. Once understood, it becomes a simple task. The undead lich held the rune blade, waited for the runes on the rune blade to change again, found the right position, and stabbed directly. The solid ground broke open like tofu, without any resistance. The runes on the rune blade and the runes on the ground connected and glowed simultaneously. Like a key opening a lock, a dark entrance appeared on the ground. Putting the rune blade aside, the undead lich happily flew in. The power of the runes flowed, forming an energy channel, guiding the undead lich without needing to search for direction. Soon, the undead lich entered another space. In this space, there was only one rune, a huge, extremely complex rune. The rune was no longer complete, with many missing parts, clearly damaged in the Great Battle. Judging from the traces, only 1/3 of the rune remained. Even this 1/3 was still functioning, performing some functions. Sure enough, it's the Soul Fire rune. Just a glance was enough to determine that it was the same as the Soul Fire rune in the 4-star domain competition. To be precise, the Soul Fire rune in the 4-star domain competition was a replica of this one, but there was no Soul Fire here, only the rune. Obviously, the Soul Fire was added by Ancestor Su himself. The rune was too severely damaged to be fully restored. Ancestor Su was able to restore part of its function by adding his own understanding in the Soul Fire, which was quite remarkable. The runes here were generally related to the soul. Their greatest function was to endow warriors with wisdom. The main function of the ancient battlefield's rune array was to create warriors, which, though not real, were indistinguishable from real warriors. Then, combined with the rune in front of him, it endowed the warriors with wisdom, giving the warriors created by the rune array stronger combat power. The rune array, combined with this special rune, was perfect. Using the undead lich's vision, Lin Moyo carefully observed the rune. This was an extremely complex composite rune, composed of hundreds or thousands of runes. It did not form a rune array, it was simply a combination of runes. Compared to a rune array, such a combination of runes was more complex, more profound, and represented a truly advanced application of runes. In Lin Moyo's understanding, the mastery of runes can be divided into 4 levels. The first level is mastering all runes and being able to draw individual runes. The second level is combining runes into a rune array, linking different runes together, and even performing simple combinations of some runes. The third level is merging runes to form an extremely complex rune. With a complex rune, one can achieve the effect of a rune array. The Soul Fire rune is at this level, merging a large number of runes together to achieve an effect similar to a rune array, even more powerful than a rune array. Achieving this is much more difficult than constructing a rune array, requiring a deeper understanding of runes. Lin Moyo has only touched the second level so far. As for the fourth level, it is even more miraculous. Drawing a single rune can have the effect of an entire rune array or a merged rune. The ancient runes in the secret realm are like this. They appear to be a single, not very complex rune, but contain countless functions, far surpassing a rune array. Even if the rune collapses, leaving only a fragment, it can still produce various terrifying effects. At this level, the key is no longer the rune itself but the spirit of the one who draws it. The form is no longer important. Lin Moyo even speculates that in ancient times, powerful rune masters could casually draw a stroke, creating a terrifying rune capable of destroying the world. This is his understanding of the 4 levels of runes. As for whether there is a 5th level, there is. That is the ultimate existence of runes in the big world. A rune that contains all the principles, laws, and rules of the big world. This level is far beyond his current reach. Even the 4th level is a distant goal. Lin Moyo is very pragmatic. He is now focused on memorizing the Soul Fire rune. Fortunately, the central part of the Soul Fire rune was not severely damaged, which is why the entire rune can still function. It took him a day to finally memorize this incomplete rune. Although he cannot understand it now, he can use it in the future. After memorizing the rune, the undead lich began to observe the surroundings. This space was very special, seemingly not in the real world. After observing for a while, Lin Moyo had a clear understanding. The space where the Soul Fire rune is located should be an independent space created by the ancient battlefield's rune array. If this space has not collapsed, it means that the ancient battlefield's rune array still exists. The rune array of the ancient battlefield is still maintaining this independent space. Lin Moyo had a thought. He realized that he might have another way to enter the core of the ancient battlefield. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.